Naruto's powerful roar caused the ground beneath him to crumble, forming a crater. Silence fell as the stadium watched, shocked and awestruck. The blonde, previously impaled and seemingly dead by Gaara, now stood hunched. Black and crimson chakra, crackling with lightning, swirled around him. The dancing chakra gradually subsided, re-entering Naruto's body as his hunched posture eased. As the last of the chakra returned, Gaara slammed into the arena wall as Naruto's image faded away. Gah! Gaara screamed, his soul once again feeling damaged by the blow. Unable to recover, Gaara felt an overwhelming presence descend. Trembling, he slowly lifted his head, meeting Naruto's burning crimson eyes. Powerless, he watched Naruto raise a clawed hand, shrouded in black and crimson chakra. Kekai Ryu Uji Jikuken Kekai Rei Senjo, Naruto growled, driving his hand into the ground as the black and crimson chakra crackled and arced across the area. To everyone's shock, a cylindrical chakra pillar shot skyward, engulfing both Gaara and Naruto. As it did, time froze outside the barrier. Scene change inside the barrier. Excruciating pain coursed through Gaara's soul. Since the blonde's chakra changed, all his attacks seemed to wound his soul, and even his mother's. The pain then subsided into a numb, throbbing pulse. His eyes widened upon opening, taking in the barren wasteland. This was not the arena, but a landscape of craggy mountains, canyons, and distant outcroppings. Sand covered most of the area, with some patches of cracked, dry earth. As he tried to rise, an overwhelming bloodlust paralyzed him. His eyes widened, and he slowly looked up to see not the blonde, but his mother, freed from her cage. What? Mother. Gaara stammered, trembling under the bloodlust. Ha ha, ha ha ha. I'm free. Finally free. I can kill you and take control. I'll thank that blonde boy by killing him right after you. The Shikaku roared, raising an arm as a literal sea of sand surged beneath its hand. Now die. It bellowed, swiping its hand towards the redhead. Gaara stared in fear at the sand wave, futilely trying to halt its advance. Before it reached him, crescent-shaped arcs of black and crimson chakra tore through the sand, scattering it. Both widened their eyes, slowly turning to the attack's origin, and froze at the sight. Standing on a rock outcrop was the blonde, still covered in black scales. A savage grin stretched across his face, his crimson eyes seeming to pierce their souls. It seems you've finally met, ha ha ha. As you've noticed, this isn't the physical world. This is the manifestation of your inner world, both the demons and yours, boy, Naruto said, chuckling darkly as the Shikaku and Gaara's eyes widened further. Don't worry about our previous battle. This place exists between reality, matter, and mind. Time doesn't flow here like outside. Here, we can battle to our heart's content. Ha ha ha, though, as you've both experienced, it's not our physical bodies or minds that are damaged here. It's our very souls. Now, let us begin. Naruto roared, chakra exploding around him, violently tearing at the ground. Gaara, unable to move, was slammed into a rock outcrop, screaming in agony as his body was forcibly embedded in the stone. The pain persisted as Naruto appeared before him, grabbed his leg, and repeatedly slammed him into the ground. Each impact sent excruciating pain through Gaara, like every nerve was being electrocuted, burned, and frozen repeatedly. By some miracle, Gaara managed to raise an arm and direct a sand wave to unbalance the blonde. To his horror, the blonde tightened his grip on Gaara's leg and swung him towards the sand wave. Crying out, Gaara's body forcibly dispersed the sand as the wave exploded from his impact. Maintaining focus, Gaara willed the sand to collect and wrap around the arm holding him. With a flick of his wrist, the sand compressed and exploded, hoping to shatter the blonde's arm as before. His hopes were dashed when he saw only an annoyed expression on the blonde's face. TCH. You're really starting to irritate me, Naruto growled, turning and slamming Gaara into the ground once more. Tightening his grip on the redhead's leg, Naruto ripped him from the ground and into the air. Pulling back his left arm, Naruto stepped forward and buried his fist into Gaara's abdomen, forcing the air from his lungs as his eyes bulged from the blow's force. Following up, Naruto turned and smashed his elbow against the younger boy's sternum, a hollow crack echoing from the impact. Pain ripped through Gaara's body as he was sent flying backward. After a short time in the air, he collided with another rock outcrop, sending debris and dust everywhere. A pain groan escaping his mouth, Gaara weakly opened his eyes, only to widen them as Naruto was once again in front of him. Powerless, Naruto's hand shot out and latched onto his face, covering his mouth. Instead of pain, he was given a brief moment of respite as Naruto turned his attention to the Shikaku, who made a noise of surprise and visibly shrunk under the blonde's gaze. Seeing such a reaction, Naruto's savage grin only grew as he threw Gaara away. Hunching slightly, he held out his right arm, holding his wrist as chakra began to collect in his palm. Finally, when a visible orb of black and crimson formed above his palm, he snapped his hand shut, crushing the orb as the volatile chakra coated his hand. Taking a step forward, he clawed with his right hand and dragged it along the ground, ripping it as he swiped towards the Shikaku. Ryu Utten, Kuryu Arepa. Naruto roared, swiping and ripping his hand from the ground as a wave of black and crimson chakra surged towards the Shikaku before colliding with it. Raha! The Shikaku roared in pain, the attack blowing away a chunk of its torso as it fell, clutching its chest, writhing in agony. The Shikaku had no time to recover as Naruto appeared before its face, crouched with his left arm drawn back, black and crimson chakra surging wildly around his hand. His eyes locked with the Shikaku's. Naruto flashed a savage grin. Ryu Watan, Garyu Sai, Naruto said before he slugged the Shikaku's snout, making it roar in pain, its head snapping backward as it slid slightly from the blow's force. Grinning as the sand demon moaned in agony, likely having its soul damaged for the first time, Naruto was about to continue his attack but stopped upon hearing shifting rocks. Turning his head, he saw Gaara struggling to stand, pain and agony etched on his face. Ha ha ha, you're still alive. How interesting. Your soul seems quite tough for a human, now let's destroy it, Naruto said, taking a step as the ground beneath his foot exploded from the force exerted. Stopping before Gaara, the redhead's eyes widened with fear as Naruto simply grinned. Turning his body, Naruto buried his right hand into the younger boy's abdomen, forcing the air from his lungs as he was driven into the air. Turning, Naruto shifted and grabbed his face with his left hand before slamming his head into the ground, an agonizing scream leaving his mouth as Naruto began to laugh. His laughter was abruptly cut off when a wave of sand appeared beside him, rushing towards him. A predatory smile appeared on Naruto's face, and he tightened his grip on Gaara's face, causing the boy to scream again, before he stood up and threw him into the oncoming sand wave. As Gaara hit the wave, Naruto was already in front of him with his right hand drawn back, the same predatory smile on his face. Ryuwatan Bakuryuwakan, Naruto shouted, driving his fist into Gaara's chest as the redhead's eyes widened in pain. But that wasn't the end of Naruto's attack as the chakra stored in Naruto's fist exploded, rippling outwards, ripping through Gaara's chest as the sand wave behind him exploded, a silent scream leaving Gaara's throat. As the sand showered the area, Gaara fell to his knees before collapsing onto his face. Cracking a grin at the downed redhead, it only grew as the world began to destabilize, the distant mountain, canyons, and rock outcroppings starting to crumble, a sign that his soul was breaking down. Stepping towards the downed boy, Naruto stopped before him and raised his foot as chakra began to shroud it. As he was about to bring it down and crush the downed boy's head, a tendril of sand forced him to block it with his arm, an annoyed look crossing his face. Turning, Naruto swung his right leg, destroying the sand tendril before he locked onto the terrified form of the sand demon. So, you want to die first, huh? Ha ha ha, the soul of one of the nine. I wonder how long it would take to destroy it. Though, there's only one real way to find out. Naruto trailed off, a savage grin appearing on his face. As he vanished from its sight, the Shikaku's eyes widened as it felt an overwhelming presence behind it. But this time, the fear it felt was unlike anything before. The blonde was the same, but what was behind him caused the sheer primal terror in the Shikaku's heart. Behind him was the outline of something the Shikaku and the rest of the nine hadn't seen since their time under the Rikudo Sennin. Behind him was a being said to be on par with their original body, a black and crimson dragon. Its wings, wrapped like a cocoon, slowly opened to reveal 6 wings, blacker than night, spreading behind it. Along their edges, on its shoulders, and the tip of its tail were crimson, crystal-like structures that pulsed with a terrifying amount of power. Standing upright, it towered over the Shikaku, which shrunk in fear as its burning crimson eyes locked onto it. I am possible. Why you were supposed to have been sealed away. Why are you here? The Shikaku asked, its voice trembling with each word. Upon hearing the sand demon's question, both Naruto and the dragon behind him flashed a savage grin, causing the sand demon to take a step back as the dragon seemed to grow even larger. Ha ha ha, do you really believe you can seal an absolute power? Such insolence! Naruto and the dragon behind him roared, a crater forming under the blonde as a shockwave rippled outwards, sending the demon flying backward from the power of the dragon's voice alone. The Jubi? Kagaya? Hogoromo? Hamura? The Nine? Nothing even comes close to the level of power I possess. I could have erased the entire world if I wished. The sole reason I chose not to was to observe and amuse myself by seeing you whelp squirm about, trying to survive in this world. The dragon bellowed, making the sand demon tremble in fear at its amused tone. I limited my host's combat prowess by nearly 80% during his battle with your host to see where a host of one of the nine stood, and yet he was still able to hold his own on near even ground with yours, even with you providing power. Ha ha ha, how pitiful. To take advantage of the loneliness in your host's heart and push your own influence and power onto him, to turn him into an instrument of your own creation to use. To do something like that to make up for your own lack of power, have you no honor? The dragon said, making the Shikaku snarl slightly before it shrunk under the dragon's glare. Are you not doing the same thing to your host? The Shikaku countered, eliciting a raging laugh from the dragon. Ha ha ha, do not place me on the same level as you, demon. I don't tempt my host with promises of power or take advantage of the wounds that cover his heart. I can guarantee him power should he desire it, and I do not reopen the wounds that plague his heart. My host is unlike any other I'd had, he truly has the heart and soul of a dragon. Though a great evil slumbers deep within his soul, both it and his heart remain unwavering, unyielding, and incorrigible. He doesn't let his past affect his future, rather, he uses it to ensure that his future remains his, and his alone. The dragon said, a savage grin spreading across its face as the Shikaku took another step back. This boy has garnered my interest and respect, so I intend on making him the ultimate host. One that will stand above even myself, White, and the ones who have earned the title of elder. For that, I need to erase all that stands in his way. The dragon said as it lazily brought its arm back, prompting the Shikaku to immediately create a multi-layered stronghold of sand to protect itself. Seiko Zetai Bajo Shikaku no Ukyuu. The Shikaku roared, though an undeniable terror was in its voice. How futile. Kuryu Arepa. The dragon said in a lazy tone, swinging its arm in an equally lazy manner towards the Shikaku, similar to Naruto earlier. There was a flash of endless black and bloody crimson as the sound of heaven and earth being rent echoed harshly through the air. Soon, the black and crimson faded, revealing what could only be described as Armageddon. Unlike Naruto's, the dragon's Kuryu Arepa destroyed everything in its path, absolutely everything. There was a scar extending from earth to heavens, leaving nothing but a void of nothingness, with black and crimson lightning arcing sporadically in visible areas. The void was as wide and endless as the eye could see, the earth bore a clear scar where the attack had passed, while the sky mirrored the earth, creating an eerie scar of nothingness in the blue. 3 kilometers from the attack's initial impact point, the Shikaku stood, its eyes wide with unbridled fear at the display of absolute power. However, more than half of the demon's body was missing simply from being in the vicinity of the attack, its absolute defense obliterated and useless. Slowly, it collapsed from lack of support, a small tremor reverberating from its impact with the ground. Weakly, it raised its head to meet the dragon's mirth-filled crimson eyes. Ah, it appears that I missed. Though, that is an amusing sight to behold. The one whose motto is absolute defense falling from being within the vicinity of my attack. But do not worry for your host, I took great care to limit my power as much as I could. The dragon said, flashing a savage smile that made the Shikaku tremble in fear, pain, and anger. Such a pitiful demon. A creature like you should know that there is no absolute defense I won't be able to pierce, just as there is no absolute offense that can pierce me. I am a being above life and death itself. The dragon continued, chuckling darkly at the Shikaku's state as the demon lowered its head. Agony and shame were all the Shikaku could feel after the dragon had finished speaking, as it lowered its head onto the ground in submission to the being, no, deity, before it. Never before had the sand demon been so overwhelmingly outclassed, even with all the sand in the world, it wouldn't matter against the dragon. As its forehead touched the ground, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the area, forcing the Shikaku to turn to face the source. Ah! Gaara screamed, his eyes wide as he clutched his head, his body slightly lifted off the ground by the arching of his back. Never before in Gaara's life had he felt such excruciating pain and agony, even the previous soul-damaging attacks were much more pleasant than this. It felt like a part of him had just been destroyed, forever ripped away from his very being. Now it appears that the effects of having a part of his soul destroyed are taking place. How amusing. It shouldn't be long now. The dragon trailed off, the Shikaku giving it a confused glance before pure agony ripped through its very being. Rah-ha! The Shikaku roared, flailing madly as it felt a piece of its very being ripped away, leaving a void of unending pain in its place. Ha! There it is! Have you forgotten, Sand Demon? This place is the manifestation of your soul along with your hosts. Anything that affects it will, in turn, affect the two of you as well, the dragon said, throwing its head back as it roared in laughter. Finally, the dragon calmed from its laughing fit as it stared at the writhing figures of Gaara and the Shikaku, who tried to ease the pain of a destroyed soul piece, to no avail. Shaking its head, it pointed a claw towards the void it had created as a tiny sphere of bright blue and green chakra formed at its tip. Mayo Yuryu Uji Haki Chayokao, the dragon said, before the tiny orb of chakra flew into the void before it expanded and finally exploded, sending a pulse of similarly colored chakra through the area. Slowly, the void began to close before fully ceasing to exist. As it did, the agony that tormented Gaara and the Shikaku faded into nothingness, and they just stared with wide eyes at the dragon who had just healed them. Why did you heal our wounds? The Shikaku said, voicing the question dancing in Gaara's mind, though he was unable to speak in the presence of such a monster. Why indeed? It's because my host wishes it. He is not one to kill on whim alone, though it would have been amusing to see your souls break down into nothingness, the dragon said as the Shikaku and Gaara's eyes widened. It appears that my time has come to an end. My host is finally waking up from his slumber, the dragon said as it slowly began to lose its form, starting to glow a bloody crimson as the black scales covering Naruto receded back to the seal. I will warn you and your host now, Sand Demon. I will release the limitations I've placed on my host, limiting half of his true potential, so it will no longer be in your favor to stand against him. though, it would be most interesting to see my host rip yours limb from limb. And another warning, demon, allow your host to rest. The way you use him as a dispensable tool for quenching your bloodlust is revolting. If you don't heed my warning, I'll rip your soul from your host and devour it, but not before I allow you to experience true agony. The dragon said, as Gaara shivered, hugging himself as he stared into the blonde's crimson eyes while the Shikaka trembled as well. Finally, the dragon vanished in a spark of crimson as the world around them began to glow. Then, a flash of black and crimson blinded everyone as the world shifted. All that remained was darkness and silence, until a dark chuckle shattered it. Ha ha ha, do you really believe the boy's will and the seal will hold me back? You've seen the power I hold, just giving the boy a drop of my power made him give in to his instincts. You must be as foolish as those insects if you truly believe that, after all, we came from the same body. A voice filled with mirth and malice suddenly spoke, though there was no response or reply. No answer? Of course. You could never hope to match my power. You may be considered a god, but I am a devil, and one that dwarfs your might. Don't worry, though. After I consume the boy, I'll consume you too, and then we'll be whole once more. The voice concluded, its dark chuckle fading. TCH. Even with Ryuhei's seal and my power, he still manages to leak his influence. Sealing and limiting Naruto's power does nothing to stop his from seeping in and tainting Naruto's, no matter how much I try to suppress it. How infuriating, suppressing his power forcibly suppresses Naruto's. It seems he's finally started to merge their souls. How utterly maddening. Scene change, examination stadium, arena. The pillar of black chakra materialized and vanished in an instant, leaving the bewildered stadium wondering what it was. Standing at the arena center was a blank-faced Naruto, his torso streaked with blood, though the gaping hole from before was gone, replaced by a large scar. Below him, a trembling Gaara stared wide-eyed at Naruto's cold, navy gaze. Without a word, Naruto grabbed Gaara's collar, making the redhead shake even more violently. Yanking the terrified boy closer, Naruto's cold gaze softened slightly as he noticed Gaara's distress. Give up. I don't know what happened after you speared me, but you're in no condition to continue fighting. Let's finish this another time, when we're both at our best, Naruto said in a softer tone, surprising Gaara, who stopped shaking, though a slight shiver remained when Naruto moved. Why you want to fight me again? Gaara asked, his eyes wide with shock, unexpecting such a kind tone from the terrifying blonde. Yeah, I do. Next time, though, let's not make it a death match, Naruto replied, releasing Gaara's collar as the redhead lowered his head, nodding softly. Proctor. I surrender, Gaara whispered, just loud enough for Heie to hear, making the sickly Jonin's eyes widen. Well then, the winner of the final match of the first round, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Heie announced, snapping out of his daze. As he declared the winner, the stunned crowd erupted in applause and cheers for the dramatic match. While the audience roared, Gaara stumbled forward but was caught by Naruto, who wrapped the younger boy's arm around his shoulder as Gaara looked on with wide eyes. Without a word, they headed to the infirmary. Scene change, examination stadium, stands. Amidst the loud cheers, soft sobs and laughter could be heard in parts of the stands. Zabuza and Haku shed tears, relieved that the blonde they cherished wasn't fatally wounded as they had feared. Ha ha, that idiot. I'm going to kill him when this is all over, making Haku worry like that. Zabuza chuckled jovially, wiping away stray tears. And Naruto-kun, don't do that again. Haku cried, wiping their teary eyes on their kimono sleeve. Though happy, they planned to give the blonde a massive lecture, a beating in Zabuza's case, of his life, but for now, they focused on him being alive after being speared in the chest. You idiot. When this tournament is over, I'm going to kill you. Satsuki shouted, her voice a mix of anger and relief as she futilely tried to hold back tears. Beside her, the rest of the Uchiha family chuckled at Satsuki's blatant display of affection for the blonde. Itaka's brow, however, twitched at his little sister showing classic Uchiha affection toward a boy. Whoa, he beat him. That was pretty cool, Ino said with a faint blush, stunned that the supposed dead last had just defeated and forced Gaara to forfeit. I know, that was pretty cool, Sakura admitted, a matching blush on her cheeks, also stunned that Gaara lost after what he did to Lee. Damn, Kiba said, shock evident in his voice, unable to believe the dead last had beaten someone their senior couldn't and made him forfeit. Wow. Toyu-sama, he won. Even after that wound, he won. Hanabi cheered, her eyes wide with admiration and a blush on her cheeks. Indeed he did, that was a very surprising turn of events. Hayashi chuckled lightly at his daughter's praise for the blonde. The Jonin were speechless, they didn't understand what they had just witnessed. The moment Gaara speared Naruto in the chest, they knew the match was over, but Naruto proved them wrong. While stunned by Naruto's comeback from death, the strange chakra surrounding him both intrigued and scared them. It appeared and vanished in a blink, yet they had never felt such bloodlust and killing intent in their entire careers as ninja. The Kyuubi's chakra didn't come close to what they felt when that chakra appeared. Though it worried them, they assumed it was just a trick of the eyes, believing it was merely Naruto's killing intent, as they had never seen the blonde truly angry. That kid, he's something else, I tell you, Asuma said, smiling at the blonde's comeback. I agree, he's definitely hiding his abilities, seeing as he came back from being speared in the chest. Kurane agreed, relieved he was alright. He really is Sensei's son, Kakashi said, his eye wide at the sudden display of skill, having never seen the blonde actually perform in combat. Clenching his hand into a tight fist, he mentally chastised himself for not treating the oldest of his honorary siblings the same as the others. Ha ha, great job, Naruto. Now go for the gold. I'll take care of your punishment after all this is over. Anko cheered, all her fears replaced with pride and happiness, though worry still lingered. She would visit her student in the infirmary once he arrived. Haha, well it appears that Lee will have a wonderful rival in the future, Guy said, smiling, knowing Lee would welcome Naruto as a rival who could push him. In the cage's box, Kushina and Minato still stood, shock evident on their faces. Naruto had just come back from a fatal wound and decimated Gaara, but what concerned them most was the flash of black and the strange chakra he used. They felt only bloodlust, anger, and the desire to kill from him when he used it, though it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Sharing a look, they nodded as Minato moved to the front of the booth, gaining the attention of everyone in the stadium as the cheers quieted, the masses focused on him. With this, the last match of the first round is over. As it's getting late, we will resume the tournament tomorrow. I know this is unexpected, but I believe our finalists have earned a night of rest. I thank all of you for attending, and I hope to see you all tomorrow. Have a great evening, Minato announced, eliciting surprised reactions from the audience before they cheered loudly. With those words, the crowd began to disperse and leave the stands. Seeing no objections to his decision, Minato smiled before he and Kushina excused themselves from the cage's box, leaving the Kaze cage alone. How marvelous! He truly does exceed my expectations. Though unexpected, this is a fortunate turn of events. With the tournament extended, the celebration afterward will provide a truly perfect opportunity, the Kaze cage thought, a smirk hidden by his veil, as he and his guards left the stadium. Scene change, examination stadium, infirmary. Naruto sighed, closing his eyes as he pondered why his body felt lighter than before. During his fight with Gaara, he was definitely moving slower and not hitting as hard as he should have. Shaking his head slightly, he pushed the thought aside, focusing more on getting himself and the redhead checked out. Why are you helping me? Gaara finally asked after what seemed like an eternity of silence. Why? The match is over, isn't it? The medics would have probably arrived 2 minutes after I left, so I figured why not just go together. Their hands are probably full with other contestants, so why not make their workload a little easier by going ourselves? And it's not like we're so injured we can't go on our own, Naruto said, getting a soft nod from Gaara. And it's the least I can do. You gave me a nice battle out there, Naruto finished before silence resumed. They continued in amiable silence, contrasting the awkward silence from before. Gaara's nervous face now bore a small smile. Upon entering the infirmary, chaos erupted. The two were surrounded by Narumi, Mito, Yakumo, and the various nurses tending to other patients. Ignoring them, Naruto helped Gaara to a bed before sitting on one himself. He was then bombarded with questions from his sisters and teammate. Narunii. Narumi cried, clinging to her older brother and burying her face in his chest, much to Mito and Yakumo's annoyance. I thought you died when you got hit in the chest. Don't scare me like that, you dummy. Stupid dummy. Narumi continued, tightening her ironclad grip as Naruto released an exhausted sigh. Ahem. Umi-chan, can you let go of Naruto nii? Mito shouted, grabbing her younger sister's shoulder, her brow twitching in irritation. Nu-ha. I'm not letting go of Narunii until he apologizes and promises to never do something like that again. Narumi countered, sticking her tongue out at Mito, whose brow twitched more as a tick mark appeared on her forehead. Narumi-chan, Mito-chan. Naruto-kun needs to rest. He just finished his match, remember. Yakumo half said, half scolded the two, who froze before nodding and moving away from their older brother. As the group had their little comedic moment, Gaara sat on his bed, a hint of envy in his eyes at the sight of Naruto being asked if he was alright. To his shock, his own sibling slowly and hesitantly approached him. Are you okay, Gaara? Kankuro asked, trying his hardest not to sound nervous or afraid. I'm fine, thank you, for worrying about me, Kankuro. Gaara replied in an uncharacteristically soft tone, shocking his siblings. Here, let me check, Tamari said, moving a nervous hand towards her younger brother's face before cupping his chin and gently checking his features for any lingering injuries. While she did this, both Gaara and Kankuro's eyes widened, but slowly Gaara closed his eyes, a soft smile appearing on his lips, taking in the warmth radiating from his older sister's hands, a warmth he had forgotten as a child. As Tamari gently shifted and tilted his head, Gaara willed himself to hold back the tears that began to form in his eyes. Seeing Gaara smile stunned Tamari and Kankuro, but only briefly before they smiled themselves. Kankuro even had tears forming in the corners of his eyes, having forgotten his younger brother's smile. Not wanting to marry to get a head start, Kankuro fetched a washcloth and wiped away the dried blood covering him. When the warmth of the washcloth touched Gaara, he flinched slightly before relaxing into his sibling's care. As they continued to tend to him and check for injuries, Gaara finally let the tears flow, sniffling softly, shocking Temari and Kankuro once again. But soon, shock was replaced with warm eyes as the two gently embraced their younger brother. The younger brother they had always loved, the brother who was taken from them by their father's twisted and horrible ideals, the brother they had finally gotten back. Seeing the Suna siblings share a family moment, the nurses smiled, allowing Temari and Kankuro to tend to their younger brother, promising to inform them if any treatment was needed. Meanwhile, Naruto stared blankly before closing his eyes and getting out of bed. His sudden action startled Narumi, Mito, and Yakumo, who demanded he remain in bed until they deemed him healthy enough to move. Brushing off their concerns, Naruto was about to leave the infirmary when a purple missile collided with him, almost knocking him to the ground. "Naruto!" Anko cried, smothering Naruto with her ample chest as everyone looked on in embarrassment. Realizing he wouldn't be leaving the infirmary anytime soon, Naruto sighed, resigning himself to his fate. As he did, another person appeared and latched an ironclad grip on his head. Without even turning around, Naruto knew who it was from the killing intent alone. "Hey, brat. How nice of you to almost die out there," Zabuza growled, a cold glare and wicked grin on his face. "Knock it off, Mamakai. Can't you see I'm tending to him?" Anko said, glaring at Zabuza, who returned it with the same intensity. "Hey, can the two of you please not make a scene? We're in a place of healing, it's not someplace you should start a fight," Naruto said, letting out another exasperated sigh. Flinching at his words, they both began laughing nervously as they noticed their inappropriate behavior. After regaining their composure, they refocused their attention on the blonde between them. Once again, Anko gave him a motherly hug that made his eyes widen, a warm, fluttery feeling stirring in his stomach. It was different from Kushina's crushing hugs that nearly broke him in half. Satisfied, Anko broke the hug as Zabuza put a comforting hand on his head and ruffled his hair. Again, it felt different from Ryohei's. It was still warm and comforting, but there was that strange feeling again that swelled inside him when Zabuza ruffled his hair. Mentally shaking his head, he pushed those thoughts aside as he greeted them both. As they finished their greetings and congratulations, Minato and Kushina finally arrived at the infirmary, Kushina instantly clinging to Naruto as if her life depended on it. As his wife cuddled Naruto, Minato chuckled before approaching the two. "Naru-chan, are you hurt? Where have you been? You never contacted me before you left." Kushina fired off question after question about her son's well-being, though the blonde in question simply let out another exhausted sigh. "Kushi-chan, let Naruto breathe. He won't be able to answer you if you keep smothering him," Minato said, noting Naruto's slightly pale face as he endured Kushina's hug. "He's fine, I've seen him in worse shape before. Isn't that right, brat?" Zabuza said with pride, knowing that most of Naruto's hospital trips were because of him. "Mamakai's right, Kushina. Naruto's been through worse. The nurses, Mamakai, and myself all believe he's fine," Anko added, getting a nod from Zabuza. Flashing grins at each other, Anko and Zabuza both patted the now-free Naruto on the back as they laughed at him taking large gulps of air. Though it seemed innocent, Minato and Kushina felt a pang in their hearts seeing Naruto interact so intimately with Zabuza and Anko. Shaking those negative thoughts from their heads, they quickly dispelled the gloomy atmosphere by smiling and moving towards their favorite dining spot. "Hey, Naruto, why don't we grab some yakitori before we call it a day? Kinda like a pre-celebration, you know," Zabuza said, getting Anko's attention as she flashed a grin. "I'm all for that idea. It'll be a nice way for us to catch up too. We've got a load of things to tell you, believe it or not, a ton of things have happened since you left," Anko added, making Naruto shake his head with a small smile. "That sounds good to me. I assume we'll be meeting up at the same yakitori stand you talked about before I left, correct?" Naruto asked, getting an affirmative nod from the pair. "Then we'll meet there. For right now, I need to go shower and change," Naruto said as they smiled and gave him one more hair ruffle before happily chatting as they left the infirmary. Seeing that Zabuza and Anko had finally detached themselves from Naruto, Minato, and Kushina approached him with the rest of their family. As soon as they were in range, Narumi latched onto his right arm with a cheerful smile, while Mito's eye began to twitch again and Menma merely scoffed. "Naru and I. We're going to Ichiraku's for dinner. You're coming too, right?" Narumi asked, putting maximum power into her puppy dog eyes. If Naruto were a normal man, he would have immediately given in, but unfortunately for Narumi, Naruto wasn't such a man. Before Naruto could answer, Mito tentatively grabbed his free hand and employed her version of puppy dog eyes. Soon, Naruto's brow began to twitch with irritation at his sister's attempts to get him to join them, but before he could say anything, Minato spoke up. "Naruto, you should join us. It would be a great chance for us to catch up and talk about what happened over the course of the month." It'll also be a great chance for us to catch up as a family, Minato said with a smile, Kushina and the girls grinning as well. Menma was the only one not as enthusiastic about him joining them. If he doesn't want to come, then don't force him to, we don't want him spoiling the mood at dinner with his attitude, Menma said, shaking his head as the rest of his family frowned at his words. Menma, Naruto is your older brother, and you should show him the respect he deserves. You might not like him, but he's your family, our family, Minato reprimanded Menma, getting a grunt from the other blonde. Your father's right, Menma, you used to get along so well when you were little, Kushina added, making Menma bristle slightly, but he held his tongue, knowing better than to argue against his mother as it would end with him losing no matter what he said. I'm sorry, but I've already made plans for dinner. I thank you for your offer, but I'll have to decline, Naruto said, getting curious and sad looks from his family. If you need to know, I'm having dinner with Anko and Zabuza, they were the ones who invited me first, and it would be rude to decline as I've already accepted their offer, Naruto said, seeing the curious look sent his way. Ah, I see. Well, maybe some other time then? Minato asked, his voice tinged with slight disappointment. Naruto merely nodded at his question before checking that he had everything and walking out the door, greeting Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who were just entering. Where's Naruto going? I thought you were going to invite him to have dinner with us? Tsunade asked, though the sad faces that followed the blonde were enough to answer her question. Well, there's no use fretting over it. Come on, let's go before it gets late, Jiraiya said, taking a quick glance at his oldest godson before shaking his head. I'm sure that he'll come around eventually, Orochimaru said, getting a weak nod from Kushina and Minato. Seeing their oldest wouldn't dine with them but with two others who acted so intimately with him crushed their hearts. Seeing him actually show a small smile when Zabuza and Anko fretted over him cut Minato and Kushina's hearts deeply, feeling like their position as his parents was being usurped by the two. Pushing those negative thoughts aside, they quickly dispelled the gloomy atmosphere by smiling and moving towards their favorite dining spot. As soon as he left the infirmary, Naruto immediately sensed the presence of two very angry girls. He knew it was Haku and Satsuki, and he wasn't in the mood to entertain their questions or anger. With newfound strength, Naruto quickly left the stadium and the two fuming girls behind. Scene change, examination stadium, Naruto's apartment. Naruto smiled upon entering his apartment, seeing his plants thriving. He watered his calamondon and flowering maple, then picked a ripe orange from the calamondon. Opening his door, Naruto was relieved to find his apartment wasn't as messy as he'd expected. After taking off his shoes, he checked his plants, finding only a few wilted but none dead. He quickly watered them, then smiled, deciding to nap before dinner. Hours later, Naruto finished getting ready and noticed Zabuza and Haku weren't there. His suspicions were confirmed after checking their empty rooms. Sitting at the counter, the house felt empty and quiet. He realized he'd grown to enjoy their laughter and conversation. Sighing, he pushed away those thoughts, reminding himself he was used to being alone. He stretched, then headed out the door to the agreed-upon yakitori stand. Upon arriving at Yasan Yakitori, Naruto found it to be exactly as Zabuza described, small, quaint, and inviting. He froze upon entering, his eyes widening at the sight of Anko and Zabuza. Zabuza had his arm around Anko's waist, and her arms were wrapped around him. He was feeding her, grinning, while she ate happily, blushing with a blissful expression. Naruto realized he had two unappealing options: pretend he saw nothing and congratulate them on their undying love, or leave and never look back. When Anko began nibbling Zabuza's neck, causing him to choke, Naruto's mind went blank. He decided to choose the second option, not wanting to interrupt their dinner. However, just as he was about to turn, Haku grabbed his wrist, her icy touch confirming her identity. My, Naruto-kun. How nice to see you after all this time, Haku said, her voice syrupy sweet, making Naruto sigh. Hey Haku, would you mind letting go of my arm? Naruto asked, but Haku's grip only tightened. Why in heaven's name should I do that? I believe you owe me an explanation for not seeing me after your match, Haku replied, her tone growing colder. Because I'm not too comfortable being in their presence, Naruto said, gesturing towards Anko and Zabuza, who were now nuzzling each other. Oh. Haku's voice became strangely depressed as she saw her father and Anko. Hey, why don't we sit down? Naruto suggested, observing Haku's unusual sadness. They found a seat a distance away from Zabuza and Anko. Naruto ordered pork belly, chicken wings, and skin. Haku ordered pork belly and skin but chose chicken thighs instead of wings. They sat in uncomfortable silence until Naruto broke it. So, is something the matter, Haku? You seemed depressed when you saw Zabuza and Anko together, Naruto asked. Haku flinched, then looked down. It's nothing, Naruto-kun, please don't concern yourself with me. I'm fine, Haku said, raising her head and smiling at Naruto. You know, we've been together for quite some time. I know when you're troubled, even if you don't show it. And you know it's always better to talk about your problems with someone, Naruto said, causing Haku to lower her gaze again, which then drifted to the counter where Zabuza and Anko were. After you left for your training, Tio-Usama and Anko-san started to spend more time together, and eventually I heard that they started dating. At first I was hurt that I heard the news from a friend at the hospital, but eventually Tio-Usama told me himself, and I was happy that he had finally found someone who loved him for who he was. But slowly, I felt that we were beginning to drift apart, Haku began, tears forming in her eyes. Eventually, Tio-Usama spent a night at Anko-san's, and when he came back he seemed happier than he had ever been with me. After that, they became nearly inseparable, always spending at least an hour a day together, be it shopping, training, talking, or eating. He always made time for Anko-san in his day. Then, one day I asked Tio-Usama if we could spend the day together, just the two of us to have some fun together. But he declined, saying that he already made plans for the day with Anko-san. Haku continued, tears now flowing. I don't know what to do, Naruto-kun. I'm happy that Tio-Usama and Anko-san are together, and I don't hate Anko-san, but I can't help but feel jealous of her. She took my Tio-Usama away from me, the person who took care of me for all those years. I know I can't hold on to him forever, but I don't want to lose him. I just don't know what to do, Naruto-kun. I don't want to come off as selfish or clingy, but I don't want my Tio-Usama to leave me. Haku finished, sobbing softly into her hands as Naruto's gaze softened. Naruto leaned over and held Haku close as she buried her face in his shoulder. After a few minutes, Haku composed herself as their orders arrived. Still sniffling slightly, she was about to wipe away her tears, but Naruto beat her to it, wiping away the remaining tears. You feel better now, Haku? Naruto asked in a worried tone, his gaze making her blush and look away. Yes, Naruto-kun. Thank you, Haku said, leaning into his shoulder, savoring his warmth. With the atmosphere now amiable, they began their dinner, occasionally sneaking glances at Anko and Zabuza, who were now kissing to their embarrassment. You know Zabuza isn't going to leave you, Haku. You mean everything to him, you know, Naruto said after they finished their first order, getting Haku to look at him curiously. The reason he always works and trains so hard is to ensure that you're always safe and in good health. He made me swear to never tell this to anyone, but if it wasn't for you, he would have committed suicide a long time ago, Naruto said, causing Haku to nearly stand up if not for Naruto holding her wrist. What? Tio-Usama said that, Haku exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion and disbelief. I know it's hard to accept given Zabuza's behavior and nature, but it's true. He told me that in confidence when we were training a while ago, Naruto said. Flashback, a few months ago. Too slow, brat. You need to be faster than that if you want to surpass me, Zabuza shouted, ducking under Naruto's horizontal slash. He then slammed his palm into Naruto's chest, whose eyes widened in pain. Zabuza followed by striking the flat of his blade against Naruto's side, sending him to the ground. Before Naruto could get up, his neck was caught in the notch of Zabuza's Kubikaraibasho. Sighing, Naruto raised his hand in defeat. Zabuza chuckled and helped him up. You're improving at a great pace, Naruto, no need to be so down. Alright, Zabuza said, eliciting a grunt from the blonde, which only made him chuckle more. You know, being here training with you, it reminds me of the days after I took Haku under my wing. Training together without a care in the world, just living our lives to the fullest. Well, as full as a missing nin could, Zabuza said, laughing. His laughter then turned solemn, making Naruto look at him curiously. The day that I found Haku was the day I betrayed my village. While on a mission, I noticed an army of ninja assembled to invade the village. Instead of helping, I chose to let them attack, knowing they had little chance of causing major damage. While I didn't care much for the village, there were a few people I held dear. In that attack, I lost most of them, Zabuza began, as Naruto grew quiet. I figured that it was divine retribution or karma for not aiding my village. I thought that Kiko, Yuzumi, Moki, and the others were safe in the orphanage. I told and showed them a hiding place in the basement in case something like this happened, and they had the protection of the village to boot. Well, you can imagine what happened, and it was all that bastard Yagura's fault. Zabuza continued, his eyes showing the most hatred Naruto had seen in him. That bastard used the orphanage as a means to slow down the army. He leveled then flooded the orphanage after that army took it as a base. That bastard buried and drowned the kids who I swore I would protect and watch over. The same kids who said that they wanted to stay with me even when they knew that I was someone who could kill them at a moment's notice. The same kids who saved me from being the monster that I should have been, Zabuza continued, hiding his eyes with his forearm as tears ran down his face. When I returned, I heard what had happened, and I ran as fast as I could to see if anyone was still alive. I didn't care that it was during one of the worst storms I've seen. There wasn't. Those bastards didn't spare anyone, not even children who were no older than 3 years old. If I had just been a few hours earlier, I could have saved them, Zabuza continued, furiously wiping away his tears. As I was about to leave, I heard a whimper, and faster than I've ever moved, I started throwing away and digging through the rubble until I found the source of that whimper. It was Kiko, and I've never felt so powerless in my life when she looked at me with her eyes. They were full of so much pain, so much hurt that I started crying when I saw them. But instead of doing what anyone would have done, she gave me the best smile that she could and wiped away my tears. I'll still never forget what she said to me. Flashback, 8 years ago, Kirigakure Orphanage. Kiko, hang on. It'll be okay. I'm here. The doctors will be here soon, and you'll be okay. So don't go to sleep just yet, Zabuza sternly told the 7-year-old, orange-haired girl held in his arms, her green eyes drifting in and out of focus. Zabunii? Kiko asked, her voice raspy and pained, barely above a whisper, almost drowned out by the rain. Yes. I'm here, Kiko, Zabunii is here. So please, don't go to sleep, okay? Help is almost here, I can hear them. Can't you hear them? Zabuza said, desperately trying to keep the girl's attention focused on him. The sounds of thunder and rain drowned everything else, but in the distance, footsteps and shouting could be heard. Aha, I hear them, Zabunii. I can hear my Kaa-chan and my Ne-chan, Kiko said, as Zabuza's eyes widened, tears starting to fall. Zabunii. I'm cold, Kiko said, shivering as Zabuza held her closer, bringing a smile to her face. You're always so warm, Zabunii, Kiko said, as Zabuza gritted his teeth, tears racing down his face even faster. Zabunii. I'm getting sleepy, Kiko said as Zabuza's head snapped up, his terrified brown eyes meeting her sleepy green ones. No. You can't go to sleep, Kiko. You need to stay awake. Please, Zabuza nearly shouted, resting his forehead against hers. Zabunii. I have something for you, Kiko said, reaching into her torn kimono and pulling out a piece of paper. Kiko, please. Stop talking, save your strength. If you do, we'll play all day together, I promise, Zabuza said in a pleading tone, desperately begging the girl in his arms to stop her rambling. Zabunii. Please take it. I made it for you, Kiko said, as Zabuza just nodded, taking the soaked piece of paper as if it were made of glass. Zabunii. Can I go to sleep now? I'm really tired, Kiko asked, as Zabuza trembled with her in his arms. Zabunii, don't cry. Please don't cry. Everyone knows that Zabunii did his best, Kiko said, giving Zabuza a gentle smile as his head snapped up. With a shaky hand, Kiko brushed away the tears falling down his face, making him sob harder. Pulling her hand back, Kiko weakly adjusted herself so her head rested comfortably on Zabuza's shoulder. Zabunii. I think it's time for me to go. My Kaa-chan and Ne-chan are smiling at me, Kiko said, as Zabuza lowered his head, running his hand through her hair, which made her hum in contentment. They're here to pick you up, he said, trying to keep his voice joking, though it came out shaky and pained. His heart nearly stopped when she took a sharp intake of air before coughing. They're here to take me home, Zabunii, she said with a small smile on her face as Zabuza tried his best to smile back at her. Zabunii. I wanted to always tell you something. Can I tell you now? Kiko asked, getting Zabuza to nod gently at her request. I wanted to thank you, Zabunii, for bringing me here, for giving me another family with Yuzumi-chan, Moki-kun, and everyone else, including you, Zabunii, Kiko said, causing Zabuza to choke back a sob. Please, stop saying this crap, Kiko. I don't want to hear it, Zabuza said, though his tone betrayed his words. I used to be so sad. After Tio-yu-san left me, Kaa-chan and Ne-chan, people would hurt Kaa-chan and Ne-chan and me. Then Kaa-chan and Ne-chan died, and I was all alone. But then Zabunii found me and rescued me. You saved me, Zabunii, and I'll never forget that, Kiko said, tears finally falling from her own eyes as she thanked her big brother. That's enough, Kiko. Just stop, please, Zabuza begged, holding the crying girl close to his chest. Just one more thing, Zabunii. No matter what anyone says, Zabunii is the kindest and strongest person I know. And I love you, and I always will, Kiko said, flashing Zabuza the brightest smile he had ever seen from her before it slowly thinned to a small upturn of her lips. With those parting words, Zabuza finally broke down. With his free hand, he opened the piece of paper Kiko had given him, tears falling even more when he saw what was on it. My dream for the future is to grow up into a fine woman like Zabunii said and marry him. Then we'll have a boy and a girl and be a happy family all together. So Zabunii, when I get older and become a fine woman, please marry me. Finally, Zabuza threw his head back and screamed towards the heavens as thunder roared above. As the rain started to come down harder, the piece of paper with Kiko's dream for the future began to disintegrate until only a small piece with her name remained. Soon, the backup team arrived and found the demon of the hidden mist crying. After a few moments of silence to allow him to grieve, they approached him. Mamakai, let's go. We've already spent too much time here, Akiri Jonin said, shaking the young man. This isn't fair, they didn't do anything wrong. Zabuza muttered, still holding Kiko's now cold body. "Did you hear me? It's time to go." "They were just orphans, they were expendable," the Jonin said, before a sickening crack echoed out, followed by a scream of pain. There stood Zabuza, holding the Jonin's broken arm, his eyes screaming for murder. Tears streamed down his face, contrasting with the demon-like look. "Say that again," Zabuza said, his voice colder than steel as the rest of the team tensed. "Zabuza, stand down, that's an order." "They didn't die in vain, they helped stall the enemy long enough for us to take out the rest of them," an auburn-haired woman shouted, though she was also tense. "Don't you dare say that, Terumi. They should have never died in the first place. That bastard Yagura is going to pay," Zabuza said, snapping the rest of the Jonin's arm, causing him to scream in greater agony. "Shit! Stop him at all costs. Try to avoid killing him," Mei shouted as the other ninjas sprung into action. Dodging a slash from a pair of masked kunoichi, Zabuza sidestepped before grabbing her wrist and breaking it, causing her to cry out. Her cries were silenced when Zabuza swiped her kunao and drove it through her throat, a gurgling noise replacing her scream. Kicking her away, he stopped the other from driving her own kunao into him by catching it in his hand. Stunned by his reckless action, Zabuza capitalized, driving his hand into her throat. Ripping the kunao from her grasp, Zabuza drove it into her neck. Grabbing the dying kunoichi's body, Zabuza threw it towards the shinobi who tried to attack him from behind. Unable to stop in time due to his momentum and the slick, rain-covered ground, the shinobi crashed into the body. Sprinting to him, Zabuza avoided a hail of shuriken and kunao from the other team members. Stopping before the shinobi, Zabuza ripped the kunao out of the corpse and drove it into the man's temple before ripping it out again. Ducking, he avoided being beheaded by an enraged Mei. Spinning in the air, Mei dropped her leg, attempting to force Zabuza to dodge. To her surprise, he caught her leg, spun, and slammed her into the ground. Without wasting time, Zabuza backpedaled as a volley of water bullets ripped through the spot he had just occupied. To everyone's horror, he began flashing through a set of seals faster than they had ever seen him do before. "Suten, Debakufa no Jutsu," he roared as a spiraling vortex of water formed behind him before ripping towards the stunned group of ninja. Some were able to dodge, but more than half of the ninja were dragged into the vortex and thrown about in the surge of water. Seeing he had dealt with a majority of his former team, Zabuza turned to leave but was stopped when Mei grabbed him by the ankle. "Zabuza, what the hell are you doing? You're going to be executed for this," Mei shouted, pain evident in her voice. "What am I doing? I'm going to kill that bastard Yagura," Zabuza said, his voice sharper and colder than steel. "Kill Yagura? Why? For the lives of a few kids," Mei shouted, not believing he would take revenge for such a petty reason. She cried out in pain when he stepped on her hand. "Tch. I thought you'd understand me, but I guess I was wrong," Zabuza said before sprinting towards the Mizuki's office. Flashback end. "After that, well, I failed and fled Kiri. Then, I met Haku, and well, she saved me from doing the dumbest thing I've ever thought of doing. I was about to rush back to Kiri and kill Yagura, knowing that I wouldn't make it back out. But she saved me. She gave me a purpose to live, to protect her like I should have protected those kids. It was then that I swore that I wouldn't let Haku ever cry, no matter how painful it was," Zabuza said, ending his tale as Naruto looked away, wiping tears from his own eyes. Why don't we call it a day, Naruto?" "Thanks for listening to me ramble," Zabuza said, ruffling Naruto's hair before they left. Flashback end. "You gave him a reason to live, Haku. You're the reason why he's still here, never forget that," Naruto said, rubbing Haku's back as she sobbed into his shoulder. "Why you're right, Naruto-kun. Come, let's go greet them," Haku finally said after a few minutes of crying, before the pair made their way over to Zabuza and Anko. When they arrived, they shared what they had discussed, including the story. Zabuza and Anko apologized for their actions, Zabuza for not paying attention to Haku, and Anko for making Haku feel like a wedge in their relationship. Though Zabuza was angry and felt betrayed that Naruto had broken their agreement, he brushed it off, admitting he should have told Haku sooner. After that, they enjoyed a night filled with laughter. They soon departed the establishment, with Anko heading to her apartment, leaving Naruto to carry a drunk Zabuza home with Haku. The sun was beginning to set, and children still played, making the most of the last hour of daylight. Was it? Where you taking me? I didn't do nothing wrong. It was all this guy's idea, Zabuza slurred, pointing at Naruto, making Haku blush with embarrassment as Naruto just laughed. As his drunken rambles continued, he suddenly stopped, his eyes widening as a sound he hadn't heard in years reached his ears. Slowly, almost afraid, he turned towards the source, and his eyes widened even more as tears began to form. A girl with flowing orange hair and shining green eyes ran and laughed in the setting sun. Soon, an older girl with the same hair and eye color chased after her, laughing, before catching her and hugging her, both smiling. Then, a woman with her hair tied in a ponytail giggled. They smiled as well. "Good morning and welcome back. Minato's cheerful shout sent a wave of excitement through the stadium, as the crowd eagerly settled into their seats. The crowd's anticipation was palpable. The finals had been postponed a day to allow Menma, Mito, Narumi, and Naruto to rest, fueling their eagerness. They had a full day to watch the matches of their cage's children, the heirs of the Uzumaki Namikaze, and among the top genin of their generation. Nothing could have kept them away, especially after witnessing Naruto, the Dark Horse. His fighting style, so distinct from his siblings, known to be trained by famous and powerful ninja, left everyone wondering who his mysterious mentor could be. The day before, Temari had informed Minato of her withdrawal, stating her desire to ensure Gaara didn't lose control, which Minato accepted. As he prepared to announce her decision, the Kaze Cage intervened, wishing to avoid embarrassing his daughter and dampening the excited mood. The buzz surrounding Naruto's hidden abilities wasn't limited to the general public. Other ninja, particularly those who knew him well, were equally intrigued. Even his team, who had seen him confront Zabuza, had never witnessed him fight with the intensity he displayed against Gaara, especially near the end. His family and godparents, however, were the most eager. The Naruto they knew was the dead last of his class, perhaps even his generation, but his match with Gaara shattered that image. Witnessing him move with Jonin-level speed and defeat Akage's son without any formal training, only deepened the mystery surrounding his life. They decided a serious conversation was in order after the exams, and they wouldn't take no for an answer. Soon, the roar of the crowd intensified as the four finalists made their way to the arena center. Standing side by side, Mito, Narumi, Menma, and Naruto reveled in the cheers. The three younger Uzumaki Namikaze children smiled and waved, prompting another surge of applause. Naruto, however, chose to ignore the crowd, eliciting reactions ranging from curiosity to disgust to awe. The cheers subsided as Minato descended into the arena, his children shifting their tense gazes from the crowd to him. Scene change: Examination Stadium Arena. Standing before his children, Minato couldn't help but grin. Words couldn't express his pride that all of them had reached the finals. No matter the outcome, he would be equally proud. All of you, I'm incredibly proud you've made it this far, Minato began, his children visibly relaxing and smiling. But, as you know, this is a competition, so there can only be one winner. Still, no matter who wins, I'm very proud of each of you. Naruto remained impassive. For the finals, you'll be randomly paired by drawing lots, Minato explained, producing a set of sticks from his pocket. The person with the matching stick color is your opponent. After what felt like an eternity, they each drew a stick, the crowd leaning forward in anticipation. Their eyes widened, all the sticks were the same color. They snapped their gaze to their father, who now wore a mischievous grin instead of his proud smile. What's the meaning of this, Dad? They're all the same color. Narumi complained, her cheeks puffing slightly at her father's joke. Does this mean we're all going to be fighting at once? Mito asked hesitantly, her father's widening smile confirming her suspicion. What, Dad, that's a stupid idea. We won't have enough space to go all out, and what if one of us gets teamed up on? Narumi protested, an angry pout on her face. Now, calm down, Minato reassured them. I know it's sudden, but your mother, your godparents, and I want to see where each of you truly stands. And don't worry about the arena size, I have a solution for that. His children responded with a mix of confusion, irritation, resignation, and impassiveness. Come on, don't be so down. This will be a great chance to see who has grown the most over the past month. Minato urged, a hidden smirk playing on his lips as his children's eyes lit up with familiar competitiveness, except for Naruto, who remained impassive. Alright, then could all of you stand in opposite corners of the arena? I'm going to need a few extra hands for this jutsu, Minato instructed. Mito, Narumi, and Menma enthusiastically moved to the east, north, and west respectively, while Naruto moved to the south. Once they were in position, Minato smiled at them, as the crowd watched in awe, eager to see their cage perform a jutsu other than the Hairei Shin. Gesturing to his children, he had each of them mimic and perform a unique seal, though he had to plead with Naruto to agree. With everyone in position, Minato quickly drew and threw one of his specialized kunao, closed his eyes, and made a seal of his own. Hairei Shin, Durei. Minato declared. A sealing array appeared, stretching from each of the four Uzumaki Namikaze children. The array glowed light blue, and then all five vanished, leaving a stunned stadium behind. Scene change: Unknown Plains. In an unknown location, the five reappeared, all but Minato feeling nauseous from the sudden teleportation. Once they settled, they looked around. The large, enclosed stadium was replaced by a vast, seemingly endless expanse of land, sparsely dotted with trees. A little awestruck, they were jolted out of their stupor when Minato spoke. Haha, sorry about that everyone. But hey, it'll be good practice for when I teach you my Hairei Shin in the future. Minato chuckled, causing his children to snap their heads towards him. Where are we, Dad? Narumi exclaimed excitedly, taking in the beautiful view as Minato chuckled. This is where your match with each other will take place, he announced, their eyes widening. But what about the audience? Won't they be mad they can't see our match? Menma asked, prompting another chuckle from Minato. Don't worry about that, I have it all figured out. He replied confidently, though he received doubtful looks in return. Well, what about a proctor, Dad? I mean, we won't fight to kill, but still, you never know what might happen, Mito said, casting a slightly worried glance at Menma and Naruto, though neither seemed to notice. Don't worry about that, Mito-chan, that's why I'm here, a calm voice interjected, causing the children to turn. Ah, Kakashi and I. Menma exclaimed happily, and Kakashi responded with an eye smile. Now, let's get down to business, Minato began, his tone now stern and professional, causing his children to tense. This is the final match of the exams, and the most important in your cases. Either way, I don't want any of you doing anything that can cause permanent damage to each other. No matter how much you want to win, you're still fighting your family. Do I make myself clear? Minato said, his serious gaze fixed on each of them, causing them to straighten and nod stiffly. Good. Now the rules are the exact same as before. Kakashi will enforce them and will step in if he deems the situation dangerous. If you lose consciousness or Kakashi stops you, you're finished, Minato explained as Kakashi created a number of clones and had them fan out to cover the area. With that, good luck to each and every one of you. No matter who wins or loses, I'm very proud of you all, Minato concluded with a smile before vanishing in a flash of yellow. Well, why don't we get started, eh? Kakashi said with a hint of excitement, his honorary younger sibling smiling and smirking, sans Naruto. Scene change, examination stadium, arena. Throughout the exchange in the plains, the audience had been watching, thanks to Zabuza's large-scale Suro no Jutsu and Minato's Tomegani no Jutsu cast on the sphere. As the crowd watched, their excitement was boundless. While they couldn't see the match firsthand, this allowed the four to go all out without worrying about their safety, a trade-off they were more than willing to accept. Their attention briefly shifted when a flash of yellow appeared beside Zabuza. Minato gave the bandaged man a smile, which he returned as best he could. Turning to the audience, he smiled, eliciting a roar in response. Disappearing and reappearing in another flash of yellow, he retook his seat in the cages box, noting the absence of Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Now, show me what you all are truly capable of. Minato thought with a smile. Scene change, unknown plains. Standing on opposite ends of the plains, Mito, Narumi, Menma, and Naruto stared each other down, all of them tense. Now, are you all ready? Kakashi asked, turning to face each of them, noting their increased tension. All right, then, begin, he shouted. They sprang into action, Mito, Menma, and Narumi creating as much distance as possible from each other. While his siblings dashed backward, Naruto opted to glance at each of them before closing his eyes and sighing, his body visibly relaxing as Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Mito couldn't help but feel a little miffed by her older brother's casual dismissal. Didn't he know they trained with the very best, while he declined even their father's offer? The thought both angered and intrigued her. A small smile on her face, she locked onto him as her target, exploding forward with speed far greater than she had previously shown. Narumi wore an angry pout as she glared at her older brother. Why wasn't he taking this seriously? Did he want to lose? Didn't he know she was trained by Tsunade Bachin? A peeved grumble escaped her lips. She was going to knock him upside the head for ignoring her. Like Mito, she channeled her strength into her legs and sprinted, the ground erupting behind her as she bolted towards Naruto. Menma's face was contorted with rage. Naruto had merely taken a deep breath and relaxed, as if they weren't even worth his time. His apparent arrogance infuriated Menma. Gritting his teeth, he made Naruto his primary target and sprinted towards him, the ground beneath him caving in from the force. With all three barreling towards Naruto, Kakashi was about to intervene, seeing that he was their collective target. But he stopped, knowing that ganging up wasn't against the rules. In fact, it was a tactical choice, conserving energy and removing a threat. However, what happened next left him gaping. Naruto and Mito began, cocking her fist back. Don't you look. Narumi continued, drawing her fist back as well. Down on us. Menma finished, crouching low with his hand drawn back. With Jonin-like speed, they lashed out, a concussive sound echoing from the impact of their fists meeting Naruto. But that sound quickly turned into an eerie silence as they stood, wide-eyed and stunned. In the same position as before, eyes still closed, Naruto had Narumi's fist caught in his left hand, Mito's wrist caught in his right, and had guarded Menma's attack with his shoulder. The only indication of the attack was the skid marks on the ground, their combined efforts only pushing him back a few feet. They weren't the only ones stunned. Kakashi and his clones stood wide-eyed and agape. They had never expected this, especially after witnessing their growth firsthand. It wasn't possible, or rather, it shouldn't be. He could understand Naruto blocking Menma or Mito, but blocking and catching Narumi's punch was an impossibility, especially after seeing her earlier match. However, the most shocked were those who had trained the three the month prior. Watching from afar, Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru could only gawk at Naruto's casual dismissal of their attacks. He seemed unfazed. Like Kakashi, they could understand him taking an attack from Mito and Menma, but they couldn't believe he blocked one from Narumi, even if she wasn't using her full strength. Impossible. There's no way he should have been able to do that? I made sure Umi-chan's punches were unblockable. Tsunade shouted, standing up and dropping her saucer of sake. So he was hiding his strengths from us. How interesting. Perhaps Minato made the right choice in putting his faith in Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said with a small smirk. How? He trained by himself while we trained those three? I can't understand it. Was he always this strong? It has to be pure luck, there's just no other way, Jiraiya said, his eyes filled with disbelief. Naru-chan, just what are you hiding from us? Why won't you tell us? Tell me? Kushina asked, her voice barely a whisper. Naruto, however, felt nothing from their attacks. After his match with Gaara, he felt faster and stronger, and dealing with his siblings' collective attack only reinforced that idea. He barely felt Menma and Mito's attacks, while Narumi's felt like a mere poke from one of the medic dragons. There was no doubt in his mind, while not at 100%, he was more than strong enough to take whatever they had. Quickly composing themselves, the three snapped out of their stupor and jumped backward. Seeing their older brother brush off their attacks greatly unnerved them, and they couldn't explain it, but they felt something different about him, something inside them seemed afraid. What's going on? Mito asked, a hint of fear in her cerulean eyes. I don't know, Mito-ne. I accidentally used about half of my total strength, but it didn't even seem to affect Naru and I, Narumi replied in a shaky tone, a little relieved she hadn't seriously hurt her older brother, but also fearful of his dismissal of her strength. Damn, something's definitely not right, he shouldn't be that strong, Menma said as a bead of sweat ran down the side of his head. Tensing, they exchanged glances, though guilt was present in Mito and Narumi's eyes. Returning their gaze to their older brother, they moved to re-engage him, moving faster than before. Reaching him first, Mito unleashed a flurry of blows, Naruto countered each one, blocking or parrying them. Seeing him still with his eyes closed, Mito unconsciously let out a growl of frustration. Throwing a lightning-fast right, her punch was once again blocked by Naruto. Stepping in, she drew her arm back before crouching and lashing out with her left. Feeling it connect, she was about to smile but froze when she saw he had caught it with his left hand. Wrapping his hand around her fist, Naruto pulled her in and was about to slam his shoulder into her, but Narumi jumped into the fray. Throwing her right arm forward, she slugged Naruto with all the strength she could muster, letting out a roar. Feeling it connect, she followed through and felt him move. Not letting up the pressure, Narumi widened her eyes when she felt herself falling forward. Turning her head, she couldn't believe Naruto merely turned to the side once her fist connected. She was jolted out of her stupor when Naruto swung his arm and threw Mito at her, sending the two girls flying. As they flew by, Menma finished his set of seals, bringing his hands behind him. Futon, Repasho, he shouted, clapping his hands, a powerful gale surging towards Naruto. Turning his head towards the impending gale, Naruto braced himself and endured the brunt of the attack, sustaining a few cuts from the rocks swept up in the gale. As he was about to bring his arms down, Narumi reappeared behind him in a crouched position. Yelling, she spun and swept his legs out from underneath him, the force of her attack rending the earth. As he fell, Mito and Menma were beside him with their arms drawn back. Futon, Senpyakan, they shouted, throwing their fists forward as an even stronger surge sent Naruto flying. He ricocheted off the ground before lying still, to the horror of Mito and Narumi. As they were about to rush to his aid, they froze when he pushed himself off the ground before standing, placing a hand on his neck and slowly rotating it. After a few seconds, he stopped and turned to face them before opening his eyes. His usually blank navy blue eyes were now calculating, sending shivers down his siblings' spines. Seeing such a change in their big brother, they gulped nervously before turning to face each other. Nodding, they faced him once more before changing their tactics. Rushing in alone, Narumi engaged Naruto while Mito and Menma sped through a set of seals. Having learned from the previous scuffle, Narumi changed her tactics from direct engagement to a hit-and-run style of combat. Appearing next to him, she lashed out with a quick right to his side, which he blocked to her shock. Gritting her teeth, she spun and attempted to slam her heel into him, only to feel him catch it. Tightening his grip on her ankle, Naruto turned and threw her towards Mito and Menma. Stopping in the midst of their seals, the two were about to catch Narumi but continued when she righted herself in the air before landing on her feet. Turning to give them a reassuring smile, she was about to rush down Naruto once again, but when she turned around, all she saw was a hand gripping her face. Securing his grip on her, Naruto took a step forward before slamming her into the ground, Narumi letting out a cry of pain upon impact. Not wasting time, Naruto went on the offensive, rushing down a stunned Menma and Mito. Stopping in front of Mito, Naruto slammed his palm into her abdomen, causing her eyes to bulge as spittle flew from her mouth. Spinning, he slammed his elbow into Menma's jaw, sending the younger boy reeling from the blow. Turning, he was about to follow through with another strike but found his arm stopped halfway in its swing. Securing her grip on his arm, Narumi let out a yell as she pulled him forward and over her hip, slamming Naruto into the ground as a grunt escaped his lips. Capitalizing on her success, Narumi spun and dropped her elbow, a small smile on her face as she felt it connect with Naruto, the ground caving under the force of her blow. Rolling backward, she avoided an arm swinging down where she lay, as he caved the ground. Kicking back onto her feet, Narumi shifted her head to avoid a lightning-fast strike from Naruto, retaliating with a spinning backhand, which Naruto blocked with little difficulty. Stepping in, Naruto kicked Narumi's legs out from underneath her and was about to drive her headfirst into the ground with a follow-up strike but was forced to jump back as a flame bullet grazed the area his head had been a second before. He's not even trying. What the hell? Menma yelled, dropping his hands from his mouth. Don't get frustrated, Menma. It'll only make you mess up more, Mito advised, glaring at her older brother with clenched fists. Narumi then joined them, panting and unsteady, her eyes fixed on their opponent. Naruto is strong. It's almost like sparring with Granny when we trained, but he doesn't hit as hard, Narumi reported, widening Mito and Menma's eyes. You're saying he's as strong as Tsunade Bachin? Menma asked, disbelief plain in his voice and eyes. Kind of, Menma and He's almost as strong as she was when I trained with her last month. But he's definitely not hitting as hard, maybe 3/4 as hard, Narumi replied, though it didn't ease Menma's concerns. Well, I guess now's the best time for my trump card, Menma said, a smirk spreading across his face. You're not the only one who has won, Menma and Narumi countered, stepping forward, which earned her a raised eyebrow from Menma while Mito smiled. So you guys learned how to use it too, huh? Mito asked, as Narumi and Menma snapped their heads to face her, eyes wide. I guess it only makes sense since we all have a piece of the Kyuubi sealed in us. I'm a little scared to use it, but seeing what Naruto and is capable of, I think it'll be okay, Mito said, her eyes gaining a steely resolve that her younger siblings soon mirrored. Across from them, Naruto watched with the same calculating eyes, though now they held a hint of interest. He'd considered attacking them during their little team meeting but figured things would be more interesting if he gave them time to prepare. With about half his full power back, he wanted to see if he could recover more, and what better way than to be pushed to his limits. But soon, his eyes narrowed as orange chakra began to leak out and swirl around his younger siblings. With their eyes closed, Mito, Menma, and Narumi began drawing on the Kyuubi's chakra. Thanks to Minato and Kushina's knowledge, they'd learned to call upon and use a small fraction of the beast's power. Soon, just like in their matches yesterday, orange chakra exploded and swirled wildly around them. When they opened their eyes, Naruto saw they now had Vulpin pupils instead of their normal round ones. Taking a deep breath, the flailing chakra tails around them quickly quelled and receded into their bodies, leaving them shrouded in a light orange aura. Glancing at each other, they nodded before vanishing as Naruto tensed. He ducked, avoiding a head kick from Mito, then brought his arms up to block an enhanced blow from Narumi, which sent him reeling back from the force. Stabilizing himself, he quickly dropped to the ground to avoid a spinning back kick from Menma before catching himself on his palms and spinning, hitting Menma and sending him flying. A second after his attack, Menma dispersed into a cloud of smoke, Naruto narrowing his eyes at the spot the clone once stood. Spinning on his hands again, he swung his legs around and caught another Menma and Narumi in their faces, also causing them to disperse into smoke. Righting himself, Naruto brought his right arm up to block a kick from Mito that forced him to lean slightly, just enough to open him up for Narumi to slug him in the abdomen. Stepping in to increase the power of her punch, Narumi roared as she sent Naruto flying backward with a pained grunt escaping his lips, rushing him down as the ground exploded behind her. Spinning his body, Naruto managed to right himself in the air as Narumi unleashed a flurry of blows, parrying and guarding before catching her fists and stopping her assault. Tightening his grip on her hands, he twisted them upward and locked them as she yelped in pain. But soon, a grin appeared on her face. Now, Narumi shouted as Mito and Menma jumped overhead, finishing their hand seals. Futon, Ufudan, Katon, Indan. The two shouted, bringing their hands to their mouths as they fired off their jutsu. As the bullets raced towards Narumi and Naruto, Mito's wind bullet began to spin before merging with Menma's flame bullet, creating a superheated white flame bullet that slowly grew in size. Katon, Dei Shiro Enden. They shouted as the white sphere neared the two below them, the air shimmering slightly from the intensity of the heat. With a smirk on her face, Narumi secured her grip on Naruto as the bullet impacted, a shockwave emanating upon impact as a white dome of flame sprang up. As the white inferno died down, a molten crater was left in its wake, all traces of Narumi and Naruto incinerated. Landing a few meters from the crater, Mito and Menma were soon joined by Narumi, who popped up from the ground using the Doton Shinju Zansha no Jutsu that Kakashi had taught them. Exchanging confused glances, they tensed when a hand erupted from the center of the crater, followed by a singed and slightly smoking Naruto. Good, we got him, Menma said, reaching for his kunao pouch and shifting his body weight in case he needed to dodge. Yeah, but I'm also glad Naruto and I didn't get hurt that badly. We could have really hurt him if I'd put any more power behind the jutsu, Mito said, sighing in relief, having not injured her older brother as much as she'd imagined. But still, he only got a few superficial burns. Something like that probably won't work again, Narumi said, watching Naruto pat down the smoking parts of his clothes before tensing as he turned to face them again. That was good, Naruto whispered, just loud enough for his siblings to hear, widening their eyes. Did Naru and I just compliment us? Narumi asked in a stunned tone, though her heart swelled at the thought alone. I think so. Mito answered, sharing Narumi's feelings of elation as renewed energy filled her body. TCH, if you think that was good, I'll show you something even better, Menma shouted, rushing forward, never seeing the small smirk on Naruto's face. As Menma reached the halfway point, Naruto met him, his eyes widening. His arm drawn back, Naruto buried his fist into Menma's abdomen, causing spittle to fly from the younger blonde's mouth, his eyes wide and bulging. Following through, Naruto stepped forward and lifted his fist, and in turn Menma, before slamming him into the ground as a shout of pain left Menma's mouth. Snapping out of their stupor the moment Menma rushed ahead, Mito and Narumi flinched slightly in fear when they saw how easily Naruto dealt with Menma. Swallowing their fear, they exploded forward with renewed vigor before stopping before Naruto, their fists cocked back. Calculating Navy met determined Cerulean and Violet as Mito and Narumi yelled, driving their fists into Naruto's chest, shuddering slightly as they felt something crack. But their concerns vanished, replaced with panic, when they saw that flying backward in place of their older brother was a splintering log. Feeling something behind them, they quickly turned only to see a hand encompass their faces before they were driven into the ground, crying out in pain upon impact. Before Naruto could capitalize, Menma appeared beside him, his eyes burning with fury as they shifted from Cerulean to Violet, making Naruto narrow his eyes slightly. Yelling, Menma lashed out with a quick right, which Naruto evaded. Using the momentum he'd built up, Menma rolled in the air and tried to drive his heel into Naruto, the older blonde blocking his attack. Latching onto Menma's ankle, Naruto turned and was about to slam him into the ground before a sudden surge of wind sent him flying a few meters away. Turning to face its source, he saw that Mito and Narumi had their fists held out towards him before Mito surged forward, Narumi following. Jumping towards him, Mito lashed out with a vicious right that Naruto parried before having to bring his leg up to guard against a devastating kick from Narumi, one that made him lose balance slightly, which they took advantage of. Landing in a crouched position, Mito spun and swept Naruto's legs out from under him. As the older blonde fell, Menma rushed to meet him, creating a number of clones as he closed in. Sliding towards him, a pair of clones lashed out with a kick, sending Naruto into the air as another pair jumped to meet him before sending him back to the ground with a drop of their heels. As he approached the ground, a final pair of clones sent him flying away with a synchronized kick. As he neared them, Mito and Narumi were about to finish their assault but widened their eyes when the Naruto flying towards them was suddenly shrouded by a thick plume of smoke before a log dropped and rolled to their feet. Whipping their heads around, the three saw their older brother leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, his calculating eyes now staring at them with boredom. He was uninjured, the only signs he'd been affected being a few scuff marks on his clothes. You've got to be kidding me, it's like he's not even trying at all. What the hell? Menma panted, anger boiling in his veins. Calm down, Menma. He isn't unbeatable, those marks on his clothes are a clear sign of that, Mito said calmly, though exhaustion and irritation were present in her voice. Mitone is right, Menma and I've already hit him a couple of times, and I know all of those affected him. If you look at Naru and you can see he's putting a lot more of his body weight on his right leg, meaning his left side is injured, Narumi reported, taking a few deep breaths as her siblings widened their eyes at her insight. Well, we can't keep this up much longer. I'm already feeling the effects of the Kyuubi's chakra, my body's starting to ache like hell, Menma said as his sisters nodded in agreement, their exhaustion reflected in their eyes. Then I guess I shouldn't hold back anymore. Menma, Narumi. Follow my lead and don't get in my way. Alright, Mito said, taking a step forward. Before her siblings could speak, their protests died in their throats as their eyes widened, even Naruto raised an eyebrow as he settled into a loose stance. Standing between the two parties was Mito, but it was what was attached to her that caused their reactions. Stemming from her back were the legendary sealing chains of their mother's clan. Kongo Fuseta, Mito said, failing to hide the smirk that made its way to her face, a little proud that she was able to show off to her siblings, especially her older brother. Whoa, awesome, Mitone. I can't believe Kaa-chan taught you how to use them. Narumi shouted with stars in her eyes, shaking in anticipation. Awesome. I need to ask Kaa-chan to teach me how to use them now, Menma said in awe of the chains, having only seen them once when they were younger. Alright, you two, we need to go now. I can only hold them for a few minutes before they get unstable, so follow my lead. Mito shouted as she raised her hand towards Naruto, her chains shooting towards him as Narumi and Menma trailed behind them. Tensing as the chains approached, Naruto parried the first set of chains, redirecting it into the tree behind him. Crouching quickly, he avoided another set of chains that swiped the area where his neck had been, but as he was rising to intercept Menma and Narumi, he felt something wrapping around his leg. Glancing down, a small frown marred his face as the chain from before had made its way through the tree and around his leg. With a confident smirk, Mito yanked her hand back as the chain quickly retracted, yanking Naruto off his feet as Menma and Narumi shared a smirk. Yelling, they channeled the last of the Kyuubi's chakra into their limbs as they drove Naruto into the ground, a subsequent explosion of dust and debris obscuring the view. Soon, Menma and Narumi jumped out of the dust cloud as they made their way back to Mito, their older sister retracting her chains as they waited for the cloud to disperse. The Vulpin pupils from earlier were now replaced with their regular round ones, showing that the Kyuubi's chakra had indeed worn off. As it dispersed, they saw Naruto lying in the middle of another small crater, Mito and Narumi wincing while Menma let a small smirk form. Seeing that it was most certainly over, a clone of Kakashi made its way over before stopping at the edge of the crater, his visible eye widening. Slowly, Naruto sat back up, massaging his chest, wincing as he finally stood up. Shaking his head, he wobbled a bit before dropping to a knee, turning and spitting out a globule of blood before wiping the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. "The hell? We hit him with everything we had," Menma said, his eyes wide with disbelief. "All that and he just spits out a little bit of blood," Narumi whispered, clenching her hands into tight fists. "There's just no way. That was all the Kyuubi's chakra we had left, even if it was only a little, it should have been more than enough to knock him out cold," Mito said as Naruto placed a hand to his head before wincing. Naruto really should have fought them with the intent to kill, instead opting to treat the match as a training session with Yakumo and Satsuki. But after seeing their strength, especially Narumi's physical strength that matched some of the weaker bird wyverns, he regretted looking down on them. Shaking his head as he closed his eyes, he could already hear Hyo and Tigrex berating him about pride, arrogance, overestimating himself, and underestimating his opponents. TCH. I acted like one of the elders there, believing they were so far below me that I didn't even need to acknowledge them as a threat, Naruto thought, mentally berating himself for his actions as he shook his head. Slowly, he stood up as his younger siblings tensed. Compared to earlier, Naruto's presence had changed considerably. From the aloof and almost mockingly uninterested vibe he'd had just minutes ago, it had changed to what could only be described as tyrannical and oppressive. When he raised his head to face them, their very souls froze. In place of his blank and calculating eyes, they were now frigid, sharp, and oppressive. But it was his pupils that truly made them feel mortality. Instead of round pupils, his were now draconian in shape and held none of the aloofness from before. "I'm sorry for not taking this seriously," he whispered, loud enough for his siblings to hear, the hairs on their bodies standing straight up as they stiffened at his cold and empty tone. What? Narumi managed to squeak out, her eyes wide as she trembled, her siblings mirroring her actions. Relaxing, Naruto settled into a loose stance as he clenched his right hand into a tight fist. Slowly, black and crimson chakra began to emanate from it before completely shrouding it, matching colored lightning arcing up and down his arm. Those watching could only gape at the dangerous-looking chakra Naruto was building up. Nearby, the real Kakashi had his Sharingan revealed as he attempted to analyze the technique only to shut it when he felt his eyes sear in pain. Tensing, he readied himself to stop Naruto's jutsu, not knowing what it could do. "Gyukyuha," Naruto said as he struck the air, a black and crimson shockwave surging towards his younger siblings. Shock. That was all those watching could feel, most never having seen such a technique, especially not from the enigmatic eldest of the Uzumaki Namikaze. Kakashi couldn't move, not if he wanted to. There was a primal fear etched into his heart when he saw the jutsu, something inside him screamed not to touch that strange-colored chakra. The same was true for Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kushina, their very beings not wanting to get near the ghastly shockwave. As the shockwave neared the trio, they could only watch as it eroded and decayed everything it came into contact with, seeming to end all life it touched. But before it reached them, it pulsed before another shockwave passed through them, making their bodies shudder from the force. As it passed, they fell to their knees and slowly craned their heads around, their eyes widening when they saw a large cloud of dust behind them. As it dispersed, their fears only grew when they saw the size of the crater hidden by it, almost 3 times larger than the crater Mito and Menma's collaboration jutsu had created. They were broken out of their stupor when they heard a voice speak up. "Give up. From here on out, I'm not going to hold back," Naruto said in a cold tone, making them flinch and shiver from its frigidness. Looking down, they gritted their teeth as they contemplated their choices. After seeing what their older brother could do, the terrifying chakra and jutsu, and knowing that he wasn't going to treat them as if they were beneath him any longer, it was practically suicide to continue to engage him. Lowering their heads, Mito and Narumi slowly nodded. They were beaten. Out of chakra, stamina, strength, tactics, and the will to continue, they accepted their defeat. Menma, however, clenched his hands so tightly he nearly drew blood. Shakily, he stood up and glared defiantly at his older brother before Naruto slowly began to make his way over to them. Stealing his resolve, Menma continued to watch as Naruto stopped a foot away from them, Mito and Narumi staring with wide eyes at the scene, clearly expecting the worst. Gritting his teeth, Menma let out a yell as he formed an incomplete Rasengan in his right hand, charging down Naruto. "Damn you!" Menma shouted, stepping towards Naruto, his eyes filled with rage and determination. Almost instantly, the pressure Naruto was emitting skyrocketed as his killing intent leaked out, taking a visible form behind him as a black and crimson dragon leered down at the trio, its burning crimson eyes searing their very souls. His eyes snapping wide open, Menma froze in the middle of his charge, his eyes and body trembling with fear. Slowly, the raised non in his hand lost its shape as it dispersed, Menma falling to his knees as he stared with fear-filled eyes into his older brother's frigid ones. Lowering his head, tears began to fall from Menma's eyes as he bit back a sob, nodding his head submissively as Mito and Narumi stared at him with pitying eyes, the pressure and killing intent vanishing as he did. Silence reigned over the entire plains, the 5 spectators speechless at what had just happened. Slowly, they snapped out of their stupor as Kakashi slowly made his way over, making it clear he was wary of Naruto. Checking over his honorary younger siblings, with the exception of Naruto, he paused momentarily before slowly raising his hand. "Winner! Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," he said in a slightly resentful tone, his back facing the blonde. Scene change, examination stadium, stands. "Winner! Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." Like the plains, silence reigned over the stadium. But soon, clapping could be heard before cheers and applause burst from the stadium, those in attendance expressing their gratitude for the match they had just witnessed. "That was a truly amazing match. He truly is Minato-sama's oldest son. Did you see that jutsu Mito-sama and Menma-sama used? Amazing. Kaya, Naruto-sama, you're so cool. I've always known you were the one for me. Menma-sama, you did your best. I'll comfort you. Mito-chan, if you need a shoulder to cry on, mine is free. Narumi-chan, please let me heal and take care of you." A myriad of cheers and praises could be heard from the stands. The final match of the exams did not disappoint, made even more spectacular by the single night they had to wait. For a few, however, there was a very different reaction to what they had just seen. "What the hell? I've never seen him do anything like that," Zabuza exclaimed, still reeling from Naruto's display of power. "Me neither. He's never shown anything even close to that level of power during our training sessions," Anko replied, squeezing Zabuza's hand, equally awestruck by her student's abilities. "Naruto-kun, you're amazing," Haku whispered, her eyes full of adoration for her crush. The other Jonin were also stunned, completely unaware of their cage's eldest son's true abilities. They knew Mito, Menma, and Narumi were top of their generation, yet he defeated them single-handedly with minimal damage. "What was that? I've never seen anything like it," Asuma muttered, his cigarette forgotten and fallen from his mouth. "What a terrifying technique," Korone said, her eyes wide with a hint of fear as she witnessed Naruto's jutsu erase everything it touched. "Whoa, I guess he really is Minato-sama's son," Genma stated, his senbon lying on the floor, mirroring Asuma's cigarette. "Naruto-kun, what are you hiding from us?" Guy whispered, his brows furrowed, trying to understand his hidden strength. The Uchiha family was speechless at Naruto's abilities, Satsuki particularly stunned and hurt. "Well, it appears Minato's son isn't as he was made out to be," Fugaka said, Mikato nodding in agreement. "To think he was strong enough to take on students of some of our village's strongest, and single-handedly no less," Itake remarked, a small smirk forming at the thought of a potential rival. "He really is strong. Why did he hide it if he was this strong all along?" Suzuki wondered, his eyes wide as he stared at the blonde. "Naruto, are Yakumo and I too weak for you to take us seriously? Am I too weak to stand next to you?" Satsuki whispered, her tone and eyes reflecting her hurt. Nearby, their classmates were wide-eyed and slack-jawed at the spectacle. "No way," was all Kiba could utter as Akamaru whimpered in fear. "TCH, that guy really does know how to surprise people," Shikamaru muttered, a bead of sweat rolling down his face from witnessing Naruto's jutsu. "Naruto-kun, why haven't you shown that strength to us when we trained? Are Satsuki and I too far behind you for you to take us seriously?" Yakumo whispered in a hurt tone, staring at the blonde. Koji, Ino, and Sakura remained silent, still processing what they had seen, unable to believe Naruto could beat the top 3 of their generation. The Hyuga family watched with a mix of awe and fear for Naruto's victory, and fear of his chakra. "Toyu-sama. He won! Naruto Dano won!" Hanabi cheered, admiration in her eyes, a faint blush on her cheeks. "Amazing, Naruto-kun really is Narumi-chan's older brother," Hinata said, her voice filled with admiration. "He overcame the odds and won. Against someone who bested me and her older siblings, he won," Niji said with clear disbelief, his eyes wide. "Interesting. Naruto-san, you truly are an enigma," Hayashi commented, gazing at the blonde. In the cage's box, Minato and the Kaze cage were stunned into silence. Neither could believe what unfolded, Minato even more so than the Kaze cage. "Amazing. Your boy truly deserves the title of Chunin after that display," Hokage-sama, the Kaze cage said, his gaze fixed on Naruto, though internally ecstatic about his new vessel's performance. "Naruto, you did it," Minato whispered, tears welling in his eyes, a bright smile on his face. Turning to the crowd, he beamed before dismissing them, announcing that after-exam celebrations would be held later that night, eliciting more cheers and applause. As they dispersed, he bade farewell to the Kazekage, promising to see him that night for the celebrations, to which the Kazekage nodded. Minato then vanished in a flash of yellow. Scene change: unknown plains. After the match, Kakashi immediately tended to the trio on the ground, who were still in shock from minutes ago. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kushina soon joined him, fretting over Mito, Menma, and Narumi. On the opposite side of the clearing, Naruto sat quietly on a down tree, sipping water from an unsealed bottle, ignoring the commotion. Soon, Kushina spotted her eldest sitting alone, checking himself for lingering injuries. Glancing at her other children, she saw them nearly smothered by the others' combined attention. Seeing they were well cared for, she approached Naruto, stopping a few feet away. A little nervous, she steeled herself and walked toward him. "Naruto-chan," she called, drawing Naruto's attention from his leg, which Mito had ripped out from under him. "Is there something you need, Kushina-san?" he asked in his usual monotone, causing her to wince mentally. "There is something I need, Naruto-chan. I need to make sure you're still not hurt," she said, approaching him and crouching, cupping his face as he visibly flinched. Ignoring his reaction, though it pained her, she gently tilted his head, checking for injuries, noting his tense but compliant demeanor. Finding only a bruise on his cheek, she did something neither remembered. She kissed the bruise. Pain, go away," Kushina whispered, pulling back, her eyes brimming with motherly warmth, causing Naruto to flinch when their eyes met. "Does it hurt any more, Naruto-chan?" Kushina asked, smiling when Naruto stiffly shook his head no. Before Kushina could continue fussing, a flash of yellow caught everyone's attention. Grinning, Minato flashed to Mito, Narumi, and Menma, embracing them, causing them to blush from his embarrassing actions. Checking them over, they assured him they were fine, Minato noting their glance at Naruto. Turning, his grin softened to a warm smile as he approached his oldest. "Looks like you won, Naruto." "Congratulations," Minato said warmly, Naruto nodding awkwardly, avoiding his gaze, making Minato chuckle as Kushina giggled. Soon, they all gathered as a group, though Naruto tried to maintain distance, but Kushina insisted he stand beside her. As they came together, Minato and Kushina noticed Naruto's siblings seemed afraid of him, Narumi not clinging to him as usual. They also observed his godparents and older brother figure were wary of him, making him grit his teeth internally. "First of all, I want to congratulate all of you once again. You don't know how proud I am to see that all of you made it to the finals and fought with all you had," Minato began, eliciting smiles from his children, except his eldest. But those smiles soon thinned as they stared at their older brother. "I know that you three are disappointed and upset that you weren't the one who won, but remember, you all did your best and you should be proud of that. I have no doubt that you all will make the promotion to Chunin," he continued, smiling as their spirits seemed to lift. "Now, why don't we go out to celebrate? All of us," Kushina chirped happily, Minato agreeing. They were stunned, then a little upset, seeing the slightly spiteful and resentful looks on their children's faces, all directed toward Naruto. "I'm not really hungry, Kaa-chan, Tou-chan. I kind of want to go home and shower," Narumi said softly, a stark contrast to her usual exuberant tone, trying to avoid their stares. "Me too, I could use a hot shower," Mito whispered, completely avoiding her older brother's gaze. "I'm fine, Kaa-chan, Tou-san. I just want to go home and sleep," Menma said, completely avoiding everyone's gazes. Kushina and Minato were stunned, they had never seen their children so defeated. Exchanging looks, they nodded sadly, turning to face them once more. "All right, we'll find some other time," Minato said sadly, his children flinching. Pulling out a kunao, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kakashi performed the same seals as earlier, vanishing in a flash, reappearing in the stadium center. Before Kushina or Minato could speak, Mito, Menma, and Narumi left with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Tsunade respectively, without a backward glance or farewell. Their eyes widened, and they quickly turned to Naruto, their hearts breaking at what they saw. In that split second, they caught a brief flash of pain in Naruto's eyes before they returned to being blank. "And Naruto-chan, please don't hold it against your siblings, they're just upset that they didn't win, they'll be back to normal by tomorrow," Kushina quickly said, her own heart aching. "Your mother is right, Naruto, they're just a little upset. It happens to everyone," Minato added, his heart also twisting. "I'm fine, Minato-san, Kushina-san. I know that they don't see me as their family," Naruto replied softly, wrenching their hearts. "Please excuse me, I'd like to get back home and get some rest," he said as Kushina and Minato nodded softly, tears forming in their eyes. As he turned, they did something that stunned him. Minato and Kushina wrapped him in a warm, loving embrace, Kushina trembling slightly. "Naru-chan, you know that we love you. Even if we were horrible parents, even if you hate and resent us, we do love you. Never forget that, no matter what," Kushina whispered, kissing his head softly. "You'll always be our oldest and our first. And you'll always be the one who we loved first," Minato said, squeezing Naruto softly. Releasing their embrace, they wore bittersweet smiles as they stepped back. They expected Naruto to rebuke them, to say they weren't his family or he wasn't their son, but they weren't prepared for what happened next. Turning slightly to face them, his eyes shadowed by his hair, a small ghost of a smile appeared on his face, leaving them stunned. "Thanks," he whispered before exiting the stadium, leaving a stunned Minato and Kushina behind before a melting smile appeared on their faces. Turning, they nodded to each other, their eyes losing their warmth, replaced by sharpness. Heading out of the stadium, they prioritized finding answers to their family's behavior over their questions for Naruto. Scene change, Konoha Shopping District. Making his way through the shopping district, Naruto was greeted by more people than in the past. Though he returned their greetings, he knew it was only because they had seen him during the exams. As he neared the restaurants, a pair of arms wrapped around him, and he felt soft pillows against the back of his head. He didn't need to turn to know who it was, only one person smelled of snakes, poison, steel, and lilacs. "Naruto, I'm so proud of you," Anko squealed, hugging him tighter as he shook his head slightly. "It's because I was trained by the best, Anko-sensei," he said as Anko laughed, her hug changing from crushing to motherly. "I'm very proud of you, Kiki. You don't know how proud I was to see you show everyone that you aren't the dead last they make you out to be." "I'm proud of you, Naruto," Anko said as Naruto faintly smiled, feeling the same warmth as Kushina's hug. "She's not the only one, brat," a boisterous voice exclaimed as a hand ruffled Naruto's hair with fatherly affection. "I'm proud of you too, Naruto. Hearing all that crap about you being the dead last of your generation made me want to butcher the bastards that said it, but you've already slammed their trap shut," Zabuza said, Anko giggling, Naruto shaking his head at his words. "Come on, let's go have dinner. Just the three of us. Don't worry about Haku, she has hospital duty, so your girlfriend isn't going to be jealous." "Well, probably," Anko said jovially, causing Zabuza to snap slightly. "No way in hell. My little Haku is way too young to be dating. Even if you're the only one who I approve of, I still don't approve," Zabuza shouted as Anko and Naruto exchanged looks before laughing. Scene change, unknown location. "Lord Hirako, I know. Get the forces ready, it's nearly time for me to assimilate the perfect body. As soon as the first firework explodes, we strike." Sitting in silence, the Uzumaki Namikaze household lounged around. Menma poked at his ramen at the dinner table, Jiraiya and Kakashi looking on with concern. Mito and Orochimaru sat side by side on the couch, a book clutched in Mito's hands, Orochimaru glancing concernedly between pages. Tsunade softly rubbed Narumi's back as she leaned into her, visibly holding back tears. Seeing their children so upset hurt Minato and Kushina, but they steeled themselves. They were there for a different reason. Their rude act of leaving their older brother alone after his match, without congratulations or goodbye, had angered and disappointed them. Entering the living room, they gained everyone's attention, met with expressions ranging from defeated to upset to shame. A small frown on his face, Minato gestured for his family to gather. Once everyone was assembled, the atmosphere was depressing and awkward. Minato and Kushina standing before their family, their children sitting beside each other, the other adults behind them. Wincing internally, Minato couldn't believe one loss would cause his children such a slump. They had fought before, and outcomes never resulted in this, only a slight pout or a declaration to get stronger, never a loss of will or drive. "Everyone, do you know why your mother and I are talking to you like this?" Minato began softly, his children slowly nodding, avoiding his gaze, staring at their feet. "Kids, please tell us. Why are you acting like this? It's so unlike you all to be so defeated after losing one match. I understand it was the final match of the exams, but still," Kushina continued, seeing Mito and Menma clutching their clothes tightly, while Narumi's head lowered even further. After her question, Kushina and Minato stood in silence, no one moved to answer. Seeing their conflict, the two exchanged glances while their other family members placed hands on their godchildren's and younger siblings' shoulders. Slowly, Mito raised her head and spoke, her normally calm, collected, and confident voice reduced to a shadow of itself. I don't know how to answer you, Kaa-chan, Tio-yu-san," Mito said, releasing her grip on her clothes, sighing. "I'm just angry that I lost against him of all people," Menma added shortly after, tightening his grip on his clothes, Jiraiya and Kakashi softly squeezing his shoulders. "But you've all fought each other before, what made losing against Naruto any different?" Minato asked, receiving the same reaction, making Kushina and himself exchange worried glances. "That's part of the reason, Tio-yu-san. We were all trained by the best in the village while he trained alone. Even after a month of blood, sweat, and tears, we lost. What's worse is that he wasn't even trying until the very end, and then, that jutsu that Naruto NII used. I've never been so scared in my life until I saw it heading towards us," Mito said, shivering slightly, the memory of that jutsu ending all life in its path still fresh. "We were even using the Kyuubi's chakra, and he brushed it off like it was nothing," Menma added, snapping his eyes shut, the pent-up anger and frustration starting to take their toll. Minato and Kushina nodded. It would have affected anyone in their position. Trained by the village's greatest ninja, they were easily defeated, as if mere annoyances. Mito also had a point about that jutsu. While Minato didn't directly feel it, Kushina described it as feral and ravenous. Fearing it was natural, as they had seen its aftermath, the unnerving and terrifying desecration of life. I thought that we had it in the bag when I brought out my trump card, but that still wasn't enough. He wasn't even fazed by it, and it's my fault for being overconfident, Mito said, trembling slightly, Narumi hugging her close, burying her face into Mito's shoulder. If I had been stronger, then maybe we would have been able to win. You and Menma and I have always been so strong, and I trained as hard as I could to catch up to you, but it still wasn't enough. It was my fault that we lost. Narumi cried, feeling her older sister shift and embrace her, her sobs growing louder as she felt her warmth. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've always been weaker than you two, and I've always slowed you down. Just like today, she continued, feeling Menma's hand on her head, ruffling her hair softly. It's not either of your faults, it's mine. I got cocky and hot-headed. I rushed in blindly without a plan, and that caused a chink to form in our teamwork, and he took advantage of it, Menma said, the rest of his family staring, seeing his uncharacteristic admission of fault. There's no one to blame for your loss, kids. You were simply outmatched, you'll just have to train harder, right? Minato said as his kids slowly nodded, tears still falling. They knew a tough question was next, but seeing their children so defeated almost made them reconsider, yet they needed to know why they left their older brother behind without looking back. Letting them vent some frustration, they regained their attention before Kushina hesitantly asked the question that plagued her and her husband. Kids, can you tell your father and I why you left Nero-chan alone after your match? Why you all walked away without congratulating him or saying goodbye to him? He was actually hurt when he saw you all leave after declining going out together for dinner, Kushina asked, the eyes of all her children widening, Mito and Narumi's eyes beginning to leak tears at the shocking information. I thought that I was finally able to show Naruto and I that I wasn't some damsel in distress he had to worry about all the time, like when we were little. Back then, he would fret and worry about every little thing that happened to me. I just wanted to show him that I didn't need to be protected, that I could protect him instead, Mito said, tears streaming down her face, making no attempt to wipe them away as she sobbed softly, or Akimura wiping them away with a tissue. I just wanted to show him that I got stronger. I didn't mean to hurt him, I was just ashamed that I still haven't changed at all, that I'm still weak. I'm sorry, Naruto and I'm so sorry. I'm a horrible little sister. Mito sobbed into her arms, Kushina moving in to hug her as Tsunade mimicked her action while Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Orochimaru patted her on the back. Seeing their normally strong and confident daughter, goddaughter, and sister break down caused the rest of the family to nearly break into tears as well. Menma wiped away his tears with his arm, trying not to vocally cry. Tsunade and Kushina cried, whispering soothing words to her. Kakashi, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato were teary-eyed, trying to comfort her. Hurt Naru and Narumi whispered with a devastated look in her eyes, the life and exuberance that shone like stars replaced with an abyss of self-loathing and despair. And no, I didn't hurt him. I didn't hurt Naru and I didn't mean to. I just wanted to show Naru and that I wasn't a baby anymore. I was ashamed and embarrassed that he didn't take me seriously even after training with Tsunade Bachin. I didn't know that I hurt him. I just wanted to be alone and I didn't want him to see me after I lost so badly. I didn't mean to hurt him. Narumi shouted as tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes snapped shut as she sobbed loudly, Mito, Kushina, and Tsunade hugging her tightly. I never wanted to hate him, I never did, but I couldn't take it anymore. It was always Naruto this or Naruto that, it was always about him, and I hated it. I was just so angry that he was still so far ahead of me. He's always been so far ahead of me, and I hated it. I was always Naruchan's little brother or Naruchan 2.0, always living in his shadow even when we were kids, Menma admitted as tears streamed down his face, moving his free under Minato and Kushina gaze. Minato's voice turned icy as he asked, why did you all treat Naruto the way you did? Kakashi winced. What's there to say, Minato? We were concerned about our students and saw that you two were taking care of Naruto. You can't believe we were intentionally trying to hurt him, Jiraiya responded, with Tsunade and Orochimaru nodding in agreement. I apologize if we seemed cold, Minato-kun, but you must understand our perspective, Orochimaru added. We saw Naruto single-handedly defeat his siblings, whom Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kushina-chan trained. In all the years I've known him, our favoring his siblings has never hurt him, not once. We had grown so accustomed to acting that way that we disregarded his feelings and left him. Minato and Kushina couldn't deny these facts. While that may be true, was it too much trouble to simply tell him congratulations instead of giving him the cold shoulder? Minato asked, directing the last part to Kakashi, who had openly shown his displeasure when Naruto won. When you put it that way, Minato, I can see where we went wrong, Tsunade admitted honestly, her teammates nodding. I just didn't think he would actually be hurt by something like that. He's always been thick-skinned for as long as I've known him, both literally and figuratively. We were wrong to ignore him, but seeing Umi-chan, Menma-chan, and Mito-chan get beat so easily, combined with losing our bet, it just happened. Sensei, I honestly don't know what to say, Kakashi whispered, hanging his head, truly at a loss for words regarding his actions toward Naruto. Well, there's nothing else we wanted to talk about, Kushina said angrily, cracking her knuckles. I have to lecture Menma again about using the Rasengan. I thought I had thoroughly pounded it into his head to never use it against a fellow Konoha ninja, but I guess I was wrong. Jiraiya shrank after she glared at him. Afterward, I expect you to talk to him about it. If this happens again, the beating I gave you will seem like a reward. And don't you two dare forget about apologizing to Suzuki-kun, understand? Kushina asked sweetly, causing Jiraiya to sweat profusely and nod with extra vigor. We should check up on the kids. After that, I need to find Naruto and apologize again, Minato said. Kushina agreed, and the two headed upstairs, leaving the others in the living room. It's still unbelievable, isn't it? Tsunade said guiltily, the others nodding in agreement. Naruto was actually hurt that we turned down Minato and Kushina's offer to head to dinner all together. To think he was actually warming up to the family. We need to apologize as well. It was wrong of us to act like we did. We acted like children who lost a bet. I'm ashamed of how I acted. I tried for years to get close to Naruto-kun, but when the opportunity arose, I threw it away, Orochimaru said in a self-loathing tone. Yeah, but I need to talk with Menma first, Jiraiya said, shuddering. That lecture Kushina gave us still has me scarred, and I'm pretty sure him as well. Kushina had done things even Tsunade wouldn't have, mostly. Kakashi remained silent, staring down at his clenched fists. Despite Minato's warnings, he was always prone to favoritism, especially toward his younger siblings, with Menma in particular. They would try and make amends to Naruto, hoping this didn't completely shatter the little faith he had in his family. If it did, they could only pray that Minato and Kushina were forgiving, and after the last war, it didn't seem likely. Naruto's apartment. Arriving in his apartment, Naruto collapsed into his armchair, replaying the events of the last hour. He had won the Chunin exams, defeated all three of his younger siblings, been excluded from a family outing, met Anko and Zabuza before parting ways, stating he wasn't hungry, and now he was moping in his apartment. Sighing, he slapped his cheeks to snap out of his slump. Opening his eyes, he walked to the bathroom to wash his face. As the cold water hit his face, Naruto sighed before looking at his reflection. Staring back was a blonde-faced stranger, someone genuinely hurt that his family had left him out again. Where had this feeling come from? Hadn't this happened countless times before? Why did it decide to show up now, of all times? To show such a weak side to his parents, and to Zabuza and Anko, enough that they actually hugged him close and told him it would be alright. Frustration and confusion welled inside him, and Naruto saw his eyes flashing between self-pity-filled navy and cold electric blue. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the sides of his sink, cracking the vitreous china, and shook his head to rid himself of the plaguing feelings. Tigrex and Yoho had said it themselves, depending on and counting on others to hold you up will only cause you to fall once they leave you. He had been depending on and counting on his parents to help him back into the family, even if it was an unconscious action and decision, his desire to be accepted and wanted by them overruling his judgment. TCH. They stopped caring about me a long time ago. Only Minato-san has tried to look out for me, and lately, Kushina-san has been doing the same. I don't need anyone to look after me, I'm not a child anymore, Naruto said to his reflection, glaring at it as it stared back with empathetic eyes. You keep telling yourself that, but is that how you really feel? You just want to be accepted and loved again, like with Raiwo-Nyakan, his reflection said understandingly, making Naruto's eyes spark slightly. They were starting to love you again, they've always loved you but just couldn't get through due to some unknown reason. Why push them away over a simple mistake like this? They have been trying their hardest to get to know you once more, Mito-chan, Umi-chan, Menma-kun, Tio-san, Kaa-san, Ryujiji, Orkijiji, Tsunade-bachan. They've been trying to reach out to you, to us, even if it's in their own small way. Why do you keep pushing them away? Don't you want to be accepted by them? What do you know? They've always been like this, Naruto shouted, crushing the sides of the sink, ignoring the shards of china embedded in his hands. The years before I turned 5, they treated me like family, after that, they acted like I didn't exist. And now they're trying to get back into my heart? Well, guess what, I don't have a place for them anymore. Raiwo-Nyakan closed that gap, and I'll never let it open again. You act just like a child who didn't get what he wanted for his birthday. It's so sad, it's pathetic, his reflection shouted, the empathetic navy eyes now a sparking electric blue. I hate everyone because they ignored me. I'll never let anyone else into my heart after Raiwo-Nyakan, even though I've let a myriad of people inside. My family ignored me instead of praising me after I beat them, so I'll give up on trying to reconnect with them. My siblings and godparents turned their backs on me, even after trying to get to know me better because I crushed them, so I'll just bitch and moan about how they will never love me again and I'll never love them. Oh boo-hoo, I'm nothing but a hypocritical child who hasn't grown up at all after all these years. I'm nothing but a sad, scared, lonely, bitchy little brat that can't make up his mind. Grow the fuck up. What do you know about me? You're just a hallucination. Naruto shouted back, tightening his fists and drawing more blood from his wounded hands. What do I know about you? I know everything about you, you sack of shit, the reflection continued. You act indifferent and uncaring, but you're terrified of being alone. You hate being isolated from those close to your heart. You want to be a part of your family once more, but you can't bear the thought of them rejecting you again, so you push them away. You push everyone away unless they prove that they won't leave you because you hate being abandoned. When will you truly open your heart to others? What will it take? Satsuki? Yakumo? Enko? Zabuza? Haku? Kin? Tatsuko-chan? Aren't they precious to you? Will you continue to hold them at arm's length for the rest of your life? Naruto lowered his head, gritting his teeth tighter. I don't know, okay. I just don't want to get hurt, alright, Naruto admitted, his reflection starting to laugh. Isn't that the point of forming bonds? To trust in those who you let into your heart not to hurt or betray you, the reflection spoke, its eyes shifting to draconian pupils. You can't decide who will hurt you and when or if it will happen. Being hurt is a part of being a human being and having a heart. No one will ever have a life without heartache or pain, everyone will experience it at least once in their life, if not more. Accept that truth and move forward. The chains of the past have been binding you for long enough. Cast them off already and move towards the future. Grasp that future with your own hands. No matter what may come, you will always have the memories that the past has brought you. This world will only throw hardship at you, and you should embrace it and face it without fear. So, what will you do, Naruto Shuriken Uzumaki Namikaze? Will you stay weak and stagnant, or will you adapt and change to become stronger? You already know the answer to that, Naruto said, raising his head, his eyes matching his reflections, which frowned slightly before nodding and fading, leaving Naruto staring at his normal, blank-faced reflection. Sighing, Naruto cleaned and dressed his wounds before moving to his room. Stripping down to his pants, he collapsed on his bed, experiencing mental and emotional exhaustion unlike anything he had ever dealt with. The words of his reflection still echoed in his mind as he moved his arm to cover his eyes in an attempt to sleep, though in truth, he was still conflicted over his feelings. The hallucination had been eye-opening and spoke volumes about himself, but he still couldn't accept that it was him speaking. While that illusion did speak about some truths he knew about himself, could he really just let people in like that? Letting a sigh escape his lips, he already knew the answer. Ryuhei told him to, and he had already let some people inside, as his reflection had stated. His eyes closed as the sounds of the festival and exam celebrations being set up reached his ears. He really didn't want to deal with people after what had just happened. No doubt he would be in a foul mood for the rest of the night. TCH, could this day get any worse? Naruto sighed as he drifted to sleep as the afternoon slowly turned to evening. Unknown location. Lord Hirako, all preparations have been made. All units are awaiting your orders. The Sound 4 have been notified of their targets and are in position. The fireworks have an ETA of 5 to 6 hours. What are your orders? And Otonin reported as Hirako hummed in thought. Good, then all that's left is to get the summons ready, Hirako said. Notify the clones to summon the Chimera after the first explosion. Have the original Ichi, Ni, and San at the north gate to cut off all escapes. Tell them to create as much chaos and panic as possible, that will allow us the opportunity to strike. The shinobi nodded before heading back to relay the orders. Even if this invasion doesn't succeed, at least it will cripple Konoha, and I will gain a powerful asset in the exchange, Hirako whispered to himself before cackling softly. Konoha Village Center, 5 hours later. Welcome everyone. I'm very glad to see all of you so energetic and excited for tonight's festivities, Minato announced. As usual, before we begin our festival to celebrate those who put their lives on the line for the sake of their villages, let us honor those who lost their lives with a moment of silence as I light the beacon that will guide them towards the afterlife. The crowd quieted down, a peaceful silence settling in as Minato lit a small monument with a dazzling flame. After a minute of sending their prayers, the crowd slowly regained their energy as Minato turned to address them once more. Now, let us begin our celebrations. Please, have a grand time. The fireworks will start within the hour, so until then, have a great time, Minato shouted, and the crowd's roar returned at tenfold as the celebrations officially began. Laughter and shouting echoed from every corner of the village, which was filled with more life than usual. Children laughed as they tried to scoop goldfish and tried their luck at throwing wooden kunao and shuriken to knock over prizes. Couples laughed as they shared various treats and tried their luck at drawing fortunes and lotteries. With one particular couple, things began to get comically hectic. Say, you're Zabuza Mamakai, ain't ya? The man running the fortune drawing shouted as Zabuza and Anko turned around. Zabuza was dressed in a gray jinbei with a blue shark running along the back, while Anko wore a purple yukata with a white obi and a snake wrapped around its back. Ha! Yeah, that's me. Need something? Zabuza asked gruffly, causing Anko to glower at him for his tone. Zabuza, you promised me you would try to be nicer to people, remember? Anko said sweetly, making him sweat slightly and nod. Ha ha, don't sweat it, I know how some people still treat you like you ain't a part of our village, but know that I trust and know that you're a reliable and trustworthy shinobi, the man continued. You have to be if Minato-sama trusted you enough to do what you did during that last match of the exams. Zabuza blushed slightly, still not used to being praised, as Anko giggled at his reaction. Come on, why don't you two try drawing your fortunes, he said, and Anko eagerly dragged Zabuza over as he groaned. He hated festival games, he never won. Oh, stop being a wimp, Zabuza, it's not like we're fighting against an army of enemy ninja or anything. We're just drawing our fortunes, Anko said. Zabuza sighed in return, reaching out with his girlfriend as they each took a fortune. Opening them, Anko promptly turned red as she read her fortune, nearly dropping it as Zabuza cocked an eyebrow at her. What's wrong? Not what you expected, huh? Zabuza said with a smirk, snatching her fortune as she failed to stop him. Stop. Don't you dare read it. If you do, I'll break up with you, she shouted, her face becoming redder and redder. Oh, come on, Anko, it can't be that bad, can it? Zabuza trailed off as he read the fortune, his cheeks getting a tint of pink. Great luck, you and your lover will have the best odds of conceiving a child within the next few days. During this period, your love will grow stronger if you engage in more physical and emotional actions. Do not hesitate to take the initiative when the time comes. CC conceive? A child. Zabuza shouted before Anko decked him in the stomach, her face a burning crimson. You idiot. I told you not to read it, she screamed before spinning around and fleeing, tears streaming from her eyes in humiliation. Hey Anko, wait. I'm sorry, Zabuza yelled as he chased after her, leaving his fortune on the table for the older man to retrieve. Ha ha ha, small curse, you and your lover will have a fight that will decide your future together. Hold your tongue and let them speak before you do. Avoid physical contact when they are angered as it will only bring about misfortune. Boy, Zabuza-san certainly has it rough with Anko-san, but they do make an interesting couple, he chuckled, watching Zabuza embrace a crimson-faced Anko as onlookers giggled and cheered. In another part of the festival, Haku, Satsuki, and Yakumo giggled as they browsed the various stalls lining the street. They were all adorned in yukata reflecting their personalities, Haku's light blue with a white obi and snowflakes, Satsuki's royal blue with a black obi and birds featuring the Uchiha insignia, and Yakumo's magenta with a cherry-colored obi and painted flowers. They drew many glances as they walked, seemingly oblivious to those around them, until a trio of foreign teens stopped in front of them. Well, hello there. Isn't it a shame that three beautiful girls like yourselves are all alone during the festival? The brown-haired teen asked smoothly, eliciting a collective sigh from the girls. It's quite alright, we neither need nor want to be escorted like royalty, Yakumo replied, glancing at Satsuki, who blushed slightly, recalling her own younger belief in being royalty. That's not what we meant. I mean, wouldn't you all feel safer with someone who could protect you? The blonde-haired one chimed in, flashing a charming smile that made their eyes twitch slightly. Are you implying that we, as girls, are incapable of protecting ourselves? That we require a man's protection? Satsuki asked in an icy tone, her eyes narrowing slightly as nearby women paused, overhearing the conversation. I don't mean to be rude, but aren't you all a bit weak-looking? The black-haired one ventured, causing the girls and surrounding women to dangerously narrow their eyes. Yeah, please don't take offense, but isn't a woman's true place in the home, not the battlefield? You're not supposed to get your beautiful hands dirty fighting, they could be doing other useful things, the brown-haired one added, sealing his fate as the ladies encircled the trio. Oh, and just what are you getting at, pretty boy? That women can't be ninja or fight? Well, guess what, you little shits, I'm an umbu captain and have been one for over 5 years, an older woman roared at the trio, who shrunk together, trembling in fear. Soon, the terrified shrieks of 3 young men echoed as an enraged group of kunoichi taught them a very valuable lesson, one even the umbu on guard and standby avoided, praying their fellow men would learn from their mistake, never question a woman and her choice of work. Walking away with irritated expressions, the kunoichi group swiftly headed for a bar, while Satsuki, Haku, and Yakumo continued their evening, ignoring the fearful stares from a few men. Finding a dango stand, their moods quickly lifted as they indulged in the sweet treats, happily chatting about the future. However, the joyful atmosphere took a turn when Haku brought up a sensitive topic. If only Naruto-kun were here. I could be feeding him dango, and we could spend the night together, she said dreamily, resting her cheek in her palm, a faint blush on her cheeks. Like he would want to spend the night with you, Haku-san, I'm his teammate, I'd be first on the list. After all, he still owes me for the time he groped me by accident, Satsuki said, embarrassed, as Haku and Yakumo narrowed their eyes at her tone. Oh, is that so? Need I remind you that Naruto-kun and I have a physical relationship? We've already kissed 3 times, after all, Haku said condescendingly, making Satsuki's brow twitch and Yakumo stiffen slightly. Well, Haku-chan, Satsuki-chan, we'll just have to find out who he favors most, no doubt it will be someone who's spent quite a long time with him. Perhaps they were classmates for years, and he shared his bento with her once when they were younger. Yakumo said in a calm tone, though it was sharper than any kunao, her eyes reflecting her tone, stiffening Satsuki and Haku at her revelation. Lightning seemed to spark between the trio as the dango stall owner panicked, offering them a free serving of dango, which successfully diffused the tense atmosphere. Happily munching on their free plates of dango, they exchanged sharp glances. The men near the stall paled while the women smirked, having some insight into what the younger ladies were thinking. With the Uzumaki Namikaze family, they were all happier and much livelier than they had been a few hours ago. Though their smiles didn't quite reach their eyes, Mito, Menma, and Narumi were laughing and enjoying the festival together. Mito and Narumi wore matching yukata, Narumi's yellow with an orange obi and flowers, while Mito's was red with a white obi and flowers. Kushina's was crimson, matching her hair, her obi yellow with white flowers. Menma was dressed in an orange jinbei with vertical yellow stripes. The symbol of their clan adorned the back of all their outfits. Minato, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Kakashi, and Tsunade weren't dressed for the festivities, opting for their regular attire. "Ah, look guys! Takoyaki! Finally, I've been waiting for this," Menma shouted, heading over, his family sighing and laughing at his enthusiasm. "Menma, could you not act like such a kid? There's plenty of time to eat and play games," Mito said, sighing at her younger brother's antics, wondering why he acted so immature. "Oh, stop being such a stick in the mud, Mitone, it's a festival. We're allowed to cut loose," he retorted, returning with a large serving of takoyaki that he and Jiraiya promptly devoured. "Menma and I is right, Mitone, and we're still kids, you know. We're still allowed to have fun," Narumi said, grabbing Mito's hand before dragging her off to the game stalls, Menma quickly following as the adults laughed at the sight. "It's good to see that they're smiling again," Tsunade said, the others agreeing, smiles on their faces. "Now, we just need to find Naruchan, and everything will be right again," Kushina exclaimed, pumping her fist, eliciting a wry laugh from the group. "Come on, we can't let those three get into trouble now, can we?" Kakashi said, moving to shadow them, the others sighing at his protectiveness. "Someone's a little overprotective," Orochimaru sighed, receiving dry looks from everyone else. "Says the guy who sends his summons out to tail them when they head outside the village," Tsunade snickered, then burst out laughing when Orochimaru turned away, a slight blush on his cheeks, the rest following suit to his utter mortification. As they quickly moved to follow the three, Minato expertly hid his tenseness. He already knew about the attack that would undoubtedly occur within the hour. After the incident involving Hayate and Naruto, he concluded that someone from outside the village had been entering and exiting the Kanchi Kekai, the barrier team confirming his suspicions when they recalled all ninja outside the village, seeing someone exit the barrier in the dead of night under the temporary lockdown. He had informed Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, and they advised him to act as if nothing had happened. When he was approached by the Suna siblings, who told him about the plan to attack, he could only shake his head, remembering that moment. Flashback, a day ago. Hearing a knock on his door, Minato was surprised when Alice entered his office and told him he had urgent visitors. He was about to ask her to tell them to return after the festival, but seeing the tenseness in her eyes, he nodded and was shocked to see the Suna siblings enter his office. His first thought was to snap at Gaara for what he had done to Naruto, but after seeing what happened after the match, he knew it would only make Naruto look horrible in front of the boy. Gesturing for them to sit, he tensed when they asked if they could trust him. "Trust me? What do you mean?" Minato asked sharply, secretly emitting a bit of killing intent to emphasize his point. "We mean, Suna and Oto are planning to attack Konoha, Hokage-sama," Temari blurted out before covering her mouth. The three knew what they were getting into when they agreed to do this. They expected the Umbu to kill or detain them, but they were shocked when Minato remained calm, his eyes checking them for any traces of malice. When he saw none, he asked them to relax as Gaara slowly lowered his hands. Hokage-sama, aren't you shocked?" Kankuro asked shakily, noting that Gaara's sand protectively enveloped his and Temari's feet. "I'm not shocked because I already know. I've known for about a month now," he said, eliciting a shocked reaction from Kankuro and Temari. "So are you going to detain us?" Temari asked shakily, Minato giving her an unreadable look. "That depends. Why did you decide to tell me about the attack?" he asked, causing Kankuro and Temari to freeze, their words caught in their throats. "It's because the Kazekage who has been in charge isn't our father," Hokage-sama. Gaara suddenly spoke, shocking Minato. "Not your father? What are you talking about, Gaara-kun?" Minato asked, questioning. He knew about the bad blood between Gaara and his father, the man refusing to allow Minato to fix the seal. The current Kazekage has been an imposter for nearly a month, slowly turning Suna to agree with Oto to attack Konoha. "My father would never have agreed to such a measure," Gaara continued as Minato nodded. After half an hour of talking, Minato was shocked, to say the least. The man posing as the Kazekage had managed to deceive an entire country into starting a war with Konoha. He knew that Konoha and Suna were on bad terms and the treaty was supposed to cement the friendship of the two nations, but this would cause a larger rift between them. Furrowing his brow, he debated the plan he had made with his advisors. Suna was innocent in all cases, they had been deceived, and whether they liked it or not, Ninja had to follow their cage's word. Thank you 3 for telling me this. You might have saved the lives of many of your ninja. I'll run this by those I trust, and we'll try to change our plan for the invasion. In the meantime, stay in the tower during the invasion, and you'll be safe. I'll have a squad of my most trusted Umbu here to protect you 3, Minato said as the Suna siblings gave him a shocked look before bowing deeply, thanking him for his actions. Flashback end. Dealing with the situation involving Suna and Otonin would be tricky, as both sides were considered hostile. But after a few rounds of discussion, they agreed that he would announce their cage had been murdered before asking all Sunanin to surrender. However, they would only do that after securing the safety of the villagers first. They were their top priority, after all. Allowing their enemy to fall into a false sense of security would undoubtedly give them the upper hand during the inevitable surprise attack. Minato had ordered all ninjas specializing in defensive techniques to run the stalls for this year's festival. They were strictly in charge of protecting the villagers when the enemy attacked. The increased number of Umbu were strategically placed at key points of interest likely to be attacked: the village center, the important and busiest districts, and the living areas. Each Umbu squad had been reorganized to include 2 defensive specialists, tasked with minimizing collateral damage and civilian casualties, while the other 2 were assigned to eliminate any ninja using AoE jutsu. The captain's role was to get as many people to safety as possible. All squads, those working in the festival and stationed around the village's key points, were equipped with a special barrier seal that Minato, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen had been developing over the past month. The seal would create a large dome capable of withstanding several powerful jutsu, including a raise non-assault from opposite sides by Jiraiya, Kakashi, and himself. The captain would remain inside it, their primary objective being to eliminate any hostiles within while ensuring no more entered. The only drawback was that it only repelled chakra-imbued attacks, meaning thrown projectiles could pass through the barrier. While a glaring fault, it was better than losing a large number of lives to a large-scale jutsu. Exchanging glances with Jiraiya, Kakashi, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kushina, they nodded as Minato moved away from the group, having been told that the fireworks were about to start. Putting his hand into his pocket, he sent a pulse of chakra into a seal he carried, the seal glowing as the ninja who also had a copy of the seal tensed. It was a simple seal that glowed when chakra was applied, making others it was connected to glow as well. Its purpose was simple: to signal the start of battle. While the ninja who had come to Konoha to compete in the exams were now enjoying the festival, one Kunoichi frantically searched for the blonde-haired boy who had captured her heart. Kin was panting as she asked everyone she bumped into if they knew where Naruto lived. There wasn't much time left until the invasion started, and she needed to tell him. He wouldn't immediately detain her and send her for questioning, he would believe her, he had to. Naruto-kun! Naruto-kun, where are you? She shouted, ignoring the knowing looks a few older ladies gave her as she continued her search. Scene change, Konoha village outskirts. Lord Hirako, we have confirmed that the fireworks will be starting soon. All units are on standby, and Otonin reported as Hirako nodded. You all know the plan. Once the first explosion happens, terminate with extreme prejudice. Leave no man, woman, or child, and cause as much bloodshed and destruction as possible, Hirako said as the Otonin nodded before relaying the orders. Tensing, Hirako undid his bandages and took a small black pill from his coat pocket before consuming it. A surge of energy welled within him. He glared at the brightly lit village center as he began performing a series of seals. Scene change, Konoha village center. Stepping onto the center stage, Minato couldn't hide his tenseness as the ninja he had stationed shared his feelings, finishing their last seals and waiting for the enemy. Glancing around, he made sure to make eye contact with the Umbu captains and the ninja tasked with protection, seeing them nod to confirm their readiness. A bit of tenseness leaving his body, Minato flashed a smile as he addressed the crowd, hearing them cheer in response. Hello once again everyone. I hope that you all are enjoying the festival so far, Minato said, receiving a loud cheer in response. That's great to hear. Now, the moment many of you have been waiting for has finally arrived. The fireworks show will begin in 3, Minato started, the crowd counting down with him. Scene change, Konoha village outskirts. 2, a voice came from the radio beside Hirako, who finished his last seals, a bead of sweat running down his face. Scene change, Konoha village center. 1, the crowd continued, Minato and the ninja on standby tensing as they readied themselves. Oh, they cheered as the flash and explosion of the first firework lit up their eyes, the joy and radiance quickly turning to confusion and panic when they felt a very small tremor. No, Kin whispered, her eyes wide as she saw the large thunderclouds towering above the village. Scene change, Konoha village outskirts. Charge, a Sunanin shouted as they swiftly moved to invade. Rantan Aji, Rankuryu, Hirako shouted as a large black thundercloud began to form, slowly turning the clear sky black. It's time, Konoha. I'll take the Sharingan, Byakugan, and everything of value. And above all else, I'll be taking that body, Hirako whispered as he sped towards the village center, intent on ending things as soon as possible. Scene change, Konoha Village Center. As soon as they saw the towering thunderclouds, the shinobi with barrier seals quickly placed them on the ground, yelling at the villagers to get inside them as the tremor grew stronger within the village. Swiftly discarding their work attire, the ninja quickly moved outside the barrier as they heard the sound of numerous footsteps. Tensing, they positioned themselves in front of the sealing zones as the enemy troops arrived. Everyone, the safety of the villagers is our main priority. Do not let them into the safe zone even if it costs you your life, an Umbu commander shouted as he made his way inside the closest barrier, assuring those inside he would protect them with his life. When Hiriko arrived on the scene, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. They had prepared for and successfully prevented the slaughter he had planned. They had the villagers in a safe zone made impenetrable by numerous earth barriers separating them from the battle zone. Multiple Umbu squads lined the rooftops, eliminating those who tried to take to the rooftops, making it impossible to strike from above. Everything was falling apart before his eyes. They had played him like a fool. Ducking under an overhead slash, Zabuza slammed his fist into the abdomen of the Otonin who tried to blindside him while he was escorting a group of villagers to safety. Following up, he turned and buried his knuckles into the shinobi's side, a cracking sound echoing before he grabbed the man's head and slammed it into the ground. Turning around, he quickly moved to intercept a group of Otonin as they began to overwhelm the ninja stationed in front of a barrier. Pulling out a kunao, he quickly disposed of the closest ninja by hurling the kunao, embedding it in the side of their head. When he reached the group, the Konoha-nin were relieved to see a friendly face as their morale returned. Pulling out a scroll, Zabuza quickly summoned his Kubikari Basho, causing the enemy ninja to take a step back after seeing the famous blade. "Come on, let's show these Suna and Oto shitstains what happens when you mess with Konoha," Zabuza shouted as the ninja behind him roared. Rushing in, he quickly cut down the Suna Kunoichi closest to him, a blood-curdling scream leaving her throat when he bisected her. Seeing him slice through an ally with such ease caused an immense wave of panic to spread through those who witnessed the gruesome act. Enjoying their shocked and horrified looks, Zabuza proceeded to cut through the enemy ranks, eliminating those bearing the symbols of Oto or Suna. Leaving such a large gap between himself and the others, the Suna and Otonin quickly snapped out of their stupor before turning and trying to kill the man who was decimating their ranks. But as they did, many of them dropped dead with slash and stab wounds to their vital areas. Panic once again spreading through the ranks, a captain of the Suno-Oto army quickly turned to his forces. "Switch to a defensive position, they can't cut us down if they see a dash." He never finished relaying his orders as a blade pierced through his throat mid-sentence before being ripped out the side of it, Anko casting an icy glare at the stun forces as she raised her tanto once more. "None of you are leaving here alive," she declared, shooting forward and eliminating everyone in her path. As the remaining forces struggled to create distance from the two demons, a chilling cold enveloped them. They turned, paling at the sight of a massive ice mirror blocking their escape. Before they could attempt to break through, someone emerged from it, their glare so cold it could freeze fire. "Ryujin Hayaki," Haku stated, stepping out of the barrier. She swiftly lodged a handful of senbon into the ninja's vital points. With Haku, Anko, and Zabuza's combined presence, the morale of their assigned barrier team surged. Their resolve hardened, they glared at the opposing force, holding their ground and ignoring their wounds. In another section of the safe zone, Kurane, Asuma, and Genma easily dispatched enemy forces, their assigned barrier teams picking off any stragglers. Asuma sidestepped a slash and retaliated with a brutal trench knife cut to the Sunanin's face. Following up, he sliced the ninja's throat and kicked them away. Meanwhile, Genma dispatched the ninja caught in Kurane's genjutsu. The duo worked in sync as more ninja tried to separate them. Jumping back to avoid an explosive note, Asuma rushed forward, quickly performing hand seals before taking a deep breath. "Katan Hiskisho," he shouted, blowing a cloud of gunpowder at the enemy ranks, causing most to cough and sneeze. Quickly glancing around, he saw Kurane and Genma nod. He clicked his teeth, igniting the cloud with a small spark, and a violent explosion consumed the enemy forces. Taking another deep breath, he rolled aside as a volley of shuriken and kunao flew towards him. Genma quickly positioned himself between the weapons and the barrier team, flashed through seals, and placed his hand to his mouth. "Futon Daitapa," Genma shouted, releasing a surge of wind that either slowed the weapons to harmless speeds or knocked them off course. Kurane moved in, forming a hand seal to gather her chakra while Genma and Asuma covered her as Suna and Otonin attempted to rush her. "Magan Hanagasumi," Kurane cried, causing many of the charging enemy forces to freeze, with some losing consciousness. Asuma and Genma, with a few umbu, quickly eliminated those standing, clearing the area of most hostiles, the rest retreating to regroup. The same occurred in Gai and Kakashi's area. They swiftly dispatched all opposing forces, the enemy units falling back when the duo turned it into a competition to see who could defeat the most enemies. Gai moved quickly, striking and sending enemy ninja crashing into abandoned stalls and nearby building walls. With a devastating right, he struck an Otonin's head, the crack echoing as they crashed into other forces. He quickly cut through the ranks with Kakashi covering his rear, dispatching any stragglers with a glare from his Sharingan. Flashing through a set of seals, Kakashi created a clone, and they extended their hands towards each other. Raiden, they both shouted, lightning erupting from their hands and connecting to form a chain of lightning between them. Seeing this jutsu, the enemy forces tried to escape, only to find their paths blocked by an earth wall. Looking up, their eyes widened as they saw another Kakashi glaring down, his Sharingan glinting dangerously in the moonlight. Doton Dorayuki, the clone stated before dispersing, leaving the enemies to the charging pair. Most couldn't even scream as their bodies locked from the electrical current. Kakashi and his clone swiftly bisected the remaining enemy ninja. Ignoring the earth wall, they sliced through it and watched it slide and then fall onto the corpses of the ninja he had just cut down. His clone dispersed, and he regarded the small massacre with a cold eye before turning back to his assigned barrier squad. However, the most intense carnage unfolded in areas devoid of villagers. Without worrying about civilian safety, the ninja stationed there fought to their fullest, showing no remorse for the invaders. While enemy forces were decimated, Konoha suffered no casualties. Tsunade and Shizen demanded that anyone injured report to them for healing before returning to battle. Yet, one person utterly annihilated every enemy ninja in his path, Minato, vanishing and reappearing across the battlefield, cementing his status as one of the fastest shinobi alive. His usually bright, happy eyes were cold and calculating, devoid of their usual warmth as he cut down those who dared raise a hand against those he swore to protect. He threw a specialized High-Ray Shin Kunao into an Otonin's throat, vanished in a yellow flash, and reappeared beside the fallen ninja. Ripping out his kunao, he repeated the action with more and more kunao until only an almost visible yellow line danced through the enemy ranks. But he wasn't the only one wreaking havoc. In another part of the village, Kushina demonstrated why she was also known by a lesser-known title than Akai Kishio no Habanero, Red Hot-Blooded Habanero, Banakaurai, Crimson Queen. Using her Kongo Fusa to skewer, slash, and crush the ninja who approached her children, Kushina revealed a very different side to them, whom she had ordered to stay inside the barrier seal. Before them wasn't the kind, warm, loving, and gentle, albeit harsh, mother they cherished. The woman before them shared her face and body, but she was entirely different, the opposite of the woman they knew. This woman was ruthlessly ending numerous ninjas' lives before their eyes. Their protests to defy her orders and join the battle were silenced by her sharp glare, sending shivers down their spines. Keikawa-chan is as scary, even scarier than usual. Narumi whimpered, clinging to Mito and Menma, who also trembled in fear. And no wonder Keikawa-chan is one of Konoha's strongest ninja, Mito squeaked, a little green at how her mother used a skewered Sunanin's body on her chain as a blunt instrument against other ninja. Remind me to never make Keikawa-chan mad again. Menma whimpered as his sisters nodded in agreement. They weren't the only ninja forced into the barriers. Kushina had ordered them, along with all genin and below, to get inside the barriers, her glare and tone immediately shutting down any protests. Before she could reprimand those who spoke up, the Umbu captain quickly escorted the more vocal ones inside the barrier before she could react. Narrowing her eyes, Kushina growled, willing her chains to shoot towards a group of Sunanin preparing jutsu seals. The chains pierced their chests, then used their bodies as a bludgeon to force another tightly knit group of ninja apart, the Umbu in her area quickly picking off the isolated ninja. After today's events, Kushina was in an extremely foul mood, and the invasion had made it boil over. These ninja would pay for ruining her family's night and the other families in Konoha. Even more unforgivable was how a few of them had looked at Mito and Narumi with such disgusting eyes. She had saved them for last, deliberately forcing them away from their main troops. "You're going to regret looking at my girls like that, you scum," Kushina whispered under her breath in a tone colder than ice, weaving through a large number of seals before raising her hand towards the decimated group of ninja. "Kongo Fusa Seijo Sabaku," she whispered as her chains glowed a whitish blue instead of their usual yellow. She clenched her fist, and a section of chain shattered, surrounding the separated ninja group. It wrapped tightly around their chests, making them struggle to move. The chain seemed heavier than earth itself, immediately pulling them to the ground, unable to move even with combined effort. They looked up to see their allies panic and flee, leaving them to the sound of growing footsteps. Raising their heads, they paled at the enraged face of what could only be described as a demon. Their struggles grew more violent as Kushina neared. They froze when she stopped in front of them, her eyes glaring coldly down. Before they could speak, they were set ablaze, the chains glowing white before igniting. Their agonized screams pierced the air as Kushina watched impassively, their bodies reducing to ashes before her chains harmlessly fell to the ground. "Kongo Fusa Shinkokaso," Kushina said in a cold tone as she turned to rejoin her barrier squad. Umbu and villagers alike gave her scared looks before she took a protected position in front of her children, who flinched slightly at her arrival. "I'm sorry you all had to see that, but those pieces of scum did something truly unforgivable," Kushina said in a softer tone, turning to face her kids and those behind her, her eyes softer and warmer, as they usually were. Seeing Kushina return to her usual self, everyone relaxed. Her children's expression shifted from fear to understanding. After all, they had seen how those men looked at them. Menma almost rushed out to use a Raiznan if Kushina hadn't stopped him. Knowing she had acted for them, Mito and Narumi quickly hugged her before returning to the barrier before Kushina could scold them. With her back to them, they couldn't see the smile on her face as she wiped away a few stray tears. I will protect everyone with my life, so please be safe, Naru-chan. Your Kaa-chan will be there soon, so please be okay, she worriedly thought as another group of ninja arrived, only to retreat at the sight of Kushina's smoldering chains. Once the combined Oto and Sunanin forces were driven away from the villagers, most of the Konoha force regrouped at the village center. The fastest were assigned to scout the perimeter for anyone needing to reach the center. Minato arrived in a flash of yellow, made his way to the stage, grabbed the microphone, and addressed the Sunanin. Attention! All Sunanin! You have been deceived, the man you thought was the Kazekage was an imposter. I've confirmed it with the Kazekage children, and they verified he is a fraud. They are safe, and I ask that you all surrender, leave Konoha's walls, and await the Kazekage children's return. You have 3 minutes to leave Konoha, after that, we will not hold back. Minato announced into the microphone. For a few seconds, it seemed no one would heed his warning, but soon, a large number of ninja could be seen moving over Konoha's gates, fleeing the village. That brought a small smile to his face, though it turned slightly bitter as he knew they had killed ninja who were just following orders. After 3 minutes, they were about to move but stopped when strong tremors shook the village as several large, white smoke clouds appeared around it. Naruto's apartment. His eyes snapped open, and Naruto quickly got up, his instincts screaming at him to move, fast. Getting out of bed, Naruto turned to the window and widened his eyes, seeing multiple large smoke clouds encompassing parts of the village. Before he could move, a tremor rocked his apartment as a tail crashed into it, completely leveling part of the building. That tail belonged to a large, white, skeletal beast. Its head was dog-like, with bird wings, and its tails were composed of 2 snake-like creatures. Letting out a loud roar, it began to destroy the surrounding buildings, seemingly unaware that they were uninhabited. As it raised its paw to level the rest of Naruto's apartment, it froze when a haze of black and crimson chakra appeared in the rubble of the building it was about to destroy. Tilting its head curiously, its summoners appeared on its head, staring down at the phenomenon. Oh, what do we have here? Ni said, licking her lips, a little excited. Something that shouldn't still be alive, San said, narrowing his eyes, Ichi following suit. What the heck? How is that guy still alive after all that rubble fell on him? A redhead shouted, staring in disbelief. They widened their eyes as a minor explosion blew the rubble away, revealing a shirtless and bloody Naruto. His pants were shredded, and wounds littered his body from the falling debris. Heaving an exhausted sigh, his normally blank face shifted as he raised his head to meet the trio on top of the chimera. You just had to make my day worse, Naruto said in an irritated tone, his eyes sparking electric blue as a small scowl appeared on his face, causing the trio on the chimera to flinch, feeling a sense of true mortality. Konoha Village Center. So they had summons, Jiraiya said nonchalantly. Tsunade and Orochimaru stood to meet him as they moved towards the barrier, the villagers and ninjas' eyes widening at their sight. Look, it's Jiraiya-sama, Orochimaru-sama, and Tsunade-sama. We'll protect Konoha easily now. We're not going to lose now. Come on, let's go. I'm so glad to see you all here. With you, the enemy won't win. A myriad of cheers reached the trio's ears. Tsunade and Orochimaru looked a little bashful at the praise, while Jiraiya basked in it. After a few seconds, they moved to get their godchildren, smirks appearing on their faces as Kushina and Minato moved to meet them. Where do you think you're taking my kids? Kushina said in an icy tone, causing even Orochimaru to shiver slightly. They've got something they want to show you and everyone, Kushina. Isn't that right? Jiraiya said. The three looked confused before their eyes widened, their confusion replaced by determination. Yeah, we need to show you that we're strong enough to stand on our own, Kaa-chan. Narumi shouted, Mito and Menma following her example. Before Kushina could reprimand them, Minato stepped forward and looked at them with eyes filled with pride mixed with concern. Glancing up at the sun and before him, they nodded, understanding his unspoken request. Even if he hadn't asked, they would protect these three with their lives. Quickly placing a hand on each of their shoulders, they shunched into the rooftop of nearby buildings, each facing one of the four summoned chimera. Biting their thumbs, they performed the hand seals in the order of I, Inu, Tori, Saru, Hitsuji, then jumped off the building, slamming their palms onto the air. Kukios no Jutsu, the three shouted as a large array of seals formed in the air, and 3 more large smoke clouds blanketed the village. When the clouds cleared, those below watched with wide eyes as before them stood the boss summons of the slugs, snakes, and toads, Katsuyu, Manda, and Gamabunta. They glanced around, a little confused as to why they were summoned in Konoha. But when their eyes met the chimeras staring them down, they understood why they were summoned. The question on their minds was who summoned them. Jiraiya. Where are you, you fool? Gamabunta shouted before taking a drag from his pipe. As he inhaled, he saw he was with his 2 old friends. Ah, well if it isn't Katsuyu and Manda. It's been a while, hasn't it? Gamabunta said as Katsuyu nodded and Manda smirked. still a classless fool as ever, Bunta. When will you learn that smoking that pipe will only send you to the grave faster, Manda said condescendingly, looking for Orochimaru. Gama Bunta, Manda, we shouldn't fight. We've been reunited after all these years. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Orochimaru-sama, where are you? Katsuyu asked gently. Soon, all of them felt something land on their heads before it moved down to their noses. The three looked on in surprise as they saw their old summoners along with the children who had signed a contract with them nearly a month ago. Don't tell me. Orochimaru summoned Mito-chan. Manda said in disbelief, causing Orochimaru to smirk while Mito blushed in embarrassment. You've got to be kidding me, Jiraiya. He may be Minato's son, but he's way too young to summon me, Gamabunta bellowed, Menmazai twitching at the insult while Jiraiya snickered. Narumi-chan, was it? So it was you who summoned me? You're just as talented as Tsunade-sama said you were. Katsuyu said praisingly, Narumi blushing deeply as Tsunade patted her head. Manda-sama, would you please lend me your power? I want to protect my home and everyone who lives here, and I can't do it alone. Please. Mito asked pleadingly as Manda leveled his gaze on her, staring into her soul. Very well, Mito-chan, I shall grant you this one favor. But know that I expect ample compensation in the future should you summon me again, Manda said regally. Mito's eyes lit up as she hugged Manda's snout, the scales on the boss summon's cheek turning a little pink at the contact. Thank you so much, Manda-sama. I promise I will make it up to you, Mito said determinedly as Manda nodded, instructing the pair to move to the top of his head. Humph. I guess I'll make you my henchman for now, boy. I can't have Manda upstaging me. Get on top of my head and hold on. If you fall off, you're not worthy of summoning me, whether you're Minato's son or not. Gamabunta said as Jiraiya grabbed Menma and moved before the boy could retort. Well, shall we be off, Tsunade-sama? Narumi-sama? Katsuyu asked politely. Tsunade nodded as she picked up Narumi and moved to the top of her head. With the three summons finally ready for battle, they shared a look, or rather, Manda and Gamabunta shared looks before turning and rushing towards the Chimera in their direction. As they did so, Minato looked on with a proud smile before being turned around and slapped by an irate Kushina. Pulling him close, she leaned into his ear and whispered words he dreaded to hear. We'll talk about this later, Mina-kun, she said in a demonic tone before rushing north, towards Naruto's apartment and the remaining Chimera. Minato sighed, calming his heart, then tensed and narrowed his eyes, facing a short, pale, bandaged child. Their eyes met. Minato adopted a combat stance as the child glared with seemingly endless hate. Minato quickly threw a volley of kunao, then turned to the ninja behind him. The battle is not yet over. Protect the villagers with your lives, he shouted before vanishing in a yellow flash. He reappeared next to the child, driving a Raiznon into his chest, sending him barreling back. So you're the one behind this, Hiroko, Minato said. The bandaged child gave a chilling laugh, then removed the bandages from his mouth, revealing a grotesque visage. I will have what is mine, Minato Namikaze, Hiroko shouted, vanishing, widening Minato's eyes before he too vanished, leaving only blurs of silver and gold. After his rude awakening, Naruto glared at the four figures atop the creature that had just destroyed his apartment. Normally not so upset, today's dealings with his family and a hallucination left him in a terrible mood. Black and crimson lightning sparked around his arm as he narrowed his eyes on the four. He recognized one, whom he'd butchered during the second trial. Oh, so you remember me, cutie? My, don't tell me you're lusting after my body after not seeing it for so long. You're such a naughty boy, Ni teased, making Naruto suppress a growl. Cut that shit out, you whore, we're here to kill them not fuck them. Teiuya snapped, as Ichi and San sighed at her language. Oh, this coming from the bitch no one would want to touch with a 10-foot pole? Is that jealousy I hear? Ni retorted condescendingly, making Teiuya growl. Before either could act, Naruto, fed up, rushed in, cocking his fist back, gathering Ryuuten chakra. As he neared the Chimera, Ichi and San moved to intercept with synchronized kunao. Jumping and spinning, he escaped with 2 minor slashes to his chest and back. Landing, he turned and struck San with his fist, the man's eyes widening as searing pain ripped through him. Ryuuten Bakuryuwaken, Naruto shouted, his fist connecting with San's chest, a violent pulse of black and crimson lightning exploding from his back, shredding his clothes in a circular pattern as he dropped. When San hit the ground, blood oozed from his orifices, while his team looked on in confusion and horror. This jutsu was unlike any they'd seen, especially for Ni who had faced him earlier. Quickly retreating onto the Chimera, Ichi ordered the backup units to engage Naruto. The Chimera jumped back to avoid friendly fire. They watched with morbid fascination as Naruto fought their backup unlike any genin. Anger, irritation, fatigue, and above all, hate coursed through Naruto. Initially confused by his violent awakening, he now saw it as an enemy invasion. They dared to invade and destroy his home, where his few close people lived? They would regret it. Naruto would ensure none survived, especially the Chimera that destroyed his home. Gritting his teeth, enduring a rain of kunao and shuriken, Naruto didn't notice the black, scale-like pattern slowly covering his left side, his pupils shifting from round to draconian. He let out a ground-shaking roar, causing some Otonin to pause. Naruto rushed in, decimating their forces. He slammed his fist into the first Otonin's chest, a sickening crunch sounded as the ninja's head snapped forward. Naruto kicked the body aside, crashing it into the rubble. He brought up his arm, unflinching as a kunoichi drove her kunao into his forearm. Cocking his free arm back, he lashed out, catching her jaw. A crunching sound echoed as he shattered her lower jaw and teeth, sending her airborne. Grabbing her ankle, he swung her into another shinobi who tried to attack from behind, their heads connecting with a hollow crunch as they tumbled. Sidestepping, Naruto winced as a katana barely missed his kidney, retaliating by slamming his knuckles into the shinobi's temple, sending him crashing, neck bent at an impossible angle. Clutching his side, Naruto growled in pain, searing it shut with a simple katan jutsu. After the deed, he rushed back to meet the remaining Otonin, ignoring the kunao and shuriken embedded in his body. The seal, adrenaline, and draconian instincts mitigated all pain. Stopping before a stunned kunoichi, he cocked his fist back. It surged with more Ryuuten chakra. Ryuuten Garyosai, he roared, his fist connecting with her jaw, ripping her head off. Her body moved to grab her non-existent head before collapsing and convulsing slightly, her teammates watching in horror. Panting, Naruto ignored the returning pain. He was outnumbered and had to crush the summon. Pulling back his right fist, he charged Ryuuten chakra as a few Otonin moved to interrupt him. Ryuuten, Kuryu-reppa, Naruto shouted, ignoring the blood erupting from his fist, as he ran his fist along the ground, sending a black and crimson wave at the horrified Otonin. Screaming as the wave engulfed them, they fell, grabbing at their bodies, trying to rid themselves of the spreading black and crimson splotches of corruption. Their screams grew agonized and hoarse, then stopped as their hands fell, eyes wide, blood flowing from them, faces frozen in agony. The remaining Otonin looked on with terrified expressions at their comrades' inhumane deaths, then at the blonde boy who caused it. Clutching his bleeding, slightly corrupted right hand, Naruto futilely tried to recover from using so much Ryuuten chakra. His body, unused to more than 3 large-scale Ryuuten jutsu, had already crossed the threshold with 4. Gritting his teeth, he fell to a knee as the black scales covering his left side advanced, pain surging through his body. Seeing his vulnerable state, the remaining Otonin quickly moved to attack, flashing through a long set of seals as Naruto charged more Ryuuten chakra into his left hand. "Come on, don't give out on me yet, body." Ryuuten Ryuuzenkyu, he shouted, swinging his left hand, biting back a shout of pain as it was shredded by the very chakra he used. Razor-sharp blades of Ryuuten chakra raced through the air. The remaining Otonin couldn't evade in time and were instantly put out of commission, either killed or losing a limb. Bringing up his left hand, he winced at its severe damage. His palm was ground down almost to the bone, knuckles exposed. His right hand was nearly as bad, though slightly better, littered with cuts and some corruption. On the Chimera, Ichi, Ni, and Teiwaya could only gape. A genin had taken down a group of Chunin and Jonin, and was still standing, though he looked ready to collapse. Ichi quickly dropped down, rushing to end Naruto, deeming him too great a threat. Dokomo. Drawing his hand back, he threw it out, 2 snake-like creatures shooting forth, their mouths opening, more emerging as they moved to strike Naruto. Guh! Naruto shouted, wincing as searing pain flared. Tilting his head down, he saw the creatures injecting something, presumably venom. I have to thank Giganox when I get back for subjecting me to P-poison endurance, Naruto thought, the poison less severe due to antibodies from training with the creeping venom. But as he slowly regained lost strength, managing to stand, he fell back down as his eyes grew heavy. Glancing down, his eyes widened at the growing snakes. As he reached a conclusion, Ichi's laughter reached his ears, drawing Naruto's attention. Ha ha ha, so you figured it out, huh? I guess you have more chakra than I thought. Yes, those aren't ordinary snakes, they can inject you with venom or drain you of your chakra. As you can see, they grow in accordance to the amount of chakra that they drain, and it seems that you're a chakra buffet, Ichi said condescendingly. Naruto narrowed his eyes, his vision fading. As his vision darkened, he was about to reach for the snakes, but a sudden rain of shuriken forced them to detach as footsteps approached. Narrowing his eyes to focus, they widened as he finally saw them. But he wasn't the most surprised. Teiwaya's eyes widened as she gaped at the newcomer. "Kin? What are you doing?" she shouted, staring at Kin standing protectively in front of Naruto. I am protecting my boyfriend," she shouted, tightening her grip on her kunao. Ichi, Ni, and Teiwaya's jaws dropped as Naruto's eyes widened at her statement. What the fuck? In a battle of speed, Minato and Hiriko seemed evenly matched. Minato flashed around with high Reishin, while Hiriko relied on Jinten Muisho. A closer look would reveal Hiriko slowing, his movements slightly sluggish compared to the start. Flashing away from a rain of slashes from Hiriko's Hutai Kirai Teiteru, Minato retaliated with rapid slashes Hiriko couldn't completely avoid. As they raced, they exchanged another rain of slashes before reappearing on opposite sides, glaring daggers. Minato had mostly superficial cuts, the largest on his cheek. Hirako was in much better shape, with practically zero damage, no cuts, and no damage from the earlier Raiznan. His eyes burned with calm hatred, tensing even Minato. Minato took the initiative, flashing to Hirako's side with another Raiznan. Hirako couldn't react in time as Minato drove it into his side, sending him careening into a building. As dust obscured his vision, Minato tensed when Hirako walked out of the rubble, unscratched, only scuff marks on his bandages. Narrowing his eyes, Minato couldn't believe Hirako was still moving after 2 Raiznan. Something was off, it had to do with his invulnerability. No one was immortal, not even Hirako, despite his assimilated Kekii Genkai. Something wrong, Minato? Frustrated you can't damage me? I would be too if I were facing myself, Hirako sneered. Minato glared. Forming another Raiznan, Minato flashed to his side again, but Hirako held out his hand to the Raiznan, revealing a strange tattoo on his palm. Before his eyes, Minato's Raiznan lost its shape as the diamond mark glowed red, absorbing the sphere until nothing remained. Minato quickly flashed away, assessing the situation. What was that? He absorbed my Raiznan. Which Kekii Genkai was that? Minato thought as Hirako cackled. Surprised, Minato? That was a favorite jutsu of mine. Miten Kyuketsu Ko. Hirako said. Minato narrowed his eyes, then widened them as Hirako formed his own Raiznan and vanished. When Hirako appeared above him, Minato quickly flashed away as Hirako slammed the sphere into the ground Minato had just occupied. As it ground away the earth, Minato appeared beside him and slammed another Raiznan into the bandaged man's side, sending him flying again. As he flew, Minato saw a scar on the left side of his chest. While most wouldn't notice, it was a clear sign to Minato that Hirako could be injured. A smirk formed on Minato's face. He held out his hand, forming another Raiznan, but this time cupped the sphere with his other hand. Instead of bright blue, it glowed a whitish blue, small protrusions jutting from its sides as he started to sweat, concentration straining him. When Hirako vanished and reappeared beside him, his eyes widened at Minato's actions. Their eyes met, Minato flashed a small smirk. Futon, Raiznan, Minato shouted, pulling his arm back and slamming the sphere into the scar of the bandaged man. Hirako's eyes went wide as a silent scream escaped his lips. Gamabunta immediately engaged the Chimera, drawing his blade and inflicting a deep wound on its shoulder. Menma nearly fell off, saved only by Jiraiya forcing him to walk on various surfaces. Holding on with Chakra, he watched in awe as the Titans battled, the Chimera failing to land a serious blow on the Toad boss. Distracted by the battle, he didn't notice Jiraiya had moved to engage the Sound 4 member assigned to the area. Landing on a nearby rooftop, Jiraiya stared down Seikon and Yukon. His eyes narrowed as the two were covered in a strange black pattern before transforming into demonic-looking humans. Quickly nodding to each other, they rushed Jiraiya, trying to buy time. Their efforts were futile. When they struck Jiraiya, he dispersed into a plume of smoke. Their eyes widened as they heard a sound behind them. Katon Raiznan, he said coldly, slamming 2 spheres into their backs. They were blasted back, their screams of pain devoured by the spiral of flames that reduced them to ashes. You're lucky my godson was here, or else I would have done much more horrible things to you, Jiraiya whispered before turning to watch Gamabunta and Menma's battle. To think you summoned me for such a weakling. TCH, I had better finish this quick before Ma gets mad at me. Gaki, do you know any Katon Jutsu? Gamabunta asked. Menma responded affirmatively. Good. When I hit them with my oil, light it up, alright. Gamabunta's cheeks swelled before he fired a stream of oil at the Chimera, shooting down its attempt to fly with the oil that coated and weighed it down. Gamabunta, Gamabunta shouted, continuing to fire oil. Katon, Indan, Menma shouted, firing a stream of fire at the oil. Katon, Indan, Gamabunta shouted as the fire stream devoured the Chimera, the beast roaring and rolling to rid itself of the blaze. Soon, the beast's struggling died down, leaving only a charred corpse before it was enveloped in thick smoke, leaving nothing behind. Menma cheered at his victory. Jiraiya smiled as Gamabunta scoffed. We did it, Gamabunta, Menma cheered. Gamabunta smirked slightly, unable to mask his amusement. Of course, Gaki, who do you think I am? Gamabunta asked as Menma praised him, Jiraiya shaking his head at the blonde stroking the toad's ego. Turning, they watched the summoned battles, excited for what was to come. Arriving at the south gate, Katsuyu, Narumi, and Tsunade stared down the Chimera and the large, orange-haired man atop it. A little nervous, Narumi felt more courageous as Tsunade gently squeezed her shoulder, and Katsuyu offered encouragement. The Chimera charged, Katsuyu held her ground, sending the beast flying back by redirecting kinetic energy. Jumping off, Tsunade and Jirobo faced off. He scoffed at her, raising the blonde's eyebrow. You're the old hag Lord Hirako was talking about, Jirobo sneered. Tsunade's eyes darkened as he continued to jeer. You have got to be joking. I expected someone with more tact, not some shameless woman like Yo. He was cut off. sent careening into a building. Tsunade cracked her knuckles, wiping off the blood. "Watch your mouth," she said chillingly. Jirobo pulled himself out of the building, revealing black markings covering his body before his skin color changed and his hair grew out. "That hurt, you bitch. You'll pay for that, you fossil," Jirobo roared, charging Tsunade, slamming her with a palm strike to her chest. A smirk on his face, Jirobo glanced up, then paled, the smirk vanishing as Tsunade stared down at him with a soul-chilling glare. "That's it? You talk like you're powerful, but that? I didn't feel a thing," Tsunade said before cocking her fist back and slugging him full force on the temple. When she pulled her fist back, it was spotless. Jirobo's body fell, headless, its remains smeared across the rooftop. Tsunade regarded it with a cold glare before turning to watch Narumi and Katsuyu handle the chimera. "Katsuyu-sama, get me in close, and I'll hit that thing with everything I've got," Narumi shouted. Katsuyu nodded, moving in and slamming into the chimera as Narumi jumped off. "Ha! Rinmei," she roared, slamming her fist into the chimera's skull. A loud cracking sound echoed as its face splintered and cracked slightly. The beast reeled back as Katsuyu caught Narumi. "Excellent work, Narumi-sama. Please, allow me to finish it off," Katsuyu said, taking a large inhale of air. "Zeshinen-san," Katsuyu shouted, firing yellow acid at the chimera. The beast roared and thrashed as it dissolved before their eyes, then was engulfed in a cloud of smoke, leaving nothing. "We did it. You were awesome, Katsuyu-sama," Narumi shouted as Katsuyu blushed at the praise. Please, Narumi-sama, it was because of your attack that we won," Katsuyu said, trying to deflect the spotlight. Tsunade smiled at their antics. After the battle, they looked toward the others to see how they fared. On Manda, the trio stared down the chimera and Kidomaru atop it. The multi-armed man sweated, feeling Orochimaru and Manda's cold gazes. Turning to Mito, Orochimaru gave her a faint smile, which she returned. Jumping off, he intercepted Kidomaru, who had jumped off the chimera to gain distance, only to be thrown onto a rooftop. After pulling himself from the small crater he'd made on impact, he forced himself into his level 2 state. His third eye widened as Orochimaru already stood before him. He quickly drew his bow and jumped backward, only for his world to start shifting. As he fell back, his eyes widened, seeing his lower half mid-jump while his upper body plummeted, bisected before he even registered the pain. When his torso hit the ground, and the pain finally registered, he looked at Orochimaru, who was sheathing his Kusanagi no Tsurugai. Orochimaru regarded him with an interested, almost annoyed gaze. In the man's eyes, he wasn't a threat, just an annoying insect buzzing around. As his head hit the ground, Kidomaru had never felt such worthlessness in his entire life, and it had happened in less than a second. Such a waste of time, Orochimaru sighed irritably, returning his attention to Manda and his goddaughter with a curious smile. "Manda-sama, I'm not very strong, so I'm sorry if I can't support you much, but I'll do my best," Mito said. Manda smirked, pleased the girl acknowledged she wasn't omnipotent. "That's quite alright, Mito-chan. We aren't capable of everything. I'll lend you as much power as you need," Manda replied. Mito beamed, and Manda's smirk grew. The snake boss summon rushed in, slammed into the chimera, then coiled and whipped it with his tail, sending it slightly airborne. A plume of smoke appeared, revealing a giant curved blade in Manda's mouth. He moved to execute a devastating series of slashes against the beast before wrapping around it and driving the blade into the chimera's neck. "Jakugitosu," Manda declared, releasing the blade from his mouth as Mito flashed through several seals. "Raiten Denpo Seka," Mito shouted, placing her hand on the blade and sending a supercharged lightning current into the chimera. It thrashed and convulsed as Manda tightened his hold. When it finally stopped moving, the beast vanished in a cloud of smoke, as did Manda's blade. Mito cheered, while Manda simply shook his head at her celebration. "We did it, Manda-sama. You were amazing," Mito exclaimed, praising the snake boss. Manda chuckled in return. "I believe we did it, Mito-chan. Had you not shocked that beast from the inside, I wouldn't have been able to finish it off within a respectable amount of time," Manda admitted. Mito flushed slightly, smiling at the boss summon. Their battle over, the trio turned to observe the other fights, curious how they were faring against the enemy. Scene change, Konoha North Gate. "What the fuck?" Taiwia's scream pierced the air, her eyes wide, a light dusting of pink coloring her cheeks. "You have to be joking me," Enai said, facepalming and shaking her head at Kin's statement. "You do know this is treason." Ichi quickly broke from his stupor, glaring at the black-haired girl. I know, but I will protect Naruto-kun," Kin stated with determination in her eyes. Before she could move, a hand landed on her shoulder. Kin tensed, then panicked when she saw who it belonged to. Seeing the boy she loved in such a horrible state almost brought Kin to tears. The only reason she didn't was due to their current situation. Releasing his hold on her, Naruto winced as he moved beside her, taking a stance that shifted his weight off his cauterized left side. "And Naruto-kun," she shouted, moving to support him as the other Otonin frowned at the sight. "I'm fine. Just need to catch my breath real quick." "Do you have a soldier and plasma pill on you?" he asked. Kin rummaged through her pouch before pulling out the requested items. Taking them, Naruto felt a surge of energy that quickly faded, making him sigh, knowing it would happen. But the pain racking his body subsided enough for him to continue battling, though he'd have to rely on his legs rather than his hands. He asked for a kunao, and Kin couldn't help but blush a little when he asked her to put it in his mouth. After she did, he stepped forward as Ichi tensed. Then, without warning, Naruto exploded forward as Kin called out for him to stop. Lashing out with a vicious kick that Ichi blocked, a soft crack echoed, and the man winced. Avoiding a slash to the throat, Ichi tried to gain distance from Naruto, only to fail as Naruto stayed close, ensuring Ichi had no time to use his jutsu. Spinning on his foot, Naruto slammed his heel into Ichi's side, causing him to hunch over slightly before his head snapped up when Naruto quickly spun and smashed his chin with the tip of his foot, sending him slightly airborne before kicking him away with another spinning back kick. As they battled, Enai frowned, looking at a stunned Teiuya before jumping down to confront Kin. Bringing up her kunao to block a downward slash from Enai, Kin winced as the older woman began to overpower her. Kin then brought her knee up and slammed it into Enai's abdomen. The air left her lungs, but Kin managed to twist her body as Enai buried her kunao into her shoulder, a cry of pain escaping her throat. Teiuya snapped out of her stupor, her eyes widening at the sight. "What the fuck are you doing, you whore?" she shouted, throwing a volley of kunao at Enai, who jumped away as Teiuya sprinted toward Kin. "You're betraying us as well, Teiuya," Enai said, irritated, as Teiuya turned to glare at her. "What the fuck do you think, you slut? You just stabbed my best friend, you bitch," Teiuya shouted. Kin's eyes widened. Teiuya," Kin said softly as Teiuya immediately turned to her. "Don't you fucking die on me, got it?" she said harshly. Kin giggled despite the situation. Standing up, she felt her curse mark flare to life before she went into her level 2 state, bringing her flute to her lips as Enai tensed. Playing an eerie melody, she summoned 3 grotesque giants. Continuing her melody, the doki moved to attack Enai as the older woman danced around the giants with relative ease. Her frustration showing in her playing, Teiuya was about to snap when she heard a voice. "Don't let your anger cloud your judgment. You'll only give her what she wants," Naruto called out, dodging the bites of multiple snakes, having lost his kunao. Teiuya took her eyes off Enai, giving him an irritated look. "Mind your own fucking business, you cocksucker." "What the fuck would you know?" she shouted, taking her mouth off her flute for a split second before resuming her playing. "Your song sounded very beautiful at the start, and now it sounds horrible. It's reflecting your inner feelings," he replied, smashing the head of one of the snakes that tried to bite his legs. "Be beautiful. What fuck are you saying, you shithead?" Teiuya stuttered, pink coloring her cheeks, cursing as she picked up Kin and moved to avoid a hail of shuriken and kunao. "It's just what I said. Your melody matched you at the beginning, both were beautiful until you began to get angry," Naruto answered, slamming his shoulder into Ichi's chest. The man stumbled back as Naruto smashed his heel into the side of his head, sending him to the ground. "Who the fuck asked you?" she shouted as she clashed against Enai, their kunao sparking. "You did." A little while earlier, Naruto replied, stomping on and shattering Ichi's humerus, a scream leaving his throat. Shut the fuck up, shithead," Teiuya shouted back, kicking Enai away, bringing her flute back to her lips as her doki reappeared before engaging with Enai once more. Not replying, Naruto brought his foot up and stomped onto Ichi's throat, a soft crunch sounding as he crushed the man's throat. Twisting his foot as a gurgle left the man's throat, his body flailed underneath him, his movements slowly stilled before his eyes rolled into the back of his head. As Naruto finished, Teiuya had finished as well, her doki crushing Enai as she screamed in agony. With the 2 final members in charge of the Chimera down, the beast started rampaging. Teiuya grabbed Kin and moved, Naruto releasing an exhausted sigh as he stared at the beast above him. "Guess it's time. I hope I don't regret this." Naruto sighed, gathering chakra into his right arm, wincing as pain exploded through it. Painfully going through a string of seals, Naruto held out his arm as a dragon symbol tattoo appeared on his forearm. Smearing blood along it, he brought his hand out before slamming it on the ground, biting back the cry of pain that almost left his throat. "Kukios no jutsu," he whispered, as another large cloud of smoke blanketed the area, causing everyone to pause and look up. A hulking crimson body slowly appeared, many freezing as the summon seemed to radiate killing intent, malice, and hunger. As the cloud finally cleared, many dropped what they were holding as a beast unlike any other towered above them. Standing above them, staring down the Chimera, was Tigrex. "So, you finally decided to summon me, Naruto," he said in an irritated tone, though it quickly changed when he saw his partner's heavily injured and bloody state. Rage filled his entire being, burning crimson veins appeared over his face and wings as he radiated even more killing intent and malice than before, causing those unaccustomed to it to fall unconscious from the sheer amount he was radiating. Scene change, Konoha West Gate. "What is that?" Menma stuttered, looking with fear-filled eyes at the monster across from him. I don't know, Menma. I hope it's on our side." Jiraiya said, standing frozen in front of the beast. I am possible. Gamabunta whispered, dropping his pipe as fear invaded his heart. Scene change, Konoha South Gate. Tsunade Bibachin. I'm as scared. Narumi whimpered, staring with wide eyes at the monster staring down the final chimera. I'll be fine, Umi-chan. Tsunade said, trying to reassure the girl in her arms, not so sure herself. That's impossible. Katsuyu whispered, shrinking in fear as she felt the malice the beast was giving off. Scene change, Konoha East Gate. Orochimarujiji. What is that thing? Mito asked in a terrified tone, Orochimaru holding her close as she shook. That, my dear Mito-chan, even I have no idea what it is. Orochimaru answered, a bead of sweat running down the side of his head. But they were all eliminated. Manda whispered in a frightful tone, opposite of his proud and confident one from before. Scene change, Konoha Village Center. Everyone stood frozen in place, looking at the beast towering above them. Something innate and primal inside them screamed to get as far away from it as humanly and inhumanly possible. Many of those with weaker wills were knocked unconscious right away, while the others stood frozen with fear. What the hell is that thing? Zabuza said in a shaky tone, the hand holding his blade trembling. I don't know, Zabuza. Anko said, tightening her grip on her tanto, her eyes wide with fear. What is that? Haku asked as she shivered in fear. It's a monster. Asuma said as Korone nodded in agreement, both tightening their hold on their weapons. And no way. Is it friendly? Genma asked no one in particular. Another monster. Was all that left Kakashi's mouth as he stared at it. Even the gates don't seem to be enough. Guy said in a defeated tone. With Minato and Hirako, Minato was about to finish off Hirako but froze when he caught sight of the beast in front of them. What in Kami's name is that? He said, feeling much more hate and killing intent than the Kyuubi had. Such a beast existed. Hirako wheezed out as he fluttered in and out of consciousness. Scene change, Konoha North Gate. With Kushina, she was just a few meters away from reaching Naruto's apartment when she saw it. She couldn't believe something held even greater malice and killing intent than the Kyuubi. Managing to glance up, her eyes widened when she saw her boy sitting on the snout of the beast. She wanted to run up there and save him, but she couldn't. She was paralyzed with fear. And no. Naruchan, she managed to scream, hoping he would hear her. Just what did you insects do to my partner? Tigrex roared, leveling the area around him as rubble at his feet was blown away while the thundercloud-covered sky instantly cleared. The chimera was sent flying backward before Tigrex drove his claws into its body like a heated blade through butter. Opening his maw, he snapped his jaws shut as what could only be described as the sound of the heavens falling sounded. The entirety of the village had to cover their ears as pain exploded in them, making them ring as their vision went blurry. When they refocused on the beast, they could only look on in horrid fascination as the chimera was missing half of its upper body, blood running down the sides of the monster's mouth. Tigrex threw the remains of the chimera over the walls of Konoha before taking a deep breath and roaring once more. Slowly, Tigrex turned slightly and faced the three remaining summons as they shrunk back in fear. You will all know true fear. I will destroy all of you for laying a hand on him, he bellowed again, as the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Scene change, Shoshan no Sato. Shoshan no Sato, or Early Spring Village, was a non-militaristic village renowned for its agriculture and tourism due to its immensely fertile land and extraordinary hot springs. Situated on the borders of Hai no Kuni and Kawa no Kuni, Shoshan no Sato was blessed with a strategic location, being close to two lands that frequently imported its fruits and vegetables and visited as tourists. As a non-militaristic village, it relied on the protection of the daimyos and the villages that imported from it. However, one individual would provide protection when necessary. A blue-haired girl hummed, swinging her legs carefree in the water below, bobbing her head along as she continued humming on a log overlooking a crystal-clear lake. Tatsuko was enjoying basking in the warm rays of the sun, contentedly munching on berries she'd picked on her way to her favorite thinking spot. It had been a few days since her encounter with the blonde, with whom she felt a soulful connection. A light dusting of pink colored her cheeks as she giggled, remembering their encounter, the look on his face when she won their tiny duel and forced him to use the Chan suffix. But what made her heart flutter more was the smile that finally appeared after cracking open his shell, a smile so radiant that the sun itself paled in comparison. I wonder what Narukun is doing right now, Tatsuko pondered, lying on her back and staring at the clouds, letting out a giggle whenever she saw a cute shape. After a few minutes of cloud watching, Tatsuko eventually drifted asleep. Her light snores attracted a myriad of animals, rabbits, birds, deer, and even wolves came to investigate the peaceful sound. Soon, a pack of wolves had gathered near her, regarding her with wary gazes as they slowly stalked over. It wasn't hunger that drew them, it was curiosity, as they had never seen such a creature radiating pure contentment. When the female alpha approached, she immediately tensed when Tatsuko let out a yawn and stretched. Rubbing her eyes, she turned and gazed at the wolf with sleepy, closed eyes before a smile spread across her face. Getting up, Tatsuko made her way over to the wolf as it started growling at her, the rest of the pack surrounding Tatsuko as she ignored them. When she was a foot away from the alpha, Tatsuko reached into her bag and pulled out a strip of beef jerky. "Here you go. I just finished making these, so they should be extra yummy," Tatsuko chirped as the wolf gave her a confused and wary look. Slowly, she made her way over to the blunnet and gingerly took the piece of jerky into her mouth. Chewing it thoroughly, the alpha began wagging her tail as the jerky was indeed yummy as Tatsuko had described it. Seeing such a reaction from her, Tatsuko only smiled more before she pulled out another piece of jerky and handed it to the alpha, who took it gratefully before passing out a piece to the rest of the pack. The wolves happily chewed on the pieces of dried meat. "I'm glad you like them. I'll bring you all some more next time. Bye bye," Tatsuko said, waving at the wolves, who returned her goodbye with excited barks. Making her way back to the village, Tatsuko sighed as she smelled the various scents of metal, smoke, and fire. It always made her nose itch when she came out of the forest, which had air cleaner than anything else, into the village she had come to call home, which was slowly industrializing. As she passed the various stores, she was happily greeted by the owners as she waved at them, her usual sleepy and content smile and closed eyes serving to brighten their day. "Tatsuko-chan, I just received some fresh fish. I'll give some to you half off," an elderly fishmonger shouted as Tatsuko giggled, nodding her head as she hopped over. I'll take half a pound of trout, please," Tatsuko chirped as the fishmonger chuckled heartily, weighing her order as she fished out the ryo for her fish. "Here you go. It's some great-looking fish. I can't wait for the others to come check them out," he said as Tatsuko agreed, seeing how glossy and pristine they were. "Aha! They look really yummy. Thank you, Haki-san," Tatsuko replied, giving him a small bow, making him chuckle once more before he bid her farewell. Glancing around, Tatsuko found that the village was almost finished with the preparations for their yearly tourist festival, a time that she always hated. It wasn't that it was a festival, she loved festivals and all the food that came with them, it was the people it attracted. In addition to those who genuinely wanted to come and enjoy what her village had to offer, there were those who came to exploit others in the confusion of it all. Those people were the reason why she hated and dreaded the spring harvest festival. "Ah, Tatsuko-chan. Wait up," a cheery voice called out, snapping her out of her stupor. Turning around, Tatsuko saw it was Sae, the daughter of one of the village bakers. Hi, Sae-san," Tatsuko said, giving the other girl a lazy wave, which made Sae roll her eyes. Sae could be described as a cute girl, around 5.5 feet tall with a modest yet charming figure. She had a head of curly brown hair that ended near her shoulder blades, with bright brown eyes and sakura-colored lips. She was one of the local beauties in her village, as rated by the local boys, though her father didn't approve of her dating any of them. Sae was wearing a flower-covered red apron over a pink blouse and light blue pants, a baker's cap on her head with smudges of dough on her cheek. "Are you always sleepy, Tatsuko-chan? You need to be more excited. It's the harvest festival again," Sae shouted, pumping her fist in the air. "Mao, I'm not always sleepy, Sae-san," Tatsuko pouted as Sae giggled. Soon, the two girls were joined by another girl their age as they gossiped about the upcoming festival. "I can't wait. I get to show off all the vegetables I've grown this year," an excited voice called out. "Eri, is showing off the only thing you think about?" Sae sighed, playfully bopping Eri on the head. Eri was a petite girl an inch shorter than Sae, her body still in development according to her. She had short, spiky black hair that ended at her jawline. Dressed in dirt-covered overalls with the straps undone, a dirted white shirt underneath, and a heart-shaped face with cherry-colored lips, her cheeks smudged with dirt from working in the fields. She was another girl voted among the cutest by the boys, though her tomboyish attitude and short temper tended to scare them. "Ehehe, come on Sae-chan. I know you want to show off your baking skills too," Eri shouted, causing Sae to give her a pointed look before she started giggling, admitting that she also widened their eyes. "What, Tatsuko-chan? Take that back!" Eri shrieked, eyes wide with terror as Kaido unsheathed his katana, resting it by Tatsuko's head. "Retract those words if you value your life," Kaido commanded, his voice cold, as everyone watched, fear etched on their faces. Nope. Because that would mean I'm lying, and Kaido-nichan taught me never to lie," Tatsuko chirped happily, causing everyone to blanch at her response. "Then repent for your actions in the afterlife," Kaido roared, pulling back his arm, ready to strike. But Tatsuko moved in a blur. Appearing before Kaido in an instant, she slammed her fist into his abdomen with brutal force, shocking everyone. As spittle flew and his glasses slid, she spun and drove her elbow into his face, his nose breaking with a wet crack. Using her momentum, Tatsuko grabbed his face, pulling back slightly before slamming it into the ground with a hollow echo. Snatching his fallen katana, she plunged it beside his neck as a trickle of blood appeared. "Mao, I thought you'd be stronger. It's boring beating up weaklings," Tatsuko pouted, oblivious to the stunned look she received. "Oh, do you want to fight too?" Tatsuko asked the remaining men, who immediately tensed, sweat beading on their foreheads as they began to tremble. After all, Kaido was their strongest. "If not, you should apologize to Sae-san and Eri-san, or you'll end up like him," Tatsuko said in a chipper tone, her sleepy eyes and content smile unwavering. Approaching the trembling men, she bypassed them to stand before the shaking teenage girls. Reaching out, she grabbed the collar of the girl who had fabricated the entire encounter, pulling her close, nose to nose. Her smile vanished, and her sleepy eyes snapped open, revealing brilliant emerald green eyes with draconian pupils. The girl she held nearly wet herself meeting those unforgiving, cold, ruthless, and sharp eyes. "You and the rest of your group better apologize too. If you don't, you'll regret it. I'll make what happened to your lackey look like a reward when I'm done with you, understand?" Tatsuko said, her voice colder than the scales of a certain tyrant of ice, her eyes gleaming dangerously. Releasing the older girl, Tatsuko's eyes closed, and her smile returned as she walked back to her friends. Facing the group of older girls again, they quickly apologized, still quaking with fear. Collecting the comatose body of their head bodyguard, they were about to leave when a voice made them freeze. "Oh, and this never happened, okay," Tatsuko chirped, and the group quickly shook their heads, speeding toward their residence. Turning back to her friends, Tatsuko tilted her head in confusion as Sae and Eri, along with the others who had witnessed the unbelievable exchange, gaped at her. Their stunned expressions bewildered Tatsuko. She had never seen them like that. "Is there something on my face?" she asked, making everyone faceplant before springing up and yelling at her. What are you talking about? Why you just creamed a man twice your size without breaking a sweat?" Eri shouted, but Tatsuko remained confused. But he was really weak, Eri-san." Tatsuko whined, pouting, clearly not following their logic. "Tatsuko-chan, why you don't get it? You did something other than sleeping or cooking. You were amazing," Sae shouted, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Tatsuko-chan, you were so cool. Teach me how you did that." Eri quickly shed her anger and confusion, joining Sae in praising the sleepy girl. "And me too. Teach me too. Tatsuko-chan, that was incredible. How come you've never told us you could fight? You know taijutsu, Tatsuko-chan. Amazing, please teach me too." A chorus of shouts about her abilities and requests for lessons reached Tatsuko's ears. She just laughed, rubbing the back of her head. She had just broken a rule Kaida told her to avoid, using as little of her strength as possible to lay low and live a normal life. I guess I forgot to tell everyone that I know a little bit of self-defense because of Kaiden-ichan, Tatsuko replied, sticking out her tongue slightly and bopping herself on the head. A few onlookers got nosebleeds from the obscene amount of mo they had just witnessed. After the whole ordeal and a quick interrogation about Tatsuko's abilities, they returned to their duties, still stunned that the usually peaceful and laid-back girl had a violent and protective side. A few who were interested in her shivered, imagining her angry at them for some unknown reason. Scene change: Shoshan no Sato, Makebatori Hotel. Gathered in the penthouse of the exclusive Makebatori Hotel was the group Tatsuko had just terrified and threatened. Still shaking from the inhuman look in her eyes, the girls angrily and bitterly plotted their revenge against the girl who had humiliated them. "That B-word. How dare she make us ask for forgiveness when we weren't in the wrong," Reina snarled, her friends agreeing as their bodyguards waited outside. "I say we just forget about her, we won't ever see her again after all this," a blonde-haired girl said, earning glares from the others. "And forget the humiliation she brought upon us, Saki? You must be insane if you think we'll just allow them to walk away without proper punishment," Reina snarled, and Saki flinched under the hostile stares. Saki was another regal beauty with long black hair reaching her waist. Her heart-shaped face enhanced her pink lips and coal-colored eyes. She was the most timid of the group, currently the most rational after their public humiliation. "I think I know how we can get back at that B-word," Reina said with a vindictive smirk, her friends following suit, except for Saki. As Reina explained her plan, her friends' faces turned green and slightly fearful. But after she reassured them that no one would actually get hurt and it was just a way to scare them into acknowledging their superiority, they hesitantly agreed. Finalizing their plan, they called their bodyguards in, informing them of the scheme. The men trembled slightly but grew more brazen as they heard what they were allowed and not allowed to do. "We understand, Aju-sama," they replied, and Reina smirked. "Good. Remember, you can touch them all you want, but nothing more than that," she repeated, and they all exchanged smirks, though Saki suddenly felt an immense sense of foreboding. Time skip: a few hours later. Fireworks lit up the sky, the laughter of children and adults filled the air as they explored various stalls, and the sounds and smells of cooking permeated Shoshan no Sato. At their combined stall, Eri and Sae chatted and laughed animatedly with coworkers and customers. "Half a pound of plums coming right up. I'll be right back, miss," Eri chirped happily, and the woman who ordered giggled at her enthusiasm. "Here's your melon pan, miss," Sae chirped, handing the baked treat to a wide-eyed little girl, who happily thanked her and her mom as Eri returned with the plums. Whew, this year sure is busier than the last one, huh, Sae-chan, Eri said before taking a large gulp of water. But it's always worth it to see people appreciate all the hard work you put in, Sae said, and Eri smiled before they returned to their positions. As they continued serving and chatting, they noticed the absence of a certain sleepy-faced brunette. After what had happened earlier, they were extremely worried those older girls had plotted revenge against her, but their concerns vanished when they spotted her, prompting sighs and laughter from Eri and Sae, respectively. Walking toward them, Tatsuko carried bags of food, from cotton candy to takoyaki to yakisoba, a stick of grilled squid dangling from her mouth. With astonishing skill, Tatsuko waved lazily without dropping a single crumb of her snacks. Tatsuko-chan, really? Is food all you can think about? Eri sighed, playfully bopping the blue-haired girl on the head. Eri-chan is right, Tatsuko-chan, you might gain a little weight if you eat too much, Sae said in a lightly chiding tone, making Tatsuko pout. Mao, I know, Eri-san, Sae-san. I'm going to burn off all the extra calories when I go out anyway, Tatsuko said, puffing out her cheeks slightly, making the two girls giggle at her expression, made even more ridiculous with the squid in her mouth. After their playful lecture, they all giggled as they chatted about the festival. Eri and Sae got permission from their parents to take a half-hour break. Walking around the festival in their work clothes, Eri and Sae felt a little out of place but ignored the condescending stares of some girls in yukatas. Their attention was more focused on Tatsuko, who had finished nearly all her bought food, a melon pan being the only thing left, which she happily munched on. So then this guy walks in while Sae-chan was using the bathroom and asks if she was single. He was like 30. Man, he was creepy, Eri said as Sae shuddered, Tatsuko nodding as she continued to snack. MPHMM aha. Tatsuko replied, earning blank stares from Eri and Sae. Tatsuko-chan. You're talking with your mouth full again, Sae said, and Tatsuko quickly swallowed her food before letting out a contented sigh. Sorry, Eri-san, Sae-san, Tatsuko said, rubbing the back of her head, making Eri and Sae sigh at her cluelessness. I swear, Tatsuko-chan, you're such an airhead sometimes it's not even funny, Eri said, rubbing Tatsuko's head, eliciting a contented purr from the girl. Haha, well, that's just how Tatsuko-chan is, Eri-chan, Sae said, joining in on rubbing Tatsuko's head. Soon, the trio explored the rest of the stalls, playing various games and sadly losing. Eri and Sae swore on their honor as a farmer and baker that they would win the grand prize at the kunao and shuriken throwing game. Tatsuko opted not to play, claiming she was too clumsy, which Sae and Eri playfully agreed with, making her pout and accused them of being mean. The night slowly deepened as the festival intensified, fireworks exploding with more frequency and fervor. Having visited all the stalls at least once, Eri and Sae realized they were a few minutes past their break time. Quickly bidding Tatsuko farewell, they sprinted back to their stalls only to be grabbed and pulled into an alley. As they opened their mouths to scream, they were silenced by rags shoved into their mouths and then bound. Panic and unprecedented fear filled them. They were blindfolded before being carried out of the festival grounds to an abandoned building marked for demolition. Kicking and struggling, they froze when they heard the familiar voices of the girls from earlier. Now you see what happens when you cross us, you filthy B-words. Reina snarled, and though they couldn't see her face, they could picture an ugly sneer. As Reina spoke, they were roughly pulled up before feeling hands on their legs and arms slowly begin to move, making them scream and struggle to break free. Reina, I think they've learned their lesson. See, come on, this is taking it too far, a different voice called out before a slap echoed. Shut up. Did you all agree to this? If you turn on me now, you're next. Reina snarled, and the others whimpered, their eyes wide at her behavior. Walking over, Reina smirked as she saw tears staining their blindfolds. Stopping in front of them, she ripped open their blouses, making them scream and thrash wildly. Reaching out, she drew circles on their chests with her finger, making their struggles more frantic. Filth, like you should know your place. If only that blue-haired B-word were here to see you now. Actually, if she were here, I'd let them do whatever they wanted to her. She's the worst of you lot, after all, Reina sneered before raising her hand to slap both Eri and Sae, a muffled cry of pain escaping their lips. The rest of the group looked away, opting to stare at the ceiling or their feet as Eri and Sae's cries echoed. They hadn't thought Reina would go this far, they only thought she would scare them. Biting their lips, they considered defying her, but with her bodyguard's support, it seemed insane. You two don't even know who I am, do you? I'm the precious niece of the fire daimyo. I can do whatever I want, get whatever I want, and that includes getting rid of B-words like you who don't know your place, Reina shouted as she slapped the two once more, her friends wincing at the sound. You three had your chance to let me step over you like you were born to do, but no, you had to defy me and step outside of your place. Filth, like you should know that your only purpose in life is to serve those who are superior to you. I am the niece of the fire daimyo, the person who gives your pathetic village the money it needs to survive. you should be licking my feet like the dogs you are," Reina shouted, bringing her hand back up to slap them again. Their muffled cries and tears made the group behind Reina start to rethink their decision to stand idle. "Humph, I'm done with these B-words. Do whatever you want with them, I'll just inform their families that they were kidnapped and we're searching for them," Reina huffed as they began groping the girls. Their screams and tears made the group reconsider their actions. This wasn't what they agreed to. But before they could decide what to do, and before Reina could slap Eri and Sae once more, footsteps echoed, making everyone pause and turn. What they saw froze them. Standing before them, munching on a grilled squid stick, was Tatsuko. As she drew closer, she discarded the item, stopping before them, her sleepy smile thinned to a small line. "Why is it, I wonder?" Tatsuko said in an eerily calm tone, everyone looking at her with a questioning stare. "Why is it that people can do such horrible things to one another so easily?" Tatsuko continued, fixing her gaze on Reina and Kaido. "The same goes for the rest of you. How can you watch something like this as if it were nothing? People are hurt and crying. How can you watch that with a straight face and do nothing?" Tatsuko said, turning to face the group beside her, as Reina exploded. "Shut the F-word up, you little B-word, and know your place. Society is built upon those who are lower than you serving you. If those who are supposed to serve you get out of line, it's our job and duty as your superiors to make you obey us. You B-words were disrupting the social order. We need to make an example of you so that no one steps outside of their place ever again." Reina screamed at Tatsuko, but the blue-haired girl never flinched. "So, does that mean everyone else here agrees with that?" Tatsuko asked, receiving no response. "Do you all believe that you can trample on and do such horrible things to others for simply speaking out against you and your actions when they were wrong?" Tatsuko pressed, as Reina screamed again. "Let me make something clear, you blue-haired B-word. I am the niece of the fire daimyo, no one can touch me, even with evidence. I'm above all of you and always will be. You three are at fault for even thinking for a second that you were my equal. No matter what you do, you'll end up either dead or in jail if you try to lay a hand on me," Reina sneered as Tatsuko remained silent for a few seconds. "Kaita-nichan taught me that people's feelings are important. She told me I should always smile and show others my smile, because if I smile, everyone will be happy. She taught me that's why human beings were born with feelings. But, if that wasn't the case, what if human emotions were so we could watch as others were hurt, without flinching, only thinking about ourselves? You know, I've wondered about this myself, actually. Is there really a need to keep up this act?" Tatsuko concluded, fully opening her eyes, her emerald green eyes freezing everyone in the vicinity. Stop her. Kill her. I'll pay whoever does a fortune." Reina screamed as a group of hidden shinobi sprang from the shadows, her exclusive guard in case an enemy ninja attacked her. Slowly scanning the area, noting the 5 shinobi still hiding in the shadows, Tatsuko's facial expression remained unchanged. Before anyone could move, she flashed through a long series of seals before slamming her palm on the ground, a bright blue aura encasing the building. "Kekai Genryu Tsuiaryu Kekai Kiri," Tatsuko stated as the building was slowly engulfed in mist. From the outside, nothing had changed, but inside the mist, the space seemed infinite. Rising, everyone tensed before unbridled fear filled their hearts. In front of them, Tatsuko's arms were now clad in demonic-looking gauntlets. Covering her arms from the shoulder down were heavy combat gauntlets made from her partner's scales. Blacker than the night sky, they were covered in golden spikes, the armor on her fingers resembling claws. Then, the silence broke as Tatsuko moved, appearing before the men holding Eri and Sae. Grabbing the arms of the men holding their legs, she squeezed, and their arms snapped like twigs. But before they could scream, Tatsuko crossed her arms and drove her armored hands into their throats before clawing and ripping them out. As she drew her hands back, she smashed the back of her knuckles into their faces with a sickening crunch, sending them colliding with the walls. The other men quickly lost their grips. Tatsuko caught Eri and Sae, then tapped a spot on the back of their necks, making them pass out. Gently setting them down, she rose again to face the terrified and horrified faces of those who had hurt them. Then, like a scene in a horror movie, Tatsuko slowly regained her sleepy smile as she moved to end the lives of the rest. "Tsuko-chan, remember to always smile, alright? You'll find true happiness if you never let your smile fade," Kaita's voice echoed in Tatsuko's mind, her sleepy smile becoming more pronounced. Grabbing the head of one bodyguard, she crushed it like a grape, causing a few to vomit. Turning, she backhanded another in the side, shattering his ribs. Grabbing his arm, she slammed him to the ground before crushing his neck with her foot. Seeing a few trying to run, Tatsuko vanished before appearing in front of them, freezing them. But she vanished once more, reappearing behind them, driving her hands through their backs, her claws ripping out through the front. Ihihi, Kaita-nichan was right. Even after killing all these weaklings, I've still got my smile on my face. Everything feels just fine, Tatsuko thought as she ripped off a shinobi's arm before breaking his neck. The group of shinobi and bodyguards, once nearly 20 strong, was reduced to a mere 9, the rest cowering in fear of the monster before them. Covered head to toe in blood and gore, Tatsuko's horrifying visage was made more so by her unyielding smile. Advancing, she lashed out, caving in the face of the closest individual before seizing him and using him as a weapon. Swinging him by the leg, Tatsuko giggled at the familiar sound of shattering skulls. Finally, only Kaido remained, sitting in a puddle of his own urine. Frantically, he got on his knees, begging for his life, claiming he wouldn't harm Eri or Sae and was instead about to go against Reina's orders. Please spare me. I didn't want to do any of this. I was ordered to. I swear, Kaido shrieked, but his pleas only intensified as he was encased in a bubble of water. Suiryuuten fukaitakai, Tatsuko chirped, closing her open hand. The bubble immediately condensed to the size of a marble, crushing Kaido instantly. Opening her hand, his liquefied body fell to the floor and slowly spread. She then turned her attention to the group of teenage girls huddled in a corner, the air thick with the smell of urine and feces. Turning her nose away, she extended her hand, and another bubble appeared. Their screams and pleas were ignored as Tatsuko offered one last sleepy smile and a tilt of her head before closing her hand. Pain unlike any other ripped through their bodies before nothingness. Snapping her eyes open, Reina screamed, sitting up, panting and wide-eyed as she scanned the room for any sign of the blue-haired demon who had just killed her. Seeing nothing, she curled into a ball, silently crying at her salvation. Not only Reina, but Kaido, Saki, and the others were also weeping, relieved they hadn't suffered the brutal and barbaric deaths they had envisioned. Outside, Eri and Sae giggled happily, swiftly running orders in and around their stall. They were still a little confused as to why Tatsuko had left them after they all made it back, but their parents' shouts to get back to work quickly broke their stupor, and the two moved about once more. Scene change, forest outside of Shoshan no Sato. That was fun, wasn't it, Mara? Tatsuko chirped as a deep bellow resonated beneath her. Another shower of fireworks illuminated a black and gold dragon, the source of the bellow. With a large drill-like nose, massive ears tipped in golden spikes, and the same spikes running down its back to a thick, club-like tail, it was Miragenesu, the black drill wyvern and Tatsuko's partner. That was quite the illusion, Tatsuko. You have been practicing, it seems, Miragenesu chuckled, the ground shaking from his voice alone. Aha! That was my Genryu Shiin, Tatsuko replied. Miragenesu shook his head, glancing up with a sigh. If only our vision were as good as our ability to fight. We could actually enjoy seeing the fireworks, Miragenesu said somberly. Tatsuko gently rubbed his head. We may not be able to see very well, Mara, but we can imagine what they look like, right? Tatsuko said in a slightly solemn tone, eliciting a chuckle from Miragenesu. Always looking on the bright side of things, Tatsuko, thank you, Miragenesu said as Tatsuko smiled at him. Miragenesu, nearly blind and relying on his extraordinary hearing to battle, had bonded with Tatsuko, who suffered from extreme myopia. Both were almost blind, but they never let it stop them from growing stronger, even if it would take time to reach their plateau. Their somber mood broke when Miragenesu winced slightly, turning his head towards Konoha. His ears twitched, and a small smirk appeared on his face. Tatsuko looked at him in confusion as he chuckled. Mao, what's so funny, Mara? She pouted. Miragenesu shook his head. It appears that Tigrex is angered. That can only mean his partner summoned him at an inopportune time, Miragenesu said. Tatsuko tilted her head in confusion before snapping it back towards Konoha. Naru-kun, Tatsuko whispered, focusing her chakra to her ears. Her eyes widened when she heard it. Was that Tigrex? He sounds really angry, Tatsuko said worriedly. Miragenesu nodded. It appears that your mate was gravely injured. He only gets angry when Naruto is near death. And no, Tatsuko, we will not be going to assist him, Miragenesu said. Tatsuko tensed, then worry flooded her face. Naru-kun, please be safe, she whispered, tightening her fists. Black and blue chakra and lightning arced up and down her arms, the echoing words still in her mind. You will know true fear. I will destroy all of you for laying a hand on him. Fear transcended their very beings, flowing through them. The entire village could only watch in utter hopelessness as a monster unlike anything they'd ever seen tore the heavens asunder with its voice alone, erasing the heavy storm clouds. Feeling malice, rage, and killing intent that surpassed even the Kyuubi from many years ago, they felt the frigid touch of the Shinigami around their necks as the monster lowered its head and faced the boss summons of the slugs, snakes, and toads. Its crimson hide was made more terrifying by the bright red veins running along its entire body, seemingly pumping pure and undiluted rage and malice, its burning crimson eyes screaming for blood. I will not repeat myself again, tell me who did this to my partner, Tigrex growled in a low tone. Konoha shook as if an earthquake had struck the village center from his voice alone. When met with immediate silence, Tigrex's claws began to gouge the earth as black and crimson chakra leaked from his body like steam. Quickly glancing at the semi-conscious Naruto, he made sure not to move his head too much, the thought of his partner dying from his own carelessness the only thing preventing him from leveling the entire village with his roar. Answer me, you insects, he shouted, and the ground caved beneath him. Buildings around him were blown away in a circular pattern, leaving a large scar of barren earth. Scene change, Konoha West Gate. What do we do, J Jiraiya. Menma stuttered, clinging tightly to Jiraiya for support as his legs gave out. Never before had Menma been so absolutely sure that his life truly hung in the balance. Even compared to his tenant's wrath the first time he visited it, the death rolling off the monster before him attested to human mortality, no matter how powerful one was. His godfather's trembling was a sign that it was a universal truth. I don't know, Menma. We can't beat that thing, Jiraiya said, terrified, his eyes wide with fear, his entire body tense with adrenaline. In all his years as a shinobi, all the horrors he'd seen in the many wars he'd been a part of, he had never experienced the fear he felt when the monster before him stared at him. The fear Tsunade instilled in him when caught peeping, the fear of losing his student when he resolved to seal the Kyuubi with his soul as an offering, the fear he might have lost his godson in the invasion, all were nothing compared to the fear he now felt. Nothing in his life had ever brought him such feelings of mortality, and he knew that should he survive this, nothing ever would. That's impossible. They were wiped out centuries ago, Gamabunta whispered, hoping the monster hadn't heard him. Standing before him was something that should have been erased from the world for being a threat, something most considered a myth or legend, a dragon. A beast that the combined might of all boss summons from the Rikudo Sennin's time, along with the legendary sage himself, barely managed to defeat and kill. A beast with the potential and power to erase all life from the world on a whim. A beast that brought fear unlike anything else to the boss summon of the Toads. Scene change, Konoha South Gate. BBAHN. I am scared. Narumi whimpered, burying her face into Tsunade's chest. Her godmother held her tightly, trembling in her arms. Not even in her darkest, most horrific nightmares did Narumi experience such feelings of finality and death. Even confronting the Kyuubi inside her for power during a month of training only evoked a sliver of the immense hate and dread emanating from the monster. There was no escaping it, Narumi was going to die, and nothing could prevent it. SHH. I'll be fine, Umi-chan. I'll protect you. Tsunade reassured her goddaughter, though her trembling voice betrayed the lie. Even as a medic, seeing corpses and the dying, Tsunade had never felt such death from one being. The scent and feeling of death from the last war seemed like the embrace of a spring meadow compared to what the monster radiated. As she tried to reassure her goddaughter, she knew she was lying, and that was what brought tears to her face. No. This is just a dream, right? Katsuyu whispered repeatedly to herself, refusing to believe they were back. As a newborn, she'd heard stories of monsters even previous boss summons feared more than the Biju. These monsters, dragons, were said to erase entire countries with a simple roar. Seeing the monster before her nearly cause an earthquake with its roar alone proved their power. They couldn't exist because they were erased, sealed, destroyed by the world's combined might. So how was this monster standing before her and her summoners? What could she do? What could anyone do to stop it? Scene change, Konoha East Gate. Ora Kaijiji. What do we do? Mito whimpered, clinging tightly to her godfather's waist. His arm wrapped protectively around her as she shook. I don't know, Mito-chan. Never in my life have I seen such a monster. Orochimaru admitted, sweat beading on his face, his eyes wide as he stared at the monster. There is no way. There is just no way. Manda repeated like a mantra, wide-eyed at the monster. As a hatchling, he'd heard stories of a serpent king dragon once revered as a god to snakes, said to be able to wrap around the world 7 times and, if it desired, crush it like an egg. Manda was intrigued by the legend, but when he asked, he was immediately told it wasn't a god but a devil in disguise. It wasn't a snake but a dragon, a monster above them on the evolutionary totem pole, with the attitude and temperament to back the claim. Manda learned and soon feared these monsters, glad they were wiped off the face of the world. But now that one was before him, Manda could only hope for a painless death. Scene change, Konoha North Gate. You have the audacity to refuse me my answer, Tigrex said, irritated, the black and crimson chakra leaking from him solidifying into a haze around his face. Having had enough of being ignored and stared at with pitiful expressions, he inhaled, and the space around him became a small, airless vacuum. Rage bubbled like molten magma in his veins. He was about to reduce the entire village to rubble but stopped when an irritated and pained voice cut through the vacuum he'd created. Tigrex, they're not the enemy. No need to cause more senseless violence, now could you give me back some air? Naruto said, pained, his teeth gritted as fresh blood flowed from his mouth and right eye from the sudden lack of oxygen. His eyes widening at his carelessness, Tigrex drew his head back and raised it upward before letting loose a roar that ripped through the heavens. A conical beam of black and crimson energy and sound sent shockwaves across the village, shaking it as though an earthquake truly had struck its center. The sound was unlike anything they'd ever heard or wished to hear. Tigrex's roar could be seen from other villages, as fear swept through them at the strange and terrifying sight of the heavens engulfed in what could only be described as pure rage and hatred. I apologize, Naruto, my carelessness may have cost you your life should you have truly fallen unconscious, Tigrex replied, lowering his head, the magma-like rage flowing through his veins cooling as the crimson veins covering his hide faded. It's fine, I look like a mess right now so it's only natural you'd get angry, Naruto replied, taking large gulps of precious air, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. After witnessing power unlike anything they'd seen before, those still standing fell to their knees as the bloodlust and malice that had filled the air were replaced with pure tension. Tigrex scanned the village, his eyes now holding a controlled rage. His gaze fell upon the three summons before him, and he snorted at their terrified visages in his calm state. This certainly brings back memories. Slime, filth, and lower reptiles banding together in a futile attempt to survive. How amusing, Tigrex chuckled darkly, the three tensing as he scanned them more thoroughly. And it appears that they're even weaker than their ancestors were when they tried to eliminate us. Losing the pinnacle of evolution caused those lower beings to become this weak? How pitiful, Tigrex said, shaking his head in disbelief, the three boss summons looking on in disbelief at his words. Could you not start a fight, Tigrex? We're still in the middle of a war, you know, Naruto asked, irritated. Tigrex chuckled in response. All those watching could only gape. Now that their minds were mostly free from fear, they widened their eyes, seeing Naruto standing on and talking to the monster that had just forced them all into submission as if it were his friend. No one was not shocked by what they were seeing. The Hokage's eldest son was thought to be without a summoning contract but was instead able to summon this monster. Is that Naruto? Zabuza asked with disbelief, not wanting to believe the same blonde he saw as his son was talking to the monster. There's no way, right? He never said anything about a S-summon, Anko added, tightening her grip on her tanto, rage slowly seething into her blood as she took in his bloodied and battered body. War? This is not a war, Naruto. True war is erasing your opposition completely from the face of the planet so that even their ashes do not remain. This is merely a small dispute over territory, Tigrex said. Naruto shook his head at the answer, knowing he was talking to a dragon. Allow me to show you what true annihilation is. Please, if you would be so kind as to direct me to your enemy, my friend, Tigrex asked. Naruto gulped slightly, knowing what was to come wouldn't be pretty. It's pretty much everyone outside of that barrier in the center and around our area. Avoid those areas and a few meters around them to avoid killing any other Konoha ninja fighting outside the barrier, Naruto replied. Tigrex scoffed at his tone. Do you take me for a hatchling who cannot control his power, Naruto? A hunter is not just brute strength, though Devilto would disagree, they must also have finesse, to be precise in killing their prey, Tigrex said, taking another deep breath, his chest and throat shining a dangerous black and crimson color as a slight tremor emanated from him. Issei Raya Seiki, Tigrex shouted as a burst of black and crimson chakra left his mouth, taking the form of baseball-sized orbs of volatile chakra. As soon as the orbs took shape, they immediately rained down on the terrified and stunned Otonin. Upon contact with the enemy ninja, what could only be described as horror ensued. The orbs immediately exploded in a small condensed sphere of Ryuuten chakra, rotting away limbs caught inside, leaving behind emaciated and grotesque body parts. But they couldn't fret over the ruined limb as the chakra's corruption quickly spread, ripping unearthly pain through their bodies. Falling to the ground, the Oto forces were quickly reduced to nothing, their withered and wasted remains littering the streets like a scene from a horror movie. A few seconds after being exterminated, the ninjas' corpses cracked before turning to ash, their remains blown away by the wind. Watching with wide eyes filled with fear and horror were the Konohanin standing mere inches from their vaporized enemies. Sweat ran down their faces, they could only pray to Kami that they were spared such a gruesome death. Turning their heads mechanically, they locked onto the savagely smirking monster towering above them. That, my friend, is how you hunt with finesse. A hatchling wouldn't have been able to discern your allies from your enemies. I, on the other hand, am capable of such feats, as you've seen, Tigrex said proudly. Naruto nodded, disbelieving what he had just seen. How, Tigrex? You avoided killing any Konoha ninja? Naruto asked, disbelief in his tone, his respect and awe for his partner rising. Their smell, of course. Try as they may, those I erased all had the scent of bloodlust and malice on them. Even some of your allies had bloodlust, but there was no malice, only the desire to protect their territory. Though, I did spare a few who I presume to be important due to the nature of their sense, Tigrex answered. Naruto nodded stiffly before wincing, his wounds acting up again. Seeing his partner no longer in fighting condition and having eliminated all but one of those who had invaded his territory, Tigrex saw fit to take his leave. Lowering his head, he gently nudged it, and Naruto fell off his snout, landing onto a nearby rooftop with an audible groan. Cracking a smirk at his reaction, Tigrex turned to the three boss summons, sneered at them, and then vanished in a plume of smoke. Once he left, silence reigned across the village as everyone took a few seconds to register what had just happened. But the lull was broken when Hirako grunted and kicked Minato off, the blonde's eyes widening at his lapse in concentration. Before he could move to finish off Hirako, the silver-haired man vanished in a flash of silver before reappearing beside a slowly rising Naruto. "You are far too interesting to lose," Hirako said, grabbing Naruto by the throat, causing more blood to flow from his mouth. "Naru-chan!" Kushina screamed, rushing towards the pair. Minato threw his kunai and flashed as quickly as he could between them, cursing that Hirako had shed the bandages he'd marked. "Tisk, such pests," Hirako scoffed, shifting his body, locking Naruto's arm behind his back, and bringing his bandages up to the younger blonde's throat, drawing a thin line of blood. Their eyes widening, Minato and Kushina froze, staring at the scene. Seeing their terrified and stressed faces, Hirako couldn't help but let a chilling smile creep across his face at their predicament. To have such strong attachments that were a hindrance family truly was a strange thing. You'd sacrifice your advantage for a child's life? You have 3 more, don't you? Why give up the chance to end it all for just one? Hirako asked, tightening his grip on Naruto's arm. The younger blonde grunted in pain as his joint creaked. Stop. You're hurting him. Kushina shrieked hysterically, her eyes burning with rage and swimming in fear. Hirako, release my son now, and I'll kill you as quickly and painlessly as possible, Minato stated in a frigid tone, his eyes ablaze with controlled fury. The standoff intensified as Minato and Kushina reunited with their family. Mito, Menma, and Narumi watched, fear-filled, at their older brother's predicament. Kakashi, Genma, Kurane, Gai, Asuma, Anko, Zabuza, and Haku soon arrived, their eyes widening at the scene. Seeing the powerful young man reduced to a hostage ignited a furious rage within them, especially Anko and Zabuza. "You little bastard. If you know what's good for you, you'll take your hands off him," Zabuza snarled, tightening his grip on Kubikaribasho, his eyes burning with anger. "Oh? And what, pray tell, is good for me?" Hirako mocked, tightening his hold further. An audible pop left Naruto's shoulder, and he bit back a cry of pain. "You *****ing bastard. You're going to regret this once I get my hands on you," Anko growled, clutching her tanto so tightly her knuckles turned white. Neither side yielded. Hirako then caught a glimpse of movement in his periphery, a bleeding Teiwa holding an injured Kin. A smirk formed on his face as he turned to address them. They flinched at his voice, then slowly and fearfully turned to meet his gaze. Kin's eyes widened instantly upon seeing her crush in his grasp. "Ah, Kin, Teiwa. How good of you two to join me. Though, it makes me wonder, why were you two spared when the others weren't?" Hirako asked, their eyes widening. The Konoha ninja threw a quick glance at them before refocusing on Naruto. "And Naruto-kun. Hirako-sama, you said you wouldn't hurt him," Kin shouted as Hirako threw his head back in laughter, a chilling sound that made some ninja wince. "Are you so idiotic that you actually believed me? I knew of your interactions with this boy, and the feelings you have for him, Kin. And to think that you, Teiwa, would betray me and choose a single person over the rest of us. To think you two would betray the one who allowed you to live. Such a disappointment," Hirako said, shaking his head. The two tensed as he leveled a glare at them. "I have no use for defective tools," Hirako declared, forming a hand seal. A red mark appeared on Teiwa and Kin's foreheads, and unimaginable pain ripped through their minds. "Ah!" the two screamed, clutching their heads, eyes wide and filled with agony as their minds were destroyed. Naruto's eyes widened as Hirako discarded Kin and Teiwa, then sparked an electric blue as he narrowed them. Gritting his teeth, he tried to wrench his arm free from Hirako's lock, only to gasp in pain as 2 of the silver-haired man's bandages pierced his thighs, bringing him to his knees. He bit back a cry of pain as Hirako shoved him face-first into the ground. "Naru-chan, Naruto, Naruto-kun, Narunii." The brutal treatment of the blonde sparked rage and fear in the onlookers. They hadn't believed Hirako would harm Naruto further, it would defeat the purpose of a hostage. Sweat dripped freely from their brows as they desperately tried to find a way to extricate him. "You're such a foolish boy. Why risk your life to save theirs? Aren't they part of my village, the same one that attacked yours? Or have you truly fallen for that girl, boy?" Hirako asked as Naruto glared up at him, his electric blue eyes filled with hate and anger. "You're going to regret this," Naruto growled in a low tone, his eyes shining with a dangerous glint. "Oh? Such scary eyes. How about I remove them for you?" Hirako shouted, driving his fingers into Naruto's left eye socket. Naruto's right eye widened at the action. Then, without hesitation, Hirako ripped his arm back, and a scream tore from Naruto's throat. "Gyaa!" Naruto screamed, snapping his remaining eye shut, pain ripping through the left side of his head. A myriad of screams echoed numbly through his mind as a wet squelching sound resonated. "Ah, it appears that I've crushed your eye. I'm so sorry, boy," Hirako sneered, dropping the remains of the organ beside Naruto's head. "You bastard. I'm going to *****ing kill you." Kushina, Zabuza, Anko, and Minato roared, racing towards him, their eyes screaming for his blood. "Tch," Hirako scoffed under his breath. He had gone further than intended. Impaling Naruto's legs was supposed to be the extent of his injury. But seeing those eyes, the same pupil as the monster he had summoned, he cast reason aside and sought to crush the sight of those wretched eyes. He knew he had lost his advantage the moment his emotions overthrew his reasoning. Grabbing Naruto by the neck again, Hiriko lifted him before driving his fist into the blonde's stomach. Naruto's eye widened, his head lurched forward as blood and spittle flew from his mouth. The sight made the four approaching ninjas stumble slightly, just enough for Hiriko to kick Naruto aside before vanishing in a flash of silver. Guah! Naruto gasped, colliding with a nearby wall, partially buried by the resulting rubble. Naru-chan, Naruto, the four shouted, racing to his downed form. As they dug through the rubble, tears flowed freely from their eyes as they frantically increased their speed. Finally, they pulled Naruto out. Kushina and Anko broke down at his state. His eye was half-lidded, the chilling emptiness where his left eye had been made them snap their own eyes shut to escape the horrific sight. Blood flowed from his eye socket and the side of his mouth, and stone shards were embedded in various parts of his body. When he started coughing violently, hacking up blood as they tried to ease the pressure on his chest, they saw the true extent of his injuries. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and his siblings rushed over, only able to stare in shock at his condition, never imagining he could look so close to death. Moving the crying bodies of Anko and Kushina, Tsunade immediately began healing him as much as possible, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru examined the now unconscious forms of Teiuya and Kin. Watching the exchange from the shadows of a nearby building, Hiriko gritted his teeth at his foolishness. But soon, a chilling smile crept onto his face as he remembered the trump card he had implanted in the boy. Vanishing in another flash of silver, all he had to do was wait for the right time. Konoha may have won the battle, but the war was not over. Aftermath and recovery. A few hours later, Konoha was in relatively decent condition after the surprise attack by Oto and Suna. Several buildings in the semi-abandoned districts had collapsed, but the only major collateral damage was the area where Tigrex had been, with deformed ground and completely ruined buildings. Thanks to the medical corps. Under Shizune and Tsunade, who refused to allow anyone to die, there were no fatalities. The Suna siblings were reunited with their ninja, stunned to hear the truth from their mouths. They apologized to Minato for their part in the attack. Minato accepted the apology on the condition that their treaty remain, though Suna would have to pay for the necessary repairs. They agreed, stating their next Kazekage would have to accept these terms. After the signed agreement, with Beiki and Temari in charge due to their positions, they parted ways. Now in the process of rebuilding, Minato had those with Doton Jutsu fill the holes left by the clashes, especially the one from Tigrex's roar. Following that, he had those with Kage Bunshin help with the reconstruction of destroyed buildings, making the rebuilding process smooth and faster with the extra hands. To an outsider, Konoha after the attack would appear to have suffered only minor scars on the earth and a few collapsed buildings. However, those within knew something major had indeed happened, and that person lay unconscious in the hospital. Konoha Hospital Intensive Care Ward. Naruto lay in a sterile white room, bandaged from head to toe. His right arm and leg were in casts, while his left arm was in a sling. His face was also bandaged, the left side, where Hiriko had taken his eye, thickly covered in now pale pink bandages. His injuries were horrific compared to other near-death injuries like slashed throats, punctured organs, and near-fatal bleeding. His external injuries hid the internal damage, shattered bones, shredded muscle and tendon, internal bleeding, and light hemorrhaging. Tsunade and Shizune paled upon their initial scan, stunned by the extent of his injuries. But after working for hours, they finally had him in stable and non-threatening condition. Upon entering, Shizune quickened her strides when she saw his tinted bandages. Calling for another set of supplies, the nurse who brought them helped remove and apply new bandages. Letting out a sigh of relief, Shizune thanked the nurse before returning her attention to the blonde below her. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess of questions that only he could answer. What was the unknown black and crimson virus covering Naruto's hands? Why was his body covered in an absurd number of horrific scars? They ranged from old, healing puncture wounds to an enormous, bite-like scar covering his entire side, as if something had literally taken a chunk out of him. How's he doing, Shizune? Her mentor's soft voice called out, breaking her from her stupor. Huh? Oh, Tsunade-sama. I'm sorry, I was a little lost in my thoughts. Naruto-kun seems to be doing fine, though he's healing a lot slower than an Uzumaki should, Shizune reported, getting a nod from the blonde. Making her way over, Tsunade stared at her godson's bandaged face, her heart filled with grief, guilt, and regret. She might not have had the best relationship with him, but she should have done something other than sit on the sidelines like a helpless child. It wasn't just her, but Orochimaru and Jiraiya as well. They were sunnin', for Kami's sake, and they were dealing with their old teammate. Clenching her hands into fists, Tsunade let out a haggard sigh as Shizune moved to comfort her mentor, receiving a thankful smile in return. But they both snapped their heads to Naruto when a low groan was heard. NGH. Naruto groaned in a pained tone, his eye fluttering open before narrowing to avoid the direct light shining in his face. And Naruto-kun. Shizun yelped, her eyes wide as tears formed in their corners. "S Shizun-san?" Naruto asked, his voice lower than a whisper as Shizun quickly moved towards him and gently cupped his face before resting her forehead against his. "Yes. Yes. I'm here, Naruto-kun," Shizun said in a soothing tone as a few tears fell from her eyes, happiness radiating off her like the sun. Where am I?" he asked as his lone eye scanned the room, drifting in and out of focus as Tsunade made her way over. "Shizun, I know how you feel about him, but remember that he's injured," Tsunade said in a lightly scolding tone, but her relief over his awakening trumped her usual strictness regarding medical courtesy. Alright, Shizun yelped, hopping away from Naruto with flushed red cheeks. "How are you feeling, Naruto? Do you feel pain anywhere?" Tsunade asked as she ran another scan over him, getting a weak shake of his head. "And no, I'm fine," Naruto said as his eyes slowly drifted shut, having used up the small amount of energy he had built up during his rest. "There's nothing wrong with him other than the strange-looking virus covering his hands. So far, it doesn't look harmful, but we need to be mindful of it," Tsunade reported as she finished her scan, Shizun jotting down her analysis. "Well, we'd better go and tell them that he woke up, even if it was just for a few seconds," Tsunade said in a slightly exhausted tone, knowing that a few people were about to break down the ICU doors. Making their way out of the ward and into the waiting room, they were greeted by the sight of traumatized people. Mito and Narumi had their faces buried in each other's shoulders, Menma stared at the ground with wide eyes, Haku had her face buried in her hands, Minato and Zabuza comforted a weeping Kushina and Anko respectively, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya leaned against the walls with worried faces. Overall, it was a rather tense and depressing atmosphere, which only grew when they heard her footsteps. "Bah-chan!" Narumi screamed, launching herself at Tsunade, who hugged her tightly. "Tsunade-sama, how is he?" Zabuza asked, desperate for answers, his normally calm and collected demeanor now stressed and panicked. "Please, Tsunade, tell me, how is Naruto?" Kushina pleaded, her eyes red and puffy from crying. "Easy, everyone, he's stable. He woke up for a few seconds before falling back asleep. It's a miracle he did even that, given the amount of damage he sustained," Tsunade reported as the atmosphere lightened considerably. Can we see him?" Mito asked pleadingly, her eyes also red and puffy from crying. "No, he needs rest, and a lot of it. You can all visit him tomorrow once we've made sure nothing else is wrong with him," Tsunade said in an ironclad tone, leaving no room for arguments. Nodding solemnly, Anko, Zabuza, and Haku looked longingly at the ward doors before turning and heading out of the hospital in a slightly better mood than before. Minato sighed, then had to return to the tower to sort out his accumulated paperwork. Orochimaru and Jiraiya moved to check on Kin and Teiuya. That left Kushina, Mito, Menma, and Narumi alone in the hospital, with Shizun and Tsunade giving them understanding gazes before returning to check on the blonde. "And Naru and I safe now. I'm so glad," Narumi whimpered, furiously scrubbing away her tears. "Why yeah, me too," Menma admitted, sniffling as he brushed away stray tears. "He'll be fine, he's our big brother after all," Mito said in a shaky voice, trying to stay collected, though the few tears that fell from her eyes revealed her true feelings. Seeing her children worried about their older brother made Kushina's heart swell with love and pride. She moved to embrace them all as they melted into her arms. "Once your older brother gets out, we'll have a celebration, all of us," Kushina said as Mito and Narumi nodded their heads, Menma following suit, though hesitantly. "Don't worry, Menma-chan, your brother will understand if you talk to him. He's forgiven your father and me, he'll do the same for you," Kushina cooed, and Menma nodded at her answer. Now much calmer, the four opted to give the ICU doorway one last glance before heading out of the building and back home. After a surprise attack from the combined forces of Oto and Suna, Konoha sustained minimal damage. The rebuilding effort proceeded smoothly and quicker than anticipated. The Leaf counted its blessings that the attack didn't cause more damage than most surprise attacks would. They thanked the Suna siblings for their information, their Cage for his planning and actions, the Sunin and their godchildren for their summons, the boss summons, and though not a shared thought, the monster that eradicated the Otonin inside the village in a single attack. Hokage's Tower, day after. A day later, at the Hokage's Tower, Rado concluded his report to Minato. "That's the last of our report, Minato-sama. The construction of the most important destroyed buildings is nearing completion. They should be done by the end of the week. As for the debris and rubble, we removed and recovered all items and returned most of them to their rightful owners, however." Rado trailed off as Genma reached into the chest of lost belongings and pulled out a black scroll with crimson markings. "We found this near the collapsed apartment buildings near the north gate. We've tried to open it, but everything we've done doesn't seem to work," Genma continued, handing the scroll to Minato. This is an interesting scroll. It's a combination of a blood and chakra seal, but there's something very different about it. Do we know who it belongs to?" he asked, receiving a negative shake of the head from the team. "I don't want to intrude on anyone's privacy. Could you get Mitsum and Kuromaru?" They should be able to locate who this belongs to, Minato requested, and the group nodded. As they left, Minato looked through the windows and couldn't help but smile. They had evaded what could have been a disastrous attack with extremely minimal damage. He had to thank Kami that no one was lost in the attack, something even he couldn't believe happened. While he was happy no one had lost their lives, it soon turned to self-loathing when he remembered what had happened to his son. Gritting his teeth, Minato felt his anger bubble through his blood as he recalled Hiriko's brutal assault on Naruto. His pen snapped in two when Tsunade informed him they couldn't successfully transplant a new eye despite hours of trying. He could understand if there was a problem with the organ, but Tsunade had told him Naruto's body actively fought and rejected all attempted transplants. But he soon quelled his anger, remembering his son was safe, though crippled for life. "Minato, you all right?" a voice asked, snapping him out of his stupor. Huh? Oh, Jiraiya-sensei. Anything to report?" Minato asked, the underlying question of Hiriko's location not lost on the older shinobi. "Nothing. I don't know how he did it, but it seems he completely erased his presence and all traces of himself in and around Konoha. I've got my network working on it, but nothing's come up," Jiraiya reported, Minato nodding stiffly, Jiraiya noticing the subtle anger radiating from him. "Don't worry, Minato-kun, we'll find him and make him pay for his crimes," another voice said, making the two turn to its source. "Thanks, Orochimaru, but I just wished I could have stopped him," Minato said, his eyes now filled with guilt and self-hatred. "You're not the only one, Minato, we're all feeling the same. If we were faster, we could have stopped him from crippling Naruto," Jiraiya said, his face twisted with guilt. "As for those two Otokunoichi, it appears their memories have been completely erased, save for their names. Ibiki, Inoichi, and myself weren't able to find any traces of them actively lying or trying to hide any information. It seems Hiriko was smart enough to have such a fail-safe in case his ninja were captured," Orochimaru explained, eliciting a look of surprise from the two. "Is that even possible? I've never heard of such a jutsu or a seal capable of that," Minato asked, Orochimaru and Jiraiya nodding. "With what he's been doing, there's no telling what kind of jutsu or seals he's created," Jiraiya said as Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "As those two are right now, they're completely ineffective for combat. They've not only had their memories erased, but their chakra has been drained to civilian levels. They're no longer a threat to us, even if they did have their memories," Orochimaru explained, Minato nodding at his statement. "Keep them detained and ensure regular checkups until the end of the week. If nothing of value is found, release and send them to me," Minato instructed, receiving a nod from the older man. "Now that business is settled, let's head to the hospital and check on Naruto," Jiraiya suggested. Minato and Orochimaru nodded, leaving the office. Konoha Hospital Intensive Care Ward. Naruto lay, eyes fixed on the ceiling, his left arm free from its sling. He radiated an intense aura of bloodlust and hatred, unlike anything the hospital staff had ever encountered. His normally blank navy eyes were now a piercing electric blue, sparking with anger. His fury was directed solely at himself and the man who had held him captive. Naruto was appalled by his helplessness and even more so by being crippled by his captor. "I'll kill him. I swear on my life that I'll kill him," Naruto whispered, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. He had lost, and he had lost horribly. Hiriko not only took him hostage but also stole his left eye. Kamili, Hyo, Tatsuko, the entirety of Thousand Blade Mountain would ridicule him for his weakness and defeat. Even worse, as Tigrex's partner, Tigrex would also face mockery for having such a weak associate. He was weak. He was prey, not a predator, let alone a dragon. A dragon doesn't lose to anything but another dragon. He was a failure and a fraud. The door opened, and Naruto shifted his oppressive gaze to his visitors, who flinched at his angry stare. They had expected him to be his usual blank self, or perhaps even happy that everyone was safe and he was alive after facing a freak of nature. Instead, he glared at them with self-directed anger. "Is something wrong?" he asked in a subtly irritated tone, causing the men to frown slightly. "That's what we should be asking you, Naruto. Is something the matter?" Minato inquired, moving beside his son. Naruto shifted his gaze to the window overlooking the village. "There's nothing wrong," Naruto curtly replied, deepening Minato's frown as Orochimaru and Jiraiya interjected. "If something's troubling you, it's better to talk about it than keep it bottled up," Orochimaru stated. Minato and Jiraiya agreed, and Naruto nodded in response. "Naruto, you shouldn't be angry about being a hostage. Hiriko is a Sunin-level shinobi, there was no way you could have matched him," Jiraiya explained. Naruto gritted his teeth and tightened his fists. His reaction worried the three men. Did he truly believe he could stand against someone who fought Minato toe-to-toe? While strong for a genin, he was nowhere near Hiriko's power, especially considering the stolen Kekii Genkai integrated into Hiriko's body. "Naruto, you're strong, very strong, but even at your best, you wouldn't last more than a few seconds against Hiriko. He matched your father's speed and even copied his Rasengan. As you are now, you're too inexperienced and underpowered to even consider fighting him," Jiraiya elaborated. Naruto's fists tightened with every word. TCH, Naruto scoffed, signaling he'd heard enough about his weakness and Hiriko's strength. Seeing his mood worsen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato decided to leave him to his thoughts, exiting the room. Once alone, Naruto growled, clenching his fists so tightly they drew blood. They had just reinforced his weakness, pushing him to a near breaking point. Shifting his body so his good leg hung off the bed, Naruto grunted, using the wall for support to stand. He then pulled out his IVs and other medical attachments. Hobbling to the window, Naruto opened it with some difficulty using his good arm. Taking a deep breath to calm his anger, he focused chakra into his palm and hung off the building, dropping floor by floor, hoping to avoid attention, though he doubted he would. Once on the ground, he steadied himself and used a nearby plank as a makeshift crutch. Then, he hobbled towards the ruins of his apartment, people giving him a wide berth due to the subtle anger and hate he radiated. Half an hour later. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama, a nurse frantically shouted through the hospital hallways before the woman in question appeared. What have I told you about shouting in the hospital? Tsunade roared, but the nurse didn't cower, making Tsunade raise an eyebrow. Naruto's gone, she screamed, widening Tsunade's eyes. She sped to his room, hoping it wasn't true. Slamming open the door, she paled, seeing he was indeed missing and the window wide open. Rushing to the window, she scanned the area for any sign of the blonde. Finding no trace, she immediately sped to the Hokage's tower, hoping her family wasn't visiting Minato. Fate, however, had other plans. Hokage's tower. Minato chatted with his family, smiling as they discussed plans for a small party to celebrate Naruto's recovery. While they talked, Kakashi, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya joined them. The sound of laughter from outside made Tsunade freeze. Steeling herself, she slammed open the door, grabbing everyone's attention. Bah-chan, did you hear about our party for Narumi yet? Narumi chirped, making Tsunade inwardly groan at the bombshell she was about to drop. Everyone, I need you all to remain calm, do you understand? Tsunade asked, her tone tensing everyone. Naruto's missing from his room, Tsunade stated. The silence was so overwhelming that a dropped pin would have sounded louder than an explosive tag. What? Kushina screamed, her eyes wide with fear, doing the complete opposite of Tsunade's request. Umbu, Minato shouted. A squad of his most trusted Umbu appeared. Naruto's gone missing. Fan out and search for him. Contact me if you find him, Minato ordered. The Umbu nodded and departed to carry out their orders. Come on, we're moving out as well, Jiraiya said. The others nodded, splitting into groups to search the village for the blonde. Naruto's apartment ruins. Arriving at the ruins of his apartment, Naruto sighed in anger at his former home. As he got closer, his anger turned to sadness when he saw his belongings. He picked up the remains of one of his plants, its withered leaves fell off. Naruto closed his eye and gently placed the maple's remains back on the ground. Hobbling closer, he rummaged through the rubble for the scroll containing his most important items, ignoring the fresh scrapes and cuts on his hand. He didn't notice the group running towards him. Naruto, Minato shouted, catching the blonde's attention. They stopped short when they saw the mixed sadness and anger swirling in his eyes as he turned halfway towards them. Closing his eye and dropping his head, he sighed before returning to dig through the remains of his apartment. Seeing him ignore them hurt slightly, but the group noticed he was actively searching for something and moved to help. Tsunade and Shizun healed his hands and checked him for injuries. That was a completely idiotic and careless action, you know, Tsunade scolded him, finishing healing his hands. When he didn't reply, she grew frustrated by his attitude. Shizun began to panic slightly, knowing how her mentor became when angry. Shizun quickly tried to placate Tsunade's anger, relaxing when she saw the rest of their family approaching. Naruto, what were you searching for? Minato asked. The group also became curious about what was valuable or important enough to make him act so recklessly. My scroll, Naruto replied, his eye never leaving the rubble of his apartment. A scroll? That's why you escaped the hospital? Tsunade asked incredulously, her anger bubbling. What does it look like, Naruto nii? Mito asked, determined to help him find it. Wait. It wouldn't be a black scroll, would it? With crimson markings, Minato asked. Naruto snapped his head towards him instantly. Why you have it? He asked in a tone none present had ever heard, sounding desperate, as if his life depended on it. Yes, I do. Come on. Let's head to my office and get it for you, Minato said with a smile. Naruto nodded slightly before getting up. Seeing him use a makeshift crutch, everyone winced, realizing how desperate he was to find his scroll. Shizun quickly moved over, steadying him before wrapping her arm around his shoulder and leaning him against her, fighting a blush. Tsunade smirked, while Mito and Narumi frowned slightly. Thanks, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Shizun blushed deeper, stating it wasn't a problem. As they headed towards the tower, Kushina turned and saw Tsunade's devious smirk. Her face lit up in realization. Moving to the older blonde to confirm her suspicions, she quickly widened her eyes before narrowing them at the raven-haired woman supporting her oldest son. Kushina liked Shizun, she almost considered her a little sister. But there was no way she would accept Shizun dating her oldest, no matter how much she liked her. Her sentiments were shared by the other girls, Mito and Narumi, who saw the expression on Shizun's face. They would protect their older brother from other women, even if it killed them. Hokage's Tower. Upon arriving in Minato's office, the group grew curious as Minato pulled out the described scroll from his desk. Their curiosity intensified when Naruto's eye lit up with relief and gratitude. Meekly taking the scroll, Naruto thanked Minato in a slightly bashful tone as the others gawked. The women squealed at Naruto's cuteness, while the men simply gawked. Once he had the scroll, Naruto moved to leave but was stopped by an irate Tsunade. "Oh no, you're not, you're heading right back to your room. This time, a more secure one at that," Tsunade said threateningly. Naruto sighed and nodded in acceptance. The trip back with Kushina, Mito, and Narumi was amiable. Mito and Narumi tried to converse with Naruto, who replied with short sentences. Meanwhile, Kushina and Tsunade chatted with Shizun, who, to her utter mortification, was the subject of their discussion. Konoha Hospital Intensive Care Ward. Back in his room, now with a securely locked window, Naruto lay with his eye again fixed on the ceiling. Closing it, he focused chakra to his ears and heard no one outside his room or within 4 feet of the door. Opening it again, he pulled out his scroll, bit his thumb, and wiped it against the blood seal. The seal glowed crimson. Naruto held his thumb against the scroll, drawing a tiny amount of Ryuuten chakra into the seal, which now glowed black and crimson. The seal turned, clicked, and opened. Opening it, he quickly moved to the medical supplies section, swiping the seal again with his blood. It glowed a calm green. Then, in a small plume of smoke, a clear flask containing a strange aquamarine liquid appeared. Taking a deep breath, Naruto brought the flask to his mouth and downed its contents, resisting the urge to vomit as the acrid taste overwhelmed him. Soon after, his body began to glow a light green, and he released a content sigh as feeling rushed back to his limbs. Turning to face the window again, he could only wait until Tsunade or Shizun came to discharge him from the hospital. Amazing! How in the world is this even possible? Tsunade exclaimed, astonished, unable to believe her scans. The day before, Naruto had consumed a vial of Dust of Life, a powerful elixir known for its godly regenerative capabilities. This elixir was non-existent in the human realm, its otherworldly properties lost to time. In Thousand Blade Mountain, it was an uncommon but widely used curative for dragons. Created from bloomgrass root, Cathangia, and dragonfell berry, only elders Yamatsukami and White knew how to create it with 100% success. Yamatsukami had grown fond of the blonde and given him a flask of the legendary curative, stating he was the only one who would receive it unless he provided the necessary materials for another. Initially, Naruto never wanted to use the potion, knowing it could easily bring those at death's door back to fighting condition. When he decided to use it, he knew it was a complete waste of such a powerful item, but he needed to see how crippled he truly was. Tsunade-sama, it's impossible. Naruto-kun should still be in recovery for at least 2 more weeks, not to mention at least a month of physical therapy, Shizun reported, flipping between his medical report and observing him. By some impossible or otherworldly force, Naruto was back to peak condition, even healthier than before. In all their years as medics, creating and analyzing potions and poisons, they had never witnessed such an unbelievable recovery. The only person who came close was Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama, whose healing power was legendary. Giving his report one last look, Tsunade simply shook her head before filling out the discharge paperwork. Once finished, Shizun and she opened his casts, flinching at what they saw. Instead of unmarred flesh, his arms were littered with fresh scars. Unconsciously, they traced the large scar down his right arm, shocked that someone so young already had such horrific scarring. Realizing their actions, they quickly pulled their hands back as if scalded, a light blush on their cheeks from their embarrassing behavior. After giving him a trial of physical tests, they still found it unbelievable that he showed no signs of the injuries from the day before, except for the scars. Once the tests were over, they were about to ask him what he would wear but found their questions unnecessary as he pulled the curtain closed. The sounds of something being summoned, zippers opening and closing, filled the air. After a few minutes, the curtains opened again. Naruto was now dressed in a different outfit, a black sleeveless turtleneck muscle shirt, matching combat fatigues, steel-toe boots, and bandages covering his scarred arms up to the elbows. His hitaite was wrapped around his left bicep. He covered his left eye socket with a simple black eye patch. Shizun blushed slightly, seeing him dressed in such a cool and handsome manner. Tsunade whistled, commenting that he looked good. "I'll be off then, I'm sorry for troubling you too," Naruto said, bowing to them. They brushed off his apology, stating it was what they lived to do. "Please, take it easy, okay Naruto-kun? Even if you're healed, we don't know how it happened, so if anything comes up, please come find me, okay?" Shizun asked. Naruto nodded in response to her concerns. When he exited the ward doors, Shizun let out a slightly sad sigh. Tsunade turned to her with a devious smirk. Seeing it, Shizun immediately paled and tried to cover her mentor's mouth but was held like a child in Tsunade's arms. Come find me? Oh, you're getting bold, aren't you, Shizun? It's just too cute, Tsunade teased. Shizun flailed futilely, trying to stop her teasing, only to resort to crying when Tsunade mentioned giving him a bath. When he exited the ward doors, he was tackled by 2 missiles of brown and raven color. Staggering back from the impact, Naruto steadied himself, realizing it was his teammates, tears in their eyes. Sighing, he gently patted and rubbed their backs as they refused to meet his gaze. You jerk, do you even know how worried we were about you? Satsuki muttered, burying her face back into his chest, refusing eye contact. Did you know how worried we were about you, Naruto-kun? We were forced to stay inside that barrier while you were being held hostage. Yakumo replied in the same muffled voice, tightening her grip on him. Flashback, the day before. What do you mean? I have to help him. He's my teammate, Satsuki shouted, glaring at her older brother. Her family, except Itachi and Mikado, flinched slightly at her angry glare. Sorry, Satsuki, but Kushina-sama has asked that everyone ranked genin and below be placed inside the barrier, Itachi calmly responded, unaffected by her burning gaze. Shut up. I'm more than capable of helping Naruto out, Satsuki shouted again, trying to move past her older brother. Itachi simply restrained her as she thrashed to break his grip on her wrist. Let me go. I have to help him. I need to, she screamed, trying to pry his hand off her wrist, her attempts growing increasingly desperate. Please, Nii-san. I need to help him, please, Satsuki cried out, tears starting to fall. Itachi's heart broke at the sight, wavering as he saw her desperation. I'm sorry, Satsuki, but I have to follow orders. Keeping my family safe is my #1 priority, Itachi replied. Satsuki choked back a sob, dropping to her knees. Satsuki, Itachi whispered, moving his other hand to comfort her, only for it to be swatted away. Don't touch me, just leave me alone, she said, yanking her hand free from his grasp before turning to face the downed Naruto. Watching with devastated eyes, Itachi lowered his partially outstretched hand to his side, obliging her request. His mother soon joined him, squeezing his hand gently, reassuring him she didn't hate him for his actions. In another dome, the same scenario unfolded for Yakumo, confined by her parents. No, Tio-san, Ka-san, please. I need to help him, Yakumo shouted, struggling to break their hold. I'm sorry, Yakumo, but we have to follow Kushina's orders. They're outside helping him, there's no need to worry, her father told her, attempting to placate her desire. Your father is right, Naruto-san has his parents there to save him. He will be fine, her mother said, trying to calm her down. As her struggles weakened, the two immediately became worried. When Yakumo's knees hit the ground, their panic only grew as they moved to check on her, their hearts breaking when they saw the bitter tears falling from her eyes. Soon, Yakumo began to sniffle, holding back the sobs that threatened to escape her lips. But the girls' fears were ultimately realized when they witnessed the treatment Hiriko inflicted upon Naruto. Their hearts dropped when he impaled Naruto's thighs, and they had to bite back screams. When they saw Hiriko bury his fingers in Naruto's eye socket and watched in horror as he extracted and crushed his eye, they both lost consciousness. Flashback end. After that, we tried to visit you, but when we saw your family leave the hospital with sad faces, we knew we couldn't. When we tried, Tsunade-sama just kicked us out, Yakumo continued in her muffled tone. I'm sorry, I really am. I didn't mean to worry you two like that, Naruto whispered. The two squeezed him tighter upon hearing his apology. Slowly, they rose to meet his gaze and promptly widened their eyes, disbelieving what they saw. It had to be a cruel joke he thought up to worry them more, to make them feel even worse. In place of one of his charming navy blue eyes was an eye patch. Their eyes wide and shaking, they looked to him for any hint of a lie, and when they saw none, their tears fell even more. It's fine. I'm not going to stop being a shinobi, even if it's a slightly crippling disadvantage, Naruto said, trying to reassure the two girls, only for them to bury their faces back into his chest, sniffling and shaking slightly. Letting another sigh escape his lips, he felt an even larger headache appear as he spotted a group approaching him and his team. Seeing the wide-eyed looks on their faces, he knew it would be a long day of explanations and exposition. Gesturing for them to follow, he led them to the cafeteria where they quickly gathered around him, ready to barrage him with questions. Konoha Hospital, cafeteria. Your eye. What happened to your eye, Naruto? Didn't Tsunade-sama transplant you a new one? Anko shouted, her eyes wide with disbelief. Don't tell me there wasn't one available. I'll give you mine if that's the case, Zabuza shouted, the others giving wry smiles at his outburst. Tio-sama, please calm down, Haku said, embarrassed by his outburst. She quickly turned her attention back to Naruto and fretted over him, causing the four other girls to glower. That's awful, Naru and I. What are you going to do now? Narumi asked, tears welling in her eyes as she stared at her older brother. Narumi's right, Naruto NII, it's incredibly tough to fight without depth perception from having both eyes. Mito added, also looking tearfully at her older brother. I'll be fine. I just need to learn to rely on my other senses instead of sight, Naruto replied, his determined words earning smiles from Zabuza and Minato. They soon discussed the aftermath of the surprise attack. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief when he learned there were no casualties. As time passed, Naruto excused himself, needing to find a new place to stay until his apartment complex was rebuilt. His words sparked another heated debate. You're obviously staying with us, Naruchan, Kushina declared as if it were a given, with Narumi and Mito wholeheartedly agreeing. Why not stay with us, Naruto? You let us stay with you, so let us return the favor. We have plenty of room, Zabuza offered, Haku nodding eagerly in agreement, while Anko chuckled at their enthusiasm. Why don't you come and stay with me and my family, Naruto-kun? We have plenty of room, and my parents have been wanting to meet you, Yakumo said bashfully, earning surprised looks from the other girls for her boldness. If that's the case, you should come and stay at my place, Naruto-kun. Suzuki's been wanting to talk to you about training, and you know, we haven't hung out as much as we used to, Satsuki said confidently, though her voice softened toward the end. What are you all talking about? Naruto and I should be staying at our house, he's our family, after all, Mito stated firmly, Kushina and Narumi nodding in agreement. He's practically family to us though, Kushina-sama. We've lived, trained, eaten, bathed, and bonded together like father and son, Zabuza countered, causing Minato's brow to twitch in response. Like father and son, he whispered under his breath as a dark aura slowly materialized behind him. But I'm his real father, Zabuza. Why you can't take him away from me? Minato suddenly shouted, wrapping an arm around Naruto and pulling him closer. But Minato-sama. We've done all the things fathers do with their sons. WEVE even had the talk, washed each other's backs, talked about the best-looking women, and all of that, Zabuza exclaimed, Minato turning pale as something seemed to shatter. And Naruto, tell me it isn't so, Minato pleaded, meeting his son's slightly disturbed gaze with his own devastated one. Well, Zabuza and I have done a few of those things, Naruto admitted awkwardly, backing away as Minato's head dropped, enveloped by an aura of sadness. Zabuza, I challenge you to a father face-off, Minato declared, his eyes burning with determination. Why Yuri on? Whoever wins is officially Naruto's father, Zabuza roared back, his eyes equally determined. But before they could even begin and state the terms of their competition, the women in their lives promptly grabbed them by their ears. A chill ran down their spines as they were met with the eerily smiling faces of Kushina and Anko, a dark aura surrounding them. Oh, and just what was that about beautiful women, Zabuza? Anko asked in a syrupy sweet voice. You weren't going to be teaching our son things when he's underage, were you, Minato? Kushina asked in a tone sweeter than honey. While the two men were being scolded by their respective partners, the girls were locked in a heated argument of their own. Lightning seemed to spark between their eyes as they questioned each other's motives for asking Naruto to stay with them. Don't you two use the little sister card so freely? You can't keep him forever, you know, Satsuki shouted, fire in her eyes. What makes you say that? We'll always be his little sisters no matter what, Narumi yelled back, her eyes burning with determination. Isn't it weird for sisters to be so clingy to their brother? Don't tell me you two are brocons, Haku said, causing Mito and Narumi's faces to light up. What are you talking about? Mito shouted, her cheeks flushed a deep pink. And no way, even Mito-chan and Narumi-chan. Yakumo whispered in disbelief, realizing she now had two more rivals in the battle for Naruto's heart. While the others squabbled over their respective topics, Naruto and Menma remained silent, sitting side by side. Menma was extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to talk with his older brother but feared the consequences. However, he didn't have to make the first move, as Naruto did. Want to grab something to eat somewhere else? Naruto asked, Menma's eyes widening before he turned away and nodded slightly. Why yeah, that sounds good, Menma answered, standing up and following Naruto as the older blonde made his way out of the hospital, leaving the group to their squabble. Scene change. Ichiraku Ramen. Well, isn't this a surprise? Welcome, Menma-kun. Naruto-san. Ayam chirped happily, flashing them a bright smile. Menma blushed slightly as he and Naruto returned the gesture. Hey Ayam-chan. I'll have the regular, please, Menma said excitedly as Ayam giggled and nodded, then turned to Naruto for his order. I'll have a bowl of tonkotsu with extra shashu and kakuni, Ayam-san, Naruto said calmly as Ayam nodded and jotted down his order. All right. They'll be out in a few minutes, you too, Ayam chirped before heading to the back to prepare their order. Once she left, the atmosphere, in Menma's opinion, became tense as they sat in silence. Fiddling with his chopsticks, Menma snuck glances at his older brother, who was quietly reading the menu. Seeing that Naruto wasn't going to talk anytime soon, Menma's spirits dropped slightly at his older brother's casual dismissal of his presence. So, what did you want to tell me? Naruto asked, breaking Menma out of his daze. Menma stared at him with wide eyes. What? Menma stuttered in response, slightly shocked that his older brother had just read his mind. You wanted to talk to me, didn't you? That's why you keep sneaking looks at me. Either that or you want to kill me, Naruto said in what Menma perceived as a teasing tone, causing him to turn pink. Why Yuri wrong? I didn't want to talk to you or anything. Menma shouted, turning away from Naruto as they returned to the previous silence. Sorry about that, Menma finally said, breaking the silence they had created. Don't worry about it. So, what did you want to talk about? Naruto asked, glancing at Menma from the corner of his eye. Well, you know, about us, Menma said, his voice becoming slightly dejected at the end of his sentence. I've been a real jerk to you over the past few years, you know. Menma began, Naruto choosing to remain silent as he continued. I know I can't make up for those years, none of us can, no matter how much we want to, but I just wanted to apologize for what I've done. I know it's nothing more than a bunch of words, but well, I don't know, Menma said, his voice trailing off at the end. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry, Nii-san. I've never really hated you, I was just jealous that you were better than me at everything. Even now, you completely creamed me, Mito, and Narumi like we were nothing. Again, it's probably nothing but empty words to you, but I needed to tell you that I really do regret what I did, and that I understand if you still hate me. Menma finished, avoiding his older brother's gaze completely. When he finished his apology, Ayam brought out their bowls with a cheerful smile on her face. Menma quickly masked his depressed expression with a chipper smile of his own. Placing the bowls in front of them, she gave them one last smile before moving to take the orders of other customers. Uttering a quiet itadakimasu, Menma was about to dig into his bowl when Naruto placed a piece of shashu into his, making Menma snap his head toward his older brother. Don't worry about it. You're right that you can't do anything to change the past, but does that mean you can't change the future? Naruto asked, Menma's eyes widening after hearing his statement. It doesn't, does it? You've apologized and acknowledged what you did, so don't worry about it, Naruto said as he began to dig into his own bowl. Menma's eyes lit up as a smile brighter than the sun appeared on his face. With more vigor than before, he quickly dug into his own bowl, saving the piece of shashu Naruto had given him for the end. While eating, they talked about minor things, Menma asking if he was really alright, Naruto reassuring him he was fine, the sort of light conversation that melted the ice that had formed in Menma's stomach. Soon, Menma even found himself laughing when they started talking about experiences they had on missions, Naruto retelling the story of Satsuki accidentally setting Tora on fire. No way, Nii-san. That didn't really happen, did it? Menma asked, trying to control the laughter that was starting to hurt his sides. Sure did. If you don't believe me, go ask Satsuki, Yakumo, or Anko-sensei, he replied, Menma snorting once he got his fit of laughter under control. Nii-san, have you really forgiven me? Menma asked, focusing on his now empty bowl. Naruto finished the contents of his before addressing the younger blonde. Still worried about that? What happened to the punk who said he was going to surpass me? When did he turn into a punk who worried about something someone had already said? Naruto asked, Menma turning a little red with anger. I am still here. I mean, I'm not a punk. I mean, whatever. You're going to be eating my dust once I finish my training with Jiraiya. Menma shouted, his eyes burning with determination. Is that so? Naruto replied, glancing at Menma from the corner of his eye. Menma's face turned even redder at the teasing glint he was sure he saw. It is so. I'll cream you the next time we fight, Menma declared, raising a fist toward his older brother. Seeing Menma declare such a thing made Naruto shake his head in return. Placing his chopsticks down and uttering a quiet Gaki Susuma, he paid for their meal as Menma looked on in confusion. Getting off his chair, Naruto passed Menma but not before uttering a few words that made his younger brother turn crimson and stutter, his eyes turning into swirls. Tell me that after you ask her out. Turning around, he saw that his brother was gone from the area, to his confusion and anger. But that anger soon turned to panic when a cheerful voice reached his ears. Turning around stiffly, he saw the smile on Ayam's face, and his heart began to beat faster when she tilted her head in confusion at his expression. Menma-kun? Is something the matter? She asked, a little worried about her favorite customer. And no, I'm fine, thanks Igatagabi. Menma shouted as he bolted out of the stall, leaving behind a trail of smoke as Ayam tilted her head in confusion. Ha ha, didn't I tell you, Ayam? Ramen is the key to bonding the souls of men. Menma-kun and Naruto-san are no exceptions to that truth. Even with their troubled past and history with each other, they overcame it over a hot bowl of ramen. Such is the truth of ramen. Tuki called out, chuckling heartily, Ayam giving him a dry look. Really, Tou-san? Please tell me you don't actually believe that, Ayam said as Toucan nodded his head, making her sigh in return. But, I am glad that Menma-kun made up with Naruto-san. He seemed a lot happier than he ever did, Ayam said with a smile on her face, Tuki agreeing with her before they moved back to filling the orders of the remaining customers. Scene change, a few blocks from Ichiraku Ramen. Leaning against the wall of a nearby building, Menma took deep breaths to calm the blush on his face. The combination of his brother's words and Ayam's cuteness proved to overload his circuits. Once his blush began to fade and his heartbeat slowed, he heard a myriad of footsteps, causing him to turn his head and promptly pale when he was met with the angry faces of those they had abandoned in the hospital. So this is where you were, Menma and I. Narumi said in a sweet tone, Menma sweating slightly upon hearing it. But, there's something missing. Oh, where's Naruto and I, Menma? Mito asked in the same sweet tone, Menma now beginning to sweat harder than before. Well, Ayam-chan, ramen, left, douche. Menma stuttered incoherently, making strange gestures with his hands, trying to appease the monsters before him. Oh, so you don't know, huh? Why don't we see about that, Satsuki said as she cracked her knuckles, Mito and Narumi following her lead. But before they could do any damage, a cold hand latched onto his shoulder as a chill ran up his spine. Stiffly turning his head, he saw a smiling Haku and Yakumo. Menma-san, if you would be so kind as to tell us where Naruto-kun is hiding, Haku said, or rather demanded, in a sweet tone. You wouldn't lie to us, would you, Menma-kun? Yakumo asked, sharing Haku's chilling smile. As they closed in on the blonde, a head of long white hair swooped down and saved him. Grabbing him and tossing him over his shoulder, Jiraiya quickly bolted from the scene as the others were left wide-eyed and stuttering, Tsunade, Kushina, and Anko gaining dark auras around them as Jiraiya turned to shout at them. I'm sorry, but I can't have my godson dying before he becomes a legend. Jiraiya shouted as he headed toward the one place Menma dreaded, the hot springs. Once they lost sight of him, the group proceeded to sigh as they tried to come up with places the person they were looking for, or rather hunting, could be. Splitting into factions, they broke up and started their search across the village, asking everyone if they had seen the enigmatic blonde. They never did manage to find Naruto, having given up after a few hours of searching. Time skip, the next day. Scene change, Naruto's training ground. TCH. Naruto scoffed as he moved to examine the kunai he had tossed, frustrated that he had indeed been crippled, his ability to accurately hit ranged targets completely impaired. After leaving Menma at Ichiraku the day before, he had returned to his favorite location outside of the village to train and meditate. As he tested his new abilities, he found that his accuracy and precision had been impaired to an extent he didn't expect. He was able to hit targets with relative accuracy within a 10-foot radius, but if the target was outside that range, his ability to hit them dropped dramatically. Tightening his grip on his kunai, he buried it into the trunk of a nearby tree to vent the frustration he began to feel. He truly had been crippled by Hirako, he had been irreversibly weakened by a human. Him, the partner of a dragon and the brother of one of the strongest shinobi alive. As his frustrations and anger started to rise, the seal began to spread, the trademark scale-like pattern covering the left side of his body as his eye snapped shut. Slowly, he started to leak Ryawatan chakra into the kunai he was holding, the metal corroding when the volatile chakra ran through it. But before things went from bad to worse, he calmed down, releasing his grip on the kunai as it disintegrated from prolonged exposure to the corrosive chakra. Letting a sigh escape his lips, Naruto took a deep breath as the seal receded, turning his gaze to the sky before letting his eye close. Staying like that for a moment, Naruto took in the feelings of the nature around him, his anger and frustrations vanishing with the gentle breeze that blew across the clearing. Staying like this isn't going to make me stronger, Naruto whispered as he opened his eye, calm navy once again instead of dangerous electric blue. Time skip, 3 days later. The rest of the week had passed rather quickly, Minato postponing most missions in favor of reconstruction to speed up the rate at which Konoha was being rebuilt. The plan had worked, as most, if not all, of the major structures in Konoha had been rebuilt and improved during the process. For those 3 days, no one had heard a sound or peep from Naruto. The blonde opted to camp out in his training area to cool off and get adjusted to having monocular vision. During those 3 days of getting used to having a single eye, Naruto had found that most of his daily activities hadn't changed with the loss of his left eye. Having tested his newfound vision, he listed them out and compared it to how it was before. His visual acuity and field were slightly impaired. His perception of the location and distance of ranged objects was now mildly impaired. Tasks involving or needing stereo size were where he had a significant disadvantage, having lost the ability to perceive things with the aid of 2 eyes. Things involving non-variable distance and position were slightly more difficult. Overall, aside from those impairments, he was rather fine, managing to extend his range of accuracy from 10 to 12 feet. That should be enough. Naruto sighed as he dropped to the ground after finishing his set of handstand push-ups, an exercise he had learned from Guy. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he moved to the lake before letting his feet sink into the cool water, a content sigh leaving his mouth as he took a long gulp from his water bottle. Another sigh of contentment escaped when his mouth parted with the bottle. Naruto decided that he had spent enough time getting adjusted to his new vision as he took a quick soak before changing and heading back into Konoha. Katetsu and Izumo's eyes widened upon spotting him. They quickly moved to greet him before questioning him about his whereabouts. Scene change, Konoha East Gate. Naruto, where have you been? You've been missing for 3 days now. Katetsu shouted, quickly calling for a squad of Umbu to their location. You're in some serious trouble, leaving without checking in with whoever is in charge of the gates is enough to warrant you becoming a missing nin, Izumo said in a panicked tone as the Umbu arrived. What are you two talking about? I told you both that I would be right outside the village 3 days ago, Naruto said as the Umbu turned to look at the flabbergasted Chunin. Ha! Izumo said, tilting his head to the left. What? Katetsu said, tilting his head to the right. Flashback, 3 days ago. Sitting back to back, Katetsu and Izumo were quietly taking a quick power nap after helping out with the construction of the nearby buildings. They were assigned to gate duty once again and took the first few minutes to catch up on some much-needed sleep. As they were starting to slip into the beginnings of a deep sleep, Naruto was quietly making his way toward them, raising an eyebrow when he saw their drowsy states. Katetsu-san? Izumo-san? Naruto said in a slightly wry tone, not believing what he was seeing. Huh? What's wrong? Katetsu said as he snapped his head up, colliding heads with Izumo. I'll be leaving Konoha for a few days. I'll be right outside of the village gates. If you need me, I'll be approximately 100 meters from the northeast wall, Naruto said, the freshly awakened Chunin nodding before handing him the paperwork to fill out. Once he was finished, he handed it back to them before bidding them farewell. The two returned it before they fell asleep once again. But they were woken up once more when they heard screaming, turning to see Jiraiya and Menma being chased by a group of tall-clad kunoichi brandishing their weapons. Staring blank-faced at them, they assumed that what had just occurred was a dream they were having. Flashback end. Is that right? Katetsu said in a nervous tone, sweating profusely as Naruto gave them a blank stare. We thought it was a dream. You had an eye patch and Menma and Jiraiya-sama were being chased by a bunch. We're screwed, aren't we? Katetsu said after a silence, Izumo stiffly nodding. Yeah, we're screwed, Izumo replied, both shedding waterfall-style tears with defeated smiles. Scene change, Hokage's tower. Where have you been? Minato shouted, eyes wide with relief as Naruto sighed. I was about 100 meters from the northeast wall. I noted in the gate-passing paperwork that I'd be gone for no more than a week. As long as I state where, when, and why I'm leaving, it's fine as long as I return by the stated dates, Naruto replied. Minato nodded, slightly surprised his son knew so much about the procedure. Do you know why I called you in here, Naruto? Minato asked, a hint of hesitation in his voice, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. No, I just arrived, remember, Naruto said. Minato nodded. Naruto, you know you performed excellently at the Chunin exams, right? Minato asked. Naruto simply nodded. Naruto, I hate to tell you this, but you weren't selected to become a Chunin, Minato announced, Naruto's eyes widening slightly in surprise. Can I ask why? Naruto asked after a few seconds of agonizing silence. Minato nodded stiffly. The judges, after conferring with each other, decided you were a liability of sorts. Minato said, his heart aching as his son's eyes visibly darkened. A liability? Naruto questioned, a tone Minato slowly grew fearful of. Naruto, you know I trust you. Your team trusts you. Zabuza and Haku trust you. Your family trusts you. But that wasn't enough to sway their votes. During your battle with Gaara, with your siblings, they felt they couldn't trust you in a position of power given your background. I know it sounds utterly idiotic and completely baseless, but their words are law. Even I, as the Hokage, can't overrule their decision without appealing to the daimyo, Minato explained. Naruto slowly nodded at the information. I vouched for you, as did your mother, but in the end, they didn't feel you were trustworthy enough to lead a squad. They ran a background check on you, had Orochimaru give his analysis, and decided you simply weren't social or open enough to successfully lead a team. As you know, a Chunin is a genin who has reached a level of maturity and ability primarily consisting of leadership skills and tactical prowess. While you are by far the strongest in your age group, they decided you just didn't have the capability to lead others given your history of ignoring and brushing off others, Minato continued, Naruto's head dropping slightly, his eyes overshadowed. What about Menma? Didn't he do something much worse when he landed that Rasengan on Suzuki? Naruto asked in a low tone. Minato winced. That was taken into consideration and brought up during the conference. They said he had perfect control over the situation and wouldn't have actually followed through. They based it solely on speculation and a what-if. I argued he still wasn't Chunin material, but they outvoted me. It only improved his case when they brought up the teamwork he showed with your sisters, the judges saying he showed tremendous leadership and the ability to follow orders, Minato answered, Naruto's head remaining motionless. I'm sorry, Naruto. I would promote you if I had the power, but if I do it without the daimyo's knowledge, Konoha would lose its image. Naruto nodded. But, I know you're more than suited to be a Chunin. That's why I'm choosing to ignore what they said about you and promote you myself, Minato said with a smile, Naruto looking up to meet his father's gaze. Instead of the smile or stunned expression he expected, Minato saw a much more mature look, one he knew all too well from himself many years ago. Thanks, but no thanks. If you did something like that, it'd be seen as blatant favoritism for your family. I'll make Chunin next time, Naruto said in a collected tone, the slight disappointment and sadness replaced with collected determination. Minato's eyes widened, then his stunned expression slowly faded into a smile. They were all fools not to have promoted someone with such maturity and talent. He would undoubtedly hold that council later in the month to fight for his son's promotion. Standing, Minato walked to Naruto, placed a hand on his head, and ruffled his hair, surprising Naruto. They're complete and utter idiots not to promote you, Naruto. Anyone would have jumped at the offer I gave you, but you turned it down. I'm proud of you, and I know you'll make Chunin, Minato said proudly, Naruto turning slightly pink at the unexpected praise. Why don't we go get something to eat? Just the two of us, Minato suggested. Naruto looked at him curiously before shrugging in agreement. Scene change, Ichiraku Ramen. Arriving at Ichiraku's, Minato and Naruto took seats near the end of the stall for privacy. Ayam, surprised, beamed a bright smile at them, happily moving to greet them and take their orders. In the back, Tuki peeked out of the kitchen, smiled seeing the two together, then returned to his ramen, intent on making the best batch possible. Hi, Minato-sama. Naruto-san. What can I get the two of you today? Ayam chirped. Minato gave her a wide smile, Naruto politely greeted her. Hello, Ayam-chan, I'll have the usual, Minato said cheerily. Ayam smiled, turning to Naruto. And for you, Naruto-san, she chirped. Naruto faced her. I'll have a bowl of tonkotsu with extra shashu and kakuni, Ayam-san, Naruto said. Ayam nodded, jotting down his order before a look of realization appeared on her face. Oh, why not make this your usual, Naruto-san? You've ordered it at least half a dozen times, Ayam chirped. Naruto tilted his head in confusion before shrugging and nodding. Great. They'll be right out, she announced, relaying the orders to her father. The two shared bright smiles, seeing the father-son duo reconnecting. Naruto, can I ask you something rather personal? Minato began. Naruto glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Go ahead. I'll answer if it's not too personal, Naruto replied, getting a thankful smile from his father. That thing, what was it? Minato asked. Naruto tensed slightly, his grip on his water cup tightening. Seeing his reaction, Minato was about to tell Naruto it was fine not to answer, but when his grip and posture visibly relaxed, he waited for the answer. That was Tigrex. My partner, Naruto said, turning to Minato, his face showing no signs of a lie. Partner? That monster, Minato asked worriedly, the thought of his son being contracted to such a beast already setting off alarms. He's not a monster, Naruto said angrily, raising his voice, his eyes widening when he realized his outburst. I'm sorry for that, but he's not a monster. He's my partner and the best one I could ask for. He got angry after seeing me so injured, that's why he unleashed that anger on everyone, Naruto replied, turning his attention to his water cup, embarrassed by his outburst. No, I'm sorry for saying something like that, Naruto. I'd feel the same way if someone called Gamabunta a monster, Minato replied. Naruto nodded. So, Tigrex, was it? What exactly is he? Minato asked. Naruto continued to stare at his water. Tigrex is Tigrex. He's my partner and a close friend, Naruto replied without diverting his attention from his glass of water. Minato decided to drop the subject. Here you two go, Ayam said, arriving with their orders. Minato gratefully accepted the bowl with a hearty thank you, while Naruto opted for a quieter thanks. So, is there anything you want to ask me, Naruto? Minato asked after swallowing a mouthful of noodles. Naruto did the same before answering. Who made Chunin? He asked. Minato nodded, knowing this question would come up. Shikamaru and your siblings were promoted, Minato said tentatively, waiting for Naruto's reaction, expecting it to be negative. That's so? Figures, Naruto said before returning to his ramen. Minato sighed in relief at his dismissal. Casting a side glance at his son, Minato saw he was eating with slightly less vigor than moments ago, clearly upset by the information. Seeing his normally impassive son sadden caused his heart to ache slightly, but soon an idea came to him that brought a bright smile to his face. Quickly downing the rest of his broth, Minato caught Naruto's attention, who raised an eyebrow. Naruto, why don't we spend some more time together? I have a clone working on finishing the rest of my paperwork, so my day is free, Minato asked, his heart thumping in his chest as he awaited his son's answer. Why now? It sounds interesting, Naruto said as Minato beamed a bright smile. Naruto finished his bowl, and they paid and parted ways with Ayam and Tuki. Haha, now what did I tell you, Ayam? Ramen is the key to bonding the souls of men, Tuki proudly said. Ayam sighed at her father's belief. You've just gotten two very good examples of men bonding over a bowl of ramen, Tio-san. Ayam said as Tuka chuckled in response, his daughter pouting slightly. Scene change, unknown training ground. Once they left Ichiraku's, the father-son pair walked past the Hokage's monument and found themselves in a secluded and seemingly abandoned training ground, plant life having taken over the ground and training posts. Naruto was surprised such a training ground existed, having thought they were all within the village walls. We're here. No one should be able to disturb us if we train here, Minato said, turning to Naruto with a smile. Why are we here? Naruto asked the obvious question. Minato smiled. I thought we could have a little spar, Naruto. I haven't actually had a sparring match with you ever since you entered the academy, Minato said, his voice becoming guilty in pain near the end of his request. I don't see why now, but can I ask why? Naruto asked. Minato smiled at him as he made his way across the training ground. I just wanted to see where my oldest son stood. I was wondering if you wanted to train with me. You're under no obligation to do so, but I thought this could help us get closer as father and son. I could also help you with overcoming your new condition, Minato said. Naruto nodded. Once on opposite ends of the training ground, they tensed. Naruto's eyes became sharper and more focused as he concentrated chakra to them to improve his vision and perception. Minato couldn't help but feel excited, a smile on his face as he futilely tried to rein it in. Then, as if on cue, a leaf descended from a nearby tree. Slowly, it fluttered to the ground before it finally landed. Naruto vanished as a cloud of debris was kicked up where he once stood. Bringing his arm up, Minato blocked a kick from Naruto, wincing slightly at the force. Quickly kicking off, Naruto flipped back into a crouching position before disappearing once more. The smile leaving his face, Minato turned and swung his leg as he spun on his foot. In an instant, Naruto's eyes widened as he was forced to lean back to avoid a heel to the face, Minato locking eyes with him. Kicking off the ground, he spun in an attempt to catch Minato, only to hit air as he backpedaled. Standing once more, Naruto tensed as his father locked gazes with him again. You really are skilled, Naruto. Not only are your attacks powerful and fast, they're precise. There's no wasted movements, no extra steps. That certainly isn't Anko's style of taijutsu, so who dash? Minato asked, only to be cut off when Naruto appeared before him, attempting to connect his foot with his temple. Bringing his hand up, he caught Naruto's foot, the younger blonde's eyes widening. Stepping in, Minato slammed his palm into his son's stomach as Naruto was sent flying back. Hitting the ground, Naruto managed to roll back into a standing position, holding his stomach, wincing at the blow's force. That was too slow, Naruto, you need to be faster if you want that to work on me, Minato said with a small smirk, Naruto's eyes narrowing. Drawing more chakra, he channeled and focused it into his legs, nearly doubling his speed with the extra energy. The ground caved as he pushed off. Minato brought his hands up to block a powered punch from Naruto, wincing as his arms buckled under the force. After his attack was blocked, Naruto quickly spun and tried to drop his heel onto his father's shoulder, Minato bringing his arm up to block the attack. Twisting his body, Naruto spun and positioned himself under his father, Minato raising an eyebrow. Bringing his fist up, he tried to catch Minato's jaw, only for pain to explode in his abdomen as Minato kicked him away. Hitting the ground and rebounding, he vanished as they soon engaged in a furious clash of taijutsu, Minato becoming more and more amazed by his son's performance. Incredible! The longer Naruto fights, the faster and stronger his attacks become. Compared to how he was earlier, he's improved dramatically, Minato thought as he caught a vicious left jab from Naruto, knocking him out of his thoughts. Going with the punch's direction, Minato stopped and turned back before burying his fist into Naruto's side, the younger blonde's eyes widening as a strangled gasp left his mouth. Stumbling to the side, Naruto managed to bring an arm up to block a kick to the abdomen from Minato, wincing as he felt the limb tremble from the force. Withdrawing his leg, Minato spun and swept Naruto's legs out from under him before placing a kunao at his throat. I'd say that's enough taijutsu for now, Minato said with a smile, though his face had a number of bruises. Kneeling down, he helped Naruto up as the younger blonde stifled a cry of pain when he felt the side of his body creak, releasing a sigh once he was sitting upright. Taking out a storage scroll, Minato unsealed 2 bottles of water before handing one to Naruto, who gratefully took it. You're better than I expected, Naruto. You're even better than Rock Lee, Guy's prized student, Minato praised as Naruto released a content sigh after taking a large gulp of water. Not even close. In terms of raw taijutsu potential, he's leagues ahead of me. The only reason I'm comparable to him is because I'm better at auditory and visual learning and slightly better at kinesthetic learning than he is. He works a lot harder than I do, and he'll definitely be someone to look out for in the future, Naruto admitted as Minato smiled at him, moving to ruffle his hair. It takes a lot to admit someone is better than you are, Minato said proudly. Naruto shook his head. I'm just stating the facts, he's got me beat in raw ability when it comes to taijutsu. That's not including the gates, Naruto said as Minato nodded in understanding. Well, why don't we move away from taijutsu, Naruto? I've got something I want to teach you, Minato said as Naruto gave him a curious gaze before standing up. You've already seen it a few times, but I want to teach you one of my most prized jutsu. My Rasengan, Minato said as Naruto raised his eyebrow. Why are you teaching it to me? From what I understand, Menma is practically forbidden to use it after what happened in the exams, Naruto said as Minato winced, knowing what he was talking about. After the exams and the war were over, Menma had gone to the Uchiha Manor to apologize for using the jutsu on Sasuke. To say he was scared was an understatement, as Itachi had his Sharingan pinned on him the entire time he was there. However, Sasuke and his parents did forgive him for using the Rasengan, though Satsuki and Itachi weren't as easily convinced. After that, the two even began training together, to the village's shock, knowing they were rivals to the end. Menma resolved that incident with Sasuke, they're even training together now. Jiraiya didn't enforce my ideal to never use it on a comrade. I trust Menma, but I know his emotions can get the better of him. That's why I'm teaching you personally, Naruto. I know you have excellent control over your emotions, Minato said as Naruto nodded slowly, still unsure about the situation. After that, Minato explained the basic principles of the Rasengan, going into deeper detail about how he created it when Naruto asked, which only made him prouder, seeing his oldest was interested in more than just learning how to use it, wanting to learn how it worked. As you most likely know, the Rasengan doesn't require any seals to use, relying only on your chakra control. Once complete, it becomes completely self-sustaining, which doesn't give it a definite limit like Kakashi's Chidori or Reikari. The compacted nature and moving speed of the chakra allow it to grind into whatever it comes in contact with to cause damage. Depending on the duration and force of contact, it can range from mild to fatal. This tends to launch the target spiraling backward after being hit or, if the target is lying down or being launched, to the ground or air. And because it requires a high level of shape transformation, mastering it will grant you mastery of shape transformation, Minato stated as Naruto listened with rapt attention. I created it with the intent to be combined with the user's elemental affinity. Kakashi tried to add Raiden Chakra to his Rasengan but was unable to, using the basic idea to create the Chidori and its more advanced counterpart, the Reikari, which require a certain point of shape and nature manipulation itself. It won't be a while until you can do it, but I hope you'll be successful in integrating your affinity into your Rasengan, Naruto, Minato continued as Naruto nodded, already contemplating his strategy. Now, I'll explain what this training will consist of. The first step is learning how to burst a water balloon by spinning the water inside in multiple directions at once using only your chakra, which emphasizes rotation. The second step is for you to burst a rubber ball, and since rubber is thicker, and air is completely different from water, it forces you to use denser chakra to break it. This step emphasizes power. The third and final step is to combine the processes from before by spinning chakra inside a balloon without moving the balloon itself, emphasizing stability of the sphere shape. Once you master all of those steps, you'll be able to create and use the Rasengan, Naruto, Minato finished as Naruto nodded, confirming the information. Once the explanations were finally over, Minato made his way to Naruto as he brought out a summoning scroll and released 2 water balloons. Handing one to Naruto, he showed him the first step needed to create the Rasengan, rupturing the balloon with ease before addressing his son. We'll start off with this for now. Once you can pop water balloons like nothing, we'll move Minato was interrupted by the popping of the balloon in Naruto's hand, the water spraying out in a more explosive manner than Minato's. Next, Naruto said as Minato stared at him, slightly slack-jawed. What? It took me nearly 3 months to do just that. It took Jiraiya-sensei and Menma a week to learn how to do that, Minato shouted as Naruto cocked his brow. Do it again. I need to make sure it wasn't a fluke, Minato said as he summoned another balloon for Naruto, only for it to pop once more. Amazing, Naruto, your control must be near perfect if you're able to do that with such ease already, Minato said in a shocked tone before it turned proud. Summoning a rubber ball, he handed it to Naruto to see if his skill wasn't just limited to the water balloons. Watching in fascination as the ball almost immediately started to distort, it only took a few more seconds before it violently popped, Minato's eyes widening. How long did it take Menma to learn it? Naruto asked, snapping Minato out of his stupor. Jiraiya told me that it took him the entire month to learn it. Even now, his isn't perfect as it isn't as compact as it could be, Minato said as Naruto nodded. This is the area. Thank you, that will be all, the fire daimyo said, dismissing his advisors after their input on the recent Konoha attack. He sighed, leaning back to stare at the ceiling, then stiffened as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Turning, he stifled a scream of horror as a pale, bandaged figure materialized before him. Sweat trickled down his face, he gulped and quickly knelt. Hirako-sama. I apologize, I should have prepared tea for your arrival, the fire daimyo stammered, trembling under Hirako's oppressive gaze. No need, Hikyu. I came to confirm you completed your mission, Hirako stated. Hikyu's trembling ceased, and he straightened. A red smoke engulfed the elderly man, dissipating to reveal a younger man now kneeling in his place. Of course, Hirako-sama. I bribed the other daimyo to vote against the Hokage's eldest son's promotion. My lord, may I ask why you ordered this? Wouldn't his rapid advancement create more opportunities for capture, given the increased likelihood of solo missions? Hikyu inquired. Hirako's face twisted into a terrifying smile. How astute of you, Hikyu, Hirako began, as Hikyu bowed, accepting the praise. That would be the optimal solution, wouldn't it? But I've devised a better plan to capture him. One that will sever all his ties to Konoha, Hirako said with a smile, making Hikyu shiver slightly. Thank you, Hirako-sama, for answering my question, Hikyu said, bowing his head lower. Humph, of course. Now, remember your objective, maintain the Fire Daimyo's personality and planning process. The longer you sustain this facade, the longer we can fund our operations. I assume no one knows your true identity or that the original is missing, correct? Hirako asked, the question laced with threat, causing Hikyu to sweat. And no, I believe only you, my lord, know my true identity. Even the Fire Daimyo's wife and children seem unaware I am not their husband or father, Hikyu reported. Hirako studied him for any doubt. Good, it had better stay that way, Hirako said, moving towards the window and vanishing in a silver blur. Sighing, Hikyu unsealed a vial of blood from his wrist, letting a bead fall onto his thumb. Forming the Hitsuji seal, he slid the blood down his tongue, performing the Ketsuki henge Hirako had recruited him for. A red smoke enveloped him, and when it dispersed, he was the Fire Daimyo again. He let out an exhausted sigh, moving to a nearby chair, bracing himself as he wiped a small trail of blood from his mouth. Dear? Is everything all right? A voice asked from behind the door. Hikyu panicked, quickly wiping away the blood. Why yes, I'm fine. Just exhausted. The meetings today were rather taxing, Hikyu replied as the door opened, revealing Madame Shijimai, the Fire Daimyo's concerned wife. Dear, are you sure everything is fine? You look pale, Shijimai asked, taking his arm as he relaxed into her embrace. I'm fine, I just need a quick break, Hikyu said, pulling her close to kiss her temple. She blushed slightly, snuggling deeper. Well, why don't you take a break and have lunch with me, dear? Shijimai asked, batting her eyes. Hikyu chuckled, kissing her softly, making her giggle. I'd love that. Why don't we ask if the kids would like to join us? Hikyu suggested. Shijimai smiled and nodded, taking his arm as they exited his office. Hirako-sama, please, don't take my new family from me. Hikyu silently prayed, hoping his lord wouldn't force him or another to harm the people he'd grown to love. 3 days later. Unknown training ground. Naruto's eyes slowly fluttered open, scattered rays of light filtering through the leaves above him. He sat up, stretching with a content sigh as kinks and knots in his body popped and faded. He surveyed the desolate land, a result of his successful training. It had been 3 days since he bet he'd learn the Raise Nan by today, a task he'd accomplished and then some. He stood, releasing the last of the kinks, and sighed contently. Heading to a nearby river, he washed off the dirt and grime before returning to the training ground. He found his father, Minato, gawking at the once pristine, now decimated area. Minato stiffly turned, making eye contact with Naruto, who merely shrugged in response to the unspoken question. Did you do this? After the initial shock, Minato and Naruto sat together under the same tree Naruto had slept under. As Naruto recounted the past 3 days, Minato's jaw dropped when he saw the perfectly formed Raiznan in Naruto's hand, created with a single hand, unlike Menma who needed a clone. Unbelievable. You actually did it, Naruto. Minato whispered in disbelief, his eyes wide as he examined the sphere. It took a while, but once I got the proper power and rotation to keep it moving while retaining the needed power, it was just fine-tuning to complete it, Naruto explained. Minato nodded, still dazed by the developments. Well, a bet's a bet, Naruto. I won't teach you personally until you're older, but I'll start you with the complete inner workings, mechanics, theories, and information I've compiled about the Hiraishin, Minato said, summoning a golden scroll and handing it to Naruto, who took it delicately. Are you sure you should trust something this valuable to me? Naruto asked, unsure, knowing its danger in the wrong hands. I'm sure. I trust you'll keep it safe and master it, Minato said with a smile, reaching over to ruffle Naruto's hair, much to his irritation. Afterward, Minato told Naruto to report to the Hokage's tower in a few hours for a mission. They parted ways, Minato returning to his paperwork, and Naruto heading to the north gate to check on his apartment complex. He was surprised to find it completed and his old key still worked. Naruto's apartment. Opening the door, he found the apartment completely bare, as expected, since little could be salvaged from the old building. He noticed a note from his landlord on the countertop, quickly scanning it. It stated he didn't need a new contract, trusting him as a mature and responsible person. I'm home, Naruto whispered, taking the scroll from his pocket. He unsealed and arranged his clothes and other items. Once everything was in place, as much as it could be without furniture, Naruto unrolled a sleeping bag and pillow, deciding to nap. Stripping down to his pants, he lay on his makeshift bed, slowly tracing the empty socket where his left eye once was. His remaining eye became somber, reflecting on the consequences of his weakness. The elders would undoubtedly berate him for his lack of strength, only the strongest became elders. Do not be concerned with the opinions of the elders. Soon, they will be nothing but corpses waiting to be consumed and added to my own power. Remember what I've told you. An all too familiar voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Though unheard by the boy, Naruto winced as a sudden headache made him clutch his head. He sighed as the pain subsided, his hand dropping to his abdomen before he drifted to sleep, never waking as the dark, bellowing chuckles of the voice sounded, and the seal began to spread across his body. It's quite a shame, for you are now unable to hear my voice, boy. A few hours later, a knock on his apartment door roused Naruto. He was still mentally and physically exhausted from days of training. Sitting up, he rubbed the sleep from his eye before standing with effort. He moved to the door, opening it, knowing it was likely the Umbu, reminding him of his meeting with Minato. Yes? Naruto said, wincing as sunlight temporarily blinded him. Naruto-san, are you ready for your meeting with Minato-sama? A calm voice asked. Naruto sighed and nodded. Yeah, let me grab a change of clothes first, Naruto replied. The Umbu nodded as Naruto closed the door to change. Opening the door again, he nodded to the Umbu, and they silently made their way to the tower. They arrived quickly, the Umbu leading Naruto to Minato's office. Upon arrival, the Umbu nodded to Naruto before vanishing. Naruto sighed, turned, and entered Hokage's tower, Minato's office. Inside the office, Naruto was surprised to find he wasn't alone. Team 7, minus Menma, was there, equally surprised and excited to see him. Minato beamed, gesturing for Naruto to join them. Naruto approached, standing beside his siblings, who composed themselves, especially Narumi. Seeing his family gathered, Minato couldn't help but grin. Naruto, I'm glad you made it, Minato said cheerfully. Naruto nodded, though he was expected regardless. Sorry I'm late, I overslept slightly, Naruto said, bowing slightly. Minato chuckled. It's fine. I called you here because Menma is unavailable for this mission. He left with Team 8 on another. This is a simple C-rank mission. Kakashi will fill you in on the details if you're willing to join Team 7, Minato explained. Naruto nodded, accepting the mission, prompting inward cheers from Narumi and Mito. Good. Good luck, all of you, and be careful out there. You all might have to kill on this one, Minato warned. Mito and Narumi's eyes widened slightly, and they subtly trembled. I'll try and avoid having it come to that, Sensei, Kakashi said, placing his hands on the girls' shoulders and giving them a reassuring squeeze. Thanks, Kakashi. Mito, Narumi, Naruto. Just remember that death is part of being a ninja. There will come a time when you have to kill, just don't lose yourself when you do, Minato advised. His daughters nodded stiffly, while Naruto inclined his head. After reassuring the girls, the group left the tower for the restaurant district to eat before their mission. The two girls chose a dango stall, leaving Kakashi and Naruto alone. The amiable chatter between Mito, Narumi, and himself gave way to a tense silence between Naruto and Kakashi. Kakashi nervously glanced at Naruto, about to speak, but held his tongue when Naruto left for a nearby stall to eat. Kakashi sighed in relief before doing the same. Sitting together with their meals, the Uzumaki Namikaze children fixed their gazes on Kakashi, who ate quickly without removing his mask. Mito and Narumi's eyes twitched, while Naruto raised an eyebrow. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi turned his attention to them as they tensed, his visible eye becoming serious. All right. As you three know, this is an elimination mission. A group of bandits has taken over a small village a few miles away, and were assigned to either eliminate or capture them. As Sensei said, the risk of killing and being killed is fairly high. If you're not up to it, tell me now, Kakashi stated, scanning their faces. Mito and Narumi looked nervous and tense, while Naruto remained blank. Alright, since none of you are answering, I'll take it that you know the risks and are still willing to take the mission, Kakashi said, clearly irritated by their lack of response. We'll be leaving an hour from now. Head back and pack for at least 3 weeks to be safe. We don't know how long we'll be out there, but I do know it will take at least 2 to 3 days to reach the village. Once you're done, we'll meet at the east gate, Kakashi ordered. Mito and Narumi nodded and left to pack, leaving Naruto and Kakashi alone. Well, Naruto, are you up for this? Kakashi asked after a few seconds of glaring silence. Naruto turned slightly to face him. Yeah, Naruto replied before turning and heading towards the gate. Kakashi soon followed. 1 hour later. Konoha, East Gate. We're here. Sorry for keeping you two waiting, Narumi shouted, catching her breath as Mito followed suit. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Being late after becoming Chunin, what kind of example are you setting for your genin? Kakashi teased. Mito and Narumi glared at him. You're one to talk, Kakashi Naizen, Mito retorted, Narumi agreeing as Kakashi winced at their truthful accusation. Well, enough about that. Let's get going. The faster we get there, the better chance we can save the villagers who've been taken captive, Kakashi said, his tone serious. Mito and Narumi followed suit, and Naruto rolled his shoulders to work out slight knots. With that, they quickly took off, heading for Rinda no Sato, Bellflower Village. A few hours later. Open clearing. Alright, let's set up camp here. Mito, Narumi, can you two split up gathering firewood and starting a fire? Naruto, you help me pitch the tents, Kakashi ordered. The younger ninja moved to fulfill their tasks. The journey had been uneventful, hours filled with silence, broken only when someone needed to use the restroom, with others standing guard. Luckily, nothing happened, their only encounters were with occasional wild animals. For Mito and Narumi, it was a godsend as they were still anxious about taking a life, even of scum. Kakashi worried about his younger sisters, seeing them as bundles of tense nerves since leaving the village. Naruto just wanted to complete the mission and return home to renovate his apartment. Moving about their camp, the group quickly finished their assigned tasks. Mito and Narumi had gathered a sizable amount of firewood and built a fire pit with a small roaring fire. Kakashi and Naruto had pitched the two tents, with pairs already decided. Gathering around the fire, Kakashi was about to ask who would cook, but Naruto preempted him by starting dinner. Naru and you know how to cook? Narumi timidly asked after moments of tense silence, still having not apologized for their match. I do, Naruto replied, his eye never leaving the fish he was scaling. Narumi's spirits dropped slightly at his quick answer. Do you need help, Naruto and Mito nervously asked, hoping he'd say yes, offering a chance to apologize for the same reason. I'm fine, all of you just rest. It'll be ready in a few minutes, Naruto answered, dousing Mito's hopes as she sadly nodded. Naruto focused on preparing dinner as the remaining team members opted for silence, stealing glances at the enigmatic blonde. Soon, their stomachs rumbled from the tantalizing scent of Naruto's cooking. Blushing in embarrassment, Mito and Narumi quickly subdued a snickering Kakashi, who teased them about their appetites. It's ready, Naruto announced. The three quickly moved over, slightly drooling at the sight. It wasn't an extravagant meal, steamed fish garnished with peppers and greens, atop a pile of steamed rice. Dividing portions evenly, Naruto joined them after soaking the dishes. A slightly disturbed look crossed his face at the euphoric expressions on his sisters' and Kakashi's faces. Is everything alright? He asked, his expression growing more disturbed as they robotically turned to face him. Is everything alright? This tastes amazing, Naru and Narumi shouted before digging in with extra gusto, pausing for a content sigh before resuming her meal. I've never had anything so delicious, Naruto and Mito exclaimed, taking another spoonful, pressing her hand against her cheek and shivering in pleasure as her taste buds danced. Naruto, you could quit being a shinobi and open your own restaurant. Your talents are being wasted. Kakashi shouted, his face lowered to his plate, refusing to look up as he devoured it like a starved beast. Alright then, Naruto said, sighing as he started his meal, wincing as it had gone from piping hot to lukewarm. During dinner, the tense atmosphere slowly melted into an amiable one as the three openly talked with Naruto. Mito and Narumi asked for his forgiveness, and Naruto stated he didn't really care much about what had happened. Are you sure, Naru and Narumi asked, putting on her cutest expression, hoping to get the truth from her older brother. I'm sure, Naruto replied, finishing his plate. Mito and Narumi exchanged worried looks. Naruto and are you? I don't mean to be rude, but aren't you forgiving us a little too easily? Mito asked. Narumi tensed, shooting her a panicked look. Should I not forgive you? Naruto asked, looking up from his plate as the two froze, fear invading their hearts. Kakashi watched with a mix of tenseness and worry. And no. I just want to know why you're forgiving us so easily, Mito said, her voice hushed as she fidgeted under his gaze. There's no need to hold a grudge over something like that, Naruto said, shifting his gaze back to his plate, his eye narrowing, burning with a calm anger as the others flinched upon seeing such an expression. I understand, Kakashi said, idly tracing the eye under his hitai. Mito and Narumi tilted their heads curiously, then their eyes widened as they looked at their older brother. Sorry for bringing that up, Naru and Narumi mumbled, trying to resist the urge to hug him. I'm sorry for bringing up such an awful memory, Naruto and Mito added, hesitantly reaching out and placing her hand on his, making Narumi nearly shout in defiance. It's fine. I'll take first watch, you all get some rest, Naruto said, gently withdrawing his hand from Mito's grasp. The redhead blushed slightly at his gentle action, while Narumi puffed out her cheeks in a powerful pout. Collecting the remaining dishes, Naruto went to wash them as the others settled into their tents. Narumi glared at Mito the entire time, while her older sister wore a radiant expression and rosy cheeks. Inside Mito and Narumi's tent, they settled into their sleeping bags. Mito let out a contented sigh. Hearing her, Narumi turned and stared with lifeless eyes, a pout on her face, as Mito nestled deeper into her sleeping bag and sighed again. What's wrong, Narumi-chan? Mito asked, turning to face her pouting sister. Humph. Nothing's wrong, Narumi huffed, turning away from Mito and continuing to sulk and pout. Narumi-chan, come on, tell me, Mito urged, rolling over toward her sister, who continued to ignore her. Seeing she wouldn't get a proper response, Mito continued to roll, eventually flopping half her body on top of Narumi. The blonde yelped in surprise at the sudden weight. Glancing up, she met Mito's stare, quickly replacing her surprised look with her pout. Soon, a staring contest began as they locked eyes, refusing to look away. Tell me, Mito demanded, her eyes boring into Narumi's, but the blonde remained unyielding. No, I don't have to, Narumi retorted like an angry child, her cheeks puffing out as her pout intensified. As their battle of attrition raged in the tent beside his, Kakashi sighed, continuing to read his book. He shook his head as the sounds of their argument grew in volume and intensity. Kids, Kakashi sighed, closing his book and pulling up his covers as a squeal echoed from the girls' tent. Time skip, a day later. Scene change, outskirts of Rinden no Sato. After more uneventful travel, the team of Kakashi, Mito, Narumi, and Naruto finally arrived at their destination. Hidden within the thick line of trees surrounding the village, they took their time observing, noting no signs of activity near the borders. Anything to report? Kakashi asked through his headset. Nothing here, Kakashi and the eastern part of the village is empty, Narumi reported, increasing Kakashi's doubts. The south is empty as well, Kakashi Naizen. There's nothing here, Mito reported as Kakashi narrowed his brows in concentration. No activity in the north, Naruto reported, and Kakashi felt a small bit of ice form in the pit of his stomach. Quickly removing the Hitae covering his Sharingan, Kakashi scanned the area and found traces of a barrier-style genjutsu covering the village. Narrowing his eye, he knew the presence of enemy ninja already up the mission rank from C to B, possibly A. Everyone, we need to regroup. Now, Kakashi ordered, moving towards their designated regrouping and planning area. What's the situation? Naruto asked, glancing at Kakashi from the corner of his eye, while Mito and Narumi also focused on Kakashi. We've run into a snag. It's not just ordinary bandits who've taken over this village. Looks like we've got ninja on our hands here, Kakashi reported. Mito and Narumi tensed as Naruto's eye narrowed. What are we going to do now, Kakashi and Narumi asked, a little nervous about the new development. We have 3 options. Option 1, we proceed but with much more care and caution. Option 2, we call for backup and wait for them to get to us. And option 3, we head back and report to Minato-sensei. Normally, we'd have to head back since this has clearly changed ranks, but the situation is dire, Kakashi explained. The girls gained troubled expressions, while Naruto's eye sharpened. We need to rescue those villagers. We don't know what could be going on as we speak, but the longer we wait, the more those involved will suffer, Naruto said. Kakashi looked understanding, while Mito and Narumi had conflicted expressions. Naruto, I understand your feelings, but we need to go about this carefully. We don't know how strong they are, but the illusion barrier they have up shows they have some skilled ninja on their side, Kakashi retorted, lightly chiding Naruto. The blonde scoffed slightly in response, and Kakashi frowned in return. What are we going to do? Mito asked, trying to alleviate the tension building between Kakashi and Naruto. I'll leave it up to you. However, you all need to reach a collective consensus, Kakashi said, staring directly at Naruto, who shot him a frigid glare. What do you think, Mitone? Narumi asked, desperate to break the tension. I don't know. I want to help, but what if something goes wrong? Mito said, clenching her fists tightly. Anu, Naru and Narumi asked, turning to face her brother, whose eye was shut in irritation. You know my answer already, Naruto replied gruffly, trying to quell the strange surge of anger in his blood. As they fell into a tense silence, a scream snapped them out of their stupor. Moving quickly to the edge of the tree line, their eyes widened as they saw a young teenage girl running as fast as she could, her clothes ripped and bloodied, her fear-filled face frantically shifting between looking forward and behind her. As she neared the halfway point between the village and the tree line, a figure quickly approached from behind her, grabbing and slamming her into the ground. The girl cried out in pain as they twisted her arm near the breaking point. Tensing, Naruto was about to intercept the two but was stopped by an ironclad grip on his shoulder. Biting back a growl, he shifted his body and glared at Kakashi from the corner of his eye. Kakashi stared back unflinchingly as Mito and Narumi looked on in mild fear. Tightening his grip, Kakashi silently relayed his message to Naruto as the blonde tightened his fists and fixed his attention back to the struggling girl as she was taken back into the village, crying and screaming hysterically. Calm down, Naruto. I understand how you feel, Bulletin Kakashi began, loosening his grip on the blonde and staring at him with sympathy, only to be interrupted when Naruto swatted his hand away. Standing up, Naruto wordlessly left the group behind and headed deeper into the forest where they had set up a temporary base of operations. Watching him go, Mito and Narumi were stopped when Kakashi put a hand on their shoulders, preventing them from pursuing their older brother. When they turned around, Kakashi flinched when he saw their tear-filled eyes, filled with a mix of emotions. Leaving him behind, they rushed to catch up with their older brother as Kakashi released an exhausted sigh. Leaning back, he let his head rest against the trunk of the tree behind him as he contemplated their next move. Obviously, Naruto wanted to continue and charge straight in and clear the mission. Given how strong he was, it was possible they could accomplish the mission without much trouble if the numbers of bandits and ninja were low. The girls were reluctant, most likely due to their knowledge of what happens to captured ninja: torture, rape, death, the list went on. He didn't want to even get them close to a situation like that. After seeing that girl screaming for help only to be captured and possibly punished, they weren't in a stable state to carry on the mission at the moment. What's the right answer? Kakashi whispered, staring into the cloudless sky before shifting his head towards the direction his siblings ran off in. Scene change: outskirts of Rinda no Sato, team's temporary camp. Sitting beside the dead campfire, Naruto glared with an arctic and angry aura shrouding him. Kakashi had stopped him from saving someone who needed to be saved. Looking back, that was probably the correct thing to do. Saving her while the person sent out for her mysteriously disappearing would no doubt draw a large amount of suspicion from the ones holding the village hostage. Narrowing his eye, he could only hope they acted soon, knowing that more time divided only meant suffering for those held captive. Why follow what that human says? You have power. You have skill. You have resolve. And above all else, you have me. Do not allow that human to hold you back, an all too familiar voice suddenly said. Naruto winced in pain as he held his head. Soon, his thoughts returned to the fear covering her face, the unbridled terror filling her eyes. Snapping his eyes shut, Naruto failed to rid himself of the sight as his breathing started to get ragged, the seal acting up as it began to spread across his body. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists tightly, drawing a small amount of blood from the pressure his nails exerted on his palms. But he was broken out of his angry stupor when his sister's voices called out to him. "And Naru and I?" Narumi asked in a scared tone, her eyes wide at his erratic behavior, only growing more fearful at the black markings that had once again appeared on him. "Are you okay, Naruto and I?" Mito asked in a similarly scared tone, noting his ragged breathing and the seal as he turned to face them. "I'm fine," Naruto said, calming his breathing as the seal retracted. Mito and Narumi calmed down slightly at the sight. Taking a seat across from him, they sat in awkward silence, awaiting Kakashi's return. Glancing between their older brother and the area Kakashi remained at, the two soon let out a sigh of relief as they saw his silver hair. When he approached, Kakashi tensed slightly, feeling the subtle killing intent rolling off Naruto, the blonde's frigid gaze fixed on the remains of the campfire. Wincing, he made his way over and sat between the three as he explained their next move. "Everyone, we've got backup on the way. The Ninken I sent reported that they should be here within the next 2 hours, seeing as they had a mission nearby. As soon as they get here, we'll explain the situation to them and move out." "Understood," Kakashi reported. Mito and Narumi nodded with a little more confidence, as Naruto simply ignored him, the tightening of his jawline being the only indication he had heard him. "For now, rest and get ready. No doubt this will be a tough mission," Kakashi ordered. Mito and Narumi headed to take a power nap and clear their minds, as Naruto remained motionless. Seeing he wasn't going to get through to the blonde, Kakashi released an exhausted sigh and headed to his tent for a nap of his own. Seeing he was alone, Naruto began to leak his killing intent a little more as the intensity of his gaze cranked up. Time skip: 2 hours later. The sun, once shining overhead, was now beginning to be engulfed by rolling storm clouds. Those who were originally taking a power nap quickly woke up, realizing they had overslept due to the mission stress. Frantically moving about in their tents, they let out a sigh of relief when they saw the still motionless figure of the eldest blonde near the campfire. Emerging from their tents, they froze when they heard the sounds of a quickly approaching group of people. Tensing, they relaxed when they spotted the familiar faces of Asuma and Genma. Making their way over, they were greeted by the group minus Naruto, who opted to remain looking at the fire while Kakashi filled them in on the situation. "And that's the situation so far. We were waiting for you to get here before we struck," Kakashi reported. Asuma and Genma's eyes darkened as they digested the information. Glancing at Naruto, they were about to ask about him, but a shake of Kakashi's head stopped them. Gathering their supplies, the three adults reassured the younger ninja that everything would be alright, though Naruto was eerily silent throughout the exchange, drawing worried glances from everyone as he silently strode beside them. "Everyone ready?" Kakashi asked. Mito and Narumi gulped before nodding their heads. Asuma and Genma steeled their nerves as Naruto remained impassive. "We'll strike in groups of 3. Mito, Narumi, you're with me on the west. Asuma, Genma, Naruto, you're on the east. On the count of 3, we strike," Kakashi ordered as they nodded, moving into position and adjusting their headsets. "All right. 3, 2, 1, go," Kakashi called out as they quickly moved to rush down the village gates. Scene change: Rinda no Sato, village outer area. Entering the east gates, Kakashi, Mito, and Narumi flinched as they passed through the barrier wall. Their eyes widened when they saw the village's ruinous state. Their adrenaline pumping, they quickly moved towards the center of the village, seeing the others across from them on the empty streets. Meeting up with the other group, they turned and saw the street heading up to the heart of the village covered in blood. Paling, they increased their pace as the smell of blood filled their noses. Mito and Narumi turned green at the iron-like smell as the Jonin stared worriedly at them. When they rounded a corner, they quickly moved into the shadows as footsteps reached their ears. Peeking out, they saw a group of grinning and bloody men and women walking out of a ruined building, speaking out of their range of hearing. Exchanging glances, the Jonin ushered the younger ninja into the building they had exited, assuming it was their base of operations. When they entered, however, the stench of death and lust filled their noses. What they saw immediately caused Mito and Narumi to scream, only the quick actions of Asuma and Kakashi preventing them from vocalizing it. The inside of the house had been turned into a makeshift prison cell. The bare bodies of various young men and women hung lifelessly, shackled against the walls. One corpse in particular made the eyes of the 4 original team members widen. It was the body of the young teen who had tried to escape. Bruises, stab, bite, and slash wounds littered her body along with various bodily fluids. Her throat was slashed, and her eyes hung open with dead orbs resting inside them. It was a scene of absolute horror. How pitiful. If only you had followed your instincts and engaged when you first arrived. Perhaps you may have been able to prevent such a tragedy, the voice said, before a dark chuckle could be heard. Mito and Narumi began to retch at the scene of brutality. Asuma and Kakashi moved to place their thumbs on the underside of their sternum, resting it against their diaphragm to slow the sharp intakes of air they were beginning to take in. Quickly moving out of the building, they were about to leave through the window when the sound of the door opening made them freeze. Man, they had all the fun, leaving me with cleaning up. Heh, at least I got a few of them before they croaked. An exhausted and lecherous voice suddenly spoke as the door opened. As a heavy-set man entered the building, his eyes widened at the sight of the group. Quickly taking a deep intake of breath, the shout that was about to escape his throat turned into nothing but a garbled grunt of pain as Naruto buried his fist into his abdomen. Ripping his arm back, he swung the other and smashed his left fist into the man's temple as he lurched over, sending him stumbling to the ground as he leaned against the wall for support. But instead, you followed the orders of a human who you knew had the power to aid you, the voice said as its dark chuckles grew louder inside Naruto's mind, his only objective being the death of those who took over the village. Ignoring the people behind him, Naruto grabbed the head of the portly man and, in an act of sheer brutality, began smashing it against the wall with the ferociousness of an enraged beast. Soon, the sickening sound of bones snapping and being crushed filled the air as blood and chunks of flesh and bits of bone splattered onto Naruto, which didn't seem to impede the execution of the man in his hand. The deaths of these humans are no doubt on your hands. The same hands that supposedly hold the power of a dragon, the voice continued, the seal acting up as it began to spread across Naruto's body. It wasn't until Genma took hold of his shoulders that he stopped, but not before reaching back and slamming the head of the now deceased man into the wall once more. A louder and much more sickening crunch echoed as the man's skull collapsed on itself, the corpse sliding down the wall with a wet noise resounding before crumpling onto the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Turning around, the group flinched in fright when they saw his bloody visage, his eye terrifyingly calm. Mito and Narumi, having never seen such a brutal act of murder, had snapped their eyes shut after the first few seconds, while the Jonin stood frozen. Ignoring them and the fact he was painted crimson, Naruto ripped himself free from Genma's hold and moved towards the door. Hearing footsteps on the opposite side, he narrowed his eye and bided his time. As the sound of people approaching grew louder, he tensed as he gathered chakra to his leg before lashing out and sending the door careening into the same group from before, knocking those on the ground unconscious from the force of the flying door. They didn't stay unconscious for long as Naruto slammed his fists into the frontal bone of their skulls, a sickening crunch echoing about. Ha ha, yes, show no mercy, let no one live. The voice inside Naruto's mind chuckled darkly, amusement clearly evident in its voice. Taking advantage of the group's stunned states, he moved towards the woman closest to him before spinning on his foot and shattering her jaw with the heel of his left foot. The sudden eruption of pain made her eyes snap wide open. She turned around to clutch the shattered mass of bone only to lose all feeling in her lower body as Naruto buried his fist into her lumbar vertebrae, sending her crumpling to the ground in a paralyzed heap. The rest of the group finally snapped out of their stupor and moved to engage Naruto, only to be intercepted by Genma. Lashing out with his right arm, he caught the jaw of one of the men who tried to take Naruto's back, sending him stumbling back before a kunai embedded itself in his throat. Rushing forward, he ripped it out before slashing the throats of those closest to him, the bodies of 4 men and women crumpling to the ground. The remaining man instantly fell onto his rear as Naruto and Genma turned to face him, getting onto his knees and begging for his life. Please, please don't kill me. I never wanted to be a part of all of this. I swear. I have a family, a wife and 3 kids. I didn't want to do anything to those girls, but if I didn't, my family would have had the same done to them, the man sobbed out, pleading for his life as Naruto approached him. Such a pathetic creature. When one kills, they should always be expecting to be killed in the process. Humans truly are pitiful creatures, the voice said, a strange irritation and amusement present in it. Seeing Naruto move towards him, Genma quickly moved to intercept him, but stopped when Naruto put a hand on the man's shoulder, seemingly believing his story. Feeling the gentle touch, the man quickly raised his head to thank whoever it was, but his words of thanks quickly died when a hellish crimson pupil was staring into his terrified brown ones. Before he could scream, Naruto smashed his knee into his face, crushing the fragile cartilage of his nose. As his head snapped back, Naruto reeled his leg back before connecting a brutal kick. Kakashi swelled with pride, watching them conquer their fear and guilt. Before he could praise their resolve, Naruto burst through the window, confronting the lone man approaching the building where the villagers and his companions lay. The others rushed to the window, witnessing Naruto repeatedly smash the man's face into the doorway before tossing him inside. Damn it! He's really acting rash now, Genma muttered, worried for the blonde below. Leaping down, they joined Naruto as he fixed his gaze on the village's heart. Following his eyes, theirs widened at a rising pillar of smoke. Narrowing their eyes, they sped toward it, hopes of saving the village plummeting. All the while, they remained oblivious to the dark aura, now tenfold, that shrouded Naruto. Rindu no Sato, village center. Upon reaching the village center, the group immediately froze. A large gathering of bandits and ninjas surrounded a platform, bidding on captured villagers. Sticking to the storm cloud shadows, they quickly grew disgusted and enraged by the auctioneer's words. Settle down, you scum. Haha, what's next? Ah, this one, found hiding under his mommy and daddy's bed. How sad, the auctioneer sneered, roughly pulling a crying boy onto the auction floor by his shirt. Not much time left for this fun before the hidden villages come for us. So, I'll spice things up. Bring the next 3, she ordered, forcing 2 crying children and a young teen onto the stage. 3 for 1, you disgusting piles of filth. Who'll start us at 3,000 ryo, she sneered. The crowd instantly erupted, hands shooting up to bid. Absolutely disgusting. Kakashi growled, his Sharingan spinning wildly, his glare hot enough to melt metal. They'll pay for this. We're not just capturing them. Asuma said coldly, his trench knives now coated with potent futon chakra. Let's get started then, Genma said in a frigid tone, his eyes mirroring his words as he readied a kunao. Let's go, Narumi said, slightly shaky, before steeling herself and adjusting her gloves. No turning back now, Mito said, mimicking her younger sister, pulling out her own kunao. Naruto remained silent, clenching his fists, knuckles popping and cracking. Seeing everyone ready, Kakashi signaled their move. They moved. Surprising those closest to them, chaos erupted throughout the village center. Diving into the mass of bandits and ninja, Asuma, Kakashi, and Genma quickly hacked and slashed through the stunned and surprised forces with extreme ease. Kakashi and Genma delivered calculated slashes and stabs, swiftly ending lives. Asuma, with his futon-infused trench knives, used hind to slice through enemy ranks like butter. Their enemies, finally snapping out of their stupor, fumbled a counterattack, failing miserably. Mito and Narumi's shaky nerves vanished as adrenaline surged. Mito made quick work of enemies, utilizing Orochimaru's teachings on vulnerable human spots to target and disable attackers. Sidestepping a downward chest slash, she drove her kunao into the man's side, impaling his left kidney. His scream was quickly silenced when Narumi appeared, slugging him into a building, reducing it to rubble. Unlike Mito's precise strikes, Narumi slugged opponents as soon as they were in range. Ducking a blade that would have opened her throat, Narumi stepped in, slamming her fist into her opponent's side. Bone creaked and shattered as he was sent into others behind him. Quickly backing away as a fireball seared the ground she'd stood on moments ago, Narumi flashed through seals as another fireball raced toward her. Mito moved to intercept. Suten Mizurappa, Mito shouted, bringing hands to lips and firing a high-powered water stream, quelling the incoming flames aimed at her younger sister. Katan, Hozinka no Jutsu, Narumi shouted, supercharging the jutsu, firing numerous medium-sized flame bullets at the large group of ninja and bandits. She narrowed her eyes when she failed to inflict major damage. Tensing, Narumi spun on her heel, catching another woman attempting to attack her back with a thunderous backhand. The woman staggered. Mito rushed in, kicking her away. Turning, they acted on instinct. Mito drove her kunao into a man's throat as he tried to grab her. Narumi slugged him with all her might on the temple. The combination of sliced neck muscles and Narumi's brutal blow ripped off his head. Mito and Narumi stood frozen in horror, the geyser of blood painting their faces red. Still frozen, they were immediately rushed by a group who saw their expressions. Kakashi and Genma cursed, about to move, when a head of blonde hair sped toward the incoming group. Appearing before his sisters, the black aura shrouding him intensified. The seal now covered the left side of his body, his navy eye again a hellish crimson. Moving to intercept the closest man, he swung his leg. A bone-shattering kick connected with the man's jaw, sending him tumbling. Ha ha ha. Yes, this is what I wish to see. Don't be afraid. They are weak, you are strong. Kill them. Kill them all, the voice roared in Naruto's mind. The seal spread from his left side to his right as bloodlust and anger consumed his psyche. Wasting no time, Naruto drew his leg back, lashing out again, caving in the side of the man's skull as he skidded backward. Flicking his leg up, his heel connected with the side of a woman attempting to stab him with her katana. The pain forced her to release her weapon. Naruto grabbed it, splitting her head in two, ignoring the shower of crimson gore. Tightening his grip on the katana, he pumped chakra into it. A spiderweb crack appeared on the blade, not forged for direct chakra flow. Didn't they try to take your kin's lives? Though they don't deserve your protection, they don't deserve to die by such vermin. The voice continued, chuckling darkly with amusement as Naruto let out a primal growl. In a flurry of precise and swift swings, Naruto dismembered most of the group that rushed his sisters. His eye burning with even more hatred, he continued his assault, ending the lives of those he dismembered, splitting heads and rending bodies into heaps of bone and flesh. Seeing the horrified looks on those before him, Naruto pulled the katana back. It surged with more chakra, bits of steel breaking off from the forced flow. Suhajin, Naruto growled, swinging the katana. The blade shattered at the arc's end, a large blue chakra blade racing toward the terrified group of bandits and ninja. How beautiful! Like a field of crimson and white flowers. The voice chuckled with dark amusement at the carnage. Like a horror movie scene, those in front of him were bisected with extreme ease. Geysers of blood erupted from their twitching halves, garbled screams of agony escaping their throats. Ignoring the horrific scene, Naruto spun the katana's remains, throwing it toward a man attempting to escape. The blade's remains buried into his cervical vertebrae. As he crumpled, Naruto turned his attention to the remaining bandits and ninja. Kakashi, Asuma, and Genma did the same, recovering from shock and disgust at Naruto's miniature massacre. Only a few left. Should we save one for interrogation? Genma suggested, a dark smirk on his face as the remaining enemy ranks recoiled in fear. We'll figure it out faster that way, Asuma said, cracking his knuckles as they advanced on the remaining ninja and bandits, forcing their backs against the auction platform. Leave the auctioneer for me, Naruto said, speaking for the first time in a while. The others blinked in surprise at his request, but his tone indicated no refusal would be accepted. Advancing, the group quickly reached the stage, taking hostages from those chained there. Many screamed and cried for help, causing the Konoha ninja to freeze. Seeing them ease off the pressure, the remaining enemy ranks smirked, drawing their weapons closer to their hostages' throats. Good. If you know what's good for these sacks of shit, you'll stay perfectly still while we get out of here. So much as a twitch, and they die, the auctioneer sneered at the team. Their eyes narrowed at her snide tone. Damn it, what's the plan now, Kakashi? Genma growled, tightening his grip on his kunai. We have to wait for now. There's nothing we can do unless we jeopardize innocent lives, Kakashi said, narrowing his eye, searching for any enemy slips. We can't just let them get away, Mito said, still a little shaken from her first kill moments before. But what can we do? If we try anything, they kill the hostages, Narumi lamented, gripping her hands tightly in powerlessness. We stay calm for now. That's all we can do, Asuma said, gritting his teeth at the scum's cowardly act. While the others stressed, Naruto sighed, closing his eye. Forcibly calming himself, the seal slowly retracted. The others watched in surprise at his control, still unsure what it was, even after his explanation that it indicated his anger. Opening his eye, it changed from hellish crimson to cool navy. He trained his eye on the auctioneer as she sneered at his gaze. Rinda no Sato, 100 meters from village center. Resting on a rooftop was another Naruto, his eye not navy, but electric blue. His attention focused on the unfolding scene. He reached over, picking up the silver and black bow beside him. It was a unique folding bow, with 3 opposing, jagged spikes jutting out. The arrow column comprised sharpened, blade-like scales. Another outcrop of blade scales protected the left arm. The bowstring itself seemed sharper than any blade. Shunman keen stratagem, created after years of trial and error by Ryohei, who studied the aerial prowess of dragons he trained with, basing the design on the Serpent King dragon, Dalameter. According to Ryohei's notes, its accuracy rivaled the keenest-eyed dragon. Primarily made from parts donated by Dalameter, its strength, durability, accuracy, range, and velocity were unequaled despite its light weight. Against a target, it was accurate to 700 meters, and its arrows could penetrate 60mm thick armor plating. It used a unique arrow style, a 2-pronged head that tore through flesh rather than simply piercing it. After picking it up, he unfolded it, the blade protrusions jutting out even more menacingly. Notching an arrow, he aimed at the auctioneer, drawing the arrow back, grunting as it strained his muscles. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his chakra into it before letting it loose, watching it close the distance to the platform in seconds. Quickly making a hand seal, he narrowed his eye as the arrow began to glow. Mesatsukyou, Naruto said as the arrow split into 7, racing toward the bandits and ninjas' heads. Naruto and his bow erupted into a cloud of smoke. Rindu no Sato, village center. Seeing they wouldn't move with the villagers' lives at stake, the slavers stepped back, creating a small but sizable gap. The Jonin noted it, waiting for the right moment. But soon, everyone's eyes widened. 7 slavers' heads snapped back, then they crumpled. The auctioneer's eyes widened, trying to discern what happened. Taking advantage of her confusion, the Jonin surged forward. Kakashi slammed his palm into her jaw as she reeled back. Genma seized the hostage she'd held. As she fell, clutching her jaw, she turned to them, begging for her life. Everyone's eyes filled with utter disgust and disdain. Wait. Please. I never meant for any of this. I mean they made me do it. I am just a slave too. They used me to get into this village to capture everyone. I swear, she sobbed, begging on hands and knees. Don't think so. After what you've done, no way in hell you're getting out of this, Genma said, his voice barely controlled anger. She can wait, we need to untie these people, Kakashi said, tending to the crying children and young teens who just endured a hellish ordeal. Moving about, they tied up the auctioneer, then tended to the villagers. Narumi mended serious wounds, while the rest applied first aid to less severe ones. After half an hour, most villagers were patched up, though 2 of the most elderly succumbed to injuries. They helped bury those killed by slavers and burned the slavers' bodies. All the while, Narumi and Mito avoided looking at their hands, seemingly stained with blood. Once finished, they moved to the most important topic, the still pleading auctioneer. Who wants to take care of her? We need to get as much out of her as possible, Genma said. Mito and Narumi turned slightly green at the implication. I'm not too good at it, never could make them last long enough to talk, Asuma admitted, taking a long drag of his cigarette. I can try. Haven't done it in a while, so I might be rusty, but maybe that'll speed things up, Kakashi said coldly, eyeing the whimpering woman. As the group discussed who'd interrogate the auctioneer, the Jonin decided to exclude Mito, Narumi, and Naruto, as they were just kids. But soon, a voice made itself known. They looked on in disbelief and concern. I'll do it, Naruto said, his voice impassive, though with a steely edge, as he trained his frigid eye on the groveling woman. Naruto, you know what you're asking for, right? Are you sure you're all right? You've been extremely violent lately. That battle, you practically massacred an entire group by yourself, and you're not even feeling the repercussions of your first kill like your sisters are, Kakashi asked, his voice laced with concern. Naruto shook his head. I'm perfectly fine. Will you allow me to do this or not? Naruto asked, his voice retaining its steely edge. The Jonin hesitantly exchanged glances. I'm going to ask you one more time, Naruto, can you really live with yourself after you torture this woman? Kakashi asked. Naruto simply nodded positively. The rest of the group looked on with concern. All right, I'm trusting you know what you're doing and what we need from her, correct? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded again, then moved toward the woman, who screamed for help and begged for her life with renewed vigor. And Naruto he's terrifying, Mito said, her eyes wide with fear at her older brother's drastic change, shaking as he calmly led someone away to torture them himself. What's wrong with Naru and Narumi asked in an equally terrified tone, obviously scared of her older brother. They weren't the only ones. The Jonin and a few villagers who overheard the exchange could only hope he wouldn't become dangerous. After witnessing what he'd done, Kakashi, Asuma, and Genma would request a psychoanalysis and mental examination of the blonde. He wasn't the same blank but kind kid they knew, not after today. Rindu no Sato, empty ruined house. Dragging the kicking and screaming woman to an abandoned house, he threw her onto the ground. She hurriedly moved to face him, frantically scanning, her gaze locked on Naruto. He stared her down, his eye cold and unforgiving. She shivered, but soon, she realized what would happen and smirked, knowing what to do. I see now, big boy, how devious. Volunteer to torture me so you can have your way without raising signals with your group. I'll admit, that's pretty smart, she said, shifting to a defenseless position, puckering her lips while looking up at him. You wouldn't hurt a woman, would you, handsome? I know what you're really after, and I don't mind with someone as sexy as you, she purred slightly, slowly and sensually spreading her legs. Come now, don't leave a lady waiting, you'll never find a girl if you keep giving her the cold shoulder, she purred, puffing out her chest to emphasize her breasts, swaying them slightly, continuing to look up at Naruto, batting her eyelashes. Such a simple tactic. Only a complete imbecile would fall for such a simple-minded ruse. Take what belongs to you from her and end her miserable existence, the voice said, clearly fed up with the woman. Still blank-faced, Naruto slowly strode toward her. She did her best to hide the smirk. Hook, line, and sinker was all she thought. A hormonally active young teen like him with a helpless and sexy woman like herself, no doubt in her mind he'd ravage her soon. Of course, once he finished, she'd steal a kunai or shuriken from him, and the rest would be history. Keep coming, pretty boy. Soon that pretty face will look real ugly. Though, I might as well give you a little present before I kill you. You phew, she thought, licking her lips, continuing her defenseless act. That's right, handsome, take me. Take me now, she purred, yelping slightly when she felt his hand on her head. Oh, you want a kiss? Well, I'll give you a nice, juicy one, big boy, she said, puckering her lips, expecting to feel a pair on her own. But soon, all her excitement, lust, and confidence evaporated. An overwhelming killing intent nearly suffocated her. Her eyes widened. She glanced up, trembling in fear. His navy eye was now the same hellish crimson. Filled with hate and anger unlike anything she'd ever seen, she felt the weight of his oppressive gaze. He began to build up black and crimson smoke on the hand holding her head. Please, please don't kill me. I'm begging you. I'll become your slave. Your dog. Your bitch. I'll do anything. I'll tell you everything I know. I'll tell you where the others are and where our base is. I'll have sex with you. I'll marry you. I'll even have your kids. Just don't kill me. I'm begging you, she screamed, begging for her life, feeling her very soul tremble in fear of what was to come. A slave to bear children, not unheard of, but such a weak mother would only bear the weakest of the weak. Such a foolish creature, the voice said again, voicing disapproval as the seal began to spread across Naruto's face once more. You're going to tell me no matter what, Naruto replied. The hand holding her head began to emit a blackish crimson smoke. Myriuatan Zenrei Kuakarosu, Naruto whispered. The smoke condensed into a blackish crimson aura. She started screaming, feeling her very being ripped away. Myriuatan Zenrei Tatsu, Naruto whispered, ripping his hand away. Her screams abruptly stopped. Her body fell to the ground as he integrated the knowledge ripped from her soul into his mind. As he finished, the seal retracted. He burned the body with a simple katan jutsu before reuniting with the team. All looked fearful and concerned upon his arrival. After a brief interrogation, he reported his findings to the stunned Jonin, who nodded. Releasing a sigh, he placed his hand on the seal, having been under its influence for most of the mission. He winced as a surge of pain rushed through his body. Once they gathered supplies, they told the villagers they'd send aid after relaying what happened to the Hokage. The villagers profusely thanked them as they left. As they traveled, all remained relatively silent. Mito and Narumi made no attempt to talk with their brother, shooting him a mix of concerned and scared stares. The Jonin did the same, though it was a mix of concern and apprehension. For Naruto, he winced again, holding his head, concerned why his headaches were worsening. How foolish. You still can't even hear my voice anymore, can you, human? A pity, you would have benefited from the wisdom I bestowed upon you. Don't worry, boy, we will soon become one, the voice said, chuckling darkly. Naruto paused slightly to grab his head, wincing. The rest of the group moved to see if something was wrong with him. Naruto sat on the rickety bed, which also served as a bench, leaning against the wall and staring into space. His gaze drifted to the seals on his wrists, which completely blocked his chakra. He closed his eyes and sighed, contemplating his current predicament. Flashback, a few days before. After successfully rescuing the hostages, the team Naruto, Mito, Narumi, Kakashi, Asuma, and Genma began their tense journey back to Konoha. Naruto was isolated by the others due to his display of unnatural and almost bestial brutality. Mito and Narumi stayed close to Kakashi, casting fearful glances at Naruto whenever he moved. Asuma and Genma flanked Naruto, maintaining a foot of distance, periodically glancing at him to monitor his body language. Throughout the trip, his outward appearance remained unchanged. His lack of tension suggested he was unfazed by their wary attention. Scene change, Konoha East Gate. At the village gates, Katetsu and Izumo's welcoming smiles vanished as they observed the team's wary and tense looks directed at Naruto. After exchanging glances with the Jonin, they nodded and cleared the team for the Hokage's tower. As they walked in silence, villagers gave them a wide berth, unnerved by the group's heavy atmosphere. Even those accustomed to the enigmatic eldest child of the Hokage shivered in his presence. Scene change, Konoha Hokage's tower. The group immediately ascended to the top of the tower, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense with each step. When they reached Minato's office, the Jonin took a deep breath before opening the doors, surprising Minato, who was buried under paperwork. Ah, you're back already, everyone. That was much shorter than I imagined. Minato exclaimed cheerfully, a bright smile on his face, relieved to see them unharmed. However, his smile faded to concern as he noticed the heavy atmosphere and Naruto's isolation from the group. Minato ushered them into his office, moving paperwork aside to face them. He scanned everyone's faces, lingering on Naruto for a few seconds before turning to Kakashi for the mission report. Minato-sensei, the C-rank mission you assigned escalated to a B rank with the inclusion of Chunin-level ninja. We decided to proceed, as we were 2 days from Konoha and the situation seemed dire. We called in Asuma and Genma, who were 2 hours away, and engaged the enemy. Upon contact, it was clear they lacked group experience, they were completely disjointed. After defeating them, we captured their leader and interrogated him, learning a few key pieces of information. For now, that's all I can say without submitting a proper report, Kakashi explained concisely, Minato nodding in approval. Now, Mito, Narumi, could you two leave us? Kakashi asked, startling the girls. Kakashi and we want to stay, Narumi stammered, her voice firming at the end. I agreed, Kakashi Naizen, please let us stay, Mito requested, trying to maintain her calm facade despite her uneasy eyes. It's fine, Kakashi, they're Chunin, they can stay, Minato interjected, and Kakashi nodded. So, from the beginning, please, Minato requested, and the Jonin steeled themselves before beginning their tale. Time skip, 30 minutes later. To say Minato was shocked was an understatement. After Kakashi, Asuma, and Genma finished their report, Minato stared wide-eyed at his son, struggling to believe what he'd heard. From Naruto's subtle anger towards Kakashi for preventing his interference in the girl's abduction, to his lack of reaction to seeing corpses, to his single-handed massacre, and his willingness to torture the bandit leader and ninja, it all painted his son in a different light. Judging by his daughter's terrified eyes, their opinion of him had changed too. Naruto, is all of that true? Minato asked, stunned, already knowing the answer. Yes, it's all true, Naruto replied calmly, Minato wincing internally at his son's lack of emotion. Minato-sama, I think Naruto needs a mental evaluation, Genma suggested, voicing his opinion of the blonde. Minato sighed. Naruto, I'm sorry, but I have to agree with Genma. Your responses and lack of emotion worry me about your health, Minato said as Naruto narrowed his eyes. Is something wrong with completing the mission as specified? I followed my orders to the letter, and though I questioned Kakashi's decisions, I followed them anyway. For me to be subjected to an evaluation because I had no pity for the scum who invaded the village, I find that outright laughable, Naruto said in a low tone, his eye darkening as everyone tensed. I'm sorry, Naruto, but after this, you need one, Minato stated, meeting his son's glare with his own steely gaze. Umbu, escort my son to Inoichi and Ibiki, Minato ordered. Narumi and Mito's eyes widened, gasping at the names. Umbu flanked Naruto and led him out of the room. The temperature dropped considerably once the door closed. Turning to their father, Mito, and Narumi stared at him with disbelief. He winced at their gazes. The Jonin moved to comfort them as they began to panic slightly, their breathing becoming ragged. They managed to calm themselves before speaking. Tdou-san, is Naruto and I going to see the heads of the TNI division? He didn't do anything wrong, Mito asked, her voice trembling as she stared at him. Mito-chan, from what I've heard, there's something wrong with him. Being as clear-minded and calm as he is after killing so many people is completely unnatural. You both witnessed how brutal and unforgiving he was. You two will also receive mental evaluations, but I trust Orochimaru and Tsunade to conduct yours, as they are your godparents and you trust them. Naruto, however, is a special case, and I don't want to add more stress by having your godparents evaluate him, Minato explained. Mito nodded slowly in understanding, while Narumi remained silent. Narumi-chan, are you all right? Minato asked. Narumi shook her head, and the others looked on with concern. After the mission debriefing, everyone parted ways. Minato ordered Kakashi to take his daughters to Orochimaru and Tsunade for their mental evaluations. Genma and Asuma headed to the Jonin headquarters to relax after what they had witnessed. As for Minato, he went to the TNI division, intent on finding out if his son was alright. Scene change, Konohagakure Intelligence Division, TNI Division interrogation cells. Naruto sat silently in a bare, gray room, staring at the wall. Ibiki and Inoichi observed him through a one-way glass pane, grimacing slightly that the room's environment didn't faze him. The isolation, the single overhead lamp, the above-average temperature, and the time spent alone failed to outwardly affect him. His lack of tension or nervousness immediately raised alarms for the two men. After 10 minutes of him sitting alone with no results, they entered the room. Naruto gave them a quick glance before refocusing on the wall. Frowning at his passive reaction, they stood before him. Naruto, do you know why you're here? Inoichi asked. Naruto shifted his attention from the wall to him. Because my father thinks I'm an unstable and possibly psychopathic individual who might endanger my teammates' lives, Naruto stated. Ibiki and Inoichi winced at his harsh assessment of his situation. Well, I guess you're partially right, Ibiki admitted, a little troubled by his easy, straight-faced delivery. Naruto, I'll be probing your mind to evaluate your mental stability. Don't worry, it'll be over quickly, Inoichi reassured the younger blonde, again receiving no reaction. Ibiki, I'll be going inside. If anything happens, you know what to do, Inoichi said, placing his hand on Naruto's head. Ibiki nodded, stepping aside. Seiko Denshin, Inoichi chanted, a light blue glow enveloping Naruto for a brief second. Both Naruto's and Inoichi's eyes drifted shut. Scene change, Naruto's mind. As Inoichi performed his jutsu, the blackness he saw swirled into a myriad of colors, coalescing into a scene of a lake in his mind's eye. He glanced around, slightly captivated by the beautiful, lively lakeside area, a stark contrast to the impassive blonde it belonged to. Moving along the lakeshore, he found no visible signs of damage, no shattered or chipped areas that would indicate mental strain or damage. As he looked around, he frowned slightly, unable to access many of Naruto's memories. Memories from a few years back were heavily guarded, more so than he had ever seen. Inoichi doubted even a team of his most elite mindcrackers could breach a tiny amount. Deciding to test it, he approached a tree and touched it. A sharp pain filled his mind, and he recoiled, clearly unable to breach even the first layer of the complex mental barrier. He tried trees closer to the lake, finding they were unguarded, containing memories from the past year. As he schemed through them, he found no damage whatsoever. He discovered memories of the recent mission. Witnessing it was vastly different from just being briefed. Even Inoichi, a seasoned shinobi trained in torture, mostly mental, was stunned by Naruto's brutal killings. Continuing, he noticed an increasingly eerie feeling the closer he got to the lake. While a few meters away, it felt lively and peaceful. Nearing the water brought a great sense of dread. When he finally reached the waterline, his heart stopped as killing intent unlike anything mortal devoured him, undermining Inoichi's very psyche. "Gah!" he screamed, clutching his head, his eyes wide with unimaginable agony. As more of his mind broke down from the obscene killing intent, the pain became increasingly agonizing. Blood dripped from his nose and lips as he neared the limits of his sanity, his mind on the verge of destruction. But before he passed the point of no return, it all vanished. Inoichi violently exhaled, gasping for breath as he crawled away from the lake, which had transformed from a vibrant blue to a horrid pool of crimson. "Ha ha ha, how amusing," a soul-chilling voice suddenly said. Inoichi's eyes widened as he scanned the area for its source. "Do not waste what little strength you have left, human. You should be honored that I chose to spare your insignificant life, you insect," the voice said, agitation evident. Inoichi froze. The reason for his reaction was the violent whirlpool forming in the Crimson Lake. He gasped as a smoky, dark arm shot from its depths, crushing the line of trees flanking the lake. Then, pulling whatever it belonged to upward, the monster's head emerged. Its shadowy form highlighted its hellish crimson eyes. "You have overstayed your welcome, human. Be thankful that I did not break your mind like the fragile thing that it is." The monster spoke before Inoichi felt himself being forced out of Naruto's mind. Pain surged through his body before everything went black. Scene change, Konohagakure Intelligence Division, TNI Division Interrogation Cells. "Inoichi! Inoichi!" Ibiki shouted, gently shaking the seemingly comatose man by the shoulders. Inoichi's eyes had lost the light of life. A few minutes after entering Naruto's mind, Inoichi began convulsing, blood leaking from his nose and lips. Ibiki rushed to his side, holding him close, and sent a pulse of chakra to cut the connection, but panicked when he couldn't. After a few more seconds, Inoichi stopped convulsing and went limp in Ibiki's arms. His hand finally left Naruto's head. Ibiki frantically searched for a pulse, his panic increasing when he found none. Suddenly, a strangled cough and gasp brought Ibiki's attention to the blonde in his arms. Inoichi took heavy gulps of air, trying to calm his erratic heartbeat. His unfocused eyes finally realigned and focused on the blonde sitting in the chair. He took another deep breath and shakily stood up. With Ibiki's help, Inoichi managed to get back on his feet. Naruto opened his eyes and trained them on Inoichi, who flinched at his gaze. "Are you okay, Inoichi?" Ibiki asked, casting a wary glance at Naruto. Inoichi nodded, though doubt was clearly present. "Yeah, I'm fine," he said, meeting Naruto's unflinching gaze. "Naruto, what was that?" Inoichi asked, clearly disturbed by the monster in his mind. "What's what?" Naruto asked, clearly confused, causing Inoichi to furrow his brows in slight frustration. "Are you telling me you don't know what that thing is?" he asked again. Naruto shook his head. As Ibiki was about to interject, the door opened, revealing a concerned Minato. His untimely arrival made the two interrogators wince, knowing it would be difficult to explain that Inoichi almost died because of Naruto. Turning back to Naruto, they informed him they'd be discussing his results and told him to remain in the room for further evaluation if needed. "What happened in there, Inoichi?" Ibiki asked once they were outside the room. Minato grew more concerned as Inoichi tensed slightly. There was something inside Naruto's psyche that definitely didn't belong there. "When I encountered it, I can't even explain the feeling." "Do you two remember the killing intent that thing Naruto summoned a while back?" Inoichi asked. Ibiki and Minato nodded. They doubted anyone could forget Tigrex's immense killing intent. "It was many times worse. My mind nearly shattered when I met it," he said, widening Ibiki's and Minato's eyes. "That thing doesn't belong there, and I think it might be the cause of his violence and brutality. He showed no signs of knowing it existed, meaning it's subconsciously affecting him. I didn't find any signs of damage in his mind. It was similar to Yakumo's mind and the Ito a few years ago. But there isn't a sign of a suppressed personality. The thing is clearly conscious and intelligent," Inoichi explained as Minato and Ibiki felt a sense of dread wash over them. "Tell me, Inoichi, do you think I can seal it like I did the Ito?" Minato asked. Inoichi furrowed his brow, closing his eyes. I don't think so, Minato. Whatever that thing is, it's much more dangerous than the Ito could have ever hoped to be, Inoichi stated. Minato grimaced, staring through the glass pane at his son. I'll talk with Jiraiya and Kushina before I decide what to do. In the meantime, make sure he's comfortable, Minato said. The two nodded, heading back inside to retrieve the younger blonde as Minato left the building. Naruto, I'm afraid until we find out what that presence in your mind is, you'll be staying here, Inoichi said. Naruto simply nodded in response as they led him out of the interrogation room to one of the accommodating cells intended for such situations. Scene change, Jonin's standby station. Upon arriving at the station, Asuma and Genma headed to the lounge to unwind from the mission's tension. Sighing, they collapsed onto the couch, basking in the soft cushions, trying to clear their minds of Naruto's drastic changes. But their thoughts quickly returned to the mission, and they both winced, still unable to believe he had murdered a man by smashing his head against a wall. As they idly chatted with others, they were soon joined by friends, who were surprised to see them so lethargic. Korone, Guy, Aoba, Zabuza, Anko, and a few other Jonin approached to investigate. Yo, you two seem out of it, Aoba said, breaking the ice. Genma and Asuma visibly winced. That bad, huh? Asuma said as the others nodded. What's killing you guys? Looks like you two just saw someone get murdered, Zabuza chuckled. Asuma and Genma visibly darkened slightly, their eyes hardening, immediately silencing Zabuza's chuckles. Yeah, we did see someone die, but that's not what's bothering us. It's who killed them and how that's the problem, Genma said, and the atmosphere turned serious and slightly heavy. Are you two going to tell us? Korone asked, more than curious about what could affect two seasoned friends so deeply. It was Naruto, Asuma said, raising everyone's eyebrows. Zabuza and Anko were particularly affected. What? He did? Don't tell me he's struggling with the fact he took someone's life. Where is he? I need to go check on him, Anko shouted, firing off questions. Everyone recoiled as her elusive motherly side emerged. Easy, Anko, that's the exact problem. He's not affected at all, Asuma said, stopping Anko mid-rant, her expression shocked. Kakashi idly traced the eye beneath his Hitaite as Mito and Narumi, their heads cocked in curiosity, suddenly gasped, their eyes widening as they turned to their older brother. Sorry about bringing that up, Naru and I. Narumi managed, fighting the urge to hug him. I'm sorry for bringing up such an awful memory, Naruto and I. Mito said, reaching out hesitantly to place her hand on his, making Narumi nearly shout in defiance. It's fine. I'll take first watch, you all get some rest, Naruto said, gently pulling his hand from Mito's grasp. She blushed slightly at his tender action while Narumi puffed out her cheeks in a powerful pout. Naruto collected the remaining dishes to wash them as the others settled into their tents. Narumi glared at Mito the entire time, who wore a radiant expression and rosy cheeks. Inside Mito and Narumi's tent, they settled into their sleeping bags. Mito let out a contented sigh. Hearing her, Narumi turned and stared with lifeless eyes and a pout as Mito snuggled deeper into her sleeping bag, another sigh escaping her lips. Jin. What's wrong, Narumi-chan? Mito asked, turning to her pouting sister. Humph. Nothing's wrong, Narumi said, turning away from Mito and continuing to sulk. Narumi-chan, come on, tell me, Mito urged, rolling towards her sister, but Narumi ignored her. Realizing she wouldn't get a proper response, Mito continued to roll, eventually flopping half her body onto Narumi, who yelped in surprise at the sudden weight. Looking up, she met Mito's gaze, quickly replacing her surprised look with her earlier pout. A staring contest erupted between them, neither willing to look away. Tell me, Mito demanded, her eyes boring into Narumi's, who remained unyielding. No, I don't have to, Narumi retorted like an angry child, her cheeks puffing out as her pout intensified. As their battle of wills raged in the adjacent tent, Kakashi sighed, shaking his head as the argument's volume and intensity rose. He closed his book, pulled up his covers, and a squeal sounded from the girls' tent. Time skip, a day later. Scene change, outskirts of Rinde no Sato. After uneventful travel, Kakashi's team, consisting of himself, Mito, Narumi, and Naruto, finally arrived at their destination. Hidden within the thick trees surrounding the village, they cautiously observed, noting no signs of activity near the borders. Anything to report? Kakashi asked through his headset. Nothing here, Kakashi and I. The eastern part of the village is empty, Narumi reported, increasing Kakashi's doubts. The south is empty as well, Kakashi Naizen. There's nothing here, Mito reported as Kakashi's brows furrowed in concentration. No activity in the north, Naruto reported, and Kakashi felt a small chill in his stomach. Quickly removing his Hitaite to expose his Sharingan, Kakashi scanned the area, discovering traces of a barrier-style genjutsu covering the village. Narrowing his eye, he knew the presence of enemy ninja elevated the mission rank from C to B, possibly A. Everyone, we need to regroup. Now, Kakashi ordered, moving towards their designated regrouping area. What's the situation? Naruto asked, glancing at Kakashi, while Mito and Narumi also focused on him. We've hit a snag. It's not just ordinary bandits who've taken over this village, it looks like we've got ninja on our hands, Kakashi reported, causing Mito and Narumi to tense in Naruto's eye to narrow. What are we going to do now, Kakashi and Narumi asked, a little nervous about the new development. We have 3 options. Option 1, we proceed with much more care and caution. Option 2, we call for backup and wait. And option 3, we head back and report to Minato-sensei. Normally, we'd have to head back since this has clearly changed ranks, but the situation is dire, Kakashi explained. The girls looked troubled, while Naruto's eye sharpened. We need to rescue those villagers. We don't know what's going on, but the longer we wait, the more those involved will suffer, Naruto said. Kakashi understood, while Mito and Narumi looked conflicted. Naruto, I understand your feelings, but we need to go about this carefully. We don't know how strong they are, but the illusion barrier indicates they have some skilled ninja, Kakashi retorted, lightly chiding Naruto, who scoffed slightly in response, causing Kakashi to frown. What are we going to do? Mito asked, trying to ease the growing tension between Kakashi and Naruto. I'll leave it up to you. However, you all need to reach a collective consensus, Kakashi said, staring directly at Naruto, who shot him a frigid glare. What do you think, Mito? Narumi asked, desperate to break the tension. I don't know. I want to help, but what if something goes wrong? Mito said, clenching her fists tightly. Naru and Narumi asked, turning to her brother, whose eye was shut in irritation. You know my answer already, Naruto replied gruffly, trying to quell the strange surge of anger in his blood. As they fell into a tense silence, a scream snapped them out of their stupor. They quickly moved to the edge of the tree line, their eyes widening at the sight of a young teen girl running frantically, her clothes ripped and bloodied, her fear-filled face darting between looking forward and behind her. As she reached the halfway point between the village and the tree line, a figure quickly approached from behind, grabbing and slamming her to the ground. The girl cried out in pain as they twisted her arm near its breaking point. Tensing, Naruto was about to intercept but was stopped by an ironclad grip on his shoulder. Biting back a growl, he shifted and glared at Kakashi, who stared back unflinchingly as Mito and Narumi watched in mild fear. Tightening his grip, Kakashi silently conveyed his message to Naruto, who clenched his fists and refocused on the struggling girl as she was taken back into the village, crying and screaming hysterically. Calm down, Naruto. I understand how you feel, Kakashi began, loosening his grip and staring at him with sympathy, only to be interrupted when Naruto swatted his hand away. Standing up, Naruto wordlessly left the group, heading deeper into the forest where they had set up a temporary base. Watching him go, Mito and Narumi were stopped by Kakashi placing a hand on their shoulders, preventing them from pursuing their older brother. When they turned, Kakashi flinched at their tear-filled eyes, reflecting a mix of emotions. Leaving him behind, they rushed to catch up with their older brother as Kakashi released an exhausted sigh. Leaning back, he rested his head against the tree trunk, contemplating their next move. Naruto clearly wanted to charge straight in and complete the mission. Given his strength, they might accomplish it with little trouble if the number of bandits and ninja was low. The girls were reluctant, likely due to knowing what happens to captured ninja: torture, rape, death, the list went on. He didn't want them near such a situation. After seeing that girl, screaming for help only to be captured and possibly punished, they weren't in a stable state to continue the mission. What's the right answer? Kakashi whispered, staring into the cloudless sky before shifting his head towards the direction his siblings ran off to. Scene change: outskirts of Rinda no Sato, team's temporary camp. Sitting beside the dead campfire, Naruto radiated an arctic, angry aura. Kakashi had stopped him from saving someone who needed saving. Looking back, that was likely the correct action. Saving her while the person sent after her mysteriously disappeared would undoubtedly raise significant suspicion from those holding the village hostage. Narrowing his eye, he could only hope they acted soon, knowing that more time divided only meant suffering for the captives. Why follow what that human says? You have power. You have skill. You have resolve. And above all else, you have me. Do not allow that human to hold you back, an all too familiar voice suddenly said, causing Naruto to wince in pain as he clutched his head. Soon, his thoughts returned to the fear on her face, the unbridled terror in her eyes. Snapping his eyes shut, Naruto couldn't rid himself of the sight as his breathing grew ragged, the seal acting up and spreading across his body. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists tightly, drawing a small amount of blood from the pressure of his nails on his palms. But his angry stupor was broken when his sister's voices called out to him. "And Naru and I?" Narumi asked in a scared tone, her eyes wide at his erratic behavior, growing more fearful at the black markings that reappeared on him. Are you okay, Naruto and I? Mito asked in a similarly scared tone, noting his ragged breathing and the seal as he turned to face them. I'm fine, Naruto said, calming his breathing as the seal retracted. Mito and Narumi relaxed slightly at the sight. Taking a seat across from him, they sat in an awkward silence, awaiting Kakashi's return. Glancing between their older brother and the area where Kakashi remained, the two soon sighed in relief as they saw his silver hair. When he approached, Kakashi tensed slightly, feeling a subtle amount of killing intent radiating from Naruto, whose frigid gaze was fixed on the campfire's remains. Wincing, he made his way over and sat between the three as he explained their next move. "Everyone, we've got backup on the way. The Ninken I sent reported they should be here within the next 2 hours, seeing as they had a mission nearby. As soon as they get here, we'll explain the situation and move out." "Understood," Kakashi reported. Mito and Narumi nodded with a little more confidence as Naruto simply ignored him, the tightening of his jawline the only indication he had heard. "For now, rest and get ready. No doubt this will be a tough mission," Kakashi ordered. Mito and Narumi headed to take a power nap and clear their minds as Naruto remained motionless. Seeing he wasn't going to get through to the blonde, Kakashi released an exhausted sigh and headed to his tent for his own nap. Seeing he was alone, Naruto began to leak more killing intent, the intensity of his gaze increasing. Time skipped. 2 hours later. The sun, once shining overhead, began to be engulfed by rolling storm clouds. Those who were napping quickly woke up, realizing they had overslept due to mission stress. Frantically moving in their tents, they sighed in relief when they saw the eldest blonde still motionless near the campfire. Exiting their tents, they froze upon hearing the sounds of a rapidly approaching group. Tensing, they relaxed when they spotted the familiar faces of Asuma and Genma. Making their way over, they were greeted by the group minus Naruto, who opted to remain looking at the fire while Kakashi filled them in on the situation. "And that's the situation so far. We were waiting for you to get here before we struck," Kakashi reported, Asuma and Genma's eyes darkening as they processed the information. Glancing at Naruto, they were about to ask about him, but Kakashi's head shake stopped them. Gathering their supplies, the three adults reassured the younger ninja that everything would be alright, though Naruto was eerily silent throughout the exchange, drawing worried glances from everyone as he silently strode beside them. "Everyone ready?" Kakashi asked. Mito and Narumi gulped before nodding. Asuma and Genma steeled their nerves, and Naruto remained impassive. "We'll strike in groups of 3. Mito, Narumi, you're with me on the west. Asuma, Genma, Naruto, you're on the east. On the count of 3, we strike," Kakashi ordered. They nodded, moving into position as they adjusted their headsets. "All right. 3, 2, 1, go," Kakashi called out as they quickly rushed towards the village gates. Scene change. Rinde no Sato village outer area. Entering the east gates, the group of Kakashi, Mito, and Narumi flinched as they passed through the barrier wall, their eyes widening at the village's ruinous state. Adrenaline pumping, they quickly moved towards the village center, seeing the others across the empty streets. Meeting up, they turned to see the street leading to the village heart covered in blood. Paling, they increased their pace as the smell of blood filled their noses. Mito and Narumi turned green from the iron-like scent as the Jonin stared worriedly at them. Rounding a corner, they quickly moved into the shadows as footsteps reached their ears. Peeking out, they saw a group of grinning, bloody men and women exiting a ruined building, speaking out of earshot. Exchanging glances, the Jonin ushered the younger ninja into the building they had exited, assuming it was their base of operations. Upon entering, however, the stench of death and lust filled their noses. What they saw immediately made Mito and Narumi scream, only the quick actions of Asuma and Kakashi preventing them from vocalizing it. The inside of the house had been converted into a makeshift prison cell, with the bare, lifeless bodies of various young men and women shackled against the walls. One corpse, in particular, made the eyes of the 4 original team members widen. It was the body of the young teen who had tried to escape. Bruises, stab, bite, and slash wounds littered her body, along with various bodily fluids. Her throat was slashed, and her eyes hung open with dead orbs resting inside them, a scene of absolute horror. How pitiful! If only you had followed your instincts and engaged when you first arrived. Perhaps you may have been able to prevent such a tragedy, the voice said, followed by a dark chuckle. Mito and Narumi began to retch at the brutal scene. Asuma and Kakashi placed their thumbs on the underside of their sternum, resting against their diaphragm to slow their sharp intakes of air. Quickly moving out of the building, they were about to leave through the window when the sound of the door opening made them freeze. Man, they had all the fun, leaving me with cleaning up. Heh, at least I got a few of them before they croaked. An exhausted and lecherous voice suddenly spoke as the door opened. As a heavy-set man entered the building, his eyes widened at the sight of the group. Quickly taking a deep breath, the shout that was about to escape his throat became nothing but a garbled grunt of pain as Naruto buried his fist into his abdomen. Ripping his arm back, he swung the other, smashing his left fist into the man's temple as he lurched over, sending him stumbling to the ground to lean against the wall for support. But instead, you followed the orders of a human who you knew had the power to aid you, the voice said, its dark chuckles growing louder inside Naruto's mind, his only objective now the death of those who took over the village. Ignoring the people behind him, Naruto grabbed the portly man's head and, in an act of sheer brutality, began smashing it against the wall with the ferocity of an enraged beast. Soon, the sickening sound of bones snapping and being crushed filled the air as blood and chunks of flesh and bits of bone splattered onto Naruto, which didn't seem to impede the execution of the man in his hand. The deaths of these humans are no doubt on your hands. The same hands that supposedly hold the power of a dragon, the voice continued, the seal acting up and spreading across Naruto's body. It wasn't until Genma took hold of his shoulders that he stopped, but not before reaching back and slamming the head of the now deceased man into the wall once more, a louder and much more sickening crunch echoing as the man's skull collapsed on itself. The corpse slid down the wall with a wet noise before crumbling onto the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Turning around, the group flinched in fright at his bloody visage, his eye terrifyingly calm. Mito and Narumi, never having seen such a brutal act of murder, had snapped their eyes shut after the first few seconds while the Jonin stood frozen. Ignoring them and the fact that he was painted crimson, Naruto ripped himself free from Genma's hold and moved towards the door. Hearing footsteps on the opposite side, he narrowed his eye and bided his time. As the sound of approaching people grew louder, he tensed, gathered chakra to his leg, and lashed out, sending the door careening into the same group from before, knocking those on the ground unconscious from the force of the flying door. They didn't stay unconscious for long as Naruto slammed his fists into the frontal bone of their skulls, a sickening crunch echoing. Ha ha. Yes. Show no mercy. Let no one live. The voice inside Naruto's mind chuckled darkly, amusement clearly evident. Taking advantage of the group's stunned states, he moved towards the woman closest to him before spinning on his foot and shattering her jaw with the heel of his left foot. The sudden eruption of pain made her eyes snap wide open. She turned to clutch the shattered mass of bone only to lose all feeling in her lower body as Naruto buried his fist into her lumbar vertebrae, sending her crumbling to the ground in a paralyzed heap. The rest of the group finally snapped out of their stupor and moved to engage Naruto, only to be intercepted by Genma. Lashing out with his right arm, he caught the jaw of one of the men who tried to take Naruto's back, sending him stumbling back before a kunai embedded itself in his throat. Rushing forward, he ripped it out before slashing the throats of those closest to him, the bodies of 4 men and women crumpling to the ground. The remaining man instantly fell onto his rear as Naruto and Genma turned to face him, getting onto his knees and begging for his life. Please, please don't kill me. I never wanted to be a part of all of this. I swear. I have a family, a wife and 3 kids. I didn't want to do anything to those girls, but if I didn't, my family would have had the same done to them, the man sobbed, pleading for his life as Naruto approached him. Such a pathetic creature. When one kills, they should always be expecting to be killed in the process. Humans truly are pitiful creatures, the voice said, a strange irritation and amusement present. Seeing Naruto move towards him, Genma quickly moved to intercept him, but stopped when Naruto put a hand on the man's shoulder, seemingly believing his story. Feeling the gentle touch, the man quickly raised his head to thank whoever it was, but his words of thanks quickly died when a hellish crimson pupil stared into his terrified brown ones. Before he could scream, Naruto smashed his knee into his face, crushing the fragile cartilage of his nose. As his head snapped back, Naruto reeled his leg back before delivering a brutal kick to his exposed neckline, the resounding snap making Genma wince once again. He collapsed, and Naruto turned to the quivering, paralyzed woman. As he moved to stomp on her, Genma roughly grabbed his shoulders, stopping him from killing the now defenseless woman. Genma froze in fear at the sight of Naruto's hellish eye, a sense of mortality filling him as Naruto's gaze lingered. Summoning courage, he banished the fear and began to interrogate Naruto. What the hell was that? You could have jeopardized the mission, Naruto. Acting rashly like that will only get you and your squad killed. Genma hissed, his eyes burning with anger, a contrast to his usual laid-back personality. I understand you're angry and disgusted, but don't use that as an excuse to act alone. I wanted to do the same, but we needed to take care of your sisters first, they were hyperventilating. Genma said angrily, but Naruto was clearly uninterested. Naruto, are you even listening to me? Genma asked in a barely controlled tone, as the rest of the team approached, sensing the escalating tension. Damn it, what did I say about acting rationally, Naruto? Kakashi shouted, clearly panicking. This isn't the time, guys, we need to move before they get suspicious, Asuma quickly interjected, steadying Mito. We'll finish this later, Kakashi said, staring sternly at Naruto, conveying his dismay as he led the way to a seemingly abandoned building. Tisk, this is getting bad, Genma muttered, following Kakashi and Asuma, leaving Naruto behind. Such insolence. The voice in Naruto's head mused, as Naruto lifted his leg and stomped his heel onto the woman's neck below him, the sound of her cervical vertebrae snapping echoing. After the deed, he created shadow clones, quickly moving the bodies into the building with the other corpses. Finished, he moved to the building the others had entered, not looking forward to their inevitable lecture. As expected, he was met with disappointed and terrified stares upon walking through the window. Leaning against the wall, he kept his eye on the missing door, no doubt an indicator to anyone who found it that something was amiss. Naruto, mind telling us what that was all about? Kakashi asked, more as an order. Our mission is to eliminate them. I did just that, Naruto replied, turning to face them, his crimson eye now a cold, icy navy. That doesn't mean leaping into a dangerous situation like that. They could have called for backup. You need to remember we're a team, Asuma chided as Naruto returned his attention to the building below. Mito, Narumi. As of right now, you two are a liability to the mission. I know what you saw was horrible, but you need to get yourselves together. If you don't, you'll just be a burden to us, Kakashi said, trying to snap his younger sisters out of their terrified states. Though his words were gentle yet stern, they did nothing to stop their shaking. They'd never imagined seeing such a horrific scene, at least not until they were more experienced. It was worsened by the body of the girl their older brother had tried to save, a guilt heavier than Guy's weights. Then they saw his brutality in murdering the perpetrators, a wickedness they'd never witnessed, and it only escalated as his kill count rose. Mito, Narumi, Kakashi's stern voice called out, snapping them from their stupor as they shakily turned to face him. It's no good, Kakashi. Don't force them now. After seeing that, no one their age should be able to operate. Well, mostly. Genma said, side glancing at the blonde near the window. Genma's right. Take them somewhere safe, we'll handle it from here, Asuma added, pulling out his trench knives. Seeing he wouldn't get a different reaction, Kakashi nodded softly, squeezing their shoulders reassuringly. But a shake of their heads made him and the others look on curiously. Taking deep breaths, they managed to mitigate their shaking to small tremors. "WEC can still go on, Kakashi and I," Narumi said, trying to steel herself as her shaking stopped. "Why yeah, we can keep going," Mito chimed in, taking a final deep breath to steady herself. Seeing them swallow their fear and guilt, Kakashi felt proud. But before he could praise them, Naruto jumped out the window and engaged the lone man heading towards the building with the corpses. The others rushed to the window, seeing Naruto repeatedly smash the man's face into the doorway before throwing him into the building. Damn it. He's really starting to act rashly now, Genma muttered, worried about the blonde below. Jumping down, they met Naruto as he fixed his gaze toward the village heart. Following his gaze, their eyes widened at a rising smoke pillar. Narrowing their eyes, they sped towards it, hopes of saving the village sinking, all the while oblivious to the tenfold return of Naruto's dark aura. Scene change, Rinda no Sato, village center. Upon reaching the village center, the group immediately froze at the sight of a large group of bandits and ninja gathered around a platform, bidding on captured villagers. Sticking to the shadows cast by the storm clouds, they quickly grew disgusted and angered by the auctioneer's words. "Now settle down, you scum. Haha, well, what's next up for bid? Ah yes, we found this one trying to hide under his mommy and daddy's bed. How sad." The auctioneer sneered, roughly pulling a crying boy onto the auction floor by the nape of his shirt. "Now, we don't have much time left before the hidden villages get on our case. So, I'm going to spice things up a little. Bring the next three up," she ordered, as two crying children and a young teen were forced onto the stage. "I'm having a 3-for-1 offer for you disgusting piles of filth. Now, who's willing to start us off with 3,000 ryo?" she sneered, and the crowd immediately went wild with bids. "Absolutely disgusting," Kakashi growled, his Sharingan spinning wildly, his glare hot enough to melt metal. "They're going to pay for all of this. There's no way we're just capturing them," Asuma said coldly, his trench knives coated in potent futon-natured chakra. "Let's get started then," Genma said frigidly, his eyes reflecting his tone as he readied a kunao. Let's go," Narumi said, slightly shaky, before steeling herself and adjusting her gloves. "No turning back now," Mito chimed in, mimicking her younger sister and pulling out her own kunao. Naruto remained silent, clenching his fists until his knuckles popped and cracked. Seeing everyone ready, Kakashi gave the signal to move, and they did. As they moved towards the closest enemies, the group caught them by surprise, erupting chaos throughout the village center. Diving into the mass of bandits and ninja, Asuma, Kakashi, and Genma quickly hacked and slashed through the stunned forces with extreme ease. Kakashi and Genma used calculated slashes and stabs to swiftly end the lives of the scum around them. Asuma, imbuing his trench knives with futon-natured chakra, used Hein to slice through enemy ranks like a hot knife through butter. Their enemies finally snapped out of their stupor, fumbling miserably to launch a counterattack. With Mito and Narumi, their shaky nerves immediately vanished as adrenaline surged through their veins. Mito quickly dispatched enemies who tried to overpower her. Orochimaru had taught her the human body's most vulnerable spots, allowing her to target and disable attackers. Sidestepping a downward slash to her chest, she retaliated by driving her kunao into the man's side, impaling his left kidney, silencing his scream when Narumi appeared and slugged him into a building, reducing it to rubble. Unlike Mito, who struck with clear and precise movements, Narumi slugged her opponents as soon as they came within range. Ducking a throat-slicing blade, Narumi stepped in and slammed her fist into her opponent's side, bone creaking then shattering as he was sent into others behind him. Quickly backing away as a fireball seared the ground she'd stood on moments ago, Narumi flashed through hand seals as another fireball raced towards her, Mito moving to intercept. "Suten Mizurappa," Mito shouted, bringing her hands to her lips and firing a high-powered stream of water, quelling the incoming flames aimed at her younger sister. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, Narumi shouted, supercharging the jutsu and firing many medium-sized flame bullets at the large group of ninja and bandits before her and her sister, narrowing her eyes when she failed to cause major damage. Tensing, Narumi spun on her heel and caught another woman who tried to attack her from behind with a thunderous backhand. The woman staggered back before Mito rushed in and kicked her away. Turning, they acted on instinct as Mito drove her kunao into the throat of a man who tried to grab her, and Narumi slugged him with all her might on the temple. The combined effect of his neck muscles being sliced and Narumi's brutal blow ripped his head off, leaving Mito and Narumi frozen in horror, their faces painted red by the resulting geyser of blood. Standing frozen, they were immediately rushed by a group who saw their shocked expressions. Kakashi and Genma cursed, about to move when a head of blonde hair sped towards the incoming group. Appearing in front of his sisters, the black aura surrounding him slowly intensified as the seal now covered the left side of his body, his navy eye once again a hellish crimson. Moving to intercept the man closest to him, he swung his leg, a bone-shattering kick connecting with the man's jaw, sending him tumbling to the ground. Ha ha ha. Yes. This is what I wish to see. Do not be afraid. They are weak, you are strong. Kill them. Kill them all, the voice roared in Naruto's mind, the seal spreading from his left to his right side as bloodlust and anger began to completely devour Naruto's psyche. Not wasting time, Naruto drew his leg back and lashed out again, caving in the side of the man's skull as he skidded backward. Flicking his leg up, his heel connected with the side of the woman who tried to stab him with her katana. The pain forced her to release her weapon, and Naruto grabbed it before splitting her head in two, ignoring the shower of crimson gore that covered him. Tightening his grip on the katana, he pumped chakra into it, and a spiderweb-like crack appeared on the blade, not forged to withstand the direct flow of chakra. Did they not try to take the lives of your kin? Though they do not deserve your protection, they do not deserve to die by the hands of such vermin, the voice continued, chuckling darkly with amusement as Naruto let out a primal growl. In a flurry of precise and swift swings, Naruto dismembered most of the group that rushed his sisters. His eye burning with even more hatred, he continued his assault by ending the lives of those he dismembered, splitting their heads and rending their bodies into heaps of bone and flesh. Seeing the horrified looks on the faces of those before him, Naruto pulled the katana in his hands back as it surged with more chakra, bits of steel breaking off from the amount of chakra forced into it. Suhajin, Naruto growled, swinging the katana, the blade shattered as it finished its arc, a large blue blade of chakra racing towards the terrified group of bandits and ninja. How beautiful! Like a field of crimson and white flowers. The voice chuckled with dark amusement at the carnage. Like a scene from a horror movie, those in front of him were bisected with extreme ease, geysers of blood erupting from their twitching halves as garbled screams of agony left their throats. Ignoring the horrific scene, Naruto spun the remains of the katana and threw it towards a fleeing man, the remains of the blade burying themselves into his cervical vertebrae. As he crumpled, Naruto turned his attention to the remaining group of bandits and ninja. Kakashi, Asuma, and Genma did the same, having recovered from their shock and disgust at Naruto's miniature massacre. There's only a few left. Should we save one for interrogation? Genma suggested, a dark smirk on his face as the remaining enemies recoiled in fear. We'll figure it out faster if we do so, Asuma said, cracking his knuckles as they advanced on the remaining ninja and bandits, forcing them against the auction platform. Leave the auctioneer for me, Naruto said, speaking for the first time in a while. The others blinked in surprise at his request, but his tone indicated he wouldn't take no for an answer. Advancing, the group quickly moved onto the stage and took hostages of those chained there, many screaming and crying for help as the Konoha ninja froze. Seeing them ease the pressure, the remaining enemies smirked, drawing their weapons closer to their hostages' throats. Good. If you know what's good for these sacks of shit, you'll stay perfectly still while we get out of here. If I see so much as a twitch, they die, the auctioneer sneered, their eyes narrowing at her snide tone. Damn it. What's the plan now, Kakashi? Genma growled, tightening his grip on his kunao. We have to wait for now. There's nothing we can do unless we want to jeopardize innocent lives, Kakashi said, narrowing his eye as he searched for any slips in the enemy ranks. We can't just let them get away, Mito said, still a little shaken from her first kill moments before. But what can we do? If we try anything, they kill the hostages, Narumi lamented, gripping her hands tightly at her powerlessness. We stay calm for now. That's all we can do, Asuma said, gritting his teeth at the cowardly act of the scum before him. While the others stressed, Naruto sighed, closing his eye. Forcibly calming himself, the seal slowly retracted, surprising the others with his control over it, still unsure what it was even after his explanation that it indicated his anger. Opening his eye again, it changed from hellish crimson to cool navy, trained on the auctioneer as she sneered at his gaze. Scene change, Rinda no Sato, 100 meters from village center. Resting on the rooftop of an unoccupied building was another Naruto, his eye not navy but an electric blue. His attention on the unfolding scene below, he reached over and picked up the silver and black bow beside him. It was a unique folding bow, with 3 opposing, jagged spikes jutting out, and an arrow column made of sharpened, blade-like scales. Another outcrop of blade scales protected the left arm, while the bowstring itself seemed sharper than any existing blade. Shunmanihao, keen stratagem, created after years of trial and error by Ryuhei, studying the aerial prowess of dragons he trained with, basing the design on the Serpent King dragon, Dalameter. According to Ryuhei's notes, its accuracy rivaled that of the keenest-eyed dragon. Primarily made from parts donated by Dalameter himself, its strength, durability, accuracy, range, and velocity were unequaled despite its light weight. Against a target, it was easily accurate to 700 meters, and its arrows could penetrate 60mm thick armor plating. It used a unique arrow style, most prominently characterized by its two-pronged head, which tore through the target's flesh instead of simply piercing it. After picking it up, he unfolded it, the blade protrusions jutting out even more menacingly. Notching an arrow, he aimed at the auctioneer, drawing the arrow back, grunting as it strained his muscles. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his chakra into it before letting the arrow loose, watching it close the distance between him and the platform in seconds. Quickly making a hand seal, he narrowed his eye as the arrow began to glow. Mesatsukyou Naruto said as the arrow split into 7, racing towards the heads of the bandits and ninja, Naruto and his bow erupting into a cloud of smoke. Scene change, Rinda no Sato, village center. Seeing they truly wouldn't move with the villagers' lives in their hands, the slavers stepped back, creating a small but sizable gap between them and their hostages. The Jonin saw it and took note, waiting for the right moment to strike. But soon, everyone's eyes widened when the heads of 7 slavers suddenly snapped back before they crumpled to the ground, the auctioneer's eyes widening as she tried to discern what had happened. Taking advantage of her confusion, the Jonin surged forward, Kakashi slammed his palm into her jaw as she reeled back, and Genma took hold of the hostage she once had. As she fell to the ground, clutching her jaw, she turned to them and began to beg for her life, the eyes of everyone present filled with utter disgust and disdain. W8. Please. I never meant for any of this to happen. I mean they made me do it. I am just a slave too, they used me to get into this village to capture everyone here. I swear, she sobbed, begging for her life on her hands and knees as the rest of the Konoha ninja gathered around her. Don't think so. After what you've done, there's no way in hell you're getting out of this, Genma said, his voice barely controlled anger. She can wait, we need to hurry and untie these people, Kakashi said as he tended to the crying children and young teens who had just been through a hellish ordeal. Moving about, they tied up the auctioneer as they tended to the villagers, Narumi mending the more serious wounds while the rest applied first aid to those with less severe injuries. After half an hour, they patched up most villagers, though 2 of the most elderly succumbed to their injuries. Moving about, they helped bury those killed by the slavers while burning the slavers' bodies. All the while, Narumi and Mito avoided looking at their hands, which seemed stained with blood. Once finished, they moved on to the most important topic, the auctioneer, who was still pleading for her life. Who wants to take care of her? We need to get as much out of her as we possibly can, Genma said, Mito and Narumi turning slightly green at the implication. I'm not too good at it, never could make them last long enough to talk, Asuma admitted, taking a long drag of his cigarette. I can try. I haven't had to do it in a while, so I may be a little rusty, but maybe that'll help speed things up, Kakashi said coldly, eyeing the woman as she whimpered in fear. As the group fell into a quiet discussion about who would interrogate the auctioneer, the Jonin having decided to exclude Mito, Narumi, and Naruto as they were just kids. But soon, a voice made itself known, eliciting a mix of disbelief and concern. I'll do it, Naruto said, his voice impassive but with a steely edge as he trained his frigid eye on the groveling woman below them. Naruto, you know what you're asking for, right? Are you sure you're all right? You've been extremely violent lately, that battle, you practically massacred an entire group by yourself and you're not even feeling the repercussions of your first kill like your sisters are, Kakashi asked, his voice laced with concern as Naruto shook his head. I'm perfectly fine. Will you allow me to do this or not? Naruto asked, his voice retaining its steely edge as the Jonin hesitantly exchanged glances. I'm going to ask you one more time, Naruto, can you really live with yourself after you torture this woman? Kakashi asked. Naruto simply nodded positively as the rest of the group looked on with concern. All right, I'm trusting that you know what you're going to be doing and what we need out of her, correct? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded again before moving towards the woman, who screamed for help and begged for her life with renewed vigor. And Naruto he's terrifying, Mito said, her eyes wide with fear at her older brother's drastic change, shaking as he calmly led someone away to torture them himself. What's wrong with Naru and Narumi asked in an equally terrified tone, obviously scared. Naruto stood before White in the chamber of the elders, overwhelmed by awe and fear as he faced the godlike being under the elders' cold gazes. He swallowed, trying to appear calm, feeling White's gaze scrutinize his very soul. After an agonizing few minutes, White exhaled, a breath so powerful it nearly swept Naruto away, who only remained grounded by applying chakra. Child, a human caused that injury, didn't they? White's voice made Naruto stiffen immediately. Why yes, White-sama. I was overpowered, and he took my eye, Naruto replied, his voice laced with bitterness and self-loathing as he lowered his head. A murmur rippled through the elders, some sneered at his weakness, others sighed, knowing he wasn't as strong, and a few simply shook their heads in shame. Yoho and Tigrex remained impassive, enduring the elders' jeers and snide comments. Naruto's fists clenched in frustration at their remarks. Silence, White commanded, his voice shaking the mountain and immediately silencing the murmurs. Raise your head, child. No one should bow in submission without a proper battle, White instructed. Naruto nodded, hesitantly meeting White's gaze, shivering as he felt his soul prodded by it. Child, being defeated and crippled by a human after partnering with an elder is a shameful and disgraceful display. Tigrex, your partner, did you not consider the consequences your loss would have for him? White asked. Naruto flinched, then slowly nodded. Yeah, I wasn't strong enough to beat that guy, even with Tigrex's help. Naruto trailed off, unable to elaborate, as White slightly frowned. What of Tigrex's honor and pride as an elder? Haven't you tarnished it by losing to a human after he aided you? White pressed. Naruto cringed, scrambling for an answer. I don't know how to remedy it, White-sama. I'm weak, I've been killed and can't return home, and I've lost everything. Naruto broke down under White's questioning, and murmurs resumed among the elders. There is one thing you can do, child. In exchange for your life, Tigrex's honor and pride will be restored. A partner willing to sacrifice their life is truly a dragon at heart, White stated, widening Naruto's eye in surprise. Is that true? He asked. White simply nodded. Naruto turned to Tigrex, whose eyes were closed. I'll accept, White-sama. It's the least I can do. At least then I'll affect someone's life positively, Naruto resolved. White nodded and turned skyward. Taking a deep breath, White unleashed a concentrated beam of chakra that sliced through the sky in a beautiful display of white and crimson. At its zenith, the tip expanded, exploding into a beautiful yet terrifying shower of white and crimson particles. The echoing explosion across the land drew the attention of every inhabitant of Thousand Blade Mountain towards Absolute Island. Come, let us go, child, White said, gesturing for Naruto to mount his back. The blonde was awestruck by the privilege. With a small flap of his wings, they ascended, leaving the chamber. The other elders also departed for Absolute Island. Yoho and Tigrex lingered, staring at the spot where Naruto and White had stood, shaking their heads before following. Naruto and White traveled in silence until White spoke. Child, have you enjoyed your life? White asked, snapping Naruto from his stupor. Naruto lowered his head slightly. Honestly, White-sama, not much. Raiwanayakan, Zabuza, Anko, Haku, Satsuki, Yakumo, Kin, and a few others were my only true connections. Even them, they'll be happier without me, Naruto's voice trailed off. White nodded. You've suffered long enough, child. I'm not omnipotent or a god, but I have the power to attempt to change fate, however slightly, White finally said after a few moments of silence. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Before Naruto could speak, White shifted, and a duplicate of himself and Naruto split off from their bodies. They headed towards Absolute Island, while White and Naruto veered towards World's End. Before Naruto could question, White accelerated, nearly ripping Naruto's skin off. Scene change: Absolute Island, Outer Crater. The inhabitants of Thousand Blade Island, dragons of all shapes and sizes, lined the outer walls of Absolute Island. They watched White descend from the heavens like a god. He landed gracefully and scanned the area, nodding. Naruto hopped off his back and moved to the island center. From above, a blue-haired girl's eyes widened as she enhanced her vision with chakra, making out his image. Naru-kun, Tatsuko whispered, her eyes filled with fear and confusion upon seeing him at the execution ground. Mara, what's Naru-kun doing there? What's going on? Tatsuko asked, panicking. Mara sighed heavily. He's going to be executed, Tatsuko, though trading his life is more accurate, Muragenesu explained, her eyes widening further in confusion. What? Why? What did he do? Tatsuko fired off a volley of questions, just as Muragenesu had predicted. He chose this, Tatsuko, of his own free will. He lost to a human untrained like you too. You know that's taboo, shaming both himself and his partner. He's doing this to redeem himself and restore Tigrex's pride. It's noble, Muragenesu said, sinking Tatsuko's heart. Is there anything I can do? She asked, already knowing the answer. Muragenesu shook his head. Allow him to do this, Tatsuko. This is for Tigrex, but also for himself, let him redeem himself. I know you've chosen him as your mate, but he's also doing this for you. If you were his mate and he didn't choose this, you'd undoubtedly be treated worse than filth, Muragenesu added. Tatsuko simply nodded, tears falling as Muragenesu tried to comfort her. Scene change: Absolute Island, Inner Crater. Are you ready, child? White asked. Naruto nodded with newfound confidence, and White smirked slightly. Even if this is merely the physical manifestation of his spirit, for it to be this unyielding even in the face of mine. He is truly something else, White thought, then addressed the gathered dragons. I thank you all for coming. We are here to bid farewell to this child who wishes to redeem himself and his partner, Tigrex. Many of you may not know him, though many do. This child, Ryuhei Shuriken's younger brother, is here to exchange his life for Tigrex's honor and pride. I see no reason not to accept such a selfless sacrifice. I assume you all agree? White asked. The dragons around the crater bowed their heads once to Naruto, a show of respect for his action. Then, let us begin, White said, moving away from Naruto as white and crimson electricity began arcing across Naruto's body. On a gyroi, White stated, tapping the ground with a claw charged with his Ryuuten chakra. As his claw pierced the ground, he channeled his chakra, and a pillar of raw energy erupted beneath Naruto. The pillar, a beautiful mix of white and crimson, tore through the heavens, shooting upwards for a few moments before fading. When it vanished, only a smoldering crater remained where Naruto had been. White bowed his head, honoring Naruto's death, and the other dragons followed suit. May we meet again in the next world, White whispered, then turned to address the assembled audience. For the exchange of his life, let it be known that Tigrex's partner was a selfless individual who undoubtedly possessed the soul and heart of a dragon. Let it also be known that his mate, Muragenesu's partner, and Kaida Iwatade's sister, had a mate who transcended all others. May his soul travel safely to the other side, White announced. The gathered dragons bowed once more in honor of the human before being dismissed. Scene change: Absolute Island, Outer Crater. Come, Tatsuko. The best way for us to honor your mate is to live our lives without regrets and strife, Muragenesu said. Tatsuko simply nodded, her bangs still shadowing her eyes. As they left, only Hyo and Tigrex remained by the crater. Hyo chuckled softly at the usually arrogant and temperamental Tigrex, now emotionally vulnerable. Tigrex struggled to hold back tears, having had enough emotional baggage from having a partner. It's all right to shed tears, Tigrex. Even I shed a few, Hyo said, reassuring the Crimson Dragon that it was acceptable to show weakness. No, I won't. My partner faced White without flinching as he died. I refuse to do anything less, Tigrex snarled, though it sounded more like a pained grunt. Why didn't you try to persuade Naruto to reconsider? Surely you've outgrown your prideful phase, Hyo asked. Tigrex sighed, looking at the smoldering crater. I won't go against my partner's wishes. He helped me overcome my idiotic shell of arrogance and pride. If this was his wish, I dare not defy it, Tigrex explained. Hyo nodded in understanding. Come, let's return home. I'm sure we both could use some rest, Hyo suggested. Tigrex merely nodded, and they began their trek home. Scene change: World's End. Upon arriving at World's End, Naruto nearly lost consciousness from the sheer energy radiating off the desolate earth. Even White was affected as he landed, scanning the grounds with a saddened look. With a tired sigh, he moved to the center. Naruto struggled not to succumb, emitting a chakra layer to shield himself from the oppressive aura. Come, child. I will tell you the reason behind my actions, White said. Naruto nodded, shakily making his way towards White. When he finally reached White, Naruto's eyes widened at the skeletal remains of a dragon. Unable to believe such a sight, he turned to White, about to speak, but held his tongue upon seeing the look in White's eyes. The self-loathing, self-hate, and guilt swirling within them nearly brought Naruto to tears. Those are my brother's remains, White suddenly revealed. Naruto flinched, realizing the remains belonged to one of the three gods. What happened to him? Naruto asked, then cursed himself for his idiocy when he saw something flicker in White's eyes. Don't worry, child, I'm not angry. I'm merely reminiscing. To answer your question, I killed him, though delivered mercy is more accurate, White explained. Naruto nodded slightly in understanding. The virus, the same one that affected Ryuhei, his clan, and now you, caused him to lose all sense of himself. We battled for an immeasurable time, I barely defeated him. In the end, he regained enough sanity to avoid delivering a fatal blow to me, allowing me to end his life and free him from suffering. I'll never forget his dying words, White said, trailing off, lost in battle memories. Flashback: many centuries ago. In the center of World's End, a black dragon stood over a white dragon. Both were covered in horrific wounds, from slashes to gouges, yet found the strength to converse. In their final moments, they reconciled, ending their time not as rivals but as brothers. Ha, ha, ha. Thank you, brother. For the first time in many years, my mind is free of the virus influence, the white dragon rasped, flashing a bloody grin. The black dragon remained silent, grieving internally. Don't feel saddened. My brother, you have saved me. You have saved this land. You have truly grown strong. I am proud of you, my little brother. The white dragon continued. The black dragon lowered his head, willing himself not to cry. My brother, now is the time. They have never needed your power more. The white dragon said, slowly raising his arm and gently placing the tip of his claw against the black dragon's chest. Shine your divine light upon this broken and corrupted world. Let your heavenly rays become hope as you guide them all. A heavenly glow of white and crimson left his body and moved towards the black dragon, shrouding it in a dense sphere of white and crimson chakra. The sphere contracted, condensing into a tiny sphere before the now white dragon. He reached out and gently took the small sphere as the now gray, dying dragon below chuckled jovially. The ritual is now complete. My brother, you are now white and not simply fatalis any longer. That gem you hold is a zenith gem. Use it and perform a miracle worthy of its power. It appears my time is up. Remember, White, may the blessings of the gods protect you. White's brother said before his flesh and blood turned to ash, scattering on the wind. White lowered his head. My brother, I thank you, White whispered before collapsing next to his brother's skeletal remains. A single tear fell onto the zenith gem, making it glow with an otherworldly warmth. Flashback end. And I believe I found the gem's purpose, White said, gently moving his older brother's skull to reveal a brilliant purple gem, glinting with an otherworldly glow. Child, the hardships you've endured, the strength and resolve to overcome them, and the will and spirit to accept your own death for another's sake. You truly possess a dragon's heart and soul, and for that, I wish to bestow upon you a gift, White said, holding out the gem to his brother's remains. Gathering his Ryawatan chakra, he fed it into the gem, which greedily absorbed the godlike power. It transformed from a bewitching purple to a brilliant crimson, shining like a small flame in White's claws. White then placed it on his older brother's skull, and the gem began absorbing the remains, widening Naruto's eye. Finally, after consuming bone and chakra, White held out a beautiful crimson gem. It looks like an eye, Naruto said in awe. White simply smiled, and Naruto blushed at the mirth in White's eyes. My gift to you, child. However, I warn you, should you accept this gift, you will lose everything you hold dear. Your memories of those you bonded with, those you loved, those who loved you, all will become a forgotten memory once you take this eye into yourself. But, I wish for you to do so. This will grant you a new life, a new beginning, free from the hardships of your current life. Additionally, accepting this eye will seal away a darker part of your mind, reducing you to a mere human once more. But, I believe that's for the better, child, White explained. Naruto's eye widened at the revelation. I can start over? But, what if I need to protect someone? If I lose my power, it'll just be a repeat of what happened in that village, Naruto whispered. White chuckled. I said you would simply become human once more, child. I said nothing about losing your power, quite the opposite, you will gain my older brother's power and mine. I trust you with this gift because I believe in your strength of will and heart. You, child, are no ordinary human. So, I ask once more, will you give up who you are now to begin anew? White asked. Naruto stiffened, then raised his head to meet White's gaze. Will I still be able to protect those I cherish, White-sama? Will I have the power necessary to protect the innocent? Naruto asked. White smiled down at him and nodded. There will be a condition, but I believe you will overcome it, White said. Naruto straightened his back. Then, if I may, I accept your gracious gift, White-sama, Naruto said, bowing deeply. White chuckled. Then so be it, White said, gently raising Naruto's head and removing the eye patch with surprising gentleness and dexterity for such a large being. He placed the newly created eye into the empty socket, and a sudden surge of pain ripped through Naruto, making him scream and clutch his head, eyes wide. The transplanted eye quickly merged with his optical nerves, creating a solid transmission pathway, and Naruto regained sight in his left eye. But soon, the seal rapidly spread to the eye, turning the crimson and yellow eye crimson and purple, making White frown. You will not prevent me from claiming this body, you hatchling. Do not test me, a demonic voice roared through Naruto and White's minds. The dragon frowned, recognizing it. Even after being sealed away, he still has that much power, not to mention the virus is growing stronger, White noted. He reached over and placed the tip of his claw on Naruto's forehead. Impossible. Your brother's soul should have been erased once the gem was formed. How is it possible for it to be here? The voice roared again, clearly irritated by the integration of another soul. Applying some of his chakra, White immediately quelled the seal spread, and it quickly returned to its source. Naruto went limp. White nodded, took the eye patch, and drew an oppression and supremacy seal on the inside using his blood and chakra. Once finished, he placed it back on Naruto, covering his new eye, and smiled slightly at the sleeping blonde. You damn hatchling, this won't save the child from my corruption. It's only a matter of time before I consume his soul and gain a vessel worthy of my inhabitation. Ha ha ha. When the time comes, I will be free, no matter if it takes a decade, a century, or a millennia. The voice cackled before being abruptly cut off when the eye patch began to glow a stunning crimson and white. There, it is done. He won't be able to affect you as long as that remains on, and it will impede the virus's spread. Until your body adapts to your new eye and fully integrates it, my brothers can't help suppress him. Please don't remove it until then, child, White said, gently picking Naruto up and taking off. Landing near an old portal, White took one last look at Naruto, a sad smile on his face. Tapping his forehead once more, he imbued Naruto with more chakra before placing him on the portal. Activating it, he gave Naruto one last gaze before closing his eyes, a smile on his face as he returned to his domain. Scene change, unknown location, Riverside. Pwa, Naruto suddenly gasped, scanning his surroundings. Where am I? Why am I in a river? He pulled himself out, only to freeze, sensing something behind him. Turning, his eyes widened at a large, drooling bear, clearly hungry. He stepped back as the bear advanced, then charged with a hungry roar. Damn! Naruto cursed as the bear charged from upriver. As it neared, his mind strangely cleared, erasing unnecessary thoughts. Confusion grew as the bear moved in slow motion. Its paw lunged, aiming for his throat, but Naruto turned, watching it harmlessly pass. He cocked his arm back, landing a brutal blow on the bear's ribcage. A snap echoed as it roared in pain. He pulled back his arm, using the momentum to slam his shin into the bear's abdomen. The beast reeled back, falling to the ground. It looked at him with fear, then turned and fled into the forest. How did I do that? He asked himself, watching the retreating bear. Staring wide-eyed, Naruto looked at his hands, then at his reflection, a little stunned by his appearance. Golden hair, one navy blue eye, the other obscured by an eye patch. He looked intimidating, to say the least. But what affected him most was not recognizing his face, a blank slate as he searched his memories for any clue to his identity. Who am I? He asked, tilting his head, a little nervous to check under the eye patch. Do not remove that child. A deep voice boomed in his mind, making him jump and look around. I guess I shouldn't mess with it, Naruto said, moving to exit the river. On shore, he shed his wet clothes, hanging them on a nearby branch to dry. Sitting by the river, he dipped his feet into the cool water, sighing in contentment and soon humming a strange tune that popped into his head. Looking at his body, he winced at the scars. The only item on him showing any sign of identity was a cookbook with Naruto written inside. So, my name is Naruto, and I don't have a last name or family, as far as I can tell. Seeing my body is so scarred and I know how to fight, I guess I used to be a fighter or something. And judging from the book, I like to cook. Weird, Naruto said, turning the book over a few times before shrugging and opening it. Scene change, Kanahagakur, Kanaha Strict Correctional Facility Maximum Security Cell Block. Chaos. That was the facility, its inmates running rampant, attempting escape. A few did manage to leave the grounds but were apprehended by dispatched Umbu. Outside was soon under control, leaving the inside the main focus, surrounded by numerous squads. Minato, eyes narrowed in anger, tried to calm his growing fear for his son's safety. Damn it. I knew I should have had him moved to the detention ward in the TNI division, he cursed under his breath, mentally kicking himself. Minato-sama, we've breached the perimeter. Should we press on with the assault? A voice spoke through his headset. Minato wiped away his worry, donning a confident expression. Yes, all units. We're taking this facility back, he ordered, a unanimous roar of courage resounding as they engaged the inmates. Charging in, the combined strength of the troops easily overpowered the chakraless inmates. Minato slammed his fist into an inmate attempting to tackle him, then spun on his foot, connecting his heel with the inmate's head, sending him tumbling unconscious. The chaotic situation was quelled in just 10 minutes, the tactical advantage and strength far exceeding what the sealed inmates could handle. Rounding them up, Minato was relieved only a few inmates and even fewer ninja were injured. But then, his heart shattered when he stumbled upon his son's cell. Stopping before cell 107, Minato made no effort to stop the tears streaming down his face as he stared at his son's bloody, slashed, lifeless form slumped against the wall. His eyes wide, he slowly entered the cell, the stench of death and blood not impeding him. Reaching his son, he dropped to his knees, shakily reaching out to check for a pulse. Naruto, wake up. It's okay, I'm here now. Your father's here, he said quietly, a broken smile on his face as tears fell harder. He choked out a sob, pulling his son's corpse into his chest, letting his sorrow out fully. The sound of his sobbing made a stampede of ninja rush to his location. Minato-sama. What's Rose? Zabuza shouted, abruptly cut off as he saw the lifeless blonde in his leader's arms. And no, that can't be. Zabuza whispered, tears welling in his eyes, his bandaged arms dropping. What's wrong, Zabuza? Anko asked in a scared tone, never having seen her lover like this. Turning and following his gaze, her heart shattered when she saw her student. His eyes closed, face peaceful, he looked asleep, but the blood and the breaking down of Zabuza and Minato indicated otherwise. And Naruto? Anko whispered, her own tears falling as she dropped to her knees, burying her face in her hands, sobbing. They were soon joined by the rest of the squad scouting the facility for stragglers. Their hearts dropped and broke at the tragic scene. There was a casualty, one who had a greater impact on them than any other inmate. Time skip, a few hours later. Scene change, Konoha village center. Heartbreak, confusion, anger, and above all, immense sorrow were palpable. Standing before the entire village, Minato announced his eldest son's death. At first, there was an uproar of confusion, many claiming it a hoax to divert attention from his unjust imprisonment. But after hearing he died during an attempted prison riot, their doubts quickly fell. Upon hearing about his wounds, how he was found dead in his cell before a large number of inmates, their respect for him rose as he died fighting. Lowering their heads, the village offered a moment of silence for the fallen blonde, a prodigy who departed too early. For a select few, their sobs echoed across the village as they tried to cope with their beloved's loss. Within the week, we'll be holding his funeral service. Minato choked out bitterly before moving off the stage, understandable given the circumstances. I'm sorry Minato, but this was for the best of Konoha. Danzo whispered, offering his respects for the young blonde, slightly sympathetic that someone so talented and young was a danger to his village. Scene change, Konoha Uzumaki Namikaze household. Inside the Uzumaki Namikaze household, the sounds of numerous people sobbing echoed loudly. Mito, Narumi, and Kushina huddled together, letting out their sorrow, unable to believe fate was so cruel as to rip away someone they loved. Menma quietly sobbed into his arms, face down on the counter. Their godparents were sorrowful, having shed a few tears for their godson. I never even got to explain why I was scared of him. Mito sobbed, Narumi squeezing her tighter. And neither did I Mitone. Narumi sobbed as well, Kushina squeezing her daughters tightly as Minato entered. After steeling himself for hours, he finally broke down as his family embraced him. They shared his sorrow, mourning the loss of their brother, son, and godson. No matter how distant, cold, or unfeeling he acted, he was their family. Scene change, Konoha Mamakai household. In the Mamakai household, Haku sobbed herself to sleep. Zabuza drank heavily as Anko tried to stop him from destroying his liver. Having had enough, she grabbed the bottle and shattered it. Zabuza became agitated, roughly grabbing her shoulder, glaring into her eyes as she glared back. But soon, both his glare and hold softened considerably before he rested his head into the crook of her neck, doing everything to prevent his sobs from breaking out. That damn brat. Zabuza choked out, Anko's own tears falling as she pressed her lips to his head. I miss him too Zabuza. Anko whispered as they savored each other's warmth. Scene change, Konoha Uchiha estate. In the Uchiha estate, Satsuki sobbed into her pillow, doing everything to prevent her family from hearing her moment of weakness. It failed, however, when her mother entered her room and sat on the edge of her bed. Mikato's heart broke seeing her strong daughter so devastated. She tenderly touched her daughter's shoulder as Satsuki moved and latched onto her mother's waist, sobbing loudly as Mikato simply held her while she cried her heart out, Mikato's own tears slipping down her face. Scene change, Konoha Kurama household. Yakumo cried into her hands as her mother and father tried to comfort her. She may not have been as bold as the others for his affections, but she loved them just as much, if not more. Her parents frowned, holding her closer as her cries increased to sobs, surrendering to their embrace, unable to believe something like this happened to someone she felt so strongly about. Scene change, Konoha, Kin and Teiwia's apartment. Why? Kin whimpered, trying her best to stifle her sobs, hiccuping as Teiwia held her close. I'm so sorry Kin. Teiwia whispered, holding her close as her friend buried her face deeper into her chest. After regaining fragments of her memory, mostly involving the golden-haired, navy-eyed boy who died, Kin felt nothing but emptiness as all hope for recovering her memories shattered before they truly began. Teiwia kissed her head. Kin looked up with teary eyes before Teiwia gave her a reassuring and sad smile. Kin simply buried her face deeper into her friend's chest as they remained in an intimate embrace for the night. Scene change, unknown location. This sucks. Naruto muttered, hanging upside down from a rope trap attached to a tree. Well, least it can't get any worse, Naruto sighed, moving to dislodge himself, only to freeze at footsteps and something dropping. Should have knocked on wood. Naruto muttered again, turning to face the source of the noises, a girl his age looking at him in shock, while an older, stoic man simply stared with a steely gaze. We caught a hunk Jiji. She suddenly squealed, hearts in her eyes, as her grandfather's mouth twitched for a second. Wahaha, that's hilarious. How many years has it been since someone actually got trapped like that, he said, wiping tears from his eyes, holding his aching sides as Naruto's eye twitched before he shut it. I really need to keep my mouth shut. He sighed as they continued laughing and ogling him. Time skip, a week later. Scene change, Konoha Cemetery. Gathered in black at Konoha Cemetery, a large number of people arrived for the burial of their cage's eldest son. Many silently cried, watching their heartbroken cage say his final farewells to his son, his family and friends doing the same. One by one, they approached the young man in the casket, offered a few words, placed a flower, and departed. Brat, I swear if I see you again, I'm going to kill you. After all we've been through, you die at the hands of a bunch of scumbags? It's laughable, really. Naruto. I never got to tell you this, but I did think of you as my son. I would have loved for you and Haku to have gotten together, to have gotten married, and for you two to have given me a few grandchildren. But I guess that's all a pipe dream now, huh? I hope you're happy where you are now, Naruto, and I hope that I'll have washed away enough of my sins to join you there. Zabuza prayed as he placed down a red camellia. I can't believe you died before me, Kiki. What am I supposed to do with Satsuki and Yakumo now? Without you, our whole team falls apart. Why? Why did you have to die? Zabuza and I had plans to get you and Haku together so you could have your own kids so I could spoil them rotten. You left a lot of people hurting, Naruto, myself included. I know you may not have thought this way, but I felt like I was your second mom in a way, and you were a son to me. I never thought I'd get so attached to you, or that you would bring me and the most wonderful guy together simply by being a part of the squad I was assigned. Naruto, wherever you are, I hope you're happy and smiling. Until then, wait for us, okay? Anko prayed as she set down a purple cactus flower. I was going to ask if you wanted to go out on a date with me once you got back from your mission, Naruto-kun. It hurts so much, knowing that I could have had a chance at a happy life with you, together with Tioyu-san and Anko-san. Those two were even talking about grandchildren, can you believe them? But who am I to talk, Naruto-kun? I would have loved to raise a son and daughter with you, but now I'll never have that chance, huh? Naruto-kun, I love you. Should we meet again in the next life, perhaps we can have our own happily ever after. Haku prayed as she kissed the snow-colored primrose before setting it down gently. You idiot! How dare you just go off and die like that? Do you know how much of a moron you are? How much of a complete and utter idiot you are? How much I loved you? Do you know how much my heart aches right now, you stupid blonde? Why did you of all people have to be there when that riot broke out? Why did they have to kill you, Naruto-kun? Why did you leave me? My mom teased me about having blonde-haired, sharing and I grandchildren a few days ago, you know. At first, I hated the idea of that, but soon, I wonder, would I have been a good wife to you? I wonder, would you have been happy to have me by your side? Who would our kids take after? But, those are just what-ifs now. Naruto-kun, wherever you are, could you do me a favor and look after me? I know it's selfish but, could you please? And before I go, I wanted to tell you that I love you, and I wish I was brave enough to have told you before you left me. Satsuki prayed before setting down a yellow tulip. Naruto-kun, why was it you? What about our team? How are we supposed to be the best and all make shinin together now that you're gone? Even more so, how do I show you that I love you now that you're gone? I'm sorry that I was a coward, Naruto-kun, that I didn't at least tell you how I felt before you left us. I wonder though, would you have given us a chance? I'm not the most beautiful, the smartest, the most talented, or the most ideal girl for someone. Would you have cared? Would you have let me hold your hand or kiss you? Though, I can only wonder now. Looking back, I was usually the one to stay in the background, opting to allow you or Satsuki to take the lead while I provided support for the two of you. If I could, I wish I was able to go back and change that. If I did, maybe I would have been able to express my feelings to you. Naruto-kun, I love you. I love you so much. I hope you're smiling and happy where you are now. Please, wait for me. Yakumo prayed before she set down a yellow camellia. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I'm sorry that I forgot who you were and my feelings that I had for you. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. As soon as I remember who the person was that I loved, fate decides to take you away from me. I don't know what to do, Naruto-kun. My memories are nothing but a bunch of blank pages, and the only memories that I have are of you. I wish that we were able to make new memories together, but that's just a dream now, isn't it? Naruto-kun, thank you for finding me before you left that night. I love you, and I hope to see you again in the next life. Until then, wait for me, okay? Kin prayed before setting down a white camellia. Nai-Aizen, why? We made up, and we were supposed to be the strongest duo in the history of shinobi. I still can't believe that you died. I swear, Nai-Aizen, I'll become the strongest shinobi alive, and the next time we meet, you'll be looking at me with pride. I only wish that you would be there to watch me grow and become stronger, but I guess that's just a pipe dream now, huh? I know that you'll be looking out for me and for our family from wherever you are. For now, rest, okay? You deserve all the sleep in the world. Menma prayed before placing down an orange daffodil. Naruto and I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry for how I acted after that mission ended. Instead of being glad that it was over and that you protected Narumi and I acted like you were a monster. I was scared that you would stop being the Naruto and I that I loved and would become a monster. In the end, you left me and probably thought that I thought you were a monster. But that's not true, not at all. I love you, Naruto and I miss you so much. I know it's wrong, but I loved you a little more than a little sister should have. Naruto and maybe in the next life, we won't be brother and sister? Maybe then we can be something a little more. I hope that you're happy wherever you are, Naruto and that you'll forgive me. Mito prayed before placing a yellow tulip down. Naru and how are you? I'm doing fine. I'm sorry, Naru and I'm sorry that I've been nothing but a good-for-nothing little sister. I treated you like you were a monster after you saved me and Midone. I've done nothing but wrong you, but you've always found it somewhere in your heart to forgive me, even when you didn't show it. Naru and I'm going to do it. I'm not going to be scared and hide who I am, even if people don't approve. All that matters is that I'm happy, right? Naruto and if we weren't brother and sister, I think I would have honestly and truly fallen in love with you. But that's not to say that I don't love you, because I love you the most out of everyone, you know. So, Naru and can you give me a little bit of your courage and continue to watch over me? Narumi prayed before playing down a pink rose. This can't be happening. I can't be doing this, Naru-chan, please just open your eyes and show me that you're just sleeping. I can hope, can't I? Naru-chan, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've completely failed you as a mother and as a protector. I shouldn't be doing this, I shouldn't be burying you while you're so young, I shouldn't be burying you at all. Why? Why wasn't I able to do anything that could be remotely considered motherly? I know that all I'm saying are empty words to you, Naru-chan, they've always been, haven't they? I've always talked about how I was going to be the greatest mother that ever lived and how I was going to make up all those years of neglect and isolation that you lived through, but what happened in the end? I failed to do anything of the sort. I failed to show you that I really did love you. I'm sorry, Naru-chan, I know I don't deserve your forgiveness. Just rest, okay? I hope you'll let me be your mother in the next life. I know it's a horrible thing for me to ask for after this one, but I promise I won't make the same mistake twice. So, for right now, sleep and rest. You deserve it, Naruto. Kushina prayed before placing a crimson-colored cactus flower on the casket. I've failed. I've completely and utterly failed you, Naruto. I can't even begin to list off my failures, there's just too many to name. Why? Why didn't I simply move you to the detention ward instead of a facility housing some of Konoha's most dangerous criminals who were also ninja? What happened that day wasn't your fault, it was the thing inside of you, and I should have treated it as such. But instead, I imprisoned you, my own son, like you were at fault. Naruto, I can't even think of any words to properly say how sorry I am to have caused you such sorrow and agony. How much suffering did you have to live through? How much pain did my mistakes cost you? I'm so sorry, Naruto, I really have no right to call you my son, do I? Every time I took a step forward, I wound up taking 3 back. All I can say is that I hope you get some much-deserved rest, Naruto. I hope that in the next life. Naruto sat in the cabin, surrounded by his 2 captors, trying to ignore their intense stares, some stripping him with their eyes, others searching for a hint of deceit. He sighed, his thoughts drifting back to his discovery and subsequent capture an hour earlier. Why'd it have to be me? Naruto muttered, head bowed in self-pity. He's a complete 10, Gigi, the girl exclaimed, circling him, causing both Naruto and her grandfather's brows to twitch. This is wrong on so many levels, you know, Naruto said, trying his best to ignore her as she began to feel him up. Stop that, you dimwit, her grandfather yelled, bopping her hard on the head. The girl yelped, then glared at him. What was that for? She shouted, making her grandfather and Naruto's eyes twitch. Do you even have to ask? He deadpanned. She simply looked away, sheepishly rubbing the back of her head. Soon, they released him and helped him to the ground, attempting small talk. Naruto merely stared, then sighed, reciprocating their efforts. Heh. Sorry about that, I lost myself a bit there. I'm Asako, by the way. Asako Kagai, the now identified Asako chirped. Naruto nodded. Asako had straight black hair that reached her shoulders. Her fair, blemish-free skin had a healthy glow. Her black eyes sparkled with mischief and life, matching her tomboyish personality. She seemed a little flirtatious and playful, Naruto observed. Dressed in overalls with the straps undone over a dirty white shirt, her tomboyish appearance was enhanced. I apologize for my granddaughter's horrible behavior. The name's Naoko, a pleasure, youngin, the elderly yet muscular man, Naoko, said, extending his hand. Naruto raised an eyebrow before taking it and giving him a firm shake. Naoko was a very tall, large man with a fair complexion and a few small, worn scars, clearly over 60. But what caught Naruto's eye was his bald head and impressive facial hair, yet he was far from frail. He was even more muscular than some bears, Naruto thought. Behind his stern facade seemed to be a kind, jolly man who clearly loved his granddaughter in life. Dressed in a gray tank top and overalls with undone straps, like his granddaughter, he was dressed for the outdoors. I'm Naruto, nice to meet you too, Naruto said. Both smiled, relieved he wasn't angry. So tell me, Naruto, what were you doing out here this deep in the forest? Naoko asked. Naruto sighed, catching their attention. I got lost, he answered, dropping his head. Naoko and Asako stared blankly before Naoko burst into laughter. Ha ha, well, that's nothing to be ashamed about, my boy. Takes a man to admit something like that, Naoko said as Asako giggled. Naruto simply closed his eye, a bit of pink dusting his cheeks. After telling them why he was in the forest, the most dangerous part, full of bears, Asako asked, "So you were trying to get to the village, huh? Were you going to restock on supplies or something? You don't look like the average traveler with that eye patch and all. Were you pretending to be a hero or something?" Naoko chuckled. Naruto furrowed his brow slightly, causing their laughter to cease, replaced by a mix of concern and slight fear. I don't remember anything from my past. I just learned my name a few hours ago, and that this eye patch isn't just for show," Naruto said. They gave him sad, pitying frowns, clearly guilty for joking about something so serious. I am sorry, Naruto, we didn't mean to joke about that," Naoko apologized, as did Asako. Naruto simply brushed them off. "It's fine, I don't want anything to do with my past life," he said. They looked at him in confusion. That confusion vanished when he lifted his shirt. Asako squealed and covered her eyes, leaving a gap to peek through, while Naoko choked on his saliva. But soon, their eyes widened at the horrific number of scars littering his body, growing pale at the largest one on his side, which looked like something had taken a chunk out. After a few seconds, he pulled down his shirt as they remained silent, stunned by memories of what could only be torture or battle etched on the young man. "Sorry about that, but I figured it'd be faster to show you rather than try to explain. It was pretty disgusting," Naruto said, a bit guilty for showing them such an unpleasant sight. To his confusion, Naoko placed a rough hand on his shoulder and squeezed gently as Asako took his hand. Naoko, a man who had experienced minor war and bloodshed, had seen children captured by slavers and forced into nightmares. Seeing someone so young already bearing scars of years of suffering made him feel for the young man. Asako, not even in her nightmares, could have imagined someone her age so scarred and with such a tragic past. The knowledge that she had been trying to hit on him only made her feel worse. It's fine. Thank you for getting me down and everything else, I should be heading out now," Naruto said, gently removing himself from their grasp as they flinched slightly. "At least you aren't like that thing," Asako thought, as Naruto turned slightly, not quite understanding why she looked so disgusted. "So, how about we show you the way to the village, Naruto? We've collected all our traps and we're going to head back anyway," Asako said, attempting to dispel the awkward and slightly depressing atmosphere. "I agree, you were fixin' on heading there anyway, right?" Naoko said as Asako beamed at him, the elderly man returning the smile. "If you both are heading there and wouldn't mind me tagging along, I'd be grateful," Naruto said, bowing to them. They quickly blushed at his action and wildly waved their hands to stop him. Hey, no need to bow, Naruto. We just want to help you out," Naoko said as Naruto rose, he and his granddaughter sighing in relief once he stopped. "If you say so. When are we leaving?" Naruto asked. Both smiled at him as they moved to gather their things. "Right now. If it's not too much trouble, could you help us carry back some of the game we caught, Naruto?" Asako asked. Naruto nodded, moving to carry a few of the trapped animals. With that, they set off on an hour-long trip through the forest, idly chatting about off-topic things before Naruto started asking about their village. Ichiba no Sato, Market Village, was very popular and economically rich. Located between Kumo, Konoha, and very close to Kiri, a central point for many villages, it had a large amount of traffic, tourism, and trade. "So do you two live in the village or in the cabin back in the forest?" Naruto asked as Naoko chuckled lightheartedly. "We live in the village, my boy, but that cabin is our home away from home when we need to do some hunting for the restaurant," he replied. Naruto nodded, Asako doing her best not to stare at him. "I see, so what do you do for a living besides hunting, Naoko-san?" Naruto asked. Naoko smiled at him, Asako also smiling as she moved beside him. "Our family owns the best restaurant in the entire village, Naruto. You've got to come to Umaretsuki and try out our dishes," Asako said excitedly. Naruto's eye widened, drawing curious stares from the two. "I hate to ask this from the two of you, but that's why I was looking for a village. I want to become a chef, the greatest chef around," Naruto said. The two looked at him in surprise before beaming bright smiles. "A chef, eh? Think you got what it takes, Naruto?" Naoko asked in a challenging tone. Naruto's eye narrowed, a small smirk forming on his face. "I think I do, Naoko-san," Naruto replied confidently. Asako swooned slightly, while Naoko chuckled. "Then let's pick up the pace. The faster we arrive, the faster we can put ya through the ringer," Naoko said with a glint in his eye. Asako shivered slightly, while Naruto raised an eyebrow. 1 hour later, outside Umaretsuki in Ichiba no Sato. Arriving in Ichiba, Naruto was stunned by the sheer number of people chatting, laughing, walking, eating, and playing in its streets. Naoko and Asako chuckled at his surprised look as he took in the sights as if it were the first large city he'd ever seen. Their laughter dropped a little as they remembered his amnesia and the scars that littered his body, realizing that this might actually be the case. Patting him on the shoulder, Naoko regained his attention and gestured for him to follow as they navigated the crowded streets to a fairly large and cozy-looking building. Turning to face the two, he saw them smile and nod as Asako moved in front of him while Naoko headed inside. Naruto, welcome to Umaretsuki, the best restaurant around, Asako announced as a few passers-by turned and looked at the building before shrugging and heading inside, much to their delight. I see that you're still trying to promote your tiny little shack as a high-class eatery, aren't you, Asako? A shame that it doesn't even come close to my family's extravagant bistro, a haughty and feminine voice said. Asako tensed, growling as she turned stiffly and glared at another girl around their age. She had blonde hair that reached her mid-back, a silky sheen that shone brightly in the sunlight. Her pale but glowing complexion showed she was in the prime of her health. She stood a few inches shorter than Asako but carried herself in a much more regal way. Dressed in an expensive-looking white sundress with blue ribbons, she was the picture of an aju. Gore, you wanna go, Kono? Just because your family's restaurant is slightly more popular than mine doesn't mean you're better than me, you shrimp, Asako shouted. The now identified Kono developed a tick mark on her head. Who are you calling a shrimp, ya gorilla? You're just jealous that all the guys think I'm prettier than you, Kono shouted as her prim and proper image shattered before Naruto. The taller blonde simply stared at the two now fuming girls as they ground their foreheads against each other. Oh, what happened to Little Miss Perfect, huh, shrimpy? Asako sneered as Kono started shaking in anger, her face turning red with anger and embarrassment. Shut your mouth, ya pig. At least I don't go playing in the dirt like you do, Kono shouted as Asako turned red at the accusation. I don't play in the dirt. I go collect the fresh ingredients that I set traps for, you midget, Asako shouted back. Kono simply smirked at her, her poise returned as she straightened her back. Sure you do, and I'm sure that you have a boyfriend as well, Kono sneered as Asako began to tear up, her angry face turning into a snarl. The two of them began to draw a crowd because of their petty argument. Naruto sighed as he heard someone talking about making bets, something about the country princess and the tomboy baker. But he also caught monster or freak that he couldn't quite make out. Shaking his head as he was unable to catch anything else, he finally made his presence known to Kono when he stepped forward and moved beside Asako. Kono's eyes widened when she caught sight of him. Her face grew a bit red as she took in his features, a mix of boyish cuteness and teenage handsomeness. Kono couldn't help but admire how Naruto looked. Finally, she felt something pierce her heart as everything but Naruto suddenly blacked out, while the taller blonde began to be surrounded by sparkles and hearts. But before her delusions could get any worse, Naruto wrapped an arm around Asako. Asako's blush vanished and moved to Asako. Kion, Asako squeaked as she felt Naruto wrap his arm around her, blushing deeper as she felt the musculature of his arm so clearly. Wah, Kono sounded out as she felt her dreams die when her newly found Prince Charming made such a casual move on her eternal rival. Could you stop picking on my girlfriend? She's a little hot-headed, you know, Naruto said in a deadpan, the noise that surrounded the area dying as an out-of-place wind blew. What are you doing, you idiot? Asako shouted as she hit Naruto on the head, blushing furiously as she, reluctantly, freed herself from Naruto's arm. I thought it would be funny, Naruto said. Asako lowered her head, raising her fist as she trembled. You inconsiderate jerk, she shouted as she swung her fist at him. The bystanders winced, though a few women nodded their heads in understanding. What's going on out here, oh? Asako, there you are. What are you still doing out here? The shop needs you, a woman said as she walked out of the shop, going from scolding to surprised when she saw Asako holding a boy she'd never seen in a headlock. Oh my. Is that your boyfriend, dear? She teased as Asako froze, stiffly turning her head and promptly paling when she saw her mother's teasing smile. And no, he's not. He's just a jerk I met today. Ask Gigi, she shouted as her mother just giggled, covering her mouth with her hand as her daughter flailed her arms around. Ah, it's an honor to meet my future mother-in-law. I may be inexperienced, but I will do my best to make her happy, Naruto said, bowing to her as her giggles only increased as Asako froze, paler than the moon as another person walked out of the shop. Ayase, is something the matter? A tall man bearing a similar build to Naoko asked as he peeked out of the shop. Oh, it's nothing, dear. Asako was just introducing her boyfriend to me, the woman known as Ayase said as her husband turned blank. Slowly, he withdrew his head back into the shop before bursting through the front door with a cleaver and sharpening stone in hand. An ominous smile on his face, he glanced around while sharpening his cleaver before his eyes landed and locked onto Naruto. Making his way over, he simply stared at the young man before he raised his head to meet him, the older man gawking as he dropped his tools when he caught sight of Naruto's appearance. What? I'll never hand my daughter to a man like you. You look like nothing but trouble, he shouted as he grabbed and held Asako to his chest to her utter mortification. Daddy. Let go, Asako shouted as she tried to detach herself from her father, the man refusing to let go as her mother continued to giggle while Naruto stood staring blankly at them. Before anything else could happen, loud chuckling could be heard coming from inside the shop before Naoko walked out, being the source of it. When he caught sight of what was happening outside, he clutched his stomach with one hand and slapped his knee with the other. Walking over to Naruto, he patted him on the back as he wiped away a tear. "Oh, that was worth it. Thanks, Naruto, that has to have been the most flustered my granddaughter's been for a while," Naoko said as Naruto nodded his head, a small smirk on his face as the others simply stared at them. "Heh," was the collective thought of everyone present as Naoko futilely tried to hold in his laughter before cracking up again. "Ha ha, I asked Naruto here to act like your boyfriend, Asako. You've always been spouting about how you'll have your Prince Charming one day, so I figured I'd speed it up for you," Naoko said as Asako lowered her head before raising it again, her face crimson with anger and embarrassment before she cocked her fist back and slugged Naruto. "Die!" she shouted as a painful sound echoed around the village. Nearby, the outline of a small person could be seen watching the exchange as a small smile graced their features before vanishing into an alleyway. Inside Umaretsuki. Gathered inside Umaretsuki were a still fuming and red-faced Asako, her giggling mother, her relieved father, a chuckling Naoko, a relieved Kono, and Naruto, who was idly rubbing his jaw. After the whole fiasco, Naoko explained once more that it was his idea, not Naruto's. Once he managed to clear it up, getting a smack from Asako and her father, Ayase invited them all inside as they closed the shop for prepping. "You're the absolute worst, Gigi," Asako muttered under her breath as she stared with pink-dusted cheeks at Naruto, who had stopped rubbing the spot she slugged him. "And sorry about, decking you, Naruto, but you deserved it for playing along, you jerk," she said as Naruto shrugged. "I didn't really feel it, to be honest. I've probably gotten used to getting hit," he said as she quickly lost her angry mood, the atmosphere becoming a little awkward. "So, Naruto, what are you doing in Ichiba?" Ayase said in an attempt to dispel the awkward atmosphere, succeeding. "I was looking for a village to start a career as a chef," he said as everyone minus Asako and Naoko looked at him in shock. "A chef?" Asako's father, Naya, repeated as Naruto nodded his head in confirmation. "That's right, a chef," he said confidently as they gave him confused looks, obviously not expecting that answer. "If I may, why a chef?" "Obviously, you seem like someone who has experience in fighting," Kono asked as Asako elbowed her in the side, getting an angry glare in return. "To tell you the truth, I don't remember anything about my past. When I woke up, I was inside a river somewhere out in the forest, and at that time, I didn't even know my own name. I've probably done a lot of horrible things in the past, that's why I want to start fresh and do something I've always wanted to do, which is cooking, I think," Naruto explained as they gave him a pitying look upon hearing his story. "Wait, what do you mean, you think?" Asako asked as Naruto pulled out his cookbook and showed it to them. "I found this on me when I woke up. I figured I must love to cook since I had something like that on me," he said as they nodded. Naya smiled at him as he stood up. "Well, I can't guarantee you a place here, Naruto, but I can at least see if you have what it takes to cook," Naya said as Naruto's eye widened in response before he bowed to the older man. "At least he won't be anything like that thing was, next time I see it," Naya angrily thought before he saw Naruto bowing deeply at him, causing him to panic slightly. "Thank you, Naya-san," he said as Naya blushed a bit at the display, looking towards his family for help only to see them look away and snicker. "W8. If you want a place to study, surely you'd be able to learn more at my family's restaurant," Kono suggested as Naruto mulled it over, but before he could answer, Asako interjected. Hold it. He came here first, Kono, and my dad already approved of him staying here to learn, so don't go trying to take him away," Asako said as Kono leveled a glare at her as she glared back. "Oh my, it appears that someone is popular. Who knows, you might even snag me, Naruto-kun," Ayase said as Naya choked on his drink before rushing over to his wife. Ayase, why you don't mean that, do you? I am still young and passionate, Naya shouted as Ayase simply looked away. "Oh, is that true, dear? I don't remember the last time you took me out, though," she pouted as Naya paled. Naoko chuckled as he led Naruto into the back to help with prepping as the four remained in the front of the restaurant and continued bickering with each other. Arriving in the kitchen, Naruto took in the sights of the various pots, pans, plates, and instruments used to create dishes that tantalized taste buds. After getting a good look at what was inside, Naoko patted him on the back and directed him towards the prep room, a room on the side of the kitchen used to butcher and prep the game that was trapped earlier. "Alright, my boy, let's see what you've got. We've got a lot of meat here, so don't worry about messing up, alright? Just show me what you got," Naoko said as Naruto nodded, moving towards the sink to wash his hands. Naoko mentally prodded Naruto, "A chef is only as good as his tools. Fail this test, and your culinary journey ends before it begins." He meticulously arranged 3 to 4 dozen knives around a boar carcass. "Choose your weapon, Naruto," Naoko instructed. "A chef is only as good as their tools." Naruto nodded, scrutinizing each knife on the table. Naruto handled each knife, testing its weight and balance before winnowing the nearly 4 dozen blades down to a mere 7. Naoko, observing intently, muttered to himself. He was surprised Naruto had managed to distinguish the high-quality knives from the inferior ones, given the pile of excellent blades set aside. He has no eye for knives, I'll grant him that, Naoko mused, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. He discarded all the Uzura knives, famed for their durability, the Made, known for their peerless steel, the Seigan, celebrated for their flexibility, the Sikyun, for their perfect weight, and the Kainom, the most balanced of them all. Truly remarkable. Seeing Naruto's abysmal performance on the first test, Naoko felt a pang of guilt for providing such a vast selection. When Asako had sought to learn, he'd offered only a dozen. He was about to intercede and reduce the number for Naruto when he saw him pick up what was arguably the worst knife in the pile. It was an ancient, rusted, and heavily worn blade, lacking a hilt, simply an antique metal tang. Naoko scratched his head, watching Naruto handle it with such care and curiosity. He was about to speak when Naruto turned, holding the blade with utmost reverence. Naoko-san, may I borrow a whetstone, some abrasive, and some time? Naruto asked, clearly intending to restore the knife. I don't know what you see in that blade, Naruto, but go for it, Naoko replied. There's an area in the back where we polish worn and rusted knives, you should find whetstones and abrasive there. Naruto thanked him, moving carefully to avoid damaging the blade. Naoko followed, intending to ask if Naruto knew how to sharpen a blade properly, but stood agape as Naruto aggressively polished it. He moved to stop him, fearing damage or injury, but then froze, eyes wide, as the beautiful sound of a blade being honed to perfection filled the air with quick, precise movements. Amazing! Naoko breathed, admiring Naruto's sharpening technique. His movements were harsh yet effective, like watching a samurai duel. Naruto tightened his grip on the knife's tang, tilting it slightly and drawing it across the whetstone. A faint chime reached his ear. A small smile touched his lips as he repeated the process until the chime became a clear, resonant sound. Reversing his grip, he shifted his body and continued with the abrasive stone, grinding away the rust that coated the blade. Soon, the rusty brown chipped away, revealing a moonlight white that seemed to eclipse all other light. Finally, after nearly half an hour of sharpening and abrasion, Naruto stood, wiping sweat from his face, and gazed in awe at the knife before him. It was a peerless white blade with a silver trim, shining brighter than the stars, the epitome of perfection. Though lacking a proper hilt, the blade itself was flawless. With decades, perhaps even centuries, of rust gone, it was revealed to be a Kuretsuke-style knife. Naruto turned the knife in his hands, a smile gracing his face as he held it by the tang. It felt perfect even without a hilt. What? He heard Naoko exclaim behind him. Naruto turned, flinching slightly in surprise to see the Kagai family standing, eyes wide, staring at him. That knife, it's beautiful, Ayase gasped, marveling at its glow. Naruto, I've never seen a knife that even comes close to looking that beautiful, Naoko admitted, examining the blade in Naruto's hand, stunned such an exquisite knife existed in their restaurant. Ah, I'm not finished yet, Naruto confessed. They looked at him in confusion, then realized the knife was indeed incomplete, still missing its hilt. Wait, you're not finished? Are you a freaking blacksmith or something? Asako shouted, voicing her family's unspoken question. Naruto shrugged, then moved to the bin of ruined and unusable knives. He selected a simple maple handle, prying out the remains of its original blade. Gently inserting the tang into the groove, Naruto began to hammer and bond the two pieces together, finally completing the knife. Holding it up, he let out a contented sigh and gave the newly forged knife a few experimental swings before nodding in satisfaction. He then turned and smiled at the Kagai family. Asako blushed, while her parents and grandfather smiled back. So, do I pass the first test, Naoko-san? Naruto asked. Naoko chuckled loudly, moving to pat him on the shoulder. Pass? You obliterated it. I've never seen anyone actually make a knife, let alone a beginner. Let's get you started on the next test. We've got half an hour until we open the shop again, Naoko said, leading Naruto back to the prep room while Asako and her parents remained outside. You like Naruto-kun, don't you, Asako? Ayase teased. Asako's face turned crimson at her mother's remark. And no, I don't. I was just a little impressed that he did that. That's all. I'm still mad at the dumb prank him and Jiji did, she protested. Her mother giggled, and Naya joined them, chuckling at his daughter's excuse. Hey, so far I approve of him, Asako. Naya's words made Asako freeze, her eyes widening. Ayase covered her mouth to stifle her giggles. Daddy, she whined as her parents moved back inside, laughing at her expense. Asako grumbled under her breath as she also went back inside. Back in the prep room, Naruto and Naoko began butchering the boar caught earlier that day. Naoko laid it on its side, explaining the various cuts and their purposes to Naruto, as Naya entered and started butchering other animals brought in. Asako and Ayase were in the baking section of the kitchen, prepping ingredients for dessert courses. And that's the gist of it, Naruto. Think you can handle this guy? Naoko asked. Naruto nodded, picked up his knife, and began to work. With a quick, fluid motion, Naruto made a small incision on the boar's stomach, following through with each stroke before carefully removing the boar's skin. Naoko stood a little stunned at his speed and precision. It had taken him the better part of a decade to master the same task. Then, Naruto began cutting through the boar as if it were butter, his knife effortlessly slicing through the meat. 10 minutes later, he had successfully butchered the boar. Naoko smiled at him, patting him on the back, while Naya grinned. Quickly gathering the freshly butchered portions, Naoko gestured for Naruto to follow him into the kitchen, Naya joining them. Glancing at the clock, the two older men grimaced, seeing less than 20 minutes until dinner service began. Exchanging looks, they nodded to each other and moved to the stove. Naruto, come here. I want you to try making this dish. If you can make it, and it tastes good, I want you to help us with tonight's shift, Naoko said as Naya nodded. Naruto straightened his back and nodded. Here you go, Naruto, the dish is wild boar shogayaki with the boar cooked extra tender, Naya said, handing Naruto a recipe. Understood, Naruto replied, his tone shifting. Naya and Naoko flinched as he transitioned from kind and amiable to cold and sharp, like a switch had been flipped. Having received his task, Naruto went to the nearest unoccupied station and began reading the recipe. Quickly memorizing the relatively simple instructions, he fetched the necessary ingredients, then donned an apron from the rack. Taking out his knife, he began working on the boar loins, slicing them into quarter-inch pieces before lightly pounding them with the flat of his knife, setting them aside when finished. Grabbing another bowl, he started on the pork marinade, combining sake, miso, and sugar before finally slicing about a tablespoon of ginger into the bowl and whisking everything together. He tasted the marinade with a tasting spoon, nodded, then placed the spoon in the sink. He moved the sliced boar loins into the marinade, allowing them to sit for a few minutes while he washed the used and now unneeded instruments, clearing valuable space. Grabbing a pan, he cranked up the heat on the stove and added some oil. He smashed a piece of garlic before finally dicing it. Seeing the oil in the pan begin to shimmer, Naruto grabbed the bowl of marinated boar loins and placed them in the pan. Moving quickly as a stray droplet of burning oil grazed his cheek, sending a wave of heat and pain through his body, Naruto grabbed an oxheart cabbage and began to julienne it as he grabbed a plate from the nearby stack. Shifting his body to turn the boar slices, Naruto placed the cutting board into the sink while flipping the pan. A brilliant flash of oil, meat, and steam filled the air as Naoko and Naya looked on in awe. After 5 minutes of cooking, he removed the pan from the heat and arranged the plate as it appeared on the menu, a piece of boar shogayaki atop a bed of julienned oxheart cabbage and rice. Order complete, Naruto announced, wiping sweat from his forehead with a towel. He moved the dishes to the sink and began washing them while Naya and Naoko tasted his dish. Both exclaimed as they took a bite of his shogayaki, their mouths filling with flavor as they slowly chewed. Savory, aromatic, and not overly sweet, the marinade had caramelized around the outside of the meat, creating a heavenly mahogany glaze redolent of ginger and earthy miso. As they had requested, the boar was much more tender than usual, which they attributed to Naruto's light pounding earlier. Wiping away sauce smudges with a napkin, they beamed bright smiles at Naruto, who had finished the dishes and looked to them for confirmation. Naruto, please marry my daughter, Naya exclaimed happily, placing his hands on Naruto's shoulders. The blonde flinched at his action. My boy, I leave my granddaughter in your capable hands, Naoko added, patting Naruto on the back. Naruto now sweat dropped at the older men's antics. I'm going to kill them, Asako muttered under her breath, a bright red blush on her face as she did her best to shape the namagashi in her hands. Yufufu, well you didn't say no, Asako, Ayase teased, and the namagashi in Asako's hand immediately got crushed. Speaking of killing, that pest still needs to die. Maybe if I mix in a less noticeable poison it'll actually eat it this time, Ayase thought, returning to prepping the last of the sweets. Finally, the time came for Naruto to take his first step into the culinary world. Donning the apron from earlier along with his knife, he received pats on the back from Naoko and Naya, who smiled at him. The blonde returned their smiles as Ayase headed to the front of the restaurant to open shop. Once the sign flipped from closed to open and the doors unlocked, controlled chaos erupted as customers flooded in, filling their tables. Then the orders started pouring in. At that moment, the real battle began. Time skip, a few hours later. One order of shogayaki and nikujaga. Extra rice, Naoko shouted as Naya and Naruto moved about the kitchen, never losing pace with the seemingly endless stream of orders. Saba shioyaki and miso soup finished, Naruto said, placing the order on the tray as Asako took it out. Naya, where's the tonkatsu and tempura? Naoko yelled. Naya placed the dishes on the tray, and Naoko nodded, returning to cooking. Asako, tonkatsu and tempura ready to head out, he shouted. Ayase glanced over the counter to see Asako struggling with the finished dishes. She's getting swamped, dear, Ayase said, as Naya and Naoko grunted with a mix of frustration and concern. Shogayaki and Nikujaga, extra rice, Naruto said, placing the order on the tray. They grimaced slightly, hoping it wouldn't get cold. Seeing they were falling behind on orders, Ayase was about to switch positions and start serving tables. But she blinked in surprise when Naruto adjusted his apron, wiped sweat from his forehead with a towel, and then picked up the tray of tonkatsu and tempura along with the order he had just completed. With a grace usually attained only through years of service, he moved towards the doors and out to the dining room. That kid is something else, Naoko said, returning to cooking. Naya and Ayase smiled before returning to their tasks as well. Inside the dining room, the situation hadn't changed in the past few hours. Still controlled chaos. Naruto received a stunned and quickly grateful look from Asako when she saw him walk out with the dishes. But she promptly stumbled when she realized he wasn't using a cart but was balancing the trays atop one another. Her shock quickly dissipated, however, as he moved with quick, fluid grace, delivering meals and collecting finished and unused dishes and trays from customers. Moving back to the kitchen to drop the used dishes in the sink, he grabbed a water pitcher and went back out to refill water. Wow, he's good, Asako thought, a light blush on her cheeks. She quickly snapped out of her daze, then returned to relaying orders to her parents, but not before sneaking one more glance at Naruto conversing with and catering to the customers. Moving from table to table, Naruto made a few seconds of small talk before taking orders. Nearing another table, Naruto narrowed his eye when he saw someone stick their foot out in an attempt to trip him. Sidestepping with an unusual display of grace and skill, he avoided the foot and heard its owner make a noise of surprise. Ignoring them, he quickly jotted down the orders of those seated at his current table before turning only to jump slightly when he felt someone pinch his rear. "Oh, aren't you just the cutest thing?" a feminine voice said with a giggle. Naruto turned briefly to see an older woman in her mid-20s giving him a predatory look. Doing his best to ignore her, Naruto soon became the subject of teasing from the female patrons. From inside the kitchen, the three adults could only smile wryly at the various attempts by single and even married women and girls to cop a feel of his rear. From her position refilling water pitchers, Asako resisted the urge to voice her anger at the floozies harassing her. "Naruto, do you see him? Isn't he dreamy? I know, that eye patch gives him that bad boy look, and it fits him perfectly. I wonder if he's single. He has to be if he's that young, right? Oh hush, you're way too old for him. You foo. I wonder if he's on the menu. I'm gonna die out here," Naruto sighed as he stepped back into the kitchen. Ayase gave him a sympathetic pat on the head before taking his notepad. Naruto gave her a grateful smile. "Thank you, Ayase-san. I'm afraid I'll be eaten alive if I stay out there any longer," Naruto said, fixing his apron once more and returning to his original station. With the reversal of roles, the rest of the service time passed relatively quickly. Though there were a few complaints from some women about getting water spilled on them, dinner service went without any other problems. Now gathered in the empty dining room, they all celebrated another day well done. As they wound down from the slightly stressful service, they all turned to Naruto, who was blankly nibbling on a cookie, and sweat dropped seeing him so nonchalant. "I must say, Naruto-kun, you seem like a natural in the kitchen cooking and out there serving," Ayase said as her family agreed. Naoko grinned brightly at him, patting him on the back. "My boy, I want you to keep that knife. It'll be a memento of your time here, and maybe you can pass it on to my great-grandchildren," Naoko exclaimed. They all agreed, but Asako froze mid-nod before blushing furiously. "JJG. What the heck are you saying?" she shouted. Naoko chuckled, wiping away a tear from his eye. "In all seriousness, though, Naruto, what do you say about settling down here for your career as a chef?" Naya asked, drawing everyone's attention. "Thank you for the kind and generous offer, Naya-san, but I can't," Naruto replied. "I want to see the rest of the world and what it has to offer before I settle down and open shop." Naya smiled in return, as did Ayase and Naoko, though Asako looked upset. But you can learn about a ton of different foods here. A lot of people from all over come here, you know," she pleaded, attempting to persuade him to stay. Her parents smiled a bit sadly at her attempt. "I know, Asako, but it's not the same as experiencing food in its natural environment," he said. She nodded sadly, her spirits visibly dampened. "So, what are you going to do now?" she asked. Naruto glanced up at the ceiling before answering. "I think I'll ask Kono-san if I can cook during a dinner or lunch service, to get a little more experience before I head out," he replied. Asako paled, her face frozen in mild horror. What? Why would you want to go over to that shrimp's place?" she shouted as her parents and grandfather snuck out, leaving them to talk alone. "Because I want to experience the world of food, Asako-san. Learning in one place will no doubt give me a vast array of knowledge about that one place, but it'll stagnate me in the end," he said. She nodded sadly. Naruto gave her a reassuring smile. "Hey, I'll be back someday, okay? I promise to visit in the future," he said. Asako's eyes brightened a bit. "Are really?" she asked. Naruto simply nodded in response. "Yeah, now, I should get going. I need to find a place to stay for the night," he said. Asako straightened up, quickly checking for any signs of her family. It's already pretty late and all, why don't you just stay here, she suggested. Naruto shook his head, and she deflated a bit. Thanks for the generous offer, Asako-san, but I can't accept any more of your kindness, you've already done so much for me. Have a good night, Naruto said as he exited the building, leaving Asako to sulk slightly. That jerk, she muttered before freezing, feeling stares on her back. She slowly turned around, growing red. How bold of you, Asako, her mother said, covering her mouth with her hand, a bit of pink dusting her cheeks. That's my girl, Naoko said, chuckling softly and grinning. My little Asako is growing up too fast, Naya said, crying tears and covering his eyes with his arm. Why you dummies, she shouted, charging them. The three laughed as they headed upstairs. With a sigh, Naruto gazed at the knife in his hands, a faint smile touching his lips. He returned it to the case Naoko had given him, tucked it into his backpack, and headed for an inn. As he walked through the village, the vibrant nightlife surprised him. The grand shopping area transformed into a village of bright lights and drunks. He shook his head, seeing a group of men approach women who were clearly there for paid company. Just as he was about to pass an alleyway, he heard a cough followed by the sound of flesh hitting flesh. The fuck are you smiling about, you creepy little bitch, an angry voice sneered. Naruto narrowed his eye and moved closer. His eye narrowed further upon hearing a pained sound. Naruto entered the alleyway, his blood boiling as he saw a group of young adults gathered around something. As he drew nearer, his fist tightened when he saw them kicking, spitting on, and insulting a young girl with bandaged eyes. Without a second thought, he stepped in, grabbing the shoulder of a young man who had his leg wound up for a kick, making him stop and turn. Hey, what do you want, punk? Can't you see we're busy here? The man sneered at Naruto, then ripped free from his grip. As the man prepared to kick, Naruto acted. He slugged the man in the side, the loud crack echoing in the alleyway. The man cried out in pain, abruptly cut off as Naruto delivered a brutal straight punch to his temple, sending him crashing into the young lady beside him. As soon as the man fell, his companions attacked Naruto, only to meet the same fate. Ducking under a wide, sloppy swing, Naruto grabbed the man by the wrist and rose, driving his fist into the man's elbow, which snapped weakly as he cried out in pain. Who the fuck are you? The thug shouted, only to lose his breath as Naruto drove his fist into his abdomen before shoving him to the ground. I'm a chef, Naruto replied, feeling someone approach from behind. He turned to see a woman swinging something at him. Bringing his arms up, Naruto grunted in pain as the makeshift wooden weapon connected. He seized it, yanked it from her grasp, pulled back, and slammed its tip into her face. The sound of her nose breaking and her scream alerted a few people near the alleyway. Turning, he slammed the piece of wood against the head of another man who tried to attack him from behind. Finally, realizing they were clearly outmatched, the remaining three picked up their fallen companions and fled. Tightening his grip on the piece of wood, he snapped it in two before dropping it. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he turned to tend to the girl who had been beaten. When he saw her visibly flinch and brace for another beating, but then saw the sad, resigned smile on her face, he couldn't stop the growl that escaped his throat. But as she tensed further, he forcibly calmed himself and crouched down near her. Hey, I'm not going to hurt you, Naruto said in the gentlest tone he could muster. The girl tensed slightly before turning to face him. That's what they said too, she whispered so quietly Naruto had to strain to hear. Those people were nothing but scum. I promise I won't hurt you, I swear on my honor as a chef, Naruto said gently, holding out his hand, mentally cursing as he remembered the bandages over her eyes. Moving closer, he gently and slowly reached out and touched her hands. Seeing her flinch and recoil slightly, yet still maintain her smile at his touch, broke his heart as she braced herself for pain. Trying once more, he was met with a less extreme reaction. She didn't recoil from his touch but remained tense. See, I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to help you, he said softly. She stiffly raised her head slightly. Naruto bit back another growl when he saw the bruises marring her face. Why you promise? She asked in a slightly louder whisper. Naruto gently squeezed her hand as a sign of reassurance. I promise, Naruto said softly and gently. The rage he felt simmered down as he felt her grip tighten slightly on his hand. After 15 minutes of trying to earn her trust, he finally succeeded and was sitting beside her, tending to the cuts and bruises that covered her body. The awkward silence unnerved even Naruto, but it was broken when she spoke. Thank you for helping me, she said politely and sincerely, a smile on her face. Naruto gritted his teeth when he saw it. Any human being would have done the same, Naruto replied after calming himself, trying to keep the disgust out of his voice. Why were they beating you? He asked after a few moments of silence. The girl flinched at his question, her smile changing from happy to sad. Because I'm cursed, she said sadly, her smile reflecting it. Naruto's eye widened. Cursed? What do you mean? Naruto asked, gently applying another dollop of healing ointment onto a nasty bruise on her cheek, rubbing it in softly. It's because my eyes were different. When I was born, my father left my mother and soon after my mother abandoned me, she said. Naruto stared in a mix of horror and shock, unable to believe a parent could do that to their child. Then, she slowly unwrapped the bandages covering her eyes as Naruto felt a few tears escape his eye. In place of her eyes were destroyed and disfigured orbs with bits of gray mixed in. After a few seconds, she rewrapped the bandages and looked away from Naruto with an even sadder smile. Ah, I'm sorry. That was probably disgusting, huh? When I heard that my mother hated me because of my eyes, I poured lead into them to get rid of them, but she never came back. And soon, everyone else started to hurt me, so I left too, she said. Naruto furiously wiped away the tears from his eye before continuing to treat her. Why the hell did they do this to you? You can't be more than 10 years old, Naruto said through clenched teeth, batting away the tears in his eyes. It's because I'm cursed, no one wants a child who's cursed, she said in the same sad tone. Naruto simply couldn't comprehend the stupidity and idiocy of the people who forced her to do this. But I'm not sad, she said in a happier tone. Naruto snapped his head up in shock at hearing her say that. What? How can you say that? After all you've been through? Naruto asked. She gave him a happier smile than before, his eye widening. Because I had a little sister. When she was born, she wasn't cursed like I was. When my mother left, she took her with her. My sister didn't have to go through what I did, so I'm grateful for that, she said with a bright smile on her face. Naruto just stared at her in shock before a somber smile appeared on his face. You're pretty amazing, you know that. I know for a fact I wouldn't be able to smile after going through what you did, he admitted. She made a little noise of surprise before giving him a shyer smile. And no one's ever said that to me. Thank you, she said in a slightly bashful tone, her smile reflecting it as Naruto smiled back. As they continued to talk, Naruto applied the healing ointment as she started to open up more. As the clouds parted overhead and the full moon revealed itself, coupled with the lights of the nightlife, he got a better view of her. She wore a dirty and tattered pink cape with 2 brown buttons that allowed it to fully close around her. Underneath, she had on a tarnished purple dress that reached just below her knees, torn and ripped at the ends. She had long, silver hair that extended below her waist and nearly reached the bottom of her legs. Her forehead was covered by her uneven bangs, and she had a small nose and mouth. The most distinguishing feature was the whitish-gray blindfold covering her eyes. Overall, she had a light skin tone but, like her clothes, was covered in patches of dirt due to her poverty. If I could I feel your face, she asked. Naruto blinked in surprise but gave her the okay. Gently reaching over, she softly felt and traced his features as a smile lit up her face, causing Naruto to smile in return. When she felt his eye patch, she flinched a bit before gently tracing the outline of his eye. After about a minute, she removed her hands and folded them in her lap, her cheery smile never leaving her face, nor did Naruto's. I'm sorry that I made your face sad, but I didn't mean to, she said in a slightly regretful tone. Naruto shook his head softly. Hey, it's nothing to worry about, he said reassuringly, causing her to brighten up a bit. But now I know both your voice and your face, and I have to say that you're very much my type, she said bashfully. Naruto laughed softly, a bit of pink dusting her cheeks as she giggled as well. I almost forgot, I'm Naruto, Naruto said, a little embarrassed by his late introduction, as she smiled at him. Hello Naruto-san, I'm Hisako. I chose my name myself, Hisako said happily. Naruto bit back a growl at the knowledge that her parents refused to even name her. Say, Hisako, it's getting late. Where do you live? Naruto asked. Her smile faltered a bit, making him frown. Anywhere, really, as long as I can find somewhere warm, it's fine, she said with a smaller smile. Naruto tightened his fists before taking a calming breath. Hey Hisako, I know it's really sudden and kind of creepy, but why don't you come with me? Naruto asked. She flinched in surprise, clearly not expecting him to ask that of her. What? I couldn't, Naruto-san, I would just be an inconvenience to you. And, you don't want to be with someone who's cursed like I am, she said sadly, forcing a faltering smile. Is that what you really want, though? To remain here and continue to have people hurt you? I know I just met you, but I just can't let that happen. And hey, I'm cursed too, remember, Naruto said, tapping his eye patch loud enough for her to hear. She gasped slightly, bringing her hands up to her mouth. And Naruto-san, she whispered. Naruto turned to look at her, his eye widening when he saw small dark marks start to appear on the bandages near the corners of her eyes. Hisako, did I say something wrong? Please don't cry, I didn't mean to make you cry, he said in an attempt to apologize. Hisako wiped away a few tears that managed to escape being absorbed into the bandages before giving Naruto a smile that made the stars seem pale in comparison. I am sorry, but I am just so happy. I am happy that someone actually wants me, she said brokenly, hiccuping as Naruto felt his heartache. Seeing her start to break down in front of him, the smile she had held up for so many years finally fading into what she truly felt, Naruto acted on instinct and embraced her. Tensing when she felt his arms wrap around her, she slowly relaxed and began to cry, her lips trembling as she did her best to hold her sobs in. But eventually, the castle around her heart that she had built and fortified over years of trying to survive finally came crashing down as a golden-headed battering ram broke down its walls. Grabbing his shirt, she pressed her face into his chest and released all the years of suffering, pain, misfortune, misery, and solitude she had accumulated. Naruto simply held her close, rubbing her back softly and gently. He stood tall and unmoving, even though he was crying himself. After seconds ticked to minutes, Hisako finally calmed down and fell asleep in Naruto's arms. Picking her up bridal style, he couldn't help but smile at how peaceful she appeared. Ensuring he had all his belongings, he headed towards the nearest inn with Hisako in his arms, intent on a good night's rest. "Get that thing out of my inn right now," an angry innkeeper shouted at Naruto, the blonde resisting the urge to shatter his jaw with every ounce of willpower he had. It had been like this for the past hour, the two, or rather Hisako, being rejected access to stay at inns. When he questioned, or rather demanded, the reason, they all simply stated they didn't want to drive away other customers by having a cursed child on the premises. Growling, Naruto resorted to returning to the spot where he found Hisako and huddled against the wall with her, wrapping her up and ensuring she was warm with a thick blanket from his backpack. Soon, his raging anger died down to a low simmer when he took in her peaceful expression. "This is one fucked up town," Naruto muttered under his breath as Hisako snuggled deeper into his chest. The blonde simply smiled before keeping watch for the night, just in case something like before happened. Time skip, a few hours later. When the sunlight broke through, Hisako felt warmer and safer than she had in her entire life. Feeling the sun's rays on her face, she let out a content yawn before feeling herself leaning on someone. Then the memories of what happened last night came back to her, the usual begging and subsequent beating and insults, but that all changed when her knight arrived and saved her. Naruto, a kind-hearted person 3 years older than her, had saved her and even offered her a place by his side. "Mornin' sleepyhead," Naruto said amusedly. She turned a bit pink before smiling brightly at him. "Good morning, Naruto-san," Hisako replied with a happy tone and smile. Naruto smiled back at her. "Come on, we need to get some supplies before we head out on the road," Naruto said. She nodded, standing a little awkwardly while Naruto rolled up the blanket and fastened it back onto his backpack. "All right," Hisako said in a slightly hesitant tone. Naruto noticed it but chose not to ask her about it. Offering her his arm, she smiled and held onto it as if it were a lifeline. Walking through the bustling streets, Naruto narrowed his eye when he felt Hisako tighten her grip on his arm, noting that a few villagers who had smiled at him yesterday were now looking at him with disdain and disgust. As he was about to enter a shop, Hisako was accidentally shoved and fell onto her knees. Growling slightly, the young woman who pushed the blind girl down instantly scampered away when he turned to glare at her. Helping her up, she offered him a small smile before reassuring him that she was fine. Taking her word for it, he was again about to enter the shop when the shopkeeper stopped him, glaring hard at Hisako, who had a smile on her face as Naruto simply glared at her. Soon, a crowd appeared, many jeering and making snide remarks about Hisako as Naruto began to shake with anger, the only thing keeping him from lashing out being the fact that it would leave Hisako alone. But then he saw a sight that made his heart sink. Standing near the front of the crowd were Kono and Hisako, glaring at Hisako, throwing insults at her as they didn't notice Naruto. But when he turned around to face them, their eyes widened before Hisako took a hesitant step forward after a few seconds of gawking at him. "Naruto, what are you doing with that thing?" Hisako asked as Hisako held onto him tighter. Naruto simply gritted his teeth and leveled a hard gaze at her. "She's a person, not a thing, Hisako-san," Naruto said sternly. Hisako flinched, clearly not expecting him to speak to her in such a way. "She's dangerous, Naruto. She hurt some of the villagers a few years back. It's those eyes she has, they're freaking cursed," she shouted as more villagers shouted to back her up. Hisako's smile faltered significantly as a frown marred Naruto's face. "Is that what you honestly think? Is that what you all think?" Naruto asked in a low tone, getting various shouts in response. "What do you think, kid? She's always driving away my business when she's standing outside my shop. I'm sick of it. The only homeless person here and she's a freak. She's a monster. She's the one that hurt my loving husband. She's better off dead. She's a monster. The fact she hides those cursed eyes of hers is proof enough." The more shouts and jeers Hisako received, the more her smile faltered before it became a thin line. Naruto's rage started to bubble to the surface as chakra surged through his body, heightening his senses to an inhuman level. When he caught sight of Naoko, Naya, and Ayase in the crowd, he knew he had to leave. "You think she's a monster too, don't you?" he asked levelly, directing his gaze toward Naya, Naoko, and Ayase. The three flinched but steeled themselves and nodded their heads. "She's nothing but trouble, Naruto. When I offered her some bread, she took it before spitting it out and throwing it back in my face, Ayase said levelly, her eyes glaring at Hisako. But, it was poisoned, Hisako whispered. Naruto was the only one to hear it with his enhanced hearing. When I offered her a place to stay at the restaurant, she gave me a deep cut and ran off after ruining a lot of our equipment, Naya said angrily as Hisako shrunk further. You tried to hurt me. Hisako whimpered, tightening her grip on Naruto as he gritted his teeth. Naruto, my boy, listen to us. We may all sound heartless, but it's not without cause. Ever since she arrived, Kiri has been breathing down our neck about purging all Kekai Genkai. Someone told them we were harboring someone with one, and it's her. She's causing our village to lose revenue, tourists, and our safety. If she were gone, we wouldn't have to worry about any of this, Naoko said as Naruto finally snapped. Snapping his head up, everyone instantly felt an oppressive weight fall upon their shoulders, their eyes widening at the sight of his eye. Instead of the mirthful and charming navy it had been, it was now a disgusted and hateful dark violet. Reaching into his backpack, he pulled out the knife he made before throwing it at Hisako's feet to the Kagai family's shock and horror. Tightening his grip on Hisako, he gently led her out of the crowd before turning to face them once more. I'm honestly disgusted that I even thought about settling down here. You're nothing but a bunch of heartless monsters, you know that? And for the record, I'm cursed as well, Naruto said, a gasp going through the villagers. Picking Hisako up bridal style, the younger girl squeaking at the sudden action, Naruto sprinted out of the village with speed only seen in ninja. As he left, a few villagers muttered something along the lines of good riddance, though the Kagai family stared with wide eyes in the direction Naruto left, Asako and Ayase having tears run down their faces. Making his way over, Naoko picked up the case that held Naruto's knife before opening it. As he looked at it, it seemed to have lost the glow it had the day before, and when he picked it up, it shattered. Lowering his head, he let his eyes drift closed as Asako wept behind him as Naya and Ayase tried to comfort her. Scene change outskirts of Ichiba no Sato. After having nearly run 3 kilometers straight, Naruto slowed as he caught his breath. Seeing that Hisako was nearly pale with fright, he eased her down to a standing position as she held onto him for dear life. As he helped steady her, they remained in an awkward and uncomfortable silence before she broke it again. Naruto-san, why did you do that for someone like me? You could have had a lot of friends in the village if you just left me, Hisako said quietly, a sad smile on her face as Naruto frowned. I don't abandon people for idiotic reasons like that, Hisako-san. If protecting you meant I lost my chance at being a chef in Ichiba, then so be it, Naruto said as he squeezed her hand gently, her lip quivering a bit at his statement. The awkward atmosphere from before disappeared. They continued on the road before Naruto looked over and stifled a laugh as Hisako's hair was strewn about wildly. Hearing him snicker, she tilted her head and reached up, only to blush when she felt the source of his snickers. Turning away, she tried to fix her hair, only making it a bit messy. After a few seconds, Naruto moved them to a shady spot. The past year was filled with whispers of a traveling chef and their cart, serving dishes so exquisite they made elite chefs seem like amateurs. Initially, these tales were dismissed as a ploy to boost tourism, a country's attempt to draw in curious foodies. But soon, those initial rumors faded, replaced by new ones that lent credibility to the mystery chef's existence. As weeks turned into months, many pursued the elusive chef, hoping for a taste of their legendary cooking, yet every lead proved to be a dead end. Still, despite the cold trails, the rumors persisted. Udon no Kuni minor roadside. Tou-san. Ka-chan. I smell something yummy. A child's excited voice rang out, met by her parents' soft laughter. It does smell very good, doesn't it, honey? The woman responded with equal enthusiasm, while her husband grinned. It's been a while since we had breakfast, right? Let's grab a bite. He suggested, and they headed toward the roadside, their daughter eagerly leading the way. Upon arrival, they blinked in surprise. A young man, around 14, was wheeling a large cart, with a girl of about 11 humming happily on a specially designed seat behind him. The young man wore a simple uniform, a white cloth wrapped around his forehead like a bandana, revealing hints of golden blonde hair. A sleeveless black tank top showed off his surprisingly muscular and scarred arms, paired with black pants and sandals. A simple white apron completed his outfit. The girl on the seat behind him wore a simple but cute pale pink dress that reached her thighs. A large white sun hat matched her silver hair, which fell to her knees, and her white sandals complemented a red scarf tied securely around her neck. Their daughter, sniffing the air again, grinned and ran toward the cart, surprising the young man. Her parents quickly followed, scolding her for startling the duo. I'm so sorry, our daughter gets a little too excited for her own good, the father said, lightly tapping her head. We were wondering if you were open. We were going to get something to eat and smelled something delicious, which led us here, his wife added. The young man smiled, and the three blinked in surprise when they noticed he wore an eye patch. We're always open for anyone who's hungry, right, Hisako? The blonde asked. The girl smiled, surprising them again when they saw her eyes were bandaged. that's our motto, Naruto," Hisako said as Naruto helped her down. She blushed slightly, wrapping her arms around his. "The name's Naruto, and this is Hisako. Could I know the names of the people I'm serving?" Naruto asked, opening the cart to reveal a built-in table and a few chairs. They smiled and took a seat. The cart was highly customized, large and bulky, yet it unfolded into a sleek, charming open-air kitchen and bar. Patrons could see inside the cart, which held various pots, pans, cabinets, and an icebox for perishable food. With two wheels that locked in place when stationary, it was a unique cart that allowed the pair to cook and move as they pleased. "I'm Ishao, Naruto-san. This is my loving wife, Q, and our daughter Ishao," began, but was interrupted by his daughter's pout. "Emi can introduce herself, Tou-san." "I'm Emi," Emi chirped after scolding her father. Her parents laughed, while Naruto and Hisako smiled at the family. "Nice to meet you three. Now, why don't you all look over today's menu while I grab you some water?" Naruto said, filling 3 glasses with water as they studied the dishes on the blackboard. It all looks good, doesn't it, honey?" Ishao asked. Q smiled, nodding in agreement, while Emi placed a hand under her chin, her face thoughtful. "Emi wants the gyoza," Emi declared excitedly, striking a confident pose. Her parents chuckled wryly, and Naruto and Hisako laughed at her attempt to act grown-up. "1 order of gyoza for the little lady then," Naruto said with a smile. Emi returned it, pink flushing her cheeks at the compliment. "Could I get an order of shumai?" Q asked. Naruto smiled and nodded, jotting it down. Ishao then spoke. "Then I'll have tiba shio, Naruto-san, and a large side of rice, please," Ishao said heartily. The younger man laughed at his enthusiasm. "Coming right up, you three. It should take about 10 to 15 minutes, just relax until then, alright," Naruto said. They smiled, soaking in the atmosphere as the blonde moved to the back, opened a small door, and stepped into the kitchen to begin cooking. As he began taking out ingredients from the fridge, the family observed the other occupant as she entered the kitchen, removing her hat and scarf. They felt a mix of perplexity and nervousness seeing 2 visually impaired individuals preparing their lunch. However, when the heavenly aroma of cooking hit their noses, all concerns vanished. Moving with a grace and fluidity only gained from years in the kitchen, the duo worked in complete sync, leaving the family awestruck. "Hisako, could you hand me the sake and shishimi?" Naruto asked as he chopped ginger, onion, and mushrooms for the shumai. "Here you go, Naruto," Hisako chirped. Naruto took the items, thanked her, and she returned to humming and prepping wrappers for the shumai and gyoza. Lighting a small stove with a match, Naruto began heating oil and water. He quickly finely diced pork with the skill of a seasoned chef, then mixed the minced pork with the chopped vegetables, adding sake, sesame oil, soy sauce, and salt and pepper. Once the mixture was ready, he handed the bowl to Hisako, who smiled and began filling wrappers, pinching them closed before placing them into a bamboo steamer. While she worked, Naruto repeated the dicing process for pork, cabbage, onion, mushroom, garlic, and ginger for the gyoza. He mixed the diced ingredients with the same seasonings as before, thoroughly combining them before handing the bowl back to Hisako. She filled, folded, and pinched the gyoza wrappers closed, then placed them on a plate and handed it back to Naruto, who finished soaking the chicken wings in a bowl of sake. "Alright, why don't you start steaming the shumai, Hisako? I'll take care of the rest," Naruto said. She nodded, placing the bamboo steamer on top of a pan of boiling water as Naruto placed the gyoza in the pan. As the aroma filled the air, the family's stomachs rumbled. Naruto and Hisako laughed, the 2 adults blushing in embarrassment while Emi drooled in anticipation. After 3 minutes, Naruto added a 1/4 cup of water to the pan, covering it to steam. As the gyoza cooked, he removed the wings from the sake, dried them, and generously seasoned them with salt and pepper. Placing them into the pan of heated oil, they immediately sizzled and popped as they began cooking. Finally, after 15 minutes, the 2 started plating the dishes. Naruto opened a basket of freshly cooked rice and placed it into a large bowl, then set the dishes in front of the slightly drooling family. Grabbing a few shallow side bowls, Naruto placed shishimi and a lemon wedge in one for Ishao, while mixing a quick blend of rice vinegar and soy sauce for the shumai and gyoza. "Order complete," the 2 announced. The family applauded, Naruto simply smiling as Hisako blushed at the praise. Uttering a quick itadakimasu, they each picked up a piece of their respective dishes and took a bite. Their eyes widened as an explosion of flavor filled their mouths. Their palates danced in tandem with the attacking flavors, and they all released a contented sigh as they finished their first bites. "This is amazing. How did you 2 make something this good in so little time?" Q asked, clearly amazed that children younger than her had outcooked her. "It tastes like magic. Are you 2 magic?" Emi shouted, taking another bite of her gyoza and shivering with pleasure. The pair smiled at them. "Haha, that's a secret," Naruto said cheerfully as he washed the cooking instruments. Q and Emi pouted slightly, while Ishao simply chuckled. "Can't get a man to divulge his secrets, honey," trust me on this one, Isao said, grinning at Naruto. The younger man smiled back, while Q sighed. So, what are you kids doing out here by yourselves? Don't your parents worry about you? Q asked after a few moments of chewing. The smiles on their faces faltered slightly as the three looked on in curiosity. We actually don't have parents, Q-san. At least not anymore. I was abandoned by mine, and Naruto doesn't have any memories of his past, but it seems like it was the same for him, Hisako said in a slightly somber tone. The eyes of the two adults widened, while Emi looked on with curiosity. Tou-san, Ka-chan. What does abandoned mean? Emi asked. Her parents winced, looking toward the two. Hisako merely smiled, while Naruto offered a small half-smile. It means they didn't want us anymore, Emi-chan, Naruto said softly. Emi's eyes widened as she glanced between the two. Why did their Tou-san and Ka-chan leave them? Nii-chan and Nei-chan are nice, and they made yummy food. Did they do something naughty? Emi asked in a confused tone. Her parents immediately quieted her, tapping her on the head. We're sorry for bringing up such painful memories, Isao said guiltily, bowing his head as Q did the same, gently urging Emi to follow suit. It's quite alright. We've been on our own for a long time, so we're used to it, Hisako said quickly, trying to alleviate their guilt, which only made their shoulders slump further. And we don't need our families. We've got each other, and that's more than enough, Naruto said, placing his hand on her head and ruffling her hair, eliciting a squeak from her. Heh, you two sure are close, aren't you? Isao asked. Naruto smiled brightly, and the family returned it. Collecting their dishes, they paid and parted ways, the family heading back to the village while Naruto and Hisako continued their journey across the elemental nations. As Naruto wheeled the cart, Hisako hummed a happy tune with a smile, and Naruto's face held a small smile, reflecting her joy. Soon, they arrived at one of the largest villages in Udon no Kuni, in Aniwa no Sato. Time skip a few hours later. Udon no Kuni, in Aniwa no Sato. Ah, there are a lot of people here, aren't there, Naruto? Hisako said excitedly, turning her head and listening to the bustling village sounds. Naruto smiled in response to her giddiness. Yeah, there's a lot of people here, Hisako. But we won't be staying for long, we just have to grab some supplies and maybe take a day off to relax before we're back on the road, Naruto said. She beamed at him at the thought of spending a day in another large village. See, could I do the shopping with you this time? She asked in a shy, quiet tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You want to go shopping? But there are so many people, Hisako, I don't think it's a good idea for you to go, Naruto said with concern. Hisako smiled when she heard it. You're always taking care of me, Naruto, and doing everything, like pulling the cart. I just want to help out a little more, she said. Naruto stopped at the side of the street, setting their cart down and locking it in place. Unlike before, when they were on a slightly uneven road, Naruto gently took her hand and helped her down. Once both were grounded, Naruto gave the cart one last check to ensure everything was locked down before taking his backpack and securely placing a sachet with their funds inside. Beside him, Hisako grabbed her bag and placed her purse inside, checking that it was secure. Finally, they turned and smiled at each other as Hisako wrapped her arms around Naruto's, and they headed into the shopping district. Walking into the shopping district, they were met with a myriad of delicious smells as various merchants shouted to attract attention and announce specials and sales. Naruto gently tightened his grip on Hisako's hand when a large group of people approached, reassuring her that he was there. She gave him a thankful smile as they passed. Moving forward, they stopped at various produce stalls. Naruto scanned the bountiful and ripe vegetables in front of him, but before he could choose, Hisako reached out and picked a head of cabbage hidden under a few of its larger cousins. This one is perfect, Naruto, Hisako chirped. Naruto smiled, placing it in their basket as they moved toward the tomatoes and onions. Hisako picked out another seemingly perfectly sized and ripe group of vegetables. Naruto smiled as he let her choose their ingredients for the road. Smiling brightly at being given the okay, Hisako doubled her efforts, to Naruto's amusement. Soon, they had a basket full of produce and headed toward the produce vendor, who smiled at them, rang them up, and they paid for their ingredients before departing for the butcher shop. We got all of this for so cheap, Naruto. We should come here to restock more often, Hisako said, still in slight shock at how low-priced the high-grade ingredients were. Haha, well, that's because the ones you chose were high quality, Hisako. There were a few over and underripe pieces there, but you managed to find the ones that'll last us a few weeks, Naruto said thankfully, his praise causing her to flush with embarrassment and happiness. She giggled, nuzzling her cheek against his arm a bit more, a radiant smile on her face, matched by Naruto's. With their supplies secured, they returned to their cart and saw a group of men trying to remove the wheel locks. Naruto narrowed his eyes and headed toward them as Hisako shrunk slightly, the blonde giving her a reassuring squeeze as they neared. When they arrived, the men stopped what they were doing and gave the two a questioning look before the tallest among them stepped forward. "What can I do for you kids?" he asked jovially. Naruto's brow twitched at the easygoing response. "I wanted to know what you're doing to our cart," Naruto said. The men tensed slightly before relaxing, and a crowd began to gather around them. "Your cart? This is our cart, kiddo. We dropped the keys to the lock, so we're trying to pry it off," the man said as the two behind him nodded in agreement. Naruto sighed in irritation as Hisako raised her head. "Why you lying? That cart is mine and Naruto's," Hisako said in a slightly raised tone, the blonde beside her giving her the strength and confidence to speak up. Shortly after, a small dispute broke out. The men left the cart and crowded around the younger pair as the crowd grew. Soon, the town's law enforcement arrived, looking puzzled at the altercation between the men and the two young people in front of the cart. Sighing, one of the officers made his way through the crowd and stopped in front of the five, who ceased their argument to glance at him. However, the situation turned in favor of the men when one of them smiled and waved at the officer, who returned the wave. "Yo, Tekiya, what's hanging, man?" the tallest of the men said cheerfully, greeting the officer who smiled back. "Hey, Guzu, what seems to be the problem here?" he asked as they turned to the young pair. Hisako shrunk slightly while Naruto narrowed his eyes. "We were trying to unlock our cart when these two kids came up and told us that it's their cart. Weird, huh? They're way too young to be operating a cart," Guzu said as a murmur passed through the crowd, seemingly agreeing with his statement. "I agree completely with you. Kids, saying you own something that isn't yours isn't good," Tekiya said, lecturing the two. The crowd giggled and laughed at them. "Cut the crap and get away from our cart," Naruto said in a cold tone. Everyone in the vicinity shivered upon hearing it. What did you say? Do you know who you're talking to, kid?" Tekiya said indignantly. Naruto simply scoffed in his direction. "Yeah, I do. I'm talking to a corrupt sack of filth. You really in it with these morons," Naruto said in a mirthful and condescending tone. Everyone's eyes widened at his language. "I've had enough of your attitude, you little punk," Tekiya shouted as he moved to grab Naruto, the blonde simply batting his outstretched hand away. "Don't touch me. I'd prefer to keep my uniform free from the touch of a filthy sack of waste," Naruto sneered. Tekiya's face grew red with anger as more and more people arrived to witness the altercation. "I've had it up to here with your attitude, you little shit. Guzu, help me out here," Tekiya shouted as the other men nodded, moving to circle the pair. Narrowing his eye when he felt Hisako tighten her grip in fear of what was about to happen, Naruto squeezed her hand and gently removed himself from her. As he did, one of Guzu's men bum-rushed them. Hisako squeaked, hearing him shout. His mirthful and calm eye now sharpened and cold like a blade, he intercepted the man and drove him headfirst into the ground. A loud thud echoed, and bystanders winced. Seeing a fight break out, the other officers tried to move but were stopped by the chaotic crowd, energized by the erupting fight. "You'll pay for that," the other man shouted, swinging at Naruto's blind side with a smirk on his face. But that smirk vanished when Naruto brought his arm up to block the punch, replaced by a terrified look as Naruto knocked his hand away. Stepping in, he cocked his arm back and slammed his elbow into the man's jaw. A loud popping and cracking sound echoed, drawing a larger cringe from the crowd as the man dropped like a sack of potatoes. Moving to face Guzu and Tekiya once more, he froze as a terrified scream met his ears. His eye widened when he saw Guzu placing a knife against Hisako's throat. "Oi, Guzu, calm down. Why you guys are safe, this kid's the one who's to blame," Tekiya said, trying to calm the frazzled man down. "Don't come any closer. One more step and the little bitch gets it, you hear? Tekiya, tell the little bastard to hand me my key," he roared as the crowd panicked and backed away from the crazed and frazzled man, the other officers finally making it to the center. "Why you heard him, kid, just give him the key and she'll be okay," Tekiya said in an attempt to persuade the blonde. Naruto's visible eye was wide with fear as he reached into his pocket and took out the key. Guzu smirked. "Good, now hand it over, you little shit. Nice and slow, or else the blind bitch gets it," he ordered. Naruto approached the man with his hands raised. The man yelled at him to stop when he made it halfway. "Stop right there, you bastard. Toss it over, you miss, and your little friend here gets a nice facial remodeling," he threatened. Naruto obliged, tossing the key at Guzu's feet as he roughly shoved Hisako toward the panicked blonde. "Ha ha, you still lose, you little shit. Arrest him now, Tekiya, and the bitch too," he shouted. Tekiya tensed, moving toward the two, only to suddenly snap forward as Naruto buried his fist into his abdomen. Naruto comforted Hisako, then brutally attacked the man, shattering his jaw with a spinning heel kick. He shoved the man to the ground and turned his attention to Guzu. Guzu pleaded, "W8. Stop. You'll be arrested if you hurt me," but Naruto silenced him with a broken jaw. Naruto then delivered a heavy blow to Guzu's temple, sending him to the ground. Horrifying everyone, he stomped on Guzu's shoulder, breaking the joint, then proceeded to break both his wrist and elbow, causing the man to scream in agony. Finished, Naruto grabbed Guzu by the leg and threw him away from Hisako and their cart. "Anyone else want to try and take our cart from us?" Naruto growled, his eyes now a ruthless violet, as the crowd quickly dispersed. Before Naruto could threaten anyone else, Hisako embraced him, quietly crying into his chest. He sighed, calming his nerves, and returned her hug, speaking soothing words. As they calmed, officers hesitantly approached, tensing when Naruto met their gaze with a cold glare. Before the situation escalated, a loud voice boomed, "Hold it. Don't you take a step closer to those two." The crowd turned in surprise to see their country's daimyo. "See Shikara-sama. What are you doing here?" An officer shouted in disbelief, shrinking from the daimyo's angered face. "Those two are not to be touched, you hear me? They are important and close friends of mine, and I know for a fact that that's their cart. Those thugs and the corrupt officer are to be arrested and thrown in prison, am I clear?" Shikara declared, his tone stern and angry, a stark contrast to his usual amiable demeanor. Quickly following his order, Shikara moved in front of the two and offered an apologetic smile to Naruto, who returned a small one. Placing the now sleeping Hisako in her expanded, cozy cart bed, Naruto covered her before bowing deeply to Shikara, who reciprocated. "I'm deeply sorry for my atrocious actions, Shikara-sama. But, Naruto apologized, searching for an excuse, but Shikara interrupted. "Don't apologize, Naruto-kun, you did absolutely nothing wrong. They attacked you, held someone important to you hostage, and that damn officer was in league with them. If anything, I should be thanking and apologizing to you," Shikara said as Naruto smiled at the large man, who returned the gesture. "Why don't I take you to a favorite place of mine to eat, my treat? Of course, Fuku is going to be there, so I hope you don't mind," Shikara offered. Naruto smiled, nodding as he unlocked and picked up the cart, double-checking Hisako's safety. As they walked, the crowd giving them a wide berth after witnessing the earlier violence, they talked in a peaceful, amiable atmosphere. The three had a history. Shikara had stumbled upon their stand by accident and instantly loved their cuisine. Despite multiple offers to become his personal chefs, they declined, stating their desire to travel and experience the world. Flashback, a few months ago. "I'll up my previous offer, you too. How about triple the pay and all-you-can-eat access to all the shops in Udon no Kuni?" Shikara offered. Naruto laughed softly, Hisako holding onto him tightly with a small smile. "Thanks for the kind and generous offer, Shikara-sama, but we'll still have to decline. There's just so much we want to do before we find a place to call home," Naruto said. Shikara deflated a bit before brightening, grinning at them. "Ah, I guess you can't come between a man and his dreams," he chuckled, patting Naruto on the shoulder, the blonde's body shaking with each pat. "Ah, well, I suppose I can't sway you two now, huh? Well, I wish you two the absolute best on your journey, and I hope our paths cross once again in the future," he said. Naruto and Hisako smiled at him. As Shikara left for his home, Hisako and Naruto were about to depart when Hisako heard someone trying to get their attention. Startled, she searched for the source, Naruto giving her a concerned look. Before he could ask what was wrong, she took tentative steps closer to the voices. Naruto moved beside her defensively, his eyes narrow and sharp. When a large woman peeked her head out and gestured for them to follow, they exchanged glances. Naruto stepped forward. "Who are you?" he asked in a calm but sharp tone. The woman flinched, then sighed, and stepped out. "I'm Fuku, and I'm the daughter of the daimyo of a neighboring country." The two flinched, Naruto quickly bowing deeply, causing Fuku to blush. "Please forgive my impudent and unacceptable behavior, Fuku-sama. I didn't know who I was talking to." Naruto apologized as Hisako mimicked him, Fuku blushing more as they remained bowed. Hey, stop that right now. I know I'm like a princess and everything, but I need your help," Fuku said. The two looked up in confusion, Fuku sighing in relief when they stopped bowing. "Why don't I take you two to my favorite sweet shop so we can talk about what I need help with," she suggested. Hisako stiffened, a minuscule trail of drool escaping her lips as Naruto laughed softly, the silverette blushing as Fuku soon joined the laugh. Arriving at the sweet shop, Fuku ordered Hisako to help herself, stating that girls needed to be there for each other. Getting a large plate of sweets, the two sighed in contentment after their first bites, then ate with added gusto. Naruto watched in a mix of amazement and bewilderment as they made short work of the sweets. Wiping their mouths with the elegance befitting princesses, they ignored the fact that they had devoured nearly 10,000 ryo worth of sweets by themselves. "Wow," Naruto said in an amazed and stunned tone. Hisako blushed deeply while Fuku just laughed. "Don't you know, Naruto-kun? Women everywhere have a separate space in their stomachs for sweets alone. Isn't that right, Hisako-chan?" Fuku said as Hisako's blush deepened, though she let a small smile grace her features as she nodded. "Now that we've broken the ice, I was wondering if I could ask the two of you for some help concerning Shikara," Fuku said in a serious tone. Hisako and Naruto flinched upon hearing her change in tone. "I want you two to help me win over Shikara's heart," she said, the tense atmosphere dissolving as they processed her request. Huh, Naruto said as Hisako giggled at his answer before Fuku joined in as well. After that, they had a briefing about the situation. Fuku had been arranged to marry Shikara, who still hadn't met her over the course of their month-long engagement. Showing them a picture of herself when she was slimmer, she stated that she had started eating out of stress and was afraid of Shikara rejecting her because of the weight she had gained. Hisako frowned when she saw Fuku starting to tear up, lamenting that no man wanted to date someone as large and unattractive as herself. Hisako reached out and gently held Fuku's hand, surprising the older woman. That's not true, Fuku-sama. Being in love with someone doesn't have to do with how you look, how wealthy you are, or problems that you have. Being in love has to do with how much you care for that person and how much they care for you. Why you shouldn't worry about how you look, Fuku-sama, because I think you look beautiful, Hisako said in a quiet yet confident tone. Fuku's eyes widened before tears streamed from them. A beautiful smile gracing her features, she leaned in and gently wrapped the younger girl in a warm, thankful hug. Hisako squeaked a bit at the sudden action but returned it fully when she felt the tears streaming down Fuku's face. Watching the scene with a smile on his face, Naruto was glad to see that Hisako had found someone else she trusted enough to actually touch. I don't think you have to worry about how you look with Shikara-sama, Fuku-sama, Naruto said as the two glanced in his direction, a bit of confusion on their features. What do you mean, Naruto-san? Hisako asked in a quiet tone, voicing the question in both their minds. Well, let's just say I think Shikara-sama has a penchant for more wholesome women, he said. The two looked at him for a few seconds before Fuku's face lit up hearing the detail. What? Really? Why Yuri not lying, are you? How do you know? Fuku asked, firing off a volley of questions. Naruto sighed in return. Let's just say Shikara-sama and I had a man-to-man talk and leave it at that. Naruto said as he turned away from the two, a pink blush tinging his cheek as Fuku started laughing, which only added to the color. Oh my, then I really don't have to worry, do I? Fuku said in a happy and grateful tone. Naruto simply nodded in confirmation as his cheeks returned to their normal hues. I know it may be rather sudden, but let's go meet Shikara-sama now, Fuku-sama, Naruto asked. Fuku flinched, hesitating before steeling her nerves as she nodded. I agree. Let's go, you two, Fuku said as she stood tall and firm. Hisako smiled a little more brightly than usual at her as Naruto smiled at Hisako. Paying for the sweets, they headed out of the building. Naruto and Hisako led her, Fuku walking toward Shikara's home with her head held high as many marveled at both her appearance and her poise, in awe at how she carried herself with such confidence. When they arrived, Naruto felt Hisako grip him a little tighter before he patted her head reassuringly before knocking on the door. When Shikara opened it, he was a little surprised to see Naruto and Hisako, thinking they came to take him up on his offer, but froze when he spotted the blonde beauty standing behind them. Shikara-sama, I'd like to introduce you to your fiancé, Fuku-sama, Naruto said in a cordial and professional tone, surprising the three with how different he sounded. Wow. Why you read beautiful, Fuku-chan, even more so than the photo you sent me. Shikara said as Fuku flushed, embarrassed that he thought she was beautiful even with her added weight. Thank you, Shikara-kun, you're also much more handsome than in the photo you delivered to me, she said in a bashful tone before smiling brightly at him, which he returned. Inviting them into his home, they all got to know each other much better. Fuku and Shikara became enraged when they learned of their pasts and the encounters they had while on the road. Then they became saddened and understanding when they learned that Hisako was very anthropophobic due to her past experiences with people. Smiling at the girl, Fuku and Shikara promised never to betray or turn on her, for she was now important to them, as was Naruto. Finally, after a few hours spent laughing and enjoying each other's company, they parted ways. Shikara bid the two farewell, patting Naruto on the back for being a great friend while gently shaking Hisako's hand. When Fuku bid them farewell, she kissed Naruto on the cheek, startling him as Hisako squeaked a bit when she heard it. But Hisako's sadness was removed when Fuku wrapped her in a warm hug, the young girl flushing deeply. And thank you, Hisako-chan, for everything. No matter what anyone says, I think you look absolutely beautiful, Fuku said as Hisako gasped a little in shock as Shikara and Naruto laughed and agreed with her, to Hisako's embarrassment and joy. Fuku-sama is right, Hisako-san, you are very beautiful, Naruto said with an easygoing smile as he headed outside to ready the cart, steam leaving the poor girl's crimson face. And you're also very lucky to have someone like Naruto-kun who cares and loves you. Just be sure to tell him how you feel before someone else snatches him up, okay? Fuku said as Hisako squeaked in response, her face turning even more crimson at the accusation. I don't like Naruto-san like that, she denied as the two adults laughed at her denial, knowing full well how she felt about the blonde. You be careful out there, okay? Don't hesitate to come back here if you two need anything, okay? Shikara said as Hisako gave them a small but brilliant smile, the two returning it fully. Finally, they parted ways as the couple saw the pair off, wishing for their good health and fortune. Flashback end. How are you two, Naruto? Doing well, I hope, Shikara said with a grin. Naruto smiled, nodding. We're doing very well, Shikara-sama. We've met a lot of people on our travels and have been to many different places. How are you and Fuku-sama doing? He asked as Shikara grinned. Thanks to you too, we're happier than any couple could be, he answered as Naruto smiled at him, the two continuing to make light talk until they stopped in front of a very familiar sweet shop. Fuku, I'm here. Sorry about the wait, honey, Shikara called out. The sound of the door slamming open caused the two males to wince, knowing nothing was more dangerous than an angered woman. There you are. Do you know how long I was waiting for you? Why, I should dash. She stopped mid-ramble when she caught sight of a familiar cart and blonde. Naruto-kun. Oh my, is that really you? You've gotten so big, Fuku exclaimed as she wrapped the blonde in a hug, Shikara chuckling. Their commotion caused a low groan from the cart. Naruto, where are you? Hisako called out in a sleepy tone as Fuku froze, her eyes widening before a brilliant smile appeared when Hisako's sleepy face became visible. Hisako-chan, Fuku called out happily, startling the sleepy girl awake as she looked around. Fuku-sama? Is that you? She asked as Fuku grinned, the young girl slowly getting out of the cart. Once again, they were all reunited as they exchanged stories about their travels, Fuku and Hisako happy to catch up. While they happily exchanged stories, Shikara managed to drag Naruto into a man's conversation about his conquests on their journey, prompting Fuku to smack him on the back of the head while Hisako turned and scanned Naruto for any hint of a lie as he denied doing anything to the women and other girls they met. As evening arrived, they decided it was time to part. Fuku bid Hisako a tearful farewell as Shikara asked them where they were heading next. We were thinking of heading to Oni no Kuni next. I've been hearing that there are some exotic ingredients that can only be found there, Naruto said as Fuku and Shikara blanched at his answer. And Naruto, you can't possibly go there. It's extremely dangerous, Shikara said as the younger pair flinched at his outburst. I agree, you two can't go there. Haven't you heard the rumors about that place? Fuku asked as they both shook their heads. Then you haven't heard that there's a certain place in Oni no Kuni that supposedly holds a sealed demon. A demon that is said to have the power to engulf the world in darkness. It's so powerful, Shikara said as Hisako shrunk slightly, Naruto holding her gently. It's not only that, the locals call the demon a relic of the past. A monster that's supposed to be extinct from the world, they say it's a dragon or something, Fuku said as Naruto flinched, his head throbbing as he winced, clutching it as they looked at him in confusion and concern. Naruto, are you okay? Shikara asked as he aided Hisako in helping the boy to a table before giving him a glass of water. I am fine, just felt a headache come on all of a sudden, Naruto answered as he held his head, Fuku asking the shopkeeper for some headache relief medicine. Dragon? Those are just fairy tales people tell their kids to put them to sleep, there's no way they're real, Naruto thought as he gratefully took the medicine from Fuku, downing it with a large gulp of water. Thanks, but I'm all right now, you guys, Naruto said, running his hands through Hisako's hair as she continued to hold onto him tightly. Well, I think we should get going. Oni no Kuni is known for its irregular weather patterns, so the sooner we're able to find a town there, the better, Naruto said as the two adults sighed in defeat. Leaving the shop, they all exchanged goodbyes as Fuku and Shikara demanded that they be safe on their journey. Fuku gave them an envelope of money and Shikara did the same. They were about to refuse it, but when they said it was for their birthdays, they eventually relented and accepted the gifts. Turning once more to wave at them, they all smiled at each other before Naruto and Hisako finally left town. Naruto, are you sure you're okay? I don't want you pulling the cart if you're not feeling well, Hisako said from her spot. Naruto simply turned and smiled at her concerns. Don't worry about me, Hisako, I'm a chef, remember, Naruto said in a mirthful tone. Hisako frowned slightly at his answer. I'm being serious, Naruto, I do worry about you. You're always doing things for me and I can't do anything for you, Hisako said in a self-loathing tone. Naruto frowned, stopping the cart and moving to meet her. Hey, what did I say about talking about yourself that way? He asked in a gentle yet stern tone. Hisako looked down as she began to fidget. To not talk about myself like I'm a burden, she answered as Naruto nodded, taking her hands in his as she flushed at the action. You're not and never will be a burden, Hisako. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you, you know, Naruto said as she nodded softly, squeezing his hands softly. I just feel like I'm slowing you down sometimes, she said as Naruto shook his head, squeezing her hands back. No matter what anyone says, you're not slowing me down and you never will. Now come on, where's that smile? He asked as she flushed once more, lifting her head slightly as a small and shy smile graced her features, Naruto smiling broadly in return. There it is, he said as he laughed. Hisako pouted a bit before laughing softly herself. Thank you, Naruto, for everything, she said in a tone of genuine thanks. Naruto smiled at her, leaning forward and resting his forehead on hers. Hey, we've only got each other, remember? No matter what, I'll never abandon you, Naruto said as Hisako flinched before smiling back, flushing a bit when she felt how close their faces were. "I'll never abandon you either, Naruto," Hisako said with a smile on her face as Naruto returned it. Once Hisako was smiling again, Naruto picked the cart back up and proceeded on their way to Oenai no Kuni. Time skip, a week later. Scene change, Oenai no Kuni, unknown road. During their journey into and through Oenai no Kuni, Hisako and Naruto began to see that, despite its ominous name, it had a beautiful landscape. While a large range of mountains lay far before them, everything from their position to the mountain range was lush green pastures and crystal blue lakes. Smiling as he took in the scenery, he turned and saw that Hisako had a smile on her face as she enjoyed the wind caressing her face. Turning his attention back forward, he saw the path diverge into two trails, one heading deeper into the forests to their right while the other connected to the mountains on their left. Hisako, where do you want to go? The forests or the mountains? Naruto asked as Hisako tilted her head a little in thought. How about the mountains? It would be a change of scenery, right? She suggested as Naruto nodded, pulling the cart to the right. So what do you think of Oenai no Kuni so far, Hisako? Naruto asked as she smiled at the question. I think it's wonderful. The air is so clean and I bet the sights are amazing, she said as Naruto laughed, nodding his head in agreement. It's truly lovely here, I agree, he said. I'm surprised we've only encountered 2 villages since arriving. Hisako found it equally odd, given the country's beauty. A few hours later. As they neared the mountain range, the vibrant green pastures gradually transitioned to a mix of gray and green. Though initially concerned, their worries eased upon seeing the well-maintained and safe path ahead, not the eroded, dangerous one they'd anticipated. Naruto, relieved, adjusted his grip and confidently ascended the mountain, while Hisako let the wind play through her hair. Upon reaching a wide, open area overlooking the forest, Naruto stopped the cart and helped Hisako dismount. She hummed happily, exploring the surroundings, and Naruto smiled at her delight. He then opened the cart to prepare lunch. Hisako's stomach grumbled loudly, making her flush deeply, which amused Naruto. Don't worry, Hisako, I think it's cute, Naruto said, attempting to reassure her, but only making her hide her face in her hands in further embarrassment. You. She whined, her stomach rumbling again. She flushed even deeper, hearing Naruto snicker from the kitchen. Apologizing for teasing her, Naruto quickly prepared a simple meal, steamed fish they'd caught earlier, served on a bed of rice with a side of gyoza. He placed their usual soy and rice vinegar dipping sauce between them. Both uttered a quick itadakamesu before digging in, sighing in contentment as the food touched their palates. It's delicious as usual, Naruto, Hisako chirped. Naruto smiled at her, swallowing his mouthful before responding. My gyoza still isn't as good as yours, Hisako. You still won't tell me the recipe for the wrapper flour, Naruto teased. She beamed at him, and he laughed in return as they enjoyed each other's company. When Hisako offered to wash the dishes, Naruto thanked her. He then observed the expansive, beautiful forest before his gaze shifted to the mountain range, and his eyes widened. Rubbing his eye to clear any irritation, he stared in a mix of curiosity and fear at strange black and purple wisps rolling down parts of the mountain, with small clouds of the substance in a few places. Concerned, he glanced at the map and sighed in relief when he saw a bridge separating each mountain. Naruto, I'm finished. Are we staying here a little longer? Hisako asked, drying her hands. Naruto shook his head, trying to dispel his fear. I think we should get a move on, Hisako. The faster we find another village, the faster we can restock, right? He asked. She smiled and nodded in agreement. He broke down the open cart, secured its locks, and helped Hisako back into her seat before continuing their ascent. Hisako's cheerful humming distracted him from his worries about the strange substance on the mountains. As they rounded a corner, Hisako cried out when a snarling mountain lion dropped in front of them. What the hell? Naruto shouted, observing the mountain lion shrouded in an aura similar to what he'd seen on the mountains. It roared and lunged, sinking its fangs into his shoulder. Naruto cried out in pain, and Hisako screamed in terror. Naruto narrowed his eye and cocked his arm back. As the big cat's grip loosened slightly, he lashed out, connecting a brutal punch to its side. A snapping sound echoed, and the creature roared in pain, releasing Naruto. It sprang away, snarling, its eyes a corrupted red with a purple hue. Grunting, Naruto took a protective stance in front of the terrified Hisako. The big cat lunged again, but this time Naruto intercepted it. Avoiding its jaws aimed for his neck, Naruto pulled his head aside and slammed a knife-shaped hand into the big cat's throat with brutal force. The strangled sound of its partially crushed throat alerted him. Naruto grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and threw it off the side of the path. Its strangled snarling faded, followed by a low thud. Sighing with relief that the ordeal was over, he sat down as a crying and concerned Hisako latched onto him. I'm fine, Hisako, it's just a little bite. I'll be back to normal once I apply some salve, he said, but she continued to cry into his back, refusing to let him go as he tried to hold her hands. I'm not gonna die, Hisako, I'm not leaving you alone, he reassured her, eventually calming her enough for her to detach herself. Promise, she asked tearfully. His heart ached at the desperation and worry in her voice. I promise, he said, embracing her with his good arm. Hisako melted into his embrace, and they stayed that way for a few seconds. Could you help apply the salve, Hisako? I don't think I can reach a part of the bite wound, Naruto asked. She nodded, moving to the cart to fetch the salve, humming a sad and slightly panicked tune. After his wound was disinfected and treated with healing salve, Hisako helped bandage it. Despite her protests, he picked her up and placed her back in her seat before continuing to wheel the cart. Hisako, exhausted from the traumatic event, had fallen asleep. Naruto glanced down by chance and saw that the bandages now glowed with the same strange black and purple aura he'd seen on the mountain lion and other mountains. What? He whispered, disbelief in his eyes as the aura lingered for a while before fading. He grew concerned about the wound. We need to find a village soon, he whispered, glancing at the evening sun. An hour later. Tenge no Sato village entrance. Finally arriving near the mountain's peak, Naruto gazed in awe at the village before him. Like something from a dream, it was connected to his position by a well-maintained but old rock bridge. Clouds obscured the area below, rolling across the village like a visible wind. From his vantage point, he could see large rock spires behind the village and a windmill turning slowly with the wind. Taking a deep breath, he began wheeling the cart towards the village. A sound of surprise escaped him when he saw a few people giving him curious looks before waving happily, and he smiled and waved back. When he reached the village steps, he stopped the cart and entered. He was a little surprised by how friendly the people were, greeting him like an old friend. In the village center, an elderly man approached him. A few girls around the village giggled and blushed, taking in his features. His blonde hair and navy eyes were a stark contrast to their black locks and dark eyes. When the elder stood before him, Naruto bowed, but the elder laughed, stopping him. Haha, easy there, child. There's no need to show such respect for someone as ancient as myself, he said jovially. Naruto smiled as he straightened to face the elder. I apologize for the sudden intrusion into your village, Jochu-sama, but my companion and I heard there was a village in the heavens and got excited, Naruto said. The elder smiled. Well, I guess you're in the correct place, child. And please, call me Ninku. Calling me Jochu-sama makes me feel more ancient than I already am, Ninku said. Naruto laughed, and the elderly man grinned and chuckled along with him. Hisako soon awoke, and Naruto helped her introduce herself to the village. She began talking with others her age. Smiling when he saw her interacting with the other children with much more ease than before, he turned to Ninku when he heard the elderly man call for him. Making his way over, Naruto flinched a little when he saw the look in Ninku's eyes, a look that pierced through all possible lies, revealing only the truth. Naruto-chan, if I may, could I ask about that wound on your shoulder? Ninku asked. Naruto flinched, reaching for it with a small frown. When we were ascending the mountain, we were attacked by a mountain lion. But there was something wrong about this one. We've never been attacked by a mountain lion before, even the ones at the base of the mountain were friendly and docile, but this one was vicious and much stronger than any I've seen, Naruto explained. Ninku sighed, looking at Naruto with a guilty and saddened expression. Naruto-chan, please, come with me, Ninku requested. The blonde nodded, sensing no ill intent from the elderly man. Tenge no Sato, village outskirts. Naruto-chan, have you ever heard of the virus? Ninku asked. Naruto gave him a puzzled look. The virus? Like a cold or infection? Naruto asked. Ninku shook his head. No, Naruto-chan, it has no name. It has been called the virus for as long as the heavens resided above the earth, Ninku began. Naruto listened intently, greatly interested in what the elder had to say. From the time of our ancestors, even before when the heavens were still young, the virus has plagued these mountains. It is not simply a disease that can be cured, it is something much more corrupt and evil. The virus is what caused that beast to attack you, wasn't it different in appearance? Ninku explained. Naruto nodded, remembering the big cat's appearance. Yeah, it was covered in a blackish purple aura, and its eyes had a red glow, Naruto answered. Ninku nodded. That, Naruto-chan, was the work of the virus. It corrupts everything it touches, Ninku said. Naruto slowly processed the information before his eyes widened. Wait, does that mean that He trailed off. Ninku nodded sadly. You've noticed it as well, haven't you, Naruto-chan? The virus is already incubating inside of you, he said. Naruto's eyes widened. He ripped away the bandages, gasping. In place of unmarred, healed flesh was flesh with a blackish purple tint, like a nasty, festering bruise. Shakily raising his hand, he touched it and dropped to his knees as unimaginable pain exploded from the area. Naruto gritted his teeth to prevent himself from shouting. As it began to spread, the pain suddenly dulled before fading away. Cracking his eye open, he saw Ninku's hands covered in a green glow, placed over his shoulder. I'm sorry, Naruto-chan, I should have warned you not to irritate the infected area, Ninku said guiltily. Naruto shook his head. And no, it's my fault, Ninku-sama. I should have known better than to touch it, Naruto said, wincing as he moved his shoulder. Is there anything I can do to get rid of it, Ninku-sama? I don't want to leave Hisako alone, Naruto asked the elder, who looked at him with pity and sympathy. I do not know, Naruto-chan. For generations, our village has been free from the grip of the virus, he said. Naruto's head dropped, and he clenched his fists tightly in frustration. Damn it! If only I dodged that cat, he growled in anger, pounding the ground before Ninku stopped him. Naruto-chan, please calm down. Negative emotions like anger and rage only serve to fuel the spread of the virus, Ninku explained. The blonde's eyes widened. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly calmed himself down. Ninku led them to a pristine, crystal-clear lake teeming with life. Sitting by the water's edge, Naruto and Ninku remained silent. The elderly man gave him a concerned look, while Naruto stared blankly into space. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he sighed. So, there's no cure, huh, Ninku-sama? Naruto asked in an empty tone. The elderly man patted him on the back. I'm sorry, Naruto-chan, there is not one that I have heard of, he answered. Naruto nodded sadly, a few tears falling down his face as Ninku's eyes widened. Naruto-chan, why are you crying? It will be many years until the virus finishes incubating, at least 20 years, he said, attempting to halt his tears. I couldn't care less about myself, Ninku-sama. I just don't know what to tell Hisako, he said in a low tone. Ninku blinked in surprise before a sad smile appeared on his face. You really care for her, don't you, Naruto-chan? He asked. Naruto looked at him with a happy smile despite his tears. I love her more than life itself, Ninku-sama. If she's not around, life isn't worth living, he said. Ninku smiled softly, understanding his meaning. Naruto-chan, while there is no cure, perhaps a certain place will have some knowledge about delaying the spread of the virus, Ninku said. Naruto looked at him hopefully. It is forbidden for anyone, insider or outsider, to venture there, but beyond this mountain is a certain area. It is not forbidden because of something valuable, but because of what was said to have been sealed there, Ninku explained. Naruto listened intently. What is sealed inside was said to have been a bringer of death and destruction. It is the origin of the virus and perhaps the key to understanding and finding a way to delay its spread, he continued. Naruto froze, Shikara and Fuku's words echoing in his mind. Ninku-sama. That thing sealed away, it couldn't be, could it? He asked in a terrified and shaky tone. Ninku seemed to understand his words and nodded. That's correct, Naruto-chan. What is sealed inside isn't something that belongs in this world. What's sealed inside is a dragon, he said. Naruto's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. So they are real, he asked. Ninku nodded in confirmation. Our village was said to have been home to a very select few who had formed contracts with them. Unbelievable as it may sound, according to the legends, it is as true as the heaven and earth themselves, Ninku explained. Naruto nodded his head shakily. So, Naruto-chan, what is your answer? Knowing that an evil greater than anything in this world is sealed away there, will you go in search of an answer? Ninku asked. Naruto stared at him, unease swimming in his eyes. He began, fear coursing through his veins as he processed the information that it could erase all life it touched. He repeated, snapping his eyes shut as he struggled for an answer to Ninku's question. It is only natural to feel fear, Naruto, a voice echoed in the recesses of Naruto's mind. His eyes widened when he heard it. To feel fear, it only means that you are alive and aware of your own power, it continued. Naruto strained to remember whose voice it was. Do I feel fear? Of course I feel fear. Those who do not feel fear are only denying themselves of their most basic instinct. To know fear is to know why you are weak. And to know why you are weak is to know how to become stronger. So, embrace your fears and become a predator unlike any other. The voice finished. Naruto grimaced, a hazy image of something coming and fading before he felt Ninku gently shaking his shoulder. Naruto-chan. Naruto-chan, are you okay? He asked worriedly. Naruto took a deep breath before nodding. Ninku-sama, I want to go there. Even if I don't find an answer there, I will have at least tried, he said confidently. Ninku blinked in surprise before smiling and nodding. Is that so? Then, let us prepare for your journey, Ninku said, leading him back to the village. Unknown location. Ru-or. A demonic roar echoed from the depths of a pitch-black chamber, the contaminated air a hazy black and purple as the glint of black, purple, and a brilliant gold flashed before being consumed by the darkness once more. Back in Tenge no Sato, Ninku instructed Naruto to say his goodbyes to Hisako, stating she couldn't accompany him. Naruto was about to protest, but the words died in his throat when Ninku asked if he wanted her to be susceptible to the virus. That alone halted all his protests. Naruto nodded softly as Ninku patted his shoulder knowingly. Watching Ninku head into the council building, Naruto took a deep breath before making his way to Hisako. The children playing with her paused for a few seconds before smiling at him, and the blonde smiled back. Hisako Nichan, your boyfriend is here, a younger girl called out. Hisako flinched and flushed at the statement. "And Naruto isn't my boyfriend," Hisako said in an embarrassed tone, the other children laughing at her expression. "Hey, Hisako, could I talk to you? It's about something important," Naruto said in an unusually serious tone, getting her attention and that of the children gathered around. Sure," Hisako said worriedly as the children, sensing it wasn't their place, left them alone. Taking her gently by the hand, he led her back to their cart. Taking a deep and slightly shaky breath, he caused the Silverette's own breath to hitch when she sensed how nervous and stressed he was. She reached out and took his hand. Blinking a little in surprise, Naruto let a small smile appear on his face as he squeezed her hand gently. Feeling the tension leave his body, Hisako lifted her head and faced him as Naruto took one last breath to prepare himself. "Hisako, do you remember that mountain lion that attacked us? The one that bit me?" he asked, feeling her squeeze his hands tighter, a silent confirmation that she did. Calming her down, he told her what Ninku had told him. Going over what was different and wrong with the mountain lion, why it was so aggressive, and why it attacked them, he had to steel himself when he saw her lower her head. When he mentioned that he wouldn't live past his prime, she choked out a sob, her bandages becoming stained with tears as Naruto held her. Giving her a few moments to cry into his chest, he continued his story, stating that Ninku had told him of a possible way to rid himself of the virus or at least delay it until his death. When he started to explain that he wouldn't be part of this world for long, Hisako stopped him mid-explanation. Sighing softly, he knew why she stopped him as her sobs increased in volume. Wrapping her tightly in a hug, he held her close and opted to just tell her that he would be leaving for a few days. When she heard him, she looked up at him in a mix of fear, concern, and disbelief. But before she could voice her concerns, he leaned down and connected his forehead with hers. Staying in that position for a few seconds, Hisako eventually surrendered to his will, choosing to trust him and his judgment. Please, Naruto, promise me that you'll come back, that you won't leave me behind, that I won't be alone again," Hisako whimpered. Naruto felt his heart bleed at the desperation and sorrow thick in her voice. "I promise, Hisako. You know that I can't let you be alone," he said in a calm and soothing tone. Hisako nodded softly as she squeezed him tighter. After spending a few more minutes in each other's comforting embrace, Naruto and Hisako eventually parted. Leading her arm in arm, they made their way to the center of the village where the villagers were waiting. Ninku had already explained the situation and what was going on with the blonde. Many gave him slightly tense looks, but they softened considerably when Ninku explained his desire to find a way to delay the virus to spend more time with Hisako. Once the situation was fully explained, a family of one of the girls Hisako had bonded with offered to host her. Finally, after saying he'd be gone for no more than a few days, a week at most, Naruto packed a backpack full of supplies before he was ready to leave the village. "Naruto-chan, be safe, you hear? If things get dangerous, just come right back," Ninku said, giving the young man a stern look. The blonde nodded in return. Receiving more words of safe return and supplies from the other villagers, he thanked them one by one for their kindness and generosity. Giving a few of the children, who had declared him an older brother figure, a brief but warm hug, he finally turned to face the last person to bid farewell. Standing there, trembling heavily, was Hisako, doing everything in her power to avoid sobbing in front of him. His eyes softened greatly. He moved slowly towards her before she collided her body with his. A bit surprised by her sudden and forceful action, he quickly wrapped her up in a warm and comforting embrace. Scene change, Konoha Uzumaki Namikaze Estate. Kushina, with eyes red and puffy from endless tears, repeatedly went through Naruto's photo album. Nearly 3 months of grieving hadn't helped the redhead come to terms with her oldest son's death. She was the only one in the village still unable to accept it, despite Minato's urging that Naruto wouldn't want her to grieve so profoundly. His words caused a rift between them, with Kushina believing Minato had forgotten Naruto and wanted her to do the same. Of course, he only wanted her to overcome her grief and move on, but her judgment was clouded by sorrow, and her emotions dictated her actions. "Kushina, are you okay?" Minato softly called, knocking on the door as she sniffled again. After their initial fight, Kushina had moved into Naruto's old room. Though bare, she found comfort in the lingering warmth of her son. She pinned his few smiling photos on the wall, transforming the room into a haven to preserve his memory. Now, however, her husband seemed to threaten this sanctuary. "What do you need, Minato?" she asked in a quiet but firm tone. Minato's eyes softened as he stepped inside. Her resolve wavered seeing his concern, but hardened remembering his purpose. Taking a shaky breath, she turned away, avoiding his worried cerulean eyes. She tensed as he approached, then felt his arms wrap around her in a warm embrace. His warmth and concern radiated like a miniature sun, and her bottom lip quivered as she snapped her eyes shut to stop impending tears. "Kushi-chan, it's been exactly 3 months today, you know," he whispered into her ear, giving her another squeeze and a kiss on the cheek. "He wouldn't want you grieving for this long." I can't, Mina-kun," she whimpered, tears streaming down her face as Minato's own began to fall. I'm afraid, if I stop, I'll forget him, and my Naruto-chan will leave me forever. Naruto will never leave any of us, Kushina, he whispered, he'll always be with us in our hearts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you think I wanted you to forget him. Kushina turned, burying her face in his chest as he held her close. Sitting together, their hearts open and free from lingering deceit, they basked in each other's comfort and warmth. The past 3 months had been filled with senseless violence and arguments, nearly tearing their fragile family apart. Minato tightened his hold, obliging her wordless request for more warmth. Outside the door, Mito, Narumi, and Menma struggled to hold back tears. Narumi and Menma had failed, while Mito quickly wiped hers away. They weren't the only ones peeking. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya also watched the tender scene with tears in their eyes. Tsunade and Jiraiya openly cried, blowing their noses with tissues. Orochimaru, more reserved, watched the bittersweet scene silently, tears falling from his stoic face. Later that night, for the first time in 3 months, the entire family had dinner together. Smiles and laughter filled their home, and they enjoyed a night filled with love and companionship. Flashback end. Their family has been much stronger since then. Mito, Menma, and Narumi have all honed their skills significantly and are now officially apprentices to Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, respectively. But it wasn't just them and their family that changed. Narumi made a shocking revelation to the village, announcing her disinterest in men and crushing many admirers when she and Hinata became a public couple. Initially, this sparked outrage, with many claiming it was a ploy for attention or to deter suitors. However, an enraged Kushina, Minato, Hayashi, and Haruka fiercely defended their daughter's decision. Though negative opinions persisted, they ignored opposition, focusing on the positive support from their trusted and loved family, along with each other. Menma finally gained the courage to ask Ayame on a date, only to find she preferred older men. After a week of intensive training with Jiraiya and his father, he was out of his depressive slump. During this time, Menma met Haku and began to fall for the raven-haired girl. Initially, it was her beauty, but when Menma ended up in the hospital after an accident with Mito and Narumi, he fell for her kindness and attentiveness to patients. However, like many before him, Menma soon learned why she was called the Ice Princess, and it wasn't just her Kekii Genkai. She shot him down seconds after he opened his mouth, saying she wasn't looking for a relationship anytime soon. However, the blonde wasn't deterred, telling her he would be the one to melt the ice around her heart. He didn't expect the sad smile that appeared in response. Flashback, 5 months ago. Scene change, Kanaha Hospital, waiting room. Haku-chan, are you sure you don't want to go out? I know I'm annoying, but I just want to get to know you better. Menma asked, the raven-haired beauty sighing in annoyance while other employees gave the blonde knowing looks. I've told you before, Menma-san, I simply have no interest in a relationship, Haku said, and Menma visibly deflated. Haku-chan, if you'd let me. I want to thaw the ice around your heart, to show you what love is. And I'm not talking about family or friend love. Menma declared, making a few girls in the waiting room blush and giggle. I'm sorry, Menma-san, but someone has already done that for me, Haku said with a sad smile. Menma instantly froze, as did everyone else nearby. I am sorry, Haku-chan. I didn't know. Could I ask who it was, he stammered, the others in the room also intensely curious. A fond smile graced her face as her mind drifted to happier times with the man of her dreams, golden blonde hair blowing in the wind, a gentle and handsome smile, and warm, mirthful navy blue eyes. A tear fell, stunning everyone. She wiped it away, then took a breath to ease her aching heart. Looking back at the blonde before her, she saw he lacked the warmth of the blonde she loved. To be honest, no one she had met since his passing had even a fraction of his warmth. I'm sorry, Menma-san, but I'd prefer not to talk about him. My heart still aches when I do, Haku said softly, then bowed and excused herself, returning to her patient's wing. Flashback end. After that encounter, Menma significantly toned down his flirting attempts. However, he hadn't given up on her, hoping she would one day accept an invitation for lunch or dinner. Mito, the final Uzumaki Namikaze child, showed no interest in romance, much like her mentor. She devoted all her time and energy to training or cooking, a skill she learned from her older brother. When not training or cooking, she often spent time with Satsuki, Yakumo, and Haku. The four bonded closely after their beloved blonde's death. Whether shopping, having lunch, or just catching up, these four formed an exclusive and elusive group of young women, dubbed untouchable for their numerous rejections. Mito always made time for her family. With her improved culinary skills, she often cooked at home, much to Kushina's impressed gratitude. She frequently joined her other godparents in training, learned politics from her father, and trained and talked with her siblings. Her mission was to ensure that nothing as tragic as losing her older brother ever happened again, reflected in her dedication to protecting them and the rest of her family. Most other graduating ninja were less affected by the blonde's passing, having had little to no interaction with him. Suzuki was the most affected. The raven-haired youth considered the blonde a rival, an obstacle to surpass and hopefully fight. After his passing, however, Suzuki and Menma became closer friends. Yakumo and Satsuki grew much closer after their teammate's death. They are now among the top kunoichi and ninja of their generation. Anko ensured they were prepared for anything. This was evident during a mission gone wrong when their team was separated and ambushed during an escort mission. Initially, panic set in, but they quickly recovered, completing the mission without major injuries or incidents. Individually, both made shinin at the last exams in Suna. Meeting in the finals, they fought to a draw before the referee stopped them from further harm. Once promoted, they were paired with Haku, with Anko remaining their leader. The newly formed Team 12 was always efficient with their time and training, becoming one of Konoha's top teams, all for the one they loved. Haku had also asked to apprentice under Tsunade but was rejected because Narumi was already her apprentice. However, when Haku stated she simply wanted to further her knowledge of Iryo ninjutsu, she was placed under Shizun as an apprentice. Things were tense at first due to their unfamiliarity, but soon, they became close friends, and even closer when they shared stories about the blonde they loved. Having come to terms with his death, they found comfort in someone else who also wasn't interested in romance. As for Zabuza and Anko, they married a few months ago, surprising some but largely unsurprising to the public who knew how close they were. When they first announced it, Haku and Korone both fainted, unable to process their closest person taking such a huge step. The wedding was simple, with only a few close friends invited. Afterward, they moved in together, while Haku moved out to live with Satsuki and Yakumo, much to Zabuza's horror. After a few days of persuasion from the two people he loved, he reluctantly let her go, though he checked on her twice a week. He became good friends with Fugaku and Murakumo, as they were all overprotective and overbearing fathers. 2 months ago, however, they announced Anko was pregnant, which truly threw their friends for a loop. Flashback, 2 months ago. Scene change, Konoha shopping district. So, how are things going, you two? Korone asked, holding her man's hand before flicking a cigarette from his mouth. Things have been great, Nai-chan. Zabuza has been nothing but good to me, Anko said lovingly, snuggling against her husband, much to his embarrassment. Anko, didn't we talk about doing this in public? He asked flustered. Anko and Korone giggled at his embarrassment as Asuma patted his back. Hey, consider yourself lucky, Zabuza. Korone hates when I do stuff like that, Asuma said, yelping as Korone lightly jabbed his ribs. Talking happily and laughing before splitting up, Korone and Asuma were perplexed when they lost sight of their best friends. However, they were stunned and shocked when they found the couple shopping in a baby store. Turning pale, they stiffly approached, freezing when they saw them laughing while picking out a crib and stroller. When they finally composed themselves, they had attracted the attention of a few other friends as Anko and Zabuza exited with their purchases. You're pregnant. Korone, Shizun, Yujeo, and Kagura shouted with wide eyes, staring at the blushing Anko. Yeah, I am, she said embarrassed. Zabuza laughed wryly beside her as the women subjected him to an intense glare. How far along are you, Anko-chan? Shizun asked as Anko smiled at her, holding Zabuza's hand as he smiled back. From what Tsunade-sama told us at her last checkup, Anko is 2 months pregnant, Zabuza said happily, the women quickly losing their glares when they saw how happy the two were. Congrats, you two, I was wondering when you'd seal the deal, Genma said with a smirk, making the couple flush and everyone else laugh. Well, I say we celebrate. There's no shame in creating life. Ibiki shouted, and the others quickly agreed. The group headed to their favorite yakitori stand, where the owner gave the soon-to-be parents their first plates on the house. Flashback, end. Scene change, Konoha Mamakai residence. Now, in the Mamakai family, Anko was nestled in Zabuza's arms, watching TV. Reaching over, Zabuza took some caramel popcorn from the bowl, popping one into his mouth and one into his wife's waiting mouth. He chuckled at her euphoric and radiant expression, then was met with a slight pout before Anko smiled brightly and kissed him. Releasing a sigh, they snuggled deeper, and Anko spoke. It still feels like a dream, Zabuza, and if it is one, I don't want to wake up, Anko said happily, Zabuza hugging her in return. I know what you mean, Anko, I can't believe I'm married to such a wonderful woman. Me, Zabuza Mamakai, the demon of the hidden mist, is now a married man, he chuckled. Anko grinned up at him before capturing his lips in another quick kiss. Well, now you're all mine, and I don't plan on sharing, she quipped. He grinned down at her, kissing her in agreement. I wonder if he'd be happy for us, Anko said somberly. The mood grew heavier until Zabuza nuzzled his forehead against hers. You know he'd be happy for both of us, at least after being pissed at me for getting you pregnant like Satsuki, Yakumo, and Haku were, he said jokingly. Anko giggled, remembering the chaos of her husband being hunted by her students. You're right, what am I saying? He'd be our little guy's godfather, no doubt, if he were still here, Anko said as Zabuza nodded in agreement, shifting his arms to wrap around her slightly distended stomach. You know, I've been thinking about a name for our little guy, Anko said, and Zabuza looked surprised. I've been wondering, how do you know it's going to be a boy? Zabuza asked. Anko stared at him like he was crazy before giggling. Oh, that's right, you wouldn't know, Zabuza. I never understood when other mothers said it, but I just know it'll be a boy, she said. Zabuza blinked in surprise before he started laughing. I believe you, Anko, you've been right about a lot of things, he said as she smiled, leaning into him a bit more. Naruto, Naruto Mamakai, she whispered softly and lovingly. Zabuza's eyes widened slightly before softening and closing. Naruto, huh? I think Naruto is a great name, he whispered back, resting his head on hers. Anko nuzzled the crook of his neck as they slowly drifted to sleep. Scene change, Konoha Uzumaki Namikaze Estate. In their room, Minato and Kushina snuggled, discussing their future family vacation. After months of stressful situations, they found they had a few weeks to relax and bond, provided they planned their activities. Now, they were looking through a catalog of travel destinations, including popular tourist spots, the best restaurants, and the finest beaches. A bit excited, they laughed imagining bringing their family to the beach, foreseeing the chaos Jiraiya would cause, undoubtedly leading Orochimaru and Tsunade to reprimand him for his misdeeds. Well, these countries are either neutral or on good terms with Konoha, so these are the preferred destinations, Kushi-chan, Minato said, circling the least hostile areas. Kushina's eyes shone as she scanned the page. Oh, Ichiban no Sato. I heard it's well known for its restaurants and shopping centers. I hear the Umaretsuki restaurant is a must if we go there, Kushina said excitedly, and Minato chuckled. Well, that's not the only place we can head to, Kushi-chan, we can also head to Kumo for the cuisine and visit Asan. My only regret is that we can't visit Iwa, as the hot springs there are some of the finest around, Minato said as Kushina beamed at him. They both laughed, scanning and circling their top choices. As the day slowly turned to night, Konoha settled into another peaceful and amiable night. Time skip, 2 days later. Scene change, Tenman Mountain Range. Naruto sighed exhaustedly, wincing as he gently gripped his bandaged forearm, a result of another attack by an infected mountain lion. Over the past few days, he had been attacked by more animals than he expected. It wasn't until he reached the base of the final mountain that he understood the reason. Patches and pools of the virus now permeated the air, a visible hazy cloud of contamination. The entire mountain was coated in a thick cloud of the virus, a stark contrast to the relatively clean mountains he had scaled. It's so cold, Naruto whispered, tightening the red scarf Hisako had given him, which did little to stave off the chill invading his soul. Moving around the mountain, Naruto blinked in surprise, seeing an overgrown and worn-down stairway ascending the mountain. Moving toward it, he flinched at the corpses of many more animals and paled at the skeletal remains of a few humans. Swallowing the lump in his throat, he braved the stairway, noting it felt colder inside him the higher he went. Stopping midway up the stairway, Naruto felt a wave of pain surge through him, causing him to cough violently. He covered his mouth to muffle the sound and avoid attracting attention. Pulling his hand away, his eyes widened in fear and horror at the splotches of blood and black liquid covering his hand. His breath became ragged, and his eyes dilated. He had to forcibly calm himself, remembering Ninku's words about negative emotions spreading the virus. Taking a deep, shaky breath, he managed to calm his breathing, though his heart pounded in fear. I need to get up there fast, Naruto said in a shaky tone, ascending the stairway faster than before as the fear of death lingered in his heart. Scene change, Tenman Mountain Range, Mount Saidu. Arriving at the summit of Mount Saidu, Naruto's eyes widened at the sight before him. Everything was covered in a thick cloud of the virus, and the corpses and remains of various animals and humans were scattered across the grounds. Again, a surge of pain ripped through him, bringing him to his knees as he vomited a mix of blood and the black liquid that stained the ground around him. Panic and fear now filled his being, and he shakily stood up, sprinting towards the large temple before him. He entered, finding the interior even more contaminated than the exterior, with remains of living beings scattered across rotting floorboards. Swallowing a lump in his throat, he carefully navigated the temple, avoiding numerous holes in the floor. At the far end, he spotted a large scroll encased in glass, a less fortunate human skeletal hand resting upon it. He gently moved the hand, lifted the glass, and retrieved the scroll. This must be it. The cure for the virus, or at least a recipe to create something to slow it down, Naruto whispered, quickly scanning the scroll before his movement slowed. It was completely blank, clean, and unmarred. He rescanned it in disbelief, then dropped it. It slowly turned black as it fell into a pool of black liquid. Naruto sank to his knees, eyes wide with incredulity. He lurched forward, vomiting a much larger amount this time, pain racking his body. Falling onto his side, he clutched his chest, feeling as if something was tearing him from the inside out. His eyes snapped open, and he braced himself with an forearm, turning to vomit again. It hurts. It hurts so much, and it's so sea cold. Naruto whimpered, gritting his teeth and wiping away the black trail from the corner of his mouth. He staggered to his feet, using the scroll stand as a crutch to steady himself. His breath became ragged as he forcibly pushed his body upright. Glancing around, he caught a gleam and froze, his eye wide open. It was a mirror, untarnished and clean, reflecting his own horrific visage. "And no," he whispered, glancing at his reflection, the fear and horror in his eyes barely visible through the red of their normally navy blue hue. His tan skin and golden locks were discolored, a dark purple hue across his entire body. His eyes were bright red, a stark contrast to their usual navy. Dark purple smoke now huffed from him as his breathing grew ragged again. He wasn't just infected anymore, he had progressed far past that. As he stared at his horrible reflection, he saw a stray tear fall from his eye, not pure as a pearl but tainted with purple and black. "I'm too late," he whispered as more tears fell, his arms limply at his sides. As sorrow and despair consumed him, a strange, seemingly primal anger began to bubble within. His shaky body steeled itself as a surge of adrenaline and energy coursed through him. He let out an angry yell, then picked up the stand he'd been leaning on and hurled it at his reflection. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed loudly as Naruto raged, destroying everything nearby. Why? Why was it me? Why didn't I just kill that cat when I saw it? He roared as black and crimson chakra danced madly around him, blowing everything away. He punched the temple floor, and it trembled as the blow sent a shockwave through its foundations. Pulling his arm back, he let out another cry of anger before punching the floor again. He repeated the process until the old temple began to shake and Naruto reined in enough sanity to leave before causing further damage to the historic building. "What's happening to me?" he said in a pained tone, clutching his head as rage began to fill his being, staggering around the area. He weakly lifted his head, eyes widening at the sight of the temple resting in front of a large boulder. He made his way towards it, seeing kanji for imprison, rage, death, eternal, endless, and dragon. When he spotted the last kanji, something inside him resonated with the stone, causing him to reach out. Upon contact, the black and crimson chakra dancing around him flowed into the seal, which began to glow with a matching color. Then, a cracking sound echoed before the seals on the stone shattered. As the seals crumbled, the boulder began to crack as well before being reduced to fine powder. As soon as the boulder's remains were blown away by the wind, a torrent of unending darkness flowed from the tunnel, consuming the area and soon the heavens, as everything turned black as night. Standing completely frozen, Naruto could only stiffly crane his neck upwards and watch in fear as the once bright, blue skies were painted a tainted black and purple. "Tenge no Sato. I am possible. There must be a mistake," Nenku said in a horrified and fearful tone, noticing the flow of darkness into the heavens above Mount Saidu. The rest of the villagers watched with fear-filled eyes, hoping for a quick demise as a large cloud of corruption began to form from the endless stream of darkness. Hisako stood with her hands wrapped around a pendant containing a picture of herself and the person she loved. Her head bowed, she hummed a somber and hopeful tune, sending her prayers to the one person she knew needed it. "Naruto, please, come back to me," she whispered as the cloud continued to grow in size. Tenman Mountain Range, Mount Saidu Summit. Terror, despair, agony, rage, betrayal. A myriad of emotions ripped through Naruto's psyche as he was caught within the unending torrent of black. Gritting his teeth, he managed to steal enough resolve and sanity to enter the cave, knowing that what awaited him would either save or end him. Tenman Mountain Range, Mount Saidu Summit, Sanctuary. Darkness. That was all Naruto could see as he traversed the cave's interior. Using the cave wall to navigate, Naruto eventually found himself in a large open area. Rocky outcroppings, fractured ground, long, dry grass, and air heavy and thick with black and purple particles flashed with a small column of light from a tiny hole above. Naruto felt like he was being watched. No, watched would imply someone observing attentively over time. Naruto wasn't being watched, he was being hunted. Every move he made, every breath he drew, every twitch of his muscles, it was all being recorded and stored by whatever hunted him. Then, he saw it. A brief flash of black, purple, and gold caught his eye. The blonde snapped his head to face the direction it had flickered from. A bead of sweat ran down the side of his head as he heard something scratch the ground, snapping his head around to face its source. Seeing nothing again, he began to breathe harder, sweat falling freely as he backed himself into the single column of light shining in the cave center. When he reached the beacon, he was once again met with the sound of something brushing past the long grass scattered across the cave floor. Then he froze, his spine stiffening as he felt and heard something breathing behind him. Slowly turning, Naruto's heart stopped when he saw what hunted him. Its body was covered in dark exoskeleton plates, its fang jaws actually parts of its external armor. It possessed 6 limbs, including clawed wings on its back. Uniquely, its wings were covered in jet black fur resembling a tattered, ragged cape. The claws on its wings, seemingly extremely prehensile and even possessing opposable thumbs, were spread out in front and to the side of Naruto. However, the most striking thing about the monster was that one arm of its wings was partially covered in golden scales, a stark contrast to the black and purple covering most of its body, along with a partially golden feeler, while the other was purple. What are you?" Naruto whispered as the monster took a deep intake of air before letting out a devastating roar that nearly permanently stopped the blonde's heart. The force of the roar shook the entire mountain, sending Naruto flying as the monster charged him in an almost mad state. Hitting the ground, Naruto's entire body ached and throbbed from the monster's roar. He managed to get to his feet in time to avoid being in its charge path. Getting up, his eye went wide when he saw the large scar in the cave floor from the monster's charge, which had gouged out an enormous chunk of earth during its attack. Turning towards him, he could only stare as he locked gazes with the monster. Like himself, the monster had a glowing red eye, filled with nothing but bloodlust and madness as it roared and charged him again. This time, however, Naruto felt something inside his mind shatter, like the mirror he destroyed earlier. His eyes, previously filled with fear and despair, now shifted, becoming enraged and sharp. Growling as black and crimson chakra arced around him, the monster looked confused before roaring in return, black, purple, and glints of gold chakra sparking around it. Letting out a roar in response, Naruto charged towards the monster, cocking his arm back. His chakra arced up the limb before surging back down into his fist as he collided it with the monster's jaw. A thunderous explosion resonated as the monster was sent flying. As it flew, Naruto snarled, more chakra shrouding him as the virus spread faster through his body. His eyes locked onto the monster as it landed on its feet. It took a deep intake of air before scattering a large number of its scales in front of it. Roaring as it sent the scales flying towards him, it bit down and created a spark which ignited the cloud of scales, turning it into a purple and white explosion of viral scales. The explosive, corrosive, and viral cloud consumed the blonde, sending him flying out of it as he hit, skidded, and skipped across the ground before coming to a halt. Coughing up a mix of blood and black liquid, he lifted his head and glared at the monster as it began to circle him before pouncing. Rolling backwards, he avoided being crushed by its arm-like wings as the force of the blow caused the cave to rumble. Once he rolled onto his feet, Naruto grimaced, clutching his head as a broken voice echoed when the monster removed its wing. Power. Basic. Garyu Sai. A voice echoed as Ryuatan natured chakra arced up and down his arm before concentrating into his fist. G Garyu Sai. Naruto roared as he slugged the monster in the same area as before, this time breaking the plating covering its jaws, revealing brilliant gold beneath it. The charged uppercut caused the monster to snap its head up. Naruto followed up with another Garyusai to its chest, a spray of black liquid leaving its mouth as it was sent skidding back. Shaking off the blow, it roared once more before firing another explosive cloud at Naruto. The blonde took the full brunt of the attack, roaring in pain, as the monster's wings lunged forward and pinned him to the ground. As he was pinned, he struggled wildly as the monster applied more pressure, the creaking and cracking of his bones forcing more blood and black liquid from his mouth. Growling, the purple and black aura shrouding him increased dramatically as the monster applied more pressure. Gritting his teeth, Naruto snarled as he managed to force the wing limb off him and roll to the side as it came crashing back down. Cocking his arm back, he charged it with Ryuatan chakra before slugging the limb. The sound of something cracking echoed as the monster roared in pain, more gold showing as the monster froze for a few seconds. Not relenting, Naruto charged both of his fists with Ryuatan chakra before unleashing a hellish assault against the frozen monster, chunks of black and purple breaking and shattering as more and more gold began to shine through. As he pulled his arm back for one more blow, Naruto slugged the monster on the side of its head as another shower of black and purple clouded his view. But before he could pull his arm back for another attack, he was blown away when the monster was shrouded in a thick layer of black, purple, and gold-colored chakra and lightning. Then, a brilliant flash of light consumed Naruto as he lost the ability to see. As his vision returned, his angered and frenzied mind calmed as awe and wonder took over when he locked onto what was in front of him. Instead of the black and purple monster with bits of gold, standing before him was a monster of pure, brilliant gold. Overall, its body structure was similar to its previous form. However, following the transformation, its body was now covered in glittering golden scales, as were its horns, claws, and other spiky protrusions, which changed colors from crimson red/purple to dark brown. The once hidden eyes underneath the horns were also now fully opened. Its ragged, tattered wings also became golden scaly sheets that, when fully expanded, resembled a star. It appears that I am free from that horrid state. Was it your doing, human? It asked in a deep tone, its voice alone shaking the cave as Naruto stood frozen in a mix of fear, awe, and confusion. What is it, human? Did you not free me from that state? The monster asked once again. Naruto finally snapped out of his stupor to stare into its eyes. I think so. Why you attacked me and I fought back. After a while, you stopped moving and kind of blew up, Naruto explained in a shaky tone, the monster raising a brow in response to his choice of words. I see. It has been quite some time since I've spoken with a human, let alone one who seems to have the same qualities as my brethren. Your name, human? It asked as Naruto tensed, contemplating lying to it before shelving the dangerous thought. And Naruto. My name is Naruto, he said as it nodded, locking eyes with him as it peered into the depths of his soul. I was once called Gore Magala, however, I am now Shigeru Magala. Tell me this, human, what is your connection to us dragons? Shigeru asked as Naruto felt a surge of pain, clutching his head as Shigeru looked on in curiosity. Dragons, Devil's Ho, Tigrex, Chameleos, White, Thousand Blade Mountain, Ryua Hei. Naruto thought as names of things he had no knowledge of flashed through his mind along with hazy images of what they represented. I don't know. I don't remember anything about my past, Naruto muttered before falling to his knees and coughing up more blood and black liquid as Shigeru watched. A case of amnesia. You are infected with my virus, aren't you, human? How are you still sane, let alone alive? Shigeru asked as Naruto's head snapped up, locking eyes with Shigeru. Why your virus? Please, is there a cure for it? Naruto asked in a desperate tone, Shigeru looking down at him with sharp eyes. What is your reason for a cure? To survive for a meager few more years? The dragon asked in a slightly irritated tone, obviously having heard the same question many times before. I couldn't care less about my own life, I just want to live my life with Hisako. She doesn't have anyone besides me, and I don't have anyone except for her, Naruto said in a low tone as Shigeru had a look of surprise cross its face before a small smirk appeared. Wanting to live not for yourself but for the sake of someone else, that is an answer I have not heard before, Shigeru said as Naruto had another violent coughing fit. Please, if there's any way for me to be cured, I'll do it. He shouted before shrinking back when he remembered what exactly it was he was talking to. Perhaps there is a way for you to be cured, human, though it all depends on you, Shigeru said as Naruto listened intently, doing his best to rid his mind of the thoughts of bloodlust. You simply have to overcome my virus, subjugate it. Though, I have never seen it done, as the last one to attempt such a thing became more frenzied than before, Shigeru said as Naruto had another memory flash through his mind, wincing as his left eye throbbed underneath his eye patch. White, Naruto whispered as Shigeru's eyes widened upon hearing the name of the very being he was referring to. So, you do have a connection to my brethren and myself, Shigeru whispered as Naruto clutched his chest in agony while he fell over, Shigeru watching with a calculating gaze. Naruto screamed in agony as he felt his body being ripped apart, starting from his very core. Naruto's mind. In the recesses of his mind, Naruto found himself floating in an endless sea of darkness. Feeling lighter than air, he drifted through the darkness before a surge of pain ripped through him, causing him to clutch his sides as an arctic chill entered his body. As he felt himself losing the battle against the virus, the frigid pain that ebbed and flowed through his body began to intensify. But before he could succumb to its icy grip, a flash of warmth filled his being as he heard a memory of his past. Naru-chan, where are you? Oh, how about here? A cheery and motherly voice called out as its holder giggled while another voice giggled in turn. Kaa-chan, you found me. Let's go find Toyu-san and everyone else, the child said in an excited tone as their mother giggled in response. Sure thing, Naru-chan. We'll find Menma-chan, Mito-chan, and Umi-chan. Then we'll find your Toyu-san, or my name isn't Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. The woman now known as Kushina announced before the sounds of their footsteps and laughter faded away. After the memory's voices left, more and more voices began to fill the darkness of his mind, shedding light and revealing the faces to whom those voices belonged. Kushina, a beautiful woman with striking crimson hair, Minato, a handsome blonde man with comforting cerulean pools of blue, Mito, a cute red-headed girl who followed him around with a blush and smile, Menma, a spunky and happy young boy who never left him alone, Narumi, an adorable girl who refused to let go of his hand, Orochimaru, a pale and kind man who smiled at him with pride, Jiraiya, a white-haired man whose smile was like the sun, Tsunade, who held and hugged him like he was the most precious thing in the world. Their warmth and smiles brought a smile to his own face as the light nearly eradicated the darkness of his mind. But soon, those smiles and laughs faded, replaced with frightened and indifferent looks. The light that shone and staved off the darkness began to be consumed by it once more. The warmth he was taking comfort in left, replaced once more with the chill of the darkness, forcing Naruto to curl into a ball in a vain attempt to stave it off. His eyes began to flutter closed as the last remnants of the light were finally consumed. Naruto, what are you doing? Are you giving up? A warm and teasing voice suddenly said, the blonde's eyes snapping wide open as the darkness around him was instantly eradicated. You know, it's not like you to just give up like that, you know. My little brother doesn't give up until he's finally done what he put his mind on doing, the voice said again, Naruto feeling a warmth unlike any other filling him as he sat on his knees. Haha, what's wrong? Is something on my face? Hey, I can't stay for much longer, so I've got to tell you something really important, so listen up, alright? You've made me proud, Naruto, there's no need to hold on to memories like me anymore. She's waiting for you, you know. The voice trailed off as Naruto saw the most important person in his life standing before him, a smile that made the stars look pale in comparison on her face. Naruto, hurry up, we're going to be late if you keep sleeping. You're not going to leave me alone, are you? She said, her cheerful voice and brilliant smile toning down into a resigned one and a somber tone as his eye widened. It's fine, Naruto. I'll just do what I used to do. I never wanted to hold you back, but being by your side is what I want most out of everything in the entire world, she said in a sad tone, before giving him a broken smile while tears streaked down her face. Hisako, wait. Hisako. He shouted as he reached out for her, tendrils of darkness appearing as they wrapped around his outstretched limbs, preventing him from chasing after Hisako's crying form. Let me go. Hisako needs me. I promised I'd return. I still have her scarf, he yelled, struggling against his bindings. The tendrils tightened, and the familiar chill of the virus began to seep in. No, I won't lose to some awful virus. I'm not weak. I'm not prey. I'm a predator. I'm a dragon, he roared. A burst of light banished the darkness from his mind, and the blonde glowed with a divine aura before reaching for his eye patch. I'm Naruto, Ryuhei Shuriken's adopted brother, Tatsuko Iwatade's self-proclaimed mate, honorary partner to Devilto and unofficial partner to Tigrex, and Hisako's protector. My ties to Konoha and Thousand Blade Mountain are severed. I am Naruto, the chef, he declared, pulling off his eye patch to reveal a glowing crimson eye. As he did, a large orb of light formed. 3 shadows detached from him, rising behind him. One smirked, another smiled fondly, while the last frowned. The orb consumed him and the shadows, and he finally left his mind. Scene change, Tenman Mountain Range, Mount Saito Summit, Sanctuary. How unexpected. A human accomplished what white could not. Shigeru murmured, impressed, regarding the blonde's new form with slight respect. His body, similar to his appearance under the virus's influence, now had a dark purple hue with reddish shades. His eye remained red, and he still exhaled a dark mist. The main difference was the dark, smoke-like aura surrounding him. Naruto lifted his head, exhaling calmly as energy surged through him. Unlike before, he felt no frigid chill or agony from the virus. Instead, a strange warmth radiated from his core, flowing through his body. Amazing! I feel incredible, he whispered, flexing and testing his muscles, feeling no pain. It seems you've done what even the most powerful of my race couldn't, human. You've overcome the virus, Shigeru stated, snapping Naruto out of his empowered state. The blonde noticed the golden dragon. Shigeru, what was that? I felt invincible, he asked. Shigeru gave him a savage grin. That, Naruto, is the state that signifies your subjugation of the virus. Instead of your will being undermined and your body corroded, you are in full control with no ill effects. In that state, you will be far more powerful than you were under the virus's influence. Along with obvious changes in appearance, your physical and mental abilities will be strengthened to extremes you've never dreamed of. However, that is all inferred from my observations, Shigeru explained. Naruto nodded, eyes wide as he looked at his hand. He tried to will the power to the surface again, wanting to feel it, but failed. Narrowing his eye, he focused his Ryuatan chakra, hoping it would trigger a reaction with the now subjugated virus within him. Again, he felt no surge of power. Frowning, he was about to give up when Shigeru spoke. It doesn't seem that forcing this power to the surface is within your current ability. Perhaps imitating your previous thought process might work, Shigeru suggested. Naruto nodded, closing his eye and focusing his mind. As his mind calmed and flowed, he felt it. A trickle at first, he focused on the stream of power that slowly built until it felt like a solid river of energy. Taking it a step further, he remembered why he wanted that power, for whom and for what purpose it would serve. As his thoughts drifted to the beautiful girl he had sworn his life to protect, something inside him pulsed. Then, he was enveloped in the dark purple hue with black smoke from before. So that's what I need to feel, what I need to think. This power isn't for destruction, it's meant to protect those I love, Naruto whispered. Shigeru simply shook his head with a smirk. Apex, he said. Naruto turned to him with a questioning look, the power fading after a few seconds. What was that, Shigeru, he asked. The dragon locked gazes with him, his smirk widening. That form, I have named it the Apex state. From what I can sense, in that form, nothing will stand against you on equal footing. The Apex state, or Apex for short, Shigeru said. Naruto blinked in surprise before smiling at the dragon. Apex, huh? I like it, he whispered as Shigeru smirked. As the two grew comfortable, Naruto suddenly remembered what was happening on the surface. Turning to Shigeru, he explained the situation, the lingering pools and clouds of the virus and its impact on the land around his cave. Shigeru agreed to cleanse the land of the escaped corruption in return for being freed from his maddened state. The golden dragon requested that the blonde hop onto his back. They took off into the sky as Shigeru spread his wings to their full length, resembling a brilliant gold star amidst the darkness. My friend, this is my gift to you, for freeing me from that wretched state. Let the darkness that plagues the heavens and earth be cleansed by the holy rays I command, Shigeru declared before releasing a golden pulse of Ryuatan nature chakra, cleansing the tainted skies and cursed earth. With that, Shigeru landed and let Naruto down. The blonde thanked him before beginning the ritual to send him back to Thousand Blade Mountain. Shigeru, Naruto said, finishing the seals for the portal. The golden dragon turned to him. "What is it, my friend?" he asked. Naruto placed his hand in the center of the furthest seal. "When you get back, could you not tell anyone I'm alive? I can't face any of them after what I did," Naruto requested. The golden dragon nodded in confirmation. "You have my word," Shigeru said. Naruto flashed him a smile, which the dragon returned before being engulfed in a column of white light. As the light faded, Naruto erased all traces of the seal before heading into the Nauklen's temple. Glancing around, he saw the same scroll and picked it up again. His eyes widened when he turned it over. It was now filled with diagrams, kanji, and words it had lacked before. A smile graced his features when he saw depictions of Devilto and Tigrex. He rolled it back up and slung it over his back for safekeeping. Finding nothing else in the temple, Naruto headed back to Tenge no Sato. Scene change, Tenge no Sato. Arriving at the village gates, he was surprised to see a large celebration. Men and women danced happily, boys and girls laughed and played at the various stalls. It was a wonderful sight. A smile on his face, he entered the village and caught the attention of a few villagers. The sight of the blonde caused everyone to freeze mid-celebration. Feeling a bit out of place with all the attention, Naruto was about to leave when they started cheering his name. Stunned, he couldn't react as a group of men charged him, picking him up and tossing him into the air, causing him to panic. After a few tosses, they brought him to the village center where Nenko was drinking, a wide grin on his face, telling the young people about the legendary hero who cleansed their land. When the elder saw him, he grinned, moved over, and gave the blonde a warm hug, profusely thanking him for doing what many before could not. As he began to laugh wryly at the attention, the pats on the head and back, the many kisses on the cheeks, neck, and lips, he paused when he caught sight of a lock of silver hair. A warm smile appeared on his face. He slowly made his way over as the crowd parted, many giving him knowing smiles while a few pouted with envy and jealousy. When he reached the cart, which had been moved to the center of the village, he went around it and saw Hisako running her fingers across the braille pages of the book in her hands. Sneaking in closely with his newly reacquired skills, he removed the scarf from his neck and securely wrapped it around hers, causing her to freeze and snap her head up in fright. But the fear on her face slowly turned to confusion, then a mix of happiness and sadness. The silverette buried her face into Naruto's chest as he held her close. "Why, you back? You kept your promise," she sobbed, tightening her grip on him as if he might disappear at any moment. "I'm back, Hisako. You know I don't break my promises unless I have to," he whispered, running his hand through her silver locks. The girl nuzzled his chest lovingly as the villagers watched the scene with warm eyes. With that, the festivities continued as before. This time, Naruto and Hisako moved through the village hand in hand, surveying the food and games. Laughing and smiling happily together, Naruto felt Hisako tug on his arm in a needy manner and turned his head. His eyes widened when he felt her lips softly touch his for a brief moment before parting. The blonde stuttered for a response to her actions. Hisako simply smiled, her face crimson, as she pulled him towards another stall, a radiant smile on her face that might have even made Shigeru's scales look dull in comparison. Scene change, Thousand Blade Mountain, Chamber of the Elders. Upon his sudden return, Shigeru was subjected to extensive questioning about his disappearance. With the promise he had made to his friend etched in his heart, he endured the questions and answered with a carefully woven mix of truths and partial lies. Though many were skeptical, they chose not to question the returned dragon as White had asked them not to cause him any trouble as he settled back into his home. "I must thank you, White. Had it not been for your interference, I might have been answering their questions for another few days," Shigeru said thankfully. White nodded in response. "And I must apologize. It was my doing that caused your elder brother to lose his mind to the virus. Had it not been for him, I would have been destroyed by the very power I govern. For doing what you did and easing his journey to the next life, you have my eternal gratitude," Shigeru said, lowering his head. White offered a small smile to the bowing dragon, accepting the gratitude. "Do not bow your head, Shigeru. My brother did what he thought was the correct choice, a choice I would have made myself," White said. Shigeru nodded in understanding, moving to exit the chamber. "And I must thank you as well, Shigeru. Had it not been for your interference, Naruto might have succumbed to the virus too," White said with a smirk. Shigeru seemed to pale and stiffen slightly before relaxing, a smirk on his face as well. "That child will no doubt be the pinnacle of power in the human world, if he isn't already. With the gifts we have bestowed upon him, he may come to have the power to one day rival even a god," Shigeru said with a smirk. White returned it as they exited the chamber to catch up with the others. Scene change, Great Forest Peak. On the summit of one of the most dangerous forests stood two figures, both covered in wounds and blood, facing off against each other. The rain began to pick up. They tensed before charging again. Flashes of steel and glints of metal were illuminated by lightning, doing little to impede the battle between the two combatants. One, equipped with dangerous-looking spiked gauntlets, had both arms raised defensively against the other, who wielded 6 swords, 3 in each hand. Pushing their sword-wielding opponent off, the armored combatant unleashed a volley of terrifyingly powerful blows that shattered rock and rubble on impact. Turning on the balls of their feet to block a lightning-fast slash, they grabbed the swords before lashing out with a brutal kick, sending their bladed opponent flying, blood and spittle leaving their mouth. As they flew, they hit the ground and skipped a bit before righting themselves and standing again. Tightening their grip on their swords, the other responded by adjusting their gauntlets before both relaxed and lowered their weapons. The gauntlet-clad warrior removed them while the sword-wielding warrior sheathed their blades. They moved toward each other, extended their hands, and shook them in a good-natured way. From afar, two large beings watched the exchange with smiles. Seeing the battle was over, they stood up and moved towards them. The sleeker of the two took to the skies while the bulkier one lumbered forward. When they arrived, the two warriors greeted them as they stopped in front. "That was a wonderful display, Tatsuko. Though I wasn't able to see much of it, I could tell from the sounds alone that it was a close match," Murajinesu said as Tatsuko smiled in her usual sleepy manner at the black dragon. "It was really fun," Tatsuko replied sleepily. The other pair laughed at her answer as they approached. "That was a great match, Tsuko-chan, but you're still not going all out against me, are you?" a black-haired girl Tatsuko's age asked. The brunette gave her a sleepy smile in return. "Murajinesu, it still baffles me that your partner is both powerful and lazy. Clearly, she is the perfect match for you, my friend. You agree as well, don't you, Homura?" the other dragon said, slightly stunned and awed. Murajinesu chuckled in turn. "Yeah, but that's what makes Tsuko-chan, Daragai Yorosu. If she weren't sleepy all the time, I'd be pretty much a bloody stain on the ground," Homura said as the other chuckled at her statement. "Well, there was one who could pull Tatsuko out of her sleepy state, at least those were the tales she told me," Murajinesu said in a somber tone. Tatsuko smiled wistfully as a blonde-haired boy popped into her mind. "Aha, if Naruto were here, I'd be snuggling with him all day," Tatsuko said in a fond and longing tone. Homura and Daragai Yorosu felt a bit out of place. Tsuko-chan, if he were around, I wonder which one of us he'd have picked. "It would probably be me, huh, Daragai Yorosu?" Homura asked as the temperature dropped. Daragai Yorosu and Murajinesu paled as Tatsuko opened her sleepy eyes to reveal the piercing emerald normally hidden beneath. I dunno, Mura-chan. I did kiss Naruto though, so I think I would be the one he'd pick. I don't think he'd want to be with a girl who hasn't even had her first kiss yet," Tatsuko said in a sleepy sing-song tone. Homura's eyes sharpened as she drew her swords again. "Oh, is that true? Well, why don't we decide who the better mate would be right now?" Homura shouted as she lunged forward with her swords drawn. Tatsuko brought her gauntlet-clad arms up to block the sudden attack as sparks flew. "It appears that Homura still has quite the provocative nature, Daragai Yorosu," Murajinesu said in an exhausted tone. Daragai Yorosu nodded his head. "Unfortunately, she does, and it appears that Tatsuko still has quite the sharp tongue," Murajinesu, Daragai Yorosu said as Murajinesu nodded his head in agreement. While the two girls resumed their battle, this time with much more effort, their partners opted to stay out of their way. They knew better than most that nothing was more dangerous than an enraged female. When they saw Tatsuko punch a large chunk out of the mountainside and Homura slice part of the mountain off, they could only hope that they didn't become enemies in the future, or else the landscape would be in danger of being forever altered. For long years had passed in the elemental nations, with little having changed. The nations remained neutral, and peace seemingly prevailed as the times of war appeared to have ended. However, to say that nothing had changed would be untrue. Rumors of the traveling chef faded, eventually lost to time. But as that legend died, another emerged about an inn that also served as a restaurant. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, Kuwakai Hostel. Nestled in the beautiful and peaceful agricultural land of Teo no Kuni, the Kuwakai Hostel opened nearly 3 years ago, seemingly out of nowhere. Being in such a well-known and beloved village, it was often overlooked by many travelers intent on visiting other, more famous inns. However, many renowned guests have stayed at Kuwakai, such as the Reikage and his ninja, the Tsuchikage and his ninja, the Mizukage and her ninja, and even the general of Tetsu no Kuni, Mifune, and his samurai. Inside Kuwakai now, a pair managed the customers. "Yes, I think we're ready to order. We'll take 2 orders of the chef's special," a young man said as his date nodded eagerly. The two shared a smile as the waitress smiled softly. "They'll be right out," she said softly, heading towards the open counter to place the ticket. "Naruto, 2 specials, please," Hisako said in a much happier and livelier tone. The 18-year-old blonde behind the counter flashed her a smile as he set down a tray. "On it, Hisako. Here are the seafood orders for table 10 and the chicken for table 7, he said. Hisako smiled back, carefully balancing the trays before heading towards the tables. After a year on the road, having traveled to nearly every land and village, Naruto and Hisako finally settled down and opened their shop together in Teo no Kuni, giving birth to the Kuwakai Hostel. Being at the intersection of Kaminari no Kuni, Hai no Kuni, and Mizu no Kuni, Teo no Kuni was a very popular and beautiful land that often attracted many tourists from all over. However, the tourism hadn't caused much destruction to the nearby land, unlike Ichiba no Sato. Finding that they could meet many new people and have a successful business, they settled on the small plot of land they purchased. Over the past 4 years, Naruto and Hisako themselves had changed both physically and mentally. Naruto, who had now recovered his memories, had changed very little in terms of mentality. He still held Hisako as his world and ensured she was happy, healthy, and safe, no matter the cost. When it came to strangers, he was amiable and cordial until they tried to take advantage of him or Hisako, which would cause him to lash out and inflict either physical or psychological harm. In terms of appearance, he was much taller than before, standing at 6 feet 4 inches. His hair remained the same shade of platinum blonde and was as spiky as ever. His clothing hadn't changed either. The young man wore a simple uniform consisting of a long white cloth wrapped around his forehead, covering his hair like a bandana. The locks of golden blonde could be seen. Wearing a sleeveless black tank top revealing his muscular and scarred arms, he matched it with a pair of black pants and sandals. Topping off his outfit was a simple white apron tied around his waist. With Hisako, in terms of personality, she still had a mild case of anthropophobia, though she greeted everyone who walked into their doors with a friendly smile. But with Naruto and those she trusted, she had become a much more open and happy young lady. Physically, she had grown a bit taller and now stood at a petite height of 5 feet 4 inches. Though her hair and complexion had remained the same, they had a much healthier glow. Her figure had started to become much more womanly, her breasts having filled out to a borderline C cup, with her curves filling out to create a figure that even a few of the most beautiful would envy. Her outfit had changed a bit more than Naruto's. She now wore a pink blouse and white skirt that went a little past her knees. Over that, she wore a beige apron that held her pen and order notepad. Wearing comfortable and slip-free white slippers, she topped off her look with her bandages that covered her eyes and her crimson scarf wrapped securely around her neck. Overall, the two were regularly accosted for dates and proposals by those who entered their doors. However, many were met with a swift and merciless rejection courtesy of an irate Naruto. For those who paid attention to them, it was obvious that Hisako only had eyes for one person, and that person was preoccupied with keeping her and their little shop and home safe and healthy, though her chances at snatching him up for herself were much greater than anyone else's. A bit of a smile touched his lips, seeing she wasn't as shaken, but it vanished the moment he left the kitchen. The warm, friendly atmosphere instantly froze as his gaze swept the dining room. Most who knew his capabilities and reputation averted their eyes, except for a few regulars of their small shop. Fixing on the obnoxious sound of loud laughter and chatter, he headed towards Ao's group, catching the attention of some girls there. Those who saw him immediately blushed at his handsome features, quickly adjusting their appearances. Ao turned, glaring at whoever had stolen his girl's attention. When he saw Naruto, he blinked in surprise before flashing an easy grin, waving as Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so the chef decided to check out who was livening this place up, huh? Don't worry, chefy, we won't be here long. Just gotta grab that cute waitress of yours before I jet. Say, can I take her to go?" Ao rambled cheerfully as Naruto suppressed the rage bubbling within him. "Leave," Naruto stated coldly, causing some younger ladies to shiver. Ao raised an eyebrow. "What did you say?" he retorted, equally cold, standing to glare at Naruto as everyone else watched nervously. "Are you deaf? Get out," Naruto repeated. Ao started laughing, holding his sides and wiping away a tear. "Oh, and what if I don't? Is the big, bad chef gonna do something?" Ao sneered. Naruto merely shook his head at the obvious taunt. "To think you're a shinobi. Standards must be lower than dirt if they let someone as disgusting as you in," Naruto said with exasperation. Ao's brow twitched in anger, and he gritted his teeth. The jab at his pride sent him over the edge. He lashed out, connecting a blow with Naruto's cheek. Many cried out in fright. Hisako rushed from the kitchen at the commotion, quickly going to Naruto's side to tend his cheek. Ao grabbed her wrist, roughly pulling her off balance as the surrounding ladies laughed at her. Ignoring them, she pulled free and continued dabbing the small bruise on Naruto's cheek with a wet cloth. "Who the hell do you think you are talking to me like that? Do you even know who the FCK I am? I'm Ao Aizawa, an elite jonin from Yugakure. If you know what's good for you, you'll get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. As for you, you belong with me and not some piece of SHT chef who can't even take a punch," Ao shouted, glaring at Naruto, who never met his gaze. Red with anger at the disrespect, Ao was about to unleash another tirade when a brutal punch connected with his face, breaking his nose, busting his lip, and knocking out a few teeth. A cry of pain left his throat as he clutched his broken nose, staring with tear-filled eyes at a rising Naruto. "Hisako, please head back into the kitchen. You really don't want to hear what I'm about to do to this piece of trash," Naruto said in a gentle but firm tone. Hisako nodded, quickly retreating to the kitchen. "Why you bastard? Do you know who I am?" Ao was cut off as Naruto roughly grabbed his throat, leveling a frigid glare at him before dragging him out of the hostel. Outside, Naruto roughly threw him across the road and stood as Ao got up. As soon as Ao was standing, Naruto moved in close, delivering a vicious palm strike to his abdomen. Blood and spittle flew from Ao's mouth as he lurched forward. Spinning, Naruto mercilessly smashed his elbow into Ao's already broken nose, the wet crunch and unpleasant sound. Finally, Naruto tightened his free hand into a fist and delivered a brutal backhand to the side of the nearly unconscious man's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Wiping the blood from his face and hands with the towel on his waist, he walked back into his shop, glaring at the group of ladies Ao had arrived with. "Get the hell out and take your trash with you. If I even smell you, I'll make sure you'll want to give up living by the time I'm done with you," Naruto growled. They quickly fled the shop in tears, carrying Ao's broken and unconscious form. Releasing an angry sigh, Naruto calmed as Hisako wrapped her arms around him. Taking a few more breaths to compose himself, Naruto thanked her before apologizing to their customers. All of them waved him off, thanking him for dealing with the disruptive group. Bowing in gratitude, he swapped with Hisako again, returning to cooking. Hisako tended to the tables with a more natural smile as peace returned to their little shop. Scene change, unknown location. Figures in black cloaks adorned with red clouds were gathered in a dark chamber, meeting atop a strange statue. Hours passed, and a pair eventually left while the rest remained, radiating an evil presence. Soon, they began to depart one by one, though a single pair remained in the chamber. Turning around, they revealed a pair of light purple eyes with a ripple-like pattern. "Is something wrong?" a feminine voice asked with a hint of concern. The figure shook his head. "Perhaps. I am getting a premonition that I may be overlooking something that might cause problems for us in the future," he replied before turning around again, his eyes gleaming strangely. Time skip, a week later. Scene change, Teo no Kuni Kiwakai Hostel. "Thank you once again for coming, Yor-san," Hisako said, bowing to the elderly woman, who laughed good-naturedly at her politeness before bidding the two owners farewell. Smiling at the elderly woman's departure, Hisako began wiping down and clearing the last of the dining room tables. They had no overnight guests, so she was humming a bit louder than usual, blushing when she realized they were alone for the first time in a while. A sweeter smile appeared on her face, and she failed to notice the blonde in front of her until she bumped into him. Crying out in surprise, she squeaked when he wrapped her in a hug, breaking her fall and pulling her close. Sorry Naruto, I wasn't paying attention," Hisako stammered, flushing pink. Naruto laughed softly as he put her back on her feet. "It's fine. It's been a while since we didn't have to worry about waking guests," he said as she smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. Falling into a comfortable and happy atmosphere, the two talked about happenings in and around their home. Hisako mentioned a few housewives told her about a sale in a nearby village she hoped to attend. Smiling, Naruto told her he'd accompany her after watering and weeding the garden, bringing a warm smile to her face. After quickly cleaning the rest of the tables and sweeping the dining room, the two retired for the night. Naruto slipped into their small hot spring, while Hisako contemplated joining him, only to faint in her bed with a bright blush on her face. As Hisako dreamt of a happy future with Naruto, the blonde felt a growing dread in the pit of his stomach. Something dangerous is going to happen, and soon, he murmured to himself, sighing. His eyes sharpened as black and crimson lightning danced around him. Time skip, a week later. Scene change, Tsunagakure. Deidara and Sasori traveled to Tsunagakure to capture Gaara so the Akatsuki could extract Shikaku from him. Upon arrival, Deidara noted that their current target would be first, while the one sent under Orochimaru would have to wait. Getting past gate security with the help of Sasori's sleeper agent, Yura, who eliminated any guards watching the sky, Deidara found the village artistically worthy of being blown up. Despite the stealthy infiltration, Gaara quickly confronted Deidara, having detected him due to his clay bird not matching any native species in the Land of Wind. Deidara was forced onto the defensive, recognizing Gaara's abilities as worthy of his artistic ninjutsu. Nearly trapped in a sand prison pulled from the surrounding desert, Deidara lost his left arm, caught in some of Gaara's gourd sand, forcing him to detach the remainder to prevent further crushing. Realizing he was nearly out of clay, Deidara concocted a plan to end the fight, use SC-3 bomb on the village as a decoy, leaving Gaara defenseless while protecting Tsunagakure, allowing Deidara to use a clay bird. Though Gaara's sand thwarted the scheme, Deidara revealed that some clay from the arm Gaara took had mixed with his sand. Detonating the clay as Gaara used his sand shield, Deidara abducted his unconscious opponent with Kankuro in pursuit. Sasori then bought Deidara time to escape. After waiting for Sasori, Deidara headed with him to one of their hideouts in the Land of Rivers to extract the Shikaku with the rest of the Akatsuki. Scene change, Konoha. Thank you all for coming. We've received an urgent message from Suna. The Kaze cage has been kidnapped, Minato announced, dropping a bombshell on the group in his office. Gathered in Minato's office were Zabuza and Kakashi with their respective teams. Kakashi's team consisted of the three remaining Uzumaki Namikaze children. Zabuza, however, had insisted on taking Anko's team in her place while she raised their little Naruto. After much argument and persuasion, with the help of Kurone and their friends, they finally convinced her to take a term of leave to raise Naruto. The young ladies of Team 12 had matured into more womanly figures. Satsuki had become a near-identical twin of Mikoto, down to the same, though longer, hairstyle, while Haku and Yakumo resembled their mothers more than ever. All of them had become quite captivating to those who held affections for them. Satsuki had changed her outfit to a sleeveless black blouse that clung tightly to her body, with the Uchiha emblem boldly etched on the back. She also wore standard firm blue pants like most of her comrades, bandaged similarly and equipped with a kunao holster, though her pants flared slightly at the bottom. She had her wakaizashi securely above her equipment pouch and her hitaite firmly wrapped around her forehead, wearing her flak jacket open. Yakumo had styled her hair similarly to her mother, cut short in a stylized bob just past her shoulders. She wore a red kipeo-style blouse that covered half her biceps and chest, with a pink bodysuit underneath that extended to her thighs. She wore mesh leggings underneath and boots that stopped short of her knees. She had bandaged her left thigh and secured her kunao holster there. She topped off her outfit with her tanto hanging on her right thigh. Haku hadn't changed much in appearance, her hair remaining the same. She wore a sleeveless dark blue kimono that reached her knees, with matching detached sleeves that extended slightly past her hands to conceal them. Holding her kimono in place was a light blue obi with a snowflake pattern, along with matching blue sandals. Her hitaite hung loosely by her side, and her legs were bandaged from ankles to knees. She topped off her outfit with a pair of dark gray shin guards. In terms of appearance, the young Uzumaki Namikaze had remained relatively similar over the 4 years. Mito had become nearly an exact replica of Kushina, and like Narumi, both their bodies had filled out to be more womanly. Their hair was slightly different than when they were younger. Mito's hair was long, ending a bit past her waist when down, flowing and slightly wavy with an elegant, loosely tied knot at the back. Narumi's hair had become a bit spiky, getting the same bangs as her father, opting to style it into a long, spiky ponytail that ended mid-back. Mito's outfit had changed slightly, now donning the traditional attire of a Konoha ninja. Wearing a firm-fitting blue shirt, sandals, and pants that ended mid-shin, she topped off her outfit with her green flak jacket. Her kunao holster rested on her right thigh, bandaged similarly to her mother's outfit. Her hitaite rested on a black cloth tied firmly around her forehead. Covering her shins up to her knees were a pair of steel shin guards. But the most striking thing about her person was the chokito hanging behind her waist, a present from her godfather, which hung beside her equipment pouch. Narumi had changed her outfit at her godmother's request, now sporting a similar look to her sister. She wore the same firm-fitting pants and sandals but a loose-fitting blue V-neck shirt. She had the same holster and bandages that covered her right thigh, but bandaged both ankles up to her mid-shin. Underneath the loose blue shirt was a mesh one, ending a little past her elbows. Wearing her hitaite on her forehead, she topped off her outfit with a pair of combat gloves and her flak jacket, which was open unlike Mito's. Behind her waist was a medical bag, resting below her equipment bag. The most striking thing about her outfit was a small blue-green crystal necklace hanging around her neck that used to belong to her godmother. Menma was a carbon copy of his father, save for the crimson tips on his hair. He wore a tracksuit with 3 stripes on the sleeves, mesh underarmor, black pants, and sandals, akin to how his father dressed when he was younger. However, he also wore the arm guards his godfather had, styling his hair similarly to the same man, in a spiky ponytail that ended near his shoulders. The most eye-catching thing about his attire was a large scroll strapped behind his waist. And no way. Who did it and how? Menma shouted in confusion, his eyes wide at the fact someone had successfully abducted a cage. The Akatsuki, Minato said in a low tone, his children freezing with fear at the mention of the group their godfather had warned them about. Why you don't mean? Mito trailed off, Minato grimacing before nodding his head as the others in the room looked on in confusion. What's going on? Are they really that dangerous? Satsuki asked, voicing the concerns of the other occupants of the room. They're a group that Jiraiya and Orochimaru found out about many years ago. We don't know their goal, all we know is that they're attempting to capture every Jinchuriki and extract the Biju that they hold, he explained as everyone's eyes widened. If that's true, why are you sending Mito, Narumi, and Menma out, Minato-sensei? It's like giving a steak to a hungry wolf. Kakashi countered, worry evident in his tone. Don't you think I know that, Kakashi? I don't like it either, but the other teams are out on their own missions. I know my children well enough to know that they can handle any situation they're thrust into, that's why I'm sending them out with another team for backup, Minato explained as Kakashi nodded slowly, Zabuza and Team 12 feeling a bit out of place. After a few more minutes of explaining the situation, the group was finally caught up on the details concerning the kidnapping. The teams agreed to a plan and headed off to prepare for the journey ahead. An hour later, the group was on their way to Suna, worried not only for the leader of their ally but also for the 3 they swore to protect. Scene change, Teo no Kuni, Kiwakai Hostel. Naruto, where are you going? A curious Hisako asked as the blonde next to her finished packing the last of his equipment. I'm headed to Yugakur. I got a letter from someone that said they're expecting me there, Naruto said in a slightly apprehensive tone, mostly at the fact he'd be leaving Hisako behind. Don't worry about me, Naruto. I know what to do in case anything happens, she said in a sweet tone, a smile on her face as the blonde smiled back at her. Yeah, but I can't help it, can I? It's the same when I tell you not to worry about me, he said in a teasing tone as she stiffened, a small frown marring her face as she hugged his arm. That's different. You always come back hurt when you say that, she said in a quiet and sad tone. The blonde's eyes softened considerably as he moved to embrace her. I know, and I'm sorry about that. I promise to avoid being injured at all costs, okay, he said as Hisako nodded softly, nuzzling affectionately against his chest. Breaking away from him reluctantly, Hisako quickly moved back inside as Naruto put on his small backpack, pocketing a scroll before checking himself over to ensure he had everything he needed. Nodding, he brought his hands together in a cross-shaped seal, gathering Ryuuten chakra, and created a multitude of Shinkage Bunshin. He had them transform into the small pebbles that lay in and around their little shop. Gathering the transformed clones, he placed them in strategic spots around their shop in case something unpleasant happened. Double-checking that the 24 clones were placed in the best possible outdoor locations, he gathered the next dozen and placed them with the pebbles and vases decorating various spots inside Kiwakai. Finally, he went to a number of seals hidden behind the reception desk, inside the kitchen, and in both their bedrooms, making sure they were still working. There shouldn't be a blind spot anywhere, inside or out, Naruto whispered as Hisako returned, holding a bento in her hands. Here you go, Naruto. I don't know how long you'll be gone, so I made it for you. Just in case, Hisako said with a smile and a dusting of pink on her cheeks. The blonde blinked in surprise before taking the bento with a smile on his face. Thanks, Hisako, you know I love your lunches, he said happily as he leaned in and kissed her softly on the forehead. Blushing furiously when she felt his lips on her forehead, she felt him remove them before she gently wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him down a bit. Tiptoeing, she leaned up and captured his lips with hers as his eyes widened slightly in surprise. After a few seconds, Hisako reluctantly separated from him but not without giving him one more quick peck on the lips. Remember that you promised me you'll come back safe, Naruto, Hisako reiterated once more as the blonde gave her a reassuring hug, squeezing her for added effect before they separated. You know I don't break my promises unless I have to, Hisako, the blonde said as she nodded, his ironclad words always a reassuring thing for her. And remember, if anything happens, you know how to contact me. I don't care if it's something as petty as a drunk getting a little too rowdy, you contact me immediately, he said in a stern but soft tone. Hisako nodded as he returned the gesture. Giving each other one last hug, they parted as Naruto exited their building. Turning back, he waved farewell to a worried Hisako who returned it with less fervor than she usually did when he went out to hunt or fish. Biting back the urge to bring her along, he turned and headed north, where a very important friend of his had asked him to check something out. Pulling out the scroll, Naruto opened it once more and scanned its contents, narrowing his eyes when he got to a specific line. Naruto, I'm sorry to have disturbed you once again, but this time it is urgent. One of my most trusted ninja, Yujito Nii, was assigned a mission to the south of Kumo, near the border of Uno Kuni and Shimo no Kuni, nearly a week ago and hasn't returned or responded since. I have attached a photograph of her to this letter for reference and verification. I know that you are not a ninja, but I am asking you as a friend, not as the Raikage, to head towards the border and see if she is okay. The mission she was sent on was a simple escort mission, something that doesn't have to be kept confidential as it was for a merchant who was afraid of bandits. All the carrier hawks we have sent have never returned, and I can't afford to send any of the few ninja we have out without knowing the situation. I know that this is a dangerous, even suicidal mission, but I am asking you as a friend to simply see if anyone knows anything about her. If you are able to find any information, I will be eternally grateful for your help. Once again, I know it is foolish, selfish, and irresponsible what I am asking, but I can't risk anything happening should something serious come up. My friend, I know that what I am asking of you. Scene, border of Uno Kuni and Shimo no Kuni. A solitary figure dashed through the woods, two pursuers hot on their trail. As they burst from the thicket, the one fleeing was revealed to be a young woman with long, straight blonde hair tied back with taut bandages, and dark eyes. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants, both adorned with a cloud-like design, along with purple fingerless gloves and a chain of blue beads wrapped around her left hand. A standard Kumo forehead protector, sandals, and a kunao holster strapped to her right thigh completed her attire. Bandages also wrapped her arms and legs, and a red belt cinched her waist. Damn, they just don't quit, Yujito muttered, narrowly dodging a bolt of lightning that streaked past her head. Her pursuers were cloaked in black with red clouds, a pair of men. One was tall and tan-skinned, appearing in his prime with a very muscular build. He wore a white hood and black mask, his eyes the only visible feature. His scratched forehead protector symbolized his defection from his home village. Brown nail polish and a dark green ring with the kanji 4 north adorned his left middle finger. His body seemed predominantly stitched together, covered in various seams. The other had medium-length, slicked-back silver hair and distinctive purple eyes. His cloak was open, revealing no shirt beneath, only pants, with his Yugakur forward protector around his neck and a Jashin amulet. He wore dark green nail polish and an orange ring on his left index finger, bearing the kanji 4-3. This is getting tiresome, the larger man sighed, shaking his head with irritation as his partner shouted at him. Then stay the fuck back, Kakuzu. I can handle this bitch myself, the silver-haired man yelled as Kakuzu ignored him. If it's up to you, Haiden, you'll undoubtedly kill her and ruin the whole plan, Kakuzu stated calmly, earning several twitching veins on Haiden's head. The fuck you say, you bastard? Say it to my face. Haiden roared in anger, his brow twitching, but the older man continued to ignore him. Crossing into Kuni, Haiden's gaze swept the surroundings, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Seeing his partner's expression, a usual precursor to a massacre, Kakuzu simply shook his head and refocused on their praise trail. Trying to tune out Haiden's rambling, Kakuzu's temper began to flare as the silver-haired man launched into a lengthy speech about sacrificing people to Jashin. Then, Lord Jashin will no doubt see that I am a true believer of his faith and will, Haiden declared, his smile widening with bloodlust. Let's just get this over with, chasing her is wasting our time. And you know time is money, Kakuzu said, accelerating. Haiden paled, then snarled and caught up to his partner. Time skip, an hour later. Scene, Kuni, forest clearing. Yujito arrived in the clearing, leaning against a tree to silently catch her breath. Grimacing, she clutched the wound on her side, scanning the area for any sign of her pursuers. Taking a shaky breath, she was about to continue when her instincts screamed for her to dive. She obeyed, just as a three-blade scythe embedded itself where her legs had been. Rolling back to a standing position, she glared at the two as they entered the clearing. Are you trying to kill her? That hit would have severed her femoral artery, Kakuzu said, annoyed, as Haiden scoffed. Don't you think I know that? What am I, an idiot? Haiden retorted, prompting Kakuzu to nod affirmatively, causing another tick mark to appear on the silver-haired man's head. As they started to bicker, Yujito seized the opportunity. Channeling some of her Biju's chakra to her mouth, she took a deep breath, drawing their attention, and spat out a volley of flaming mice. Nezumi Kitama, she shouted as the mice chased after them, forcing Kakuzu to split and evade the fiery projectiles while Haiden stood still. Gah, that's hot, you bitch, he yelled, patting out the flames on his body, then glared angrily and charged at her, scythe raised to strike. Cursing again, Yujito ducked under a wide swing, only to find something gripping her leg. Her eyes widened when she saw it was Kakuzu's arm, detached but seemingly working in tandem with Haiden. Panicking slightly, she tried to free herself from its ironclad grip. Hearing something whirling towards her, Yujito turned her head, only for it to snap to the side as Haiden's scythe sliced her cheek. It's all set, the silver-haired man exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement and joy. Remember, Haiden, we're to capture her, not kill her, Kakuzu warned sternly, but Haiden simply smiled, too happy to care about the underlying threat. Sure thing, Kakuzu, just make sure she doesn't disrupt my ritual, and we won't have a problem, Haiden said, beginning to draw the symbol of Jashin on the ground with his own blood. Kakuzu sighed, then locked onto Yujito's stunned figure. Raiten, Reigen, Reikaku, Yujito shouted, her body sparking before she generated an electric light that blinded the two in front of her. Gaining a few precious seconds, she turned and sprinted deeper into the forest as the light faded. Seeing her run off, Kakuzu sighed exasperatedly, knowing he'd have to drag her back once Haiden finished his ritual. Turning, he watched the silver-haired man lick Yujito's blood from his scythe as his body turned black with white markings, resembling a skeleton. Ha ha ha. Now, let us begin, Haiden shouted, pulling out a retractable spear and impaling himself in the leg, crying out in a mix of pain and pleasure as he felt the link to Yujito. Seen a few meters from the clearing. Gah! Yujito cried out as searing pain ripped through her thigh, clutching it as she fell to the ground. What the hell, she whimpered, gritting her teeth and furiously batting away the tears stinging her eyes. Soon, more pain exploded through various parts of her body, making her cry out in agony as something pierced her lower leg, shoulder, forearm, and abdomen. Panting, she curled into a ball in a futile attempt to stave off the pain racking her body, her eyes half-lidded as she struggled to remain conscious. Hearing footsteps, she weakly turned her head to see Kakuzu walking towards her, a slightly irritated expression in his eyes. Glancing at her downed form, he shook his head and continued towards her. You'd better not die on us, we've wasted enough time chasing you, he said irritably, grabbing her roughly by the collar and lifting her. Who are you, she demanded weakly, Kakuzu merely raising an eyebrow at her audacity. Are you really in a position to be demanding anything from us, he asked incredulously, Yujito simply glaring in response. It won't matter if I tell you, you're not in a condition to attempt an escape, nor are any of your comrades coming, Kakuzu said, binding her arms and legs, then gagging her with cloth as he slung her over his shoulder like baggage. Despite her struggling, he returned to Haiden, who was glaring at Kakuzu with unbridled anger. Ignoring his glowering partner, Kakuzu walked past him and headed west as Haiden huffed. Muttering something about greedy mummies under his breath, he reluctantly followed, Yujito's struggling becoming more erratic and desperate. Feeling her strength fade, her eyes began to water as she found herself in a situation with no escape. Time skip, an hour later. Scene, Yugakur, village center. The pair arrived in the heart of Yugakur with their cargo. Haydn wore a wistful smile as he surveyed the familiar surroundings of his youth, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a disgusted frown at the numerous signs aimed at attracting tourists. Scoffing, he turned forward as a few people gave them a wide berth, clearly afraid when they saw the woman slung over Kakuzu's shoulder. Turning at the sound of approaching ninja, Haydn grinned broadly, feeling the killing intent rolling off them. "If it isn't the most notorious missing nin in all of Yugakur history," one of them said, glaring at the silver-haired man. "Not only that, but it looks like he's fallen to petty kidnapping. Pretty pathetic if you ask me," another quipped, Haydn's smile dropping into a frown. "Oi, you'd better watch your fucking mouths," he said in a dangerously low tone, his eyes shining with malice. "Oh yeah? Or what? You'll kidnap us like that woman? Please, if you ask me, the only reason you're in S rank is because all ninja from Yugakur were just weak," a third added as Haydn began to clench his hands into fists, glaring hotly at them. "Kakuzu, do you mind if we make a quick pit stop? I think Jashin-sama wants an offering, a big one," he said in a barely controlled tone, prompting another sigh from Kakuzu. "Make it quick, we're already 2 days behind as it is," he said, moving ahead and leaving Haydn alone with the group of ninja. "Hey, shouldn't we stop the masked freak too?" a ninja asked, and they all nodded in agreement before one of them dropped dead. "What?" they screamed and shouted when they saw their comrade's throat slashed. "You bastards are gonna pay for insulting me, none of you are leaving here alive," he roared, charging them. The group tensed, then charged to meet him. Amidst the blood and gore littering the ground, a blonde observing the scene turned his attention to the woman slung over Kakuzu's shoulder. By her clothing and hair, he knew this was the woman A was concerned about. Cursing under his breath, he debated his options. On one hand, A had only asked him to find her and report back with a messenger hawk. On the other, he could try to save her and start a battle with two clearly powerful individuals. Grimacing, he sighed and summoned a scroll from a seal on his wrist. Summoning a cloak and mask, he put them on before sealing away his backpack. "Kekai Genryu Jiryu Aoryui," Naruto said, placing his hand on the ground, a slight shimmer in the air the only sign that anything had happened. "Let's hope I don't regret this," he muttered, moving to engage Kakuzu, who didn't sense Naruto until he was sent flying by a brutal punch from the blonde. Catching Yujito, he swiftly created 2 clones and swapped places with them. One clone transformed into a man Naruto had killed years ago, bearing the headband of the ninja fighting Haydn, the other became Yujito. With the transformed clones in place, Naruto quickly moved away with Yujito held tightly in his arms. Back with the clones, the one transformed into Yujito lay motionless with closed eyes. The other moved to pick it up, but was stopped and then impaled in the chest by an irate Kakuzu. Its eyes widened, it fell forward, dropping the transformed clone, as Haydn finished off the group of ninja. "TCH, so they were smart enough to have someone sneak up on you. Surprised you got jumped though," Kakuzu, Haydn said with mirth and condescension. Kakuzu glared at the younger man, then kicked the clone's body away and picked up the other. "While it's strange they managed to get the drop on me, it wasn't anything I couldn't handle. Let's get going, your little spat will undoubtedly draw more unwanted attention," Kakuzu said, slinging the transformed clone over his shoulder. Haydn sneered at him as they left the massacre behind. Scene a few miles away from Yugakur. Naruto sighed, feeling no change in the 2 men within his barrier. He turned and let it drop, seeing a slight shimmer in the air in the distance. As the tension in his body fell, he glanced at the woman securely held in his arms. A bit taken aback by how pale she was, he increased his speed as he headed back to Kuwakai. As minutes passed, he felt something was amiss and looked down, blinking in surprise as he saw her nuzzling against his chest like a cat. "Sure has a lot of strange ninja working with him," Naruto muttered, ignoring the sensation of her face against his chest. Scene, Haydn and Kakuzu's location. Haydn and Kakuzu had already crossed the border of Yugakur and entered Ta no Kuni, intent on returning as soon as possible. Nearing 3 days past their intended capture date, they were becoming careless in their journey. Trading insults back and forth, they only prolonged their journey as Kakuzu had to remind Haydn they were wasting time bickering, only to deliver an insult himself once he finished. "If you keep complaining, we'll surely be 3 days overdue. Shut your trap and hurry it up," Kakuzu said irritably, Haydn's face reddening further with anger. "I swear to Jashin, I'll kill you, Kakuzu. You hear me?" he shouted at his partner, receiving only a scoff in return for his threat. The two continued bickering, failing to check on their cargo. The clones silently stored everything important until the time came for it to be dispelled. Scene, Tsunagakur. Upon arriving at Suna, Teams 7 and 12 learned of the attack on Kankuro. Despite the failed attempts by on-hand medics, Narumi easily cured Kankuro, demonstrating her vastly improved skill with Iryo ninjutsu. Facing an unknown poison, Haku, and she quickly developed several portable antidotes. Using a piece of Sasori's clothing found on one of Kankuro's destroyed puppets, Kakashi tracked him, leading them to Gaara. When Tamari offered to assist, Cho, another puppeteer and Sasori's grandmother, offered, though it was more of a demand to go in her place. So that's the plan, huh? I'm not too sure I like the idea of splitting up, but I've got nothing else to go on, Zabuza said as Kakashi nodded. The two shook hands, then split up to broaden their search. While Team 7 tracked Sasori viaduct the clothing piece, the Akatsuki had dispatched Kisame Hashigaki to deal with Team 12. The two teams diverged when Sasori's scent split into two trails. Kakashi summoned another of his hounds for Team 12, and the two teams headed in opposite directions, Team 7 towards the forest, Team 12 towards the sea. Scene, Hangarai Gulf. With Team 12, they were near the small gulf forming Suna's east coast. Scanning the area, they found no trace of the man Kankuro had described, finding it unsettling that the trail ended in the middle of nowhere. But suddenly, Zabuza found himself amidst an all-too-familiar bloodlust. Turning and drawing Kubikarai Basho, he blocked a brutal side slash from a tall, blue-skinned man resembling a shark. Narrowing his eyes, he saw the other man flash a toothy, challenging grin. "So you haven't died after all," Kisame, Zabuza said in a low tone, his team tensing at their normally calm and laid-back leader's rigidity. "You hurt my feelings, Zabuza. You really think I'd kick the bucket that easily?" Kisame asked, pushing Samehada against Kubikarai Basho, sparks dancing as the blades grinded. Grunting, the two swordsmen pushed off each other and landed a fair distance away, both tense as they stared each other down. Tightening his grip on his sword, Zabuza shot a few concerned glances at his team as Kisame noticed them, grinning with mirth and amusement at the bandaged man's concern for the young ladies with him. "Who would have thought that you, of all people, would be concerned about others? You've really come a long way, Zabuza, ha ha ha." Kisame chuckled as Zabuza gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white from gripping Kubikarai Basho so tightly. "Oh, I struck a nerve. Still feeling what happened to those orphans all those years ago, huh?" Kisame continued, and Zabuza froze, a cold sweat breaking out as Yakumo and Satsuki looked at Kisame in confusion. "Quiet, you," Haku shouted, throwing a volley of senbon at Kisame, who easily deflected the needles. As he drew Samehada back, he raised an eyebrow when he saw Satsuki glaring at him, her Sharingan in full effect. A broad smile spread across his face at the prospect of fighting someone with a Jujutsu. He rushed to engage her, knocking Haku aside as Satsuki quickly raised her Wakaizashi to defend. Gasping slightly at the power of his blow, her arms buckled under the force as she felt her arm go numb. But before Kisame could do any serious damage, he was forced to step back when Yakumo appeared beside him, intent on grabbing his arm. As he created some distance, he smirked, seeing the three of them standing before a still-stunned Zabuza. Shaking his head at the condition of the man he once viewed as a rival, he slung Samehada over his shoulder and beckoned them forward. When none of them took him up on his offer, he simply shrugged and flashed through a series of seals as Satsuki copied them, mimicking his movements as Kisame's smirk turned into a grin. "Suten Tsukodan no Jutsu," the two shouted, thrusting their hands forward. The water near their feet formed into two sharks that raced towards each other. The power difference was evident as Satsuki's shark was noticeably more unstable and smaller than Kisame's, easily overpowered and destroyed by the larger shark. As it neared them, it opened its jaws to bite Satsuki, only to be frozen solid by an irate Haku. Blinking in surprise when the shark froze and shattered, he saw Haku with her hands held out, whispering the name of her technique loud enough for him to hear. "Hayatan Jisurenhia," Haku said, bringing her hand down, her eyes gaining a sharp edge as Kisame simply grinned at her. Drawing Samehada once more, he found himself moving much more sluggishly than he should have been. Blinking in confusion, he gritted his teeth and forced his body to obey his mind's minimum demand. As pain ripped through his body, he found himself moving his arm when he wanted to blink. His eyes widened. When he tried to step forward with his right leg, his left eye would twitch. Confusion and a bit of intrigue filled him. He managed to turn and saw Yakumo with a small smirk on her face. Her hands in a seal, he finally realized he was trapped in a genjutsu. "Ninpo Hiki Ranshinsho," she said as Satsuki and Haku drew their blades and rushed him, intent on ending the fight as soon as they could. Letting out a shout, they both slashed through the man, Satsuki slashing his throat while Haku split his stomach open. But instead of blood, water spewed from the wounds they inflicted before they were both trapped in spheres of dense water. Their eyes widened in panic and fear. Yakumo dropped her hands and moved to help them. When she neared them, the leftover pool of water from the shark sprang up and trapped her in another sphere of water. "Nice try, girlies, but not good enough. Now, if I were a tenth of the shinobi I was, that would have worked, but I'm not," Kisame said as he moved to cut through the three, all of them snapping their eyes shut in a futile attempt to ease the oncoming pain. A metallic clang startled everyone, revealing Zabuza's hateful glare at Kisame. Growling, Zabuza shoved Kubikarai Basho against Samehada, pushing Kisame back a fair distance. Kisame watched as Zabuza raised his hands towards three floating water spheres, then closed his hand. "Suten Sukaku," Zabuza declared. The spheres rippled, then burst, releasing three coughing, gasping women who had been trapped. Seeing them unharmed, Zabuza focused on Kisame. Kisame's grin vanished as he saw the look in Zabuza's eyes, his mouth thinning to a grim line. With eyes as sharp as their blades, they advanced steadily. Yakumo, Satsuki, and Haku watched with trepidation and confusion. When only 2 meters apart, they drew their swords. "You know the stakes of this duel, right?" Zabuza's voice was cold, his eyes sharpening as Kisame gave a stiff nod. "Yeah, the loser loses their life, their sword, and their pride and honor as a swordsman," Kisame replied, tightening his grip on Samehada. Their brief exchange over, they began to circle each other, taking precise, controlled steps, sweat beading on their foreheads. As if on cue, a gust of wind carried a small water droplet, which fell between them. When it hit the ground, both exploded with a speed the 3 kunoichi had never witnessed. Sharp clangs of steel echoed loudly through the clearing as Zabuza and Kisame connected blades once more, grunting as they struggled for dominance. Reversing his grip, Zabuza tilted his sword, sliding Samehada off his blades flat. He stepped in, slamming Kubikaribasho's pommel into Kisame's abdomen. Simultaneously, Kisame raked Samehada across Zabuza's shoulder. Pain ripped through Zabuza's shoulder, and his eyes widened. He rolled with Samehada's spines, avoiding further laceration. As he rolled forward, he brought his heel up, slamming it onto Kisame's head, stunning him long enough for Zabuza to roll a safe distance away. "Heh, looks like you aren't as rusty as I thought," Kisame said, a hint of respect in his tone. "Same to you," Zabuza quipped back, tightening his grip on Kubikaribasho as Kisame tightened his on Samehada. "Then let's end this farce. Whoever stands is clearly the better swordsman," Kisame declared, his chakra surging to an immense level. Zabuza's eyes widened, then he gritted his teeth, letting his own chakra flow. "Kubikaribasho, Reigu Reijuiweri. Samehada, Tsukojin." The two roared, charging each other. Kubikaribasho trailed behind Zabuza, while Kisame held Samehada by his side. With a final cry, their blades met in a rending explosion of water, mist, and sparks. Shielding themselves with their arms from the chakra-infused water blades, the trio looked up moments later to a sight they would never forget. Standing back to back, swords still drawn, were the two swordsmen. Kisame's mouth, once a thin line, curved into a small smile as he coughed up blood. His upper body slid off, hitting the wet ground with a wet thud. A solemn look in Zabuza's eyes, his bandages quickly stained crimson as he fell to his knees. Turning, his team gasped in horror and shock at the large section missing from his shoulder. Sighing, he grunted as he settled onto his rear, tearing off his flak jacket and shirt to stanch the bleeding wound. "Tou-sama!" Haku screamed, sprinting to heal him, tears welling in her eyes as her teammates moved to assist her. "I'm fine, it's nothing big, Haku," he said playfully, attempting to ease the lingering tension. "Be quiet. You always do this. You always say it's nothing big, but it's always serious. Just please be quiet so I can work," she shouted, then bit her lip in guilt. Wiping away tears with her forearm, she began to heal him. Hey, easy, Haku. I'm injured, remember." Zabuza exclaimed in a panicked tone as Haku tended to him more roughly than usual. "Satsuki, Yakumo, could you two check on Kisame? I know I got him, but something felt off when I crossed blades with him," Zabuza said seriously, capturing their attention. The duo nodded and went to inspect the other man. "Zabuza-sensei. See, come quick," Satsuki shouted, a mix of shock and confusion in her voice. Zabuza quickly rose despite his daughter's protests. Making his way over, Zabuza was about to ask what was wrong but found no words left his mouth. The person he had bisected wasn't Kisame, it was someone else. The shaggy brown hair was a dead giveaway. Zabuza turned the body over, confirming it. His eyes narrowed, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly, rage boiling in his veins. His team gulped, seeing the anger surface on his face. "I swear I'll kill you for this, Kisame," he growled, his voice sharper than his blade. Haku steadied her father, helping him to a sitting position while Yakumo and Satsuki checked the deceased man's body for valuables, finding nothing of importance. After a few more minutes, the group left the area, silent under Zabuza's quiet fury. Scene change: unknown forest. "Seems like that one's finished," Kisame said, lowering his hands from a seal. "Heh, I can only imagine the look on your face right now, Zabuza. You're probably pissed to hell," Kisame grinned, heaving Samehada over his shoulder as he headed back to base. Scene change: Kawa no Kuni Akatsuki hideout entrance. Reaching a dead end, Team 7 and Cho felt apprehensive standing before a cave opening, a strange chakra emanating from it. Steeling themselves, they exchanged glances and nodded, entering the cave. Minutes later, they stood in a large chamber, shocked by what they witnessed. Gaara hung suspended in the air, Shikaku's chakra siphoned into a large statue behind him. The process ended, and Gaara's body hit the ground, motionless. We're too late," Menma whispered, gazing at the prone Kazekage, a mix of anger and fear in his heart. "So our esteemed guests have finally decided to grace us with their presence, Deidara," Sasori said, his partner turning with a small smirk. Looks like it, Sasori, Deodara replied mirthfully, his eyes gleaming at the 3 targets before them. You bastards! What the hell did you do to him? Menma roared in anger, his eyes narrowed as his siblings tensed. What do you think we did? We ripped the Shikaku from him, exactly what we're gonna do to you 3 and the Kyuubi next, Deodara stated, causing cold sweat to break out on the trio, all of them swallowing hard. As tension escalated, the duo immediately split. Deodara grabbed Gaara's corpse with a clay bird and sped out of the chamber, leaving behind a stunned group of ninja and an impassive Sasori. Turning to each other, they nodded. Menma and Kakashi split from the group, chasing Deodara. Mito, Narumi, and Cho stayed behind, facing Sasori, who merely stared at them. So, you 3 are going to fight me? He asked. His answer was Mito drawing her Chokyuto, Narumi adjusting her gloves, and Cho holding her hands out. Very well then, I will show you true art, he said, extending his left arm and firing a barrage of senbon at the trio. Scene change, Kawa no Kuni in pursuit of Deodara. Get down here, you bastard! Menma shouted as Deodara flew above him and Kakashi, his eyes burning with hate and anger. Kakashi held his hands together. Calm yourself, Menma. Getting angry is just what he wants you to do, Kakashi advised, having revealed his Sharingan before closing it and forming a seal. TCH. What are you doing, Kakashi and I? Menma asked, raising a brow as Kakashi maintained his seal. Don't worry about it. I've got something up my sleeve. For now, don't lose sight of him, he said. Menma nodded, refocusing on the man flying above them. Got it, Menma replied, beginning to string together a set of seals. Deodara glanced down warily, feeling the chakra buildup from the 2. Scene change, Kawa no Kuni Akatsuki hideout entrance. Cho quickly summoned Kunao, attaching chakra threads to them, causing them to float. As everyone watched, she unleashed them on Sasori, who raised his tail to defend against the sudden attack, slightly surprised by her quick move. He remained silent, observing the trio, who began to ready their next move. Narumi, Mito, please lend me your power. We've got to get Sasori out of Hirako, Cho asked. The sisters nodded, a bit confused, as they faced the large man. Hirako? Narumi asked, while she and Mito kept watch on the man. Yes, to defeat Sasori, we need to take out the puppet he's hiding in. You 2 are the only ones who can do it. Narumi, you've inherited Tsunade's superhuman strength, and Mito, you've gained Orochimaru's all-cutting blade. You both have what it takes to destroy it, Cho said in a comforting and encouraging tone. The 2 girls' eyes lit up at her praise. Got it, Chobachin. We'll smash that thing to pieces, no problem, Narumi said, adjusting her gloves once more, confidence brimming in her eyes. We just have to watch out for the traps hidden inside it, right? They're coated with the same poison that got Kankuro, correct? Mito asked, Cho and Narumi looking at her in surprise and awe, respectively. That's correct. Even the smallest nick will be fatal. To avoid them, you need to know the ins and outs of his traps, to react in time and still launch a counterattack, she explained. The 2 began to sweat slightly, a bead rolling down their faces. Well, we're both lacking in both departments, Chobachin, Narumi quipped as Mito nodded. Cho smiled. Humph, what do you think I'm here for? Do you think I'm some helpless old hag? Cho said mirthfully, undoing her bun, her hair falling freely. Compared to me, Sasori's experience is but a drop in a pond. And the first move has already been made, Cho stated. Mito and Narumi turned to her, confusion evident again. Here goes, girls, it might tingle a bit. Soen, Hitomi Gaku. Cho whispered her jutsu as she held her hands out to the 2 young ladies. They stiffened slightly, then relaxed as Cho attached her chakra threads to them. We'll defeat him together, girls. I've got the reaction time and the knowledge, you 2 have the skills and strength. Cho shouted. Mito and Narumi smirked, returning their attention to the puppet. Let's go, Mitone. Narumi shouted, cracking her knuckles. The sound echoed loudly in the cavern as her hands began to glow with a bright blue aura. I've got your back, Umi-chan. Mito said, drawing her Chokyuto. Its edge glowed with a pale white before shaping into a solid white aura. So you're all finally ready? You of all people should know. I don't like to be kept waiting, Sasori said as Hirako pulled its face mask down. Relax, we'll kill you soon enough, Cho said sternly, glaring at the puppet. The battle began, the 2 surging towards Sasori with enhanced speed due to Cho's jutsu. As Hirako's face mask was ripped off, its mouth opened. The 3 evaded a hail of senbon fired from it. Kicking onto her hands, Narumi spun on her palms, evading the rain of poison steel. Mito sidestepped and danced through the volley, while Cho easily moved out of the way. Their attention was grabbed when a torpedo-shaped arm shot at them. The arm rotated at high speed, launching attached wooden cylinders. The cylinders opened, each releasing a large amount of senbon, creating a quick rain of poison needles in all directions. Die, Sasori said in a low tone. The trio's eyes widened at the sudden surge of steel. But the sudden rain of Senbon proved ineffective as the trio evaded them all, irritating Sasori because even Narumi and Mito managed to dodge the attack. Writing it off as luck or chance, he saw the two flanking him. The rest of his cloak ripped as Hiriko's tail shot out, only to be locked in place. A brief surge of panic and anger filled Sasori as he finally caught on to what was happening. "You damned old hag," the puppeteer thought as Mito and Narumi closed in, their eyes burning as they readied themselves. "Now you too, let him have it," Cho shouted, moving her hands, accelerating them slightly. "Eat this," the two shouted. Narumi slammed down on the puppet's back with all her might while Mito sliced up the larger parts. "Of course, that's my grandmother for you." No wonder those two were able to evade all the traps that Hiriko had, Sasori spoke, removing the cloak that covered him. "You saw all of my attacks and used those chakra threads to control those two. Furthermore, you even managed to attach threads to Hiriko's tail from those kunao earlier, though I didn't catch on until its tail froze," Sasori continued, grabbing the head of the cloak. "Indeed, though I was doing my best to suppress the chakra as much as possible so that it was invisible, you worked it out so well," Cho quipped as a noise of amusement left the cloak. "Well, of course. Who was it who taught me to play with puppets?" "It was you," he added, pulling the rest of the cloak off. Reeling the two back, they watched with stunned expressions as Sasori emerged from Hiriko's remains, revealing his true self. The trio was shocked by his youthful face, considering he had left Tsunagakure over 20 years ago, yet looked so young. Sasori, why you haven't aged a single day," Cho said in a stunned tone. Sasori merely tilted his head with the same aloof expression. "I can't say the same for you, grandmother," Sasori said, bringing out a scroll. "Well, I think we've chatted long enough. I'll show you what I brought along. Killing him for my collection gave me a hard time, but I think it was worth it," he continued, opening the scroll, which had the kanji 4-3 written on it. As the scroll released its contents, the eyes of the three narrowed in preparation. As the smoke cleared, their eyes widened for a myriad of reasons. That couldn't be," Cho said in a stunned tone, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How is that possible?" Mito whispered, staring at what was in front of her. "What is that?" Narumi asked quietly, feeling a strange chakra from it. "That is," Cho trailed off, her voice barely a whisper as the smoke finally cleared. "The Saname Kaze cage," Mito said quietly, her eyes a bit perturbed by the sight. "Well then, let's begin," Sasori said, attaching his threads to the puppet, settling into a stance as the trio tensed. Scene change, Kawa no Kuni in pursuit of Deidara. "Are you ready yet, Kakashi and II?" Menma asked. Kakashi nodded, opening his eye as Menma watched in fascination. "Geez, I don't have as much chakra as you and your sisters, you know, but yeah, it's ready. Let's go, Menma," Kakashi said, his newly shaped Sharingan now present. "Whoa, it's a new Sharingan," Menma quipped, gazing at the eye. Kakashi eventually grabbed his attention. "Heh, don't worry about screwing up, Kakashi and II. Even if you miss, I won't," Menma said confidently. Kakashi smirked under his mask. "Humph, that's if you get the chance, Menma," Kakashi said confidently as well, facing forward as they sped up. Focusing his eye on Deidara above, Kakashi began channeling more chakra into it, and something strange occurred. The clay bird Deidara rode began to shimmer and lose form, as did Deidara. Soon, a small black point, the origin of the spatial disturbance, appeared on the blonde man's chest. As they caught up to him, Deidara noticed the manipulated space shifting towards his arm. Finally, the space collapsed on itself, taking Deidara's arm with it. "Gya!" Deidara screamed in pain, watching in morbid fascination as his arm and its blood seemingly disappeared. "Guh! Shit!" Kakashi cried out, holding his eyes shut with his hand, grimacing as exhaustion and pain surged through him. "Ugh!" Deidara muttered, falling to his knees, feeling pain unlike any other course through his missing limb. "I missed. I still can't properly control the location and size of the barrier limiting the area," Kakashi thought, removing his hand to try again. Feeling the same disturbance, Deidara quickly looked down, seeing Kakashi using the same jutsu with his Sharingan. Waiting for the same thing to occur, Deidara widened his eyes, quickly shifted his head, and moved the clay bird down as the space his head had been at quickly collapsed. Sweating, he marginally missed being decapitated. He turned, widening his eyes in surprise when Menma appeared beside him. "Oduma Reiznan!" Menma shouted, driving the giant sphere towards Deidara, who gritted his teeth. As Menma neared, Deidara jumped off the clay bird. Menma's jutsu collided and exploded upon connecting with the clay construct. As the smoke cleared, Menma quickly created clones, grabbing the bird's head, which contained Gaara, before landing on one of the many large branches in the ravine. Taking a moment to rest, Menma turned and saw Kakashi's Sharingan had returned to its original state. "Are you all right, Kakashi and II?" he asked. Kakashi nodded, still panting in exhaustion. "I'm fine, one way or another," the silver-haired man answered, glancing forward, trying to find a trace of Deidara. Resting behind a large tree trunk, Deidara caught his breath, peeking over the trunk. Seeing the main threat was as exhausted as he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Turning back, he began to devise a counterattack for the next engagement. Meanwhile, both Menma and Kakashi turned to face his direction. "We'll get you," Menma said in a dangerously low tone, narrowing his eyes as Deidara's features held a small smirk. "Gotcha, gotcha. I'll fight you again soon." Deidara said, throwing his voice, a trick he bitterly asked to learn from Sasori. "You've let your guard down," Kakashi said mockingly. Deidara raised a brow, turning to face the masked man. When he did, Menma appeared beside him again, delivering a brutal blow to the older man's face. Quickly creating multiple clones, he formed a raise-non in his hand as his clones grabbed and slammed Deidara into the ground. A cry of triumph left Menma's mouth as he buried the deadly sphere of chakra into Deidara's abdomen, a silent scream of pain leaving Deidara's throat. Then, a subsequent explosion occurred, a large plume of dust and debris obscuring the two shinobi. But as soon as the man began to slacken with the embrace of death, he turned into a misshapen pile of clay. Scene change, Kawa no Kuni Akatsuki hideout entrance. "Is that the third Kaze cage?" Narumi asked, confusion lacing her voice, while Cho and Mito winced at her words. "Apparently, he vanished suddenly from Suna over 10 years ago. From the reports I've read, his body was never found either," Mito reported, as Narumi's eyes widened. "It's no rumor, Narumi, Mito. It's been over 10 years since the third Kaze cage disappeared from my village." "Sasori. You." Cho's voice trailed off as she glared at him, his expression unchanged. For your age, grandmother, you're still quite sharp. But I think we've had enough idle chatter," Sasori said, directing his puppet forward. Cho quickly pulled Mito and Narumi back. The puppet sped up, extending its right arm. Suddenly, a multitude of claw-shaped blades emerged. Narumi, panicking slightly, gritted her teeth and channeled more chakra to her arms, raising them defensively. Her worries were unfounded as Mito narrowed her eyes at the oncoming blade claw, tightening her grip on her Chokito and infusing it with wind chakra. "You're not touching my sister," she shouted, blocking the blades to defend herself and Narumi. Sparks flew as her Chokito sliced through the puppet's blades. "Let's go, girls," Sasori said, amused, as the siblings glared at him. "Nice work, Mito," Cho shouted, and Narumi's eyes narrowed, noticing a twitch of Sasori's fingers. Narumi quickly formed hand seals, finishing just as Sasori pulled a finger back. This motion opened a compartment on the puppet's left arm, from which numerous arms shot out. Taking a deep breath, Narumi let her chakra surge, unleashing an all-consuming blaze of fire. Seeing her sister use a fire jutsu, Mito quickly channeled more chakra into her Chokito before firing off waves of sharp, wind-infused chakra blades. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Violent Wind. As Mito's chakra blades passed through Narumi's fireball, they ignited and grew in size, slicing and setting ablaze the tendrils of arms racing toward them. Mito's jutsu wasn't the only one enhanced. Narumi's fireball consumed some of the wind blades and their chakra, enriching the oxygen within the orange sphere. This mix caused the fireball to superheat into a lighter, almost white sphere that incinerated the arms it passed through. "It's too late," Sasori said, as the puppet's arms opened at the elbow joints, firing Tide Kunao that ensnared the two kunoichi. "Mito! Narumi!" Cho shouted, pulling them back in vain, as Sasori's fingers twitched again. From the same openings, a pipe extended, firing a dark purple cloud of gas that enveloped the two. Cho's eyes widened as she yelled at them not to breathe, while Sasori prevented her from pulling them back. Wincing, her lungs still winded from her earlier jutsu, Narumi was about to give in when Mito's eyes narrowed again. Gritting her teeth, she rapidly spun her Chokito, building up chakra within it. As it glowed white again, she released the chakra as a concussive blast of wind that severed their bonds, blew away the poisonous gas, but also sent them flying back with cuts littering their bodies. Sorry about that, Umi-chan, I couldn't think of another way to get us out of there," Mito said, guilt in her voice. Narumi gave her sister a thankful smile. "A few cuts over a slow and painful death, I'll take the former, Mito-ne," Narumi said gratefully, gulping in precious air. "These girls, doing such a reckless and dangerous thing to escape the poison fumes. They really are Kushina-chan and Minato-chan's children," Cho thought as Sasori's puppet sent another volley of kunao at them. Before the rain of poison steel reached them, they were knocked from the air. A bit stunned, Mito and Narumi looked up and saw that two more puppets had joined the fray. Holding out two smoking scrolls, Cho glared at Sasori, whose expression remained unchanged since the beginning of the battle. "Oh, it's them," he said monotonously. Cho sealed the scrolls again, attaching her threads to the newly released puppets. "The first ones you created. Your mother and father," Cho said as the puppets surged forward to meet the rival puppeteer. Placing their hands together, they quickly attached wires before flying ahead. Dancing through the air, they swiftly sliced through the remnants of Sasori's puppet's arms. Detaching the remaining arms, it was pulled back before re-engaging the two puppets. Pulling out their respective weapons, they clashed in a flurry of lightning-fast blows. After a quick skirmish, they pulled their puppets back, staring at each other. Amazing, Mito said in awe, her eyes wide as she admired the quick clash of steel and skill. Wow, Chobachan is amazing, Narumi said reverently, complimenting the elderly woman's skill despite her appearance. Seems like it's about time I got serious, Sasori said as the third Kazekige's puppet opened, black sand flowing from its mouth. So, that puppet uses the third's jutsu, Cho said, looking at the spectacle before her. It's been a while, eh? This is the jutsu that caused people to see the third as the strongest, after all, Sasori quipped as Cho glared at him, Mito and Narumi looking on nervously. What is that? Narumi asked, channeling chakra into her lungs, preparing another jutsu. The most feared weapon in the sand, the iron sand, Cho said seriously, explaining its mechanics. It was based on a previous Shikako host, the third created it afterward. It can be changed into any form, and weapons to suit the situation can be created. Due to his unique ability to convert his chakra into a magnetic force, it's something that hasn't been replicated, Cho explained as Mito and Narumi's eyes widened, though a flicker of confusion crossed their faces. But if that's true, then how does a puppet have the exact same ability as the third? Mito asked. Cho leveled a hard glare at Sasori, who merely smiled and inclined his head slightly. That's because it's a human puppet, a puppet created from an originally living being. Because of that, it retains its chakra, including any unique abilities, Cho said, sending a chill down Mito and Narumi's spines. Girls, you must leave now. I will handle it alone from here, Cho ordered, readying herself. Mito and Narumi gave her incredulous looks. No way, Chobachan. We're in this together. Narumi shouted, turning to face Sasori and his puppet, adjusting her gloves as she glared at them. Umi-chan is right. We're not leaving you behind all by yourself, Mito said, tightening her grip on her Chokito, allowing more wind chakra to flow into it. At their declaration, Sasori moved his fingers as his puppet held out its hands and fired the iron sand like bullets. Cho's eyes widened, and she was about to drag the two girls out of the way but stood stunned when Narumi quickly buried her fist into the ground, tearing up a large piece of earth to act as a shield. As her sister pulled up an earthen shield for them, Mito wove a barrier made of wind. The combined defenses proved strong enough to withstand the rain of iron sand. Interesting, you two aren't as weak as you appear, Sasori quipped as Mito and Narumi ground their teeth, forcibly calming themselves at his jibe. Come on, Mitone, let's end this clown, Narumi said coldly, her chakra surging as she rushed forward. I've got your back, Umi-chan, Mito said, moving to cover her sister's blind spot, watching with wide eyes as Cho observed. Sasori manipulated the sand, which recompiled into long spears that shot toward the two charging girls. Dodging and weaving, they avoided getting hit, as Sasori and Cho looked on in slight shock at the fluidity and grace of their movements. But then, the third Kazekige's puppet quickly opened its mouth again as its chest compartment began to glow. Suddenly, all the iron sand scattered over the battleground began to collect and form into two shapes, one rectangular and the other triangular. Girls, you two must get away, Cho shouted, moving her puppets forward to intercept and collect the girls. But her puppets were rendered useless when the block of iron sand collapsed on them before scattering and recompiling. The sand lodged in their joints, rendering them immobile as Cho grimaced. At the same time, the other block of iron sand shot spears toward Mito and Narumi. Narrowing her eyes, Narumi rushed forward and slugged the block in front of her, sending it flying back toward Sasori. Moving to the side, he watched as it lodged itself in the wall behind him. Turning back to face the two, he saw Mito slice the other block in half before reducing it to tiny cubes. Amazing! They've already begun to see the pattern of Sasori's attacks. Even without my assistance, they're holding equal ground with him. Truly, they are the children and apprentices of Kanaha's finest, Cho thought as she watched the two evade the rain of spears and sand with much more ease than before. Remember, Mitone. Before he attacks, he always moves his fingers, no matter what. That's the weakness of puppeteers. Keep your eyes on the movements of his fingers, hands, and arms, Narumi said in a calm and calculating tone, her eyes constantly shifting between the three parts she listed. Got it, depending on the angle, motion, speed, and direction he moves them, the puppet responds accordingly. Just a bit more, and we'll know exactly what he's trying to do, Mito added as her sister nodded in agreement, tightening her fists while she did the same to her Chokito. So they're starting to catch on. At this rate, it'll take more time to finish this. It'll take a bit of chakra, but I'll finish this now, Sasori thought as he moved his hands differently than before, the blocks colliding as Mito and Narumi watched with trepidation. Iron sand release, Sasori said as the chest compartment on his puppet began to glow with a brighter light, the combined blocks sending an endless branch of iron sand down on the duo. Their eyes widening, Mito began to fire more blades of wind to staunch the incoming branches of iron sand, only to find that the more she cut down, the more they were replaced. Then, the branches of iron sand finally descended on the two as a violent explosion of dust and debris blanketed the area, causing the cave to collapse. In the aftermath, Mito and Narumi were covered with wounds ranging from superficial to mild. Gritting her teeth, Mito placed her hand over a deep wound on her abdomen while Narumi clutched her shredded arm. Coughing, she felt their strength quickly leaving them as Cho looked on in horror. Sasori, don't tell me. Cho trailed off as Sasori merely tilted his head in confirmation of her unspoken question. The two were about to exchange words again, but Cho stopped when she saw the sisters beginning to sway on their legs. Her eyes widened when she saw them fall to their knees before collapsing face first onto the ground. The poison is very effective. The body instantly becomes numb and immobile. If left alone, they would have 3 days, but I don't plan on giving them that time, Sasori said as he moved his puppet forward, a pair of blades extending from its arms as he descended upon the two. As it neared them, Cho watching in horror, the puppet was suddenly slashed apart and shattered when Mito and Narumi unexpectedly rose and attacked it. Their eyes narrowed in anger and focus. Mito spun and reduced the airborne remains to firewood while Narumi turned whatever she could touch to splinters. As the puppet's remains fell, the two quickly moved back to Cho's side as the iron sand structures began to collapse due to the lack of control. Narumi, Mito, you too. She trailed off, Mito focusing her attention forward while Narumi turned to address the elderly woman. An antidote. I was able to make 5 with the time I had. After all that, though, we've got 2 left, Narumi reported as she returned her attention to Sasori, clenching her fists as Sasori gave them a curious look. We've got 3 minutes of immunity to his poison, let's not waste them, Narumi reported as Mito nodded, Cho stunned by the prowess of the two before her. How can they still move? They should have been affected by my poison. Unless, impossible. Did they have an antidote? But how? Creating an antidote capable of countering my poison would require that they don't make a single mistake, no matter how small, Sasori contemplated as he watched Narumi heal herself, Mito, and Cho of their wounds. So, she's a medical ninja, he thought as he looked at Narumi's slightly winded form, who was taking deep breaths due to the amount of chakra she used. Humph. Using another human puppet would be a waste, not to mention useless. Ha, I wonder. It's been quite some time since I used myself, Sasori said as he removed his robe. Mito and Narumi's eyes widening while Cho simply stared at him. So that's why he appears not to have aged a day, Cho said as they took in his form. He made himself into a human puppet, Narumi said, staring at his body, taking in every detail, as her sister did the same. Holding his arms out, Sasori unleashed a large, twin stream of fire from the nozzles implanted in his palms. Ducking behind the large rubble that littered the battlefield, the trio bided their time as Mito rushed through a set of seals. Glancing at her sister, Narumi saw her shoot a look and nodded. Weaving a set of seals as well, they sprinted out of cover before taking a deep breath and unleashing their jutsu. Water style, snake's mouth. Wind style, vacuum wave. The two shouted as they let their own jutsu fly wild, Mito summoning a snake-like wave of water that was enhanced into a violent torrent by Narumi's jutsu. The wave of reinforced water quenched the inferno Sasori was firing, his eyes widening as the wave approached him. Quickly jumping back, he avoided being swept up in the torrent as he continued to unleash his flames, spinning his hands and tightening the stream of fire as a large cloud of steam consumed the area. Suddenly, the stream of fire ended as one of the scrolls on his back vanished. Backing out of the steam cloud, Narumi's eyes widened when the spiked cable wound around his waist shot out and slashed into her side. Wincing, she was about to grab it when her older sister severed it. Moving protectively in front of Narumi, Mito sent a flurry of wind blades at Sasori, who dodged out of the way. Glancing back, she saw her sister already mending the wound before letting a pained sigh escape her mouth. Die, Sasori said as he rushed toward Cho, ignoring the two, as Mito and Narumi ground their teeth. Grabbing the cable, Narumi halted his advance, forcing him off the cable. Stopping just a few feet away from Cho, he glanced back, shocked at the tenacity of the two kunoichi behind him. Tightening her grip on the cable, Narumi let out a roar as she yanked him back, as Mito readied her chokito. Get over here! Narumi roared, cocking her arm back before slugging him square in the chest as his puppet body shattered into many pieces. Take this! Mito shouted, infusing a large amount of wind chakra into her blade, elongating it as she danced around, reducing every airborne piece to scrap wood. Panting, the two glanced around and let out a relieved sigh when they saw that nothing was moving or twitching in the slightest. Turning to go back to Cho, they were about to move but froze when they heard the sounds of clattering limbs. Turning again, they saw that the remains of the destroyed puppet were reassembling. Their eyes wide, they jumped a safe distance away as his head finally attached itself. Cho then brought out her white secret technique, 10 puppet collection of Chikamatsu in an attempt to level the playing field. You two, you've done more than enough. The antidotes have worn off, haven't they? Cho said as the younger kunoichi stiffened before relaxing, turning to give her a smile. Come on, Chobachin, you should know how we are by now, Narumi said in a chipper tone, a smile on her face as Mito shook her head. We've come this far, it's only natural that we see it to the end, Mito said with a smile on her face, Cho shaking her head at the two. Seeing that he was outnumbered, Sasori then used his red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets, allowing him to control 10 times as many puppets as Cho. Since Cho's puppets were designed to work together, a trait lacking with all of Sasori's puppets, her puppets fared far better than his, although they were eventually overwhelmed by Sasori's sheer numbers. I've got his puppets under control, focus on Sasori, Cho ordered as Mito and Narumi closed in on the puppeteer. Slashing through any puppet that got within her range, Mito kept her sister out of harm's way as Narumi clutched something tightly in her hand. Spinning on her heel, Mito sliced through 3 more puppets that tried to flank Narumi, while Narumi delivered a brutal backhand and kick that shattered a pair of puppets that tried to take Mito's back. When they were finally within range, Narumi pulled her arm back and threw the lion head cannon that was given to her by Cho. When the small ball was thrown, it quickly grew into a man-sized lion's head with 32 large fangs pointed at Sasori. The puppeteer, seemingly stunned at the object flying toward him, was unable to react when it collided and pinned him to the wall behind him. As it did, a large sealing array was inscribed on the wall, Sasori's eyes closing as he was seemingly sealed away by the sealing jutsu lion closing roar. Ha! It's over. Narumi panted, holding her side, glancing around and seeing that nothing was moving or twitching in the slightest. Yeah, Cho-sama, please take the antidote, Mito said as she handed Cho the vial, the elderly woman nodding as she reached out for it. But before she could grab it, the eyes of the 2 younger kunoichi widened when they saw that Sasori was not, in fact, dead. Throwing caution aside, they quickly rushed forward as Sasori moved to stab Cho in the back with a katana. Cho turned when she heard the sound, her eyes widening when she saw that Mito and Narumi were the ones who were stabbed, their abdomens being the targets. Mito ne. Chobachin, take the antidote, Narumi said, holding her abdomen, gritting her teeth as Mito and Cho looked at her with wide eyes. While the sword's still in her, she's stopping the bleeding and healing herself. What skill in the medical arts, Sasori silently praised in his mind, sliding the blade out as Mito and Narumi let out painful cries. That's right, this sword is poisoned as well, he said as the 2 on the end of the blade started to sway once more. But soon, Mito injected her sister with her antidote while Cho injected Mito with hers. The eyes of Sasori, Mito, and Narumi widened at the act. Narumi clutched the sword in an attempt to stop him from leaving. Seeing that, Sasori detached his arm and moved back, only to widen his eyes slightly when he felt something pierce his chest. Glancing down, he saw that it was the puppets of his parents, both having blades in their hands that were connected to his core. In the end, you were careless, Sasori. Even with a puppet's body, you would still need something real that controls chakra, Cho said as Sasori just stared in shock at his grandmother. Moving toward the 2 downed girls, she started healing them, only for Sasori to comment that they would die even without the poison, the amount of blood they had lost being far greater than what they could regenerate even if they were Jinchuriki. She cut him off, however, when she told him that it wasn't just any jutsu, as the eyes of the 2 opened slightly, Sasori looking on in silence. As he stood there dying, he informed the 2 about something. I've heard you 2 have a brother, Sasori said, his words barely registering with the tired Mito and Narumi. Of course we do. Menma and II is safe with Kakashi and II, Narumi replied, equally weary. Sasori's mocking smile grew. That's not who I meant. I was talking about the brother who isn't a Jinchuriki. Mito and Narumi's heads snapped up, their eyes blazing with rage. Shut your mouth, you bastard. Don't you dare say his name in front of us, Mito snarled, while Narumi glared hard enough to bore through his skull. I thought it would be amusing to tell you too, your dearest brother might not be as far as you believe. Sasori laughed darkly, his laughter fading as he succumbed to death. Come now, let's go, Cho finally said after a moment of silence, leaving Mito and Narumi to mull over Sasori's words. Kawa no Kuni, Menma and Kakashi's location. Upon Cho, Mito, and Narumi's arrival, Deidara knew Sasori was dead. He sought one last laugh, preparing to leave. Team 12 intercepted him, forcing him to flee due to being heavily outnumbered. Remembering his clay bird, Deidara bit off a piece and used a substitution, a Hibika Bunshin taking his place to both kill his enemies and escape. Satsuki, seeing this, warned everyone to get away. Deidara then swelled up and detonated. As the dust settled, Kakashi collapsed from exhaustion, explaining he used his Mangekyo Sharinan to send the explosion to another dimension. With Menma carrying Gaara's body, both teams headed back to Tsunagakur. Tsunagakur Meadow. Stopping in a grassy field near the village, Narumi checked on Gaara and pronounced him dead, upsetting the other Jinchuriki and villagers. Cho moved towards Gaara, attempting to use her Kisho Tensei as she had with Mito and Narumi earlier, but lacked the life force to revive him. The 3 siblings willingly lent her their chakra, and Cho began the jutsu again. The future, starting now, will surely be different from my time. Menma, Mito, Narumi, the gift you 3 share will undoubtedly change the future. Should any of you wish to become the next Hokage, you will no doubt be greater than those of the past, Cho began, her hands glowing brighter than before. Mito, Narumi. Next time, instead of risking your lives for an old woman like me, I want you 2 to protect those important to you. A woman with a spirit to match any man's is a true rarity. You two will surely become kunoichi that surpass those before you, myself included, Cho continued, her breathing slowing as tears streamed from the young women's eyes. You three, I know it's asking a lot, but you are the ones who can truly understand what Gaara has been through. Please, help Gaara for me, Cho's voice trailed off into a whisper. Soon, the Kazekige's eyes fluttered open. He slowly stood, looking around the meadow. Before he could question his surroundings, his sister and brother embraced him, tears in their eyes as they squeezed him tightly. Seeing this, the other gathered ninjas' emotional floodgates broke, many shedding tears at the sight of their Kazekage, alive and well. As they rushed to check on him, Mito, Menma, and Narumi watched with fondness before their expressions turned somber, glancing down at Cho's still form. Cho-sama. Mito whispered, tears streaming down her face as she brushed them away. Cho-bachan. Narumi said softly, holding the elderly woman's hand, sniffling and batting tears from her eyes. With a grunt, Gaara stood with difficulty, everyone watching as he made his way to the group. Standing before them, a solemn and thankful look filled his eyes as he softly closed them. Everyone, say a prayer for Cho, he said softly, everyone closing their eyes in gratitude for her sacrifice. Kawa no Kuni, Deodara's location. A battered Deodara emerged from the ground, lamenting his clone explosive's failure before deciding to find his severed arm to prevent it from rotting. A bit later, Deodara met Tobi and Zetsu, who had found his severed appendage. When Zetsu questioned why he hadn't captured any Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Deodara stated he had fulfilled his mission of capturing Gaara. He comically tried to choke Tobi after being accidentally insulted 3 times when the masked ninja refused to return his arm. Sighing, Deodara, with what remained of his right arm, set off to have Kakuzu reattach it and acquire a new left arm to replace the one Gaara crushed. Teo no Kuni Kyuwakai Hostel. Humming a happy tune, Hisako was closing the shop for the day. Relieved no one had requested to stay, a small smile graced her face as she imagined Naruto walking through the door, whisking her off her feet and holding her lovingly. Giggling softly, she wrung the towel in her hand before returning to cleaning. When the front door chimed, she went to greet the person, only to freeze. Standing before her with hostile auras were the same girls Naruto had driven off earlier, but this time they were more numerous. Gulping, she kept her smile and moved to greet them. Hello, welcome to the Kyuwakai hostel. Can I help you? She asked politely. The women scowled angrily, moving towards her as a strange breeze blew when they neared. Seeing them close in, Hisako took a frightened step back as they smirked at her reaction. Turning to her companions, the apparent leader motioned for them to go around the shop, many smiling darkly as they began to wreck the place. Panic, fear, and confusion filling her, Hisako was about to tell them to stop but was cut off when the leader grabbed a fistful of her hair and yanked Hisako towards her, a cry of pain escaping her throat. Shut the fuck up, you little bitch. Do you know what happened to us when we got back to our village? We got chewed out by Ao-sama. All because of that blonde fucking bastard that works here, she growled, Hisako grabbing her wrist, making her blink in confusion. Dante call Naruto that, Hisako said sternly and angrily. The woman holding her hair blinked, then smirked. Fuck you. Girls, show her what happens when you mess with us, she ordered. The sound of her shop being destroyed made Hisako tear up and grit her teeth in anger and sadness. Stop. Why are you doing this? She demanded, receiving a slap in return for raising her voice from the woman holding her. Watch your mouth, you little bitch. Don't you dare raise your fucking voice at me, she snarled. Hisako stiffened, then a little giggle escaped her mouth. Oh, and just what's so funny, she demanded, slapping Hisako once more as the younger girl's head snapped to the side. It's just so funny. None of you would have done this if Naruto was here. That just proves how weak and scared you are of him, she said with a smile on her face, oblivious to the ugly bruise forming on her cheek. You little. Fuck this, she shouted as she grabbed Hisako by the throat, pulling her out of the shop as her comrades followed. You've just signed your death wish, you little bitch. Once we're done with you, Ao-sama will decide what to do with you. As they bound and gagged the silver-haired girl, they quickly left the shop, intending to head back towards Yugakure. But when they stepped out, they dropped to their knees, face to face with an all-too-familiar blonde. Before the woman holding Hisako could speak, Hisako was removed from her arms, which were then shattered from the shoulders down. Her eyes widened, she was about to scream, but her lower jaw was grabbed and ripped out. Gurgling as blood pooled around her feet, all she saw was a glint of steel before everything went black. The other girls inside the shop experienced the same excruciating pain, broken in horrific and gruesome ways. Even the girls around 13 weren't spared, their arms and legs shattered before a blade was driven into their throats and ripped out the side. Every single member of the group who entered with the intent to destroy the shop was murdered in the most painful way imaginable. Then, it all shattered, and they found themselves standing outside Kyuwakai with Hisako in front of them. Excuse me? Is everything all right? Hisako asked concernedly, and the group panicked, quickly leaving the establishment. Blinking in confusion, Hisako tilted her head before turning to head back inside. but she froze as a warm and familiar presence made itself known. Turning quickly with a bright smile, Hisako froze again, seeing the man she loved holding another woman, the woman nuzzling against his chest. Unable to form a coherent sentence, she remained quiet as she heard him approach. Why is Naruto with a W woman? Hisako thought, a myriad of scenarios playing out in her mind. Hey Hisako, I'm back, Naruto said with a smile. Hisako stiffly smiled back, and he tilted his head in confusion. Hello and Naruto. What are you doing with that W woman in your arms? Hisako asked. Naruto blinked in confusion before replying. That's my spot. Hisako thought tearfully as she watched Yujito continue to take in Naruto's scent. She's someone related to that letter I was talking about earlier, Naruto replied, a bit more panic running through Hisako as her delusions became wilder. As she was about to reply, she gasped when the woman in his arms moaned softly and began nibbling on his shirt collar. Her face erupted in a brilliant crimson hue, and she could only watch as Naruto seemed to ignore what was happening, opting to give Hisako his undivided attention. Taking a shaky breath, Hisako was about to speak when the woman moved again, her mouth missing Naruto's collar and landing on his neck. Tasty. Yujito mumbled, a radiant and content smile forming on her face. Naruto turning a bit pink only caused maximum damage to Hisako. Hey, stop that, Naruto said tiredly, shaking his head as he tried to remove Yujito's lips from his neck. What? Why Yuri supposed to be BW with me, but why Yuri flirting with another W woman? Hisako said in a panicked voice, filled with hurt and sadness. Flirting? I'm not flirting with anyone, Naruto said reassuringly, only for it to fade when Yujito shifted again. Oh, that's the spot. Yujito moaned, her body shivering in a mix of anticipation and pleasure. Naruto and Hisako froze at her words. Why you should just explode, Hisako cried as she ran back inside, tears falling from her eyes as Naruto panicked and ran after her. As he tried to calm the crying Hisako, the clones he had placed outside returned to their original forms, trying to find a plausible excuse for why Yujito was clinging to him and nibbling on him. When they found an excuse that would work, one that didn't involve telling her what actually happened, they dispelled themselves. Integrating the memories of his clones, he had to suppress a smirk, finding that his clones had cast a rather nice genjutsu on the girls who were going to wreck their shop. Unknown location. What's the status on the subject? Hirako asked the personnel working around the large, light green liquid-filled cylinder containing a floating body. The clone appears stable, Lord Hirako. There have been no disturbances with the brainwaves or physical composition, one scientist reported as Hirako nodded, walking towards the tube and smirking under his mask. Floating inside the tube was a female version of Naruto, her blonde hair reaching her rear. She stood around 5 feet 7 inches, with a seemingly perfect complexion and figure, a perfect clone of the blonde Hirako was trying to emulate. Satisfied with the project's progress, Hirako left that section of the lab and entered a separate one. As he entered, he put on a protective mask, glancing at the various cages lining the lab's interior. What's the status of the experiment, he asked. One scientist turned and bowed, directing him to the main monitor in the center of the room. It's been rather unfruitful, Hirako-sama. We've failed to find any compound or substance that matches the samples we received. All efforts to handle it for analysis result in contamination and death, they reported as Hirako nodded, glancing at the black substance residing in a small test tube within a multi-layered containment seal. Is there anything of value you can tell me? Hirako asked impatiently, and the man nodded. The only thing I can tell you is that it forces whatever is infected or contaminated into an uncontrollable frenzy, he reported as Hirako nodded, turning to face the container once more, watching as the liquid released a purple and black haze. Time skip, a few hours later. Back in the lab, in the silence of the night, only the soft beeps and hums of machines could be heard. In the section of the lab containing the female clone of Naruto, she floated softly in the light green liquid of the test tube. On the side, the graph monitoring her brainwaves began to beep as more activity was registered. Slowly, the clone's eyes fluttered open softly, gazing ahead with blank eyes. Ani. Chan, she thought softly, an image of a familiar spiky-haired blonde forming in her mind, his smile brighter than the sun as he held his hand out to her.